Chapter 736. Returning one after another across the Andromeda Galaxy, representatives of countless worlds watched in awe as Void cult warships, each bearing the unmistakable Void God emblem, soared through the heavens. On some planets, crowds gathered to bid them farewell with reverence. On others, inhabitants looked on with wistful reluctance. After all, for decades, Void cult members had defended their homeworlds, guided fledgling societies to prosperity, and more than once, delivered entire civilizations from the brink of extinction. Now, inexplicably, every Void cult member had announced their intention to return to the cult's core enclave. No one could say why, and yet they all insisted their departures would not be brief. The revelation that Irani Rail herself had rejoined the Void cult only deepened the mystery and convinced the galaxy's most astute observers that something monumental was brewing. Still, civilizations that counted Void cult champions among their citizens felt little fear. Even if the cult were on the verge of claiming dominion over the universe, these allies knew they would enjoy its protection, no matter what the future held. Even the smallest shift in the universe's grand design lay well beyond the reach of weak civilizations like Xandar's. In the days that followed, the planet buzzed with excitement. Colossal warships carved arcs through the sky, an awe-inspiring sight long reserved for the Void God religion's New Year ceremonies. Yet it was only early May, and already every high priest and cult magistrate of the Void God had returned. Rumors and speculation rippled through Xandar's bustling streets as its people wondered what bold move the Void cult would undertake next. At the same time, the Kree Empire received identical reports. Their supreme commander listened without anger or alarm. He knew that the Void cult's first target would inevitably be the Kree, and he understood why. If a nascent power could seize an empire that had endured for hundreds of thousands of years, it would sweep aside a major obstacle to its future conquests. And yet, despite the clarity of this threat, the commander realized there was precious little his forces could do to stop what was coming. Damien stood silently on the bridge of the Kree flagship, watching the swirling data streams that floated above the hollow table. The Supreme Intelligence had just completed integrating St. Nicholas civilization's most advanced biogenetic modifications with its own quantum-level algorithms. The result was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Entire regiments of bioengineered disaster armies, each imbued with rudimentary but decidedly lethal artificial intellect. Far from the mindless killing machines of old, these beings could follow orders, adapt to battlefield conditions, and even coordinate complex maneuvers, all while obeying the strict safety protocols the intelligence had encoded into their core. These controlled horrors were the intelligence's answer to the Void cult's growing power. For decades, the Supreme Commander of the Kree Empire had understood that the cult's real trump card was Kassadin, the so-called God of the Void. If Kassadin ever unlocked the secrets to truly unrestrained destruction, he would tear the Empire apart. Now, with Damien's counsel, the intelligence hoped these disaster armies would serve not only as deterrents, but as the first line of offense should Kassadin strike. Damien remembered the old prohibition. The Kree had once forbidden the development of planet-breaker weapons, convinced that any civilization capable of such total annihilation was equally likely to destroy itself. Calculations showed a 99% chance of self-extinction if those weapons ever went active. And yet, as sensors picked up the distant rumble of Void-spawned fleets, he realized there was no longer room for caution. If the Kree Empire fell, it would not simply surrender its territories, it would be wiped off the map, along with countless innocent worlds. The coming war was no longer a matter of politics or resources. It was a battle for the very continuance of civilized life. Damien squared his shoulders and tapped the command console. "Prepare the disaster legions for deployment," he ordered. "If Kassadin wants a war of annihilation, let him face what we've built." Thus, the Supreme Intelligence has finally granted the Kree Empire permission to wield forbidden weapons. Chief among them is the Supernova Destroyer, a planet-shattering cannon that even from tens of thousands of light-years away can lock onto precise coordinates and unleash an explosion equivalent to a collapsing star. Any world caught in its blast radius would be vaporized, and even the universe's mightiest champions would stand no chance. But the supernova destroyer is only the beginning. Alongside it, the Supreme Intelligence has handed over blueprints for dimension collapse rays, the all-penetrating water droplet warhead, the reality-bending cosmic cube, and other arcane devices deemed too dangerous for general use. Now, every research division in the Kree Empire is racing to bring these designs to life. Within 3 years, their scientists predict Kree technology will leap forward in a single bound. By then, once the Void Cult is crushed, the path to Xandar will lie completely open. The Xandarian Empire, already wary of the Kree threat, will be left defenseless, its fate sealed before it even realizes what's coming. Then the entire universe will belong to the Kree Empire. The Supreme Commander of the Kree saw no reason to fear, or even resent, provoking the Void Cult. In fact, he welcomed their challenge. Time and again, whenever the Kree faced an existential crisis, the all-knowing Supreme Wisdom had overridden its own strict prohibitions, secretly distributing blueprints for forbidden weapons. This time, it went even further, providing a cutting-edge genetic enhancement serum. Within weeks, the average Kree soldier grew several levels stronger and more resilient, and lifespans lengthened dramatically. Historically, the Kree, like their old rivals, the Xandarians, had been a relatively short-lived race. Immortality and near immortality, the Supreme Wisdom had reasoned, breed complacency and stagnation. To keep the Empire scientifically and technologically vibrant, it had always capped Kree longevity at only about a century beyond the Xandarian norm. Any attempt to push that boundary, experience had shown, resulted in crippling side effects in extreme old age, something no Kree civilization had wanted to endure. Now, emboldened by the Void Cult's unwitting assistance, the Supreme Commander prepared to unleash these new weapons and agents across the stars. With their soldiers stronger, smarter, and longer-lived than ever before, nothing would stand between the Kree Empire and ultimate dominion. Though isolated pockets of Kree survivors might scatter across the galaxy after the next engagement, the Empire itself would be irretrievably broken. Those refugees could eke out a living on distant worlds, but without a unified homeworld or central authority, any bid to rebuild would be crushed by rival powers before it even began. Not even the Void God cult would champion a Kree resurgence. None of the other cosmic forces would tolerate it. To guarantee the Kree Empire's continued existence, the Supreme Intelligence simply could not allow loose ends. Meanwhile, on Xandar Prime, the campaign for Supreme Commander was in full swing. 3-star admirals, decorated heroes, and influential dignitaries all took to the public forums, each preaching a different vision for the future. The city pulsed with excitement and tension everywhere Bai Linglong looked. She just returned to the capital when she heard the first impassioned speech echoing through the plaza. "You can almost taste the change in the air," she mused. "When one era closes, the next one begins with a roar." From the cockpit of her sleek fighter, Bai Linglong hovered overhead, cameras clicking as she documented the swelling crowds below. By dusk, she set course for Void Island. She dreamed of captaining her own battleship, but credits were tight. For now, a modest civilian cruiser would have to carry her across the void, until the day she could afford something grander. Damien watched as Bai Linglong's shuttle glided back into the airport's hangar bay. Her bright eyes followed the sleek space battleships lined up on the tarmac, envy flickering across her face. In the galaxy's eyes, every Void Cult member was a major player, powerful, wealthy, and influential. Yet when Bai Linglong disembarked, the terminal was almost deserted. Stepping outside, she found the streets equally empty, as if the city's inhabitants had simply vanished. Bai Linglong knew exactly why, so she paid it little mind and headed straight home. Inside, the house was strangely silent. Lady Lacey was nowhere to be found. Damien set aside the ritual items he had been carrying, then took a quick shower and changed into fresh clothes. Feeling a rumble in his stomach, he stopped by the cafeteria for a bite to eat before continuing on to the Temple of Records. He arrived just as Bai Linglong did. Through the temple's great entrance, he spotted Sarah poring over a stack of scrolls. Bai Linglong's voice chimed in cheerily. "Sarah!" Sarah looked up, her warm smile putting them both at ease. "Bai Linglong, how was your trip?" Bai Linglong shrugged and let out a low sigh. "Honestly, not as smooth as I'd hoped." Damien leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his dark hair as he recalled his journey. "To be frank, every planet I visited looked at me like I didn't belong," he said softly. "But even so, I gained so much knowledge. I witnessed landscapes and customs I'd never imagined, and I even made a few friends along the way." He paused, eyes drifting to the window. "Wandering through the cosmos isn't as simple as it sounds. You meet people, but you seldom find true companions." Bai Linglong's smile wavered. She'd suspected that Damien, a native of the St. Nicholas civilization, bore the marks of extensive biological modification. Still, hearing his words laid bare the weight of his experience. In a universe teeming with life, acceptance was a rare gift. She fought to keep her expression steady. Damien rose and crossed the room to her side. "Welcome home, Miss Bai Linglong," he said gently. "This is our home now. There's no need to hide your sorrow here. Speak freely. I'm listening, and you won't have to face any judgment or lies." At that moment, Sarah stepped forward, concern etched on her face. She slipped an arm around Bai Linglong's shoulders and brushed a strand of hair from her friend's face. "You're safe here," Sarah whispered. "I promise I'll always be here to hear the truth." Bai Linglong felt the tension in her chest ease for the first time. Surrounded by these two, one who had roamed the stars and one who had never left her side, she dared to believe she could finally find peace. Void Island has been alive with returnees for the past few days. Every newcomer is greeted by Sarah's eager smile as she presses them for stories. Some speak of wonder and joy, the thrill of new power unlocked by the Void Cult's blessing. Others confess only sorrow or even pain. That blessing, after all, comes at a price, saying goodbye to friends, to family, even to one's old sense of self. Immortals and mortals view the world in fundamentally different ways, and those who embrace the Void's gift inevitably change. For some, being told you've changed is a compliment. For others, it cuts deeper than any blade. When I finally stepped back onto the island, I found myself at the center of curious, even hostile stares. I told them plainly, "I'm back." But every story I'd shared, my laughter, my grief, had been a lie. They looked at me as though I were a monster, and it wasn't as if I'd done something to deserve their fear. I hadn't hurt a soul, yet they backed away from me as though I were a serpent or a scorpion. I wandered the streets alone, wondering if there was any place left for me here. Then, just when I'd begun to lose hope, I met a small band of others, scarred, marked by the Caith, Void's touch, but unashamed. They listened without judgment. They didn't flinch when I spoke of lies and loneliness. For the first time since I returned, I felt seen. I finally found people who could accept me, and maybe, in their quiet company, I can learn to accept myself. They either wanted to hurt me, or they were bullied into silence and too afraid to reach out afterward, or worse, they were killed. I never made any friends. Damien pressed his forehead against Sarah's shoulder. Her gentle voice pierced the armor he'd built around himself to keep others from worrying. His eyes welled with tears, his voice faltering with grief. With the power he now possessed, he could end countless lives on a whim. And yet Damien understood all too well that violence wouldn't solve the real problem. Even if he wiped out every enemy, his loneliness would remain. So he bore the cruel rumors and vicious insults, the sideways glances and whispered warnings. He could endure every slight, except the thought of someone drawing near only to harm him, or of innocent people watching him become a monster in their eyes. The world beyond his doorstep promised breathtaking landscapes and exotic customs, but the people he met were far less beautiful. Terrified of being exposed, Damien had sealed himself off and never dared to step outside again. Miss Sarah's voice held steady with quiet conviction as she spoke. "I know you're determined to uphold your ideals, but if you ever grow tired, you can always come back here and rest. You'll run into plenty of hardship out there, but no one on this island will ever treat you that way. I'll always be here to share your joys and your sorrows. Let it out now. Once you've cried away your pain, it won't feel so heavy." Bai Linglong's tears soaked the fabric of Sarah's shoulder, and Sarah gently stroked her hair, her heart aching for the girl. Before Bai Linglong set off on her adventure beyond the island, she was filled with bright hopes and dreams of the wider universe. But Sarah knew all too well that the universe has a habit of testing our ideals rather than indulging them. Most civilizations never stray far from their home worlds. There's comfort in the familiar, and vast differences separate each race. The St. Nicholas civilization, Bai Linglong's birthplace, was even more distinct from others than most. It was only natural that she would face unforeseen dangers and disappointments. In Sarah's eyes, this turn of events was inevitable. Damien's voice was gentle as he spoke to Bai Linglong. He didn't lean on the authority of his own experiences or present himself as someone who must be heeded. Instead, he offered genuine comfort. Earlier, he had coaxed her into setting aside her dream of venturing out into the wider world in pursuit of knowledge, a suggestion that, despite its warmth, carried an unspoken pride. As his heartfelt words washed over her, Bai Linglong's composure shattered. Tears welled in her eyes, then spilled over, her shoulders trembling with each soft sob. Unbeknownst to them, Claudia stood just beyond the carved wooden doors of the recording temple. Her long black hair framed a face as beautiful as it was impassive. A faint chill clung to her like a second skin. She listened without a word, arms folded, her breath misting in the cool air. When Bai Linglong's cries grew too loud, Claudia swept a hand outward. Instantly, a lattice of frost crept across the temple's outer walls, and the girl's pain was muffled, sealed behind a barrier of ice. Claudia had never struggled with popularity. Her proud bearing and flawless beauty made her the focus of countless admirers. Yet she understood sorrow when she heard it, and something in Bai Linglong's desperate tears stirred a rare compassion in her heart. In the dim torchlight, she considered the younger girl's face, delicate, almost ethereal, her beauty unlike the conventional perfection Claudia herself embodied. There was a luminous fragility to Bai Linglong's features, an otherworldly grace that spoke of hidden depths and untamed longing. Claudia's lips curved in what might have been a smile, though no warmth reached her eyes. With a final glance toward the gilded doors, she turned and melted back into the shadows. Inside, Damien reached out, gathering Bai Linglong's trembling hands in his own. "She'll be all right now," he whispered, voice low but firm. "No one else will hear you." Bai Linglong nodded, wiping her cheeks. Through the thin walls of ice, her cries had been silenced. And in that quiet, she found the courage to breathe again. Bai Linglong's beauty was almost otherworldly, so perfect that people treated her less like a person and more like a prized animal to be admired, hugged, and ogled. Even those willing to accept her did so in the same patronizing way one might pet a domesticated creature. She understood all too well that the St. Nicholas civilization rarely welcomed outsiders, and someone as unusual as herself would only become a target for those who saw her as a trophy. Her journey, she feared, would be riddled with both admiration and danger. Just then, a towering figure bathed in red light descended from above and landed lightly before Claudia. "Not the best time to go in just yet," he said. "You'll have to wait." Claudia glanced up. "Why? What's wrong?" The giant was unmistakably Lex. He'd been wrapping up his morning training and was supposed to meet for breakfast. Instead, he'd paused when he spotted Claudia at the entrance. He raised his head toward the Temple of Records, its facade glittering with translucent ice crystals that formed a natural barrier, softly glowing and obscuring whatever lay within. Lex's brow furrowed. "Miss Sarah is inside, comforting someone." Claudia's eyes widened. "Comforting someone? Is someone hurt?" Lex shook his head, his expression guarded. "I can't see clearly through those ice crystals, but whatever it is, it's serious enough that Sarah isn't welcoming visitors right now." Claudia swallowed. "All right, I'll wait." Together, they stood in the hushed stillness outside the temple, hearts pounding with the same unspoken question. Who had Miss Sarah been called to console, and what storm was gathering behind those flickering walls? Claudia caught sight of Damien as he approached and immediately looked concerned. "Don't just barge in. Miss Sarah's with someone right now." Damien hesitated, then shook his head. "No need to hide it. She's comforting Bai Linglong." Claudia blinked. "Bai Linglong's back already?" "He returned 2 days ago," Damien explained. "Besides, it's not as if Sarah's never been there for someone before. She wouldn't keep it secret. Everyone needs comfort sometimes. It's just that Sarah, well, she's special." Seeing the flicker of recognition in his eyes, Claudia gave him a half-smile. "Women are always so complicated. If anyone dares upset her, they'll have me to answer to. Pity parties only show weakness." Damien nodded. He knew exactly who Sarah was inside, comforting. He'd felt those judging glances himself more than once, but he didn't meddle unless there was a real problem. No fight, no fuss. That was his rule. Damien's eyes darkened. But if you dare to look at me like I'm some kind of monster, I'll show you what a real monster is. He took a slow, deliberate breath. Not everything can be solved by violence. Claudia bristled at his calm rebuttal. She could have scolded him for stating the obvious, but remembering his recent troubles, she bit back her irritation and pressed on. I know you're right. Violence won't fix every problem, but sometimes a little force is the only thing that keeps me sane. Damien tilted his head. The Void God teachings are all about cultivating inner peace. Claudia gave a half smile, her tone wry. Sure, inner peace is great, but I'd rather vent on someone else than keep it bottled up inside. Damien folded his arms, acknowledging her point with a nod, yet he refused to budge from his own stance. Agree or not, the choice isn't always yours to make. Claudia stared at him, speechless. After a moment she managed, You just got back, didn't I? You? He shrugged, as if the answer were obvious. Yeah, I just returned from my hometown. Seeing he wasn't in any hurry to go, Claudia decided to answer his unspoken question. She couldn't afford to ignore him and risk whatever odd behavior might follow. Damien paused at the edge of the hall, watching Claudia's expression for any sign of recognition. So, he asked quietly, how is my hometown doing these days? Claudia blinked, clearly surprised he hadn't turned away. He smiled wryly and continued, 2 years ago, I drove out the invaders myself. The reconstruction went smoothly. I was supposed to stay behind to protect the city and help it grow, but as soon as I was summoned, I returned here. At that, Claudia pressed her lips together and let out a soft sigh. Have you established a Void Branch Hall in your civilization yet? Damien's brow furrowed. Not yet. Is that mandatory? Neither Master Cassidon nor Miss Sonia ever instructed me to set one up. Claudia closed her eyes for a moment, searching her memory. Then she opened them, her gaze steady. No orders came directly from them. Still, given your achievements 2 years ago, forming a Void Branch could help stabilize your world and strengthen its ties to the Council. He nodded slowly, absorbing her words. I understand. I'll look into it right away. Claudia offered a small, encouraging smile. Good. And Damien, thank you for everything you've done for your people. He gave a modest shrug. It's my duty. Now I'll make sure our alliance is just as solid. With that, Damien turned away, determined to lay the foundations of the Void Branch Hall that his world so clearly needed. Damien stepped into the half-finished sanctuary, the air humming with latent power. Flickering torches revealed pillars etched with eldritch runes, each one a testament to the Void's unfathomable reach. I founded this Void Branch temple under Lord Cassidon's personal instruction, Claudia announced, tracing a rune with a slender fingertip. Even if the great being never explicitly said, go build it, faith demands we act. Damien folded his arms, regarding her with a steady gaze. Claudia, you rank among the Void cult's most formidable adepts. Don't you want your countrymen to share in these blessings? Haven't you considered our order's future? She paused, eyes glinting violet in the torchlight. I have, she admitted, but the Void God's favor isn't easily earned. I count myself lucky to have received it at all. Damien took a step closer. Then how will others ever hope to earn it if they're never given the chance to pray? Claudia regarded him thoughtfully. You're right, she said at last. Those who never seek a blessing will never receive one. She extended her hand, and a tendril of dark energy coiled around her palm. Damien reached out to steady her, but Claudia slipped aside like mist. He stumbled forward, catching himself on a carved column. She smiled, a brief, knowing curve of her lips, her ceremonial robe slipping off one narrow shoulder, revealing how unexpectedly slight she was. Together, they would open the gates of the Void to all who dared to believe, and ensure that no one in their homeland would be denied the chance to embrace its power. Damien's form shrank rapidly until he stood just under 2 meters tall. He reached out and gave Claudia a light tap on the shoulder, careful not to press too hard. All right, I'll head back and start building it right away. We'll test it soon. Claudia, who'd never been much of a speaker or a proselytizer for Void beliefs, realized there was no talking him out of it. If she tried to refuse, Damien would simply pester her until she gave in. He'd already badgered Tony Stark in their online community to erect a void temple in his hometown. Still, Claudia didn't begrudge him his enthusiasm. After chatting with Lacey and Sarah, she understood that Damien's tastes set him apart from most men in the Andromeda Galaxy. While countless void cult devotees adored her worldly administration, Damien regarded them merely as girls not yet fully developed. "It's an admirable goal," she said, offering him an encouraging smile. "Let's see where this leads." "Whenever you run into something you don't understand, just ask me," Alex said. "I've also got experience setting up branch halls." He patted Claudia on the shoulder and, in an instant, grew back to his full height of 4.5 meters, his expression respectful. "Thank you. I'll be relying on your guidance going forward." Claudia knew the Lix people had a reputation for being tricky, but to fellow Void Cult members, Lix was a steadfast ally. "Very well. The Cosmic Communicator will contact you whenever you need." Satisfied, Alex turned toward the frost-sealed entrance of the Temple of Records. "Is it safe inside?" Without waiting for an answer, he braced himself and lunged at the ice crystal. Claudia's reflex was to reach out and hold him back. Her strength alone could have snapped any ordinary person's arm, but Alex didn't resist. Instead, his sheer power lifted her off her feet as he slammed into the ice barrier. With a thunderous crack, the crystal shattered, and Alex strode through the opening he'd created. Damien paused at the threshold, his anger momentarily forgotten as he took in the scene before him. Miss Sarah was cradling Bai Linglong in her arms. The young girl's tears still dampened her cheeks, but her eyes were closed in exhausted sleep. Damien had intended to demand answers the moment he arrived, yet at the sight of Sarah's gentle care, his words died on his lips. Just as he opened his mouth, Sarah lifted a slender finger to her lips in a silent request for calm. Damien clenched his jaw, craving more information, but he forced himself to fall silent. Sarah eased Bai Linglong into her private chamber off the Temple of Records, arranging a protective ward around the door before she rejoined him in the central hall. "Master Damien," Sarah said softly, her gaze steady, "shouldn't you be at practice right now?" Damien glared at her. "Why are you here instead of on the training grounds?" Before Sarah could answer, the heavy doors behind Damien swung open once more, and Claudia appeared, supported by Damien's arm. Sarah's eyes lit up with understanding as she took in the newcomer's disheveled appearance. A gentle smile curved her lips. "Miss Claudia, welcome back," Sarah greeted her. Claudia released Damien's hand, landing with effortless grace from more than 2 meters above the floor. She coughed lightly, cheeks coloring. "Thank you, though I can hardly claim success. I couldn't stop him." Damien's expression hardened anew as the two women exchanged troubled looks. The Temple of Records was supposed to be a sanctuary of knowledge and order, yet something inside had gone terribly wrong. Sarah closed the distance between them, her voice dropping to a whisper. "We need to speak before anyone else arrives. The ward will hold Bai Linglong safe for a little while longer." Claudia nodded, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Together, the three of them moved deeper into the hall, steeling themselves for the answers and the challenges that awaited. Master Damien always does things his own way, so there's really no point in trying to stop him. Sarah wasn't surprised to learn that Claudia had attempted and utterly failed to restrain Damien. Instead of scolding her, Sarah calmly offered advice for next time. The only people capable of changing Damien's mind were Lord Cassidon, the Void God, or Senior Sonia, and neither of them was likely to show up. No one else could hope to rein him in. Claudia shot Sarah an embarrassed glance, but Sarah pressed on. "Did you even try to intervene? Your move was so light, I barely felt it." Damien looked down at Claudia, one eyebrow raised. Claudia gulped. She'd known from the start that she stood no chance against his power. Finally, she forced herself to speak. "Lord Damien, is there something you wish to ask?" Sarah seized the moment to steer the conversation. "I heard Bai Linglong is in trouble outside. What do you know about that?" Damn, Ian's expression stiffened. "Tell me everything." "I see. I understand your point of view," Alex said. "But Miss Bai Linglong isn't in real danger," Sarah replied gently. "This is the path she willingly chose, her ideal, and she knew what it would demand of her. Yes, she's tired, but she's unharmed." Alex frowned. "So you're saying I shouldn't help?" "Exactly," Sarah said. Everyone must walk their own road. If we shield them from every challenge, they'll never grow. You wouldn't want a fellow believer to stagnate, would you? Sarah's words gave Alex pause. He nodded slowly. You're right. Enduring hardship isn't something our void god faith would glorify for its own sake. But Bai Linglong made her choice. All we can do is support her, not swoop in and solve every problem. That's how she felt after her first mission, Sarah added. Perhaps, once our faith has truly spread across the universe, her burdens will lighten. Alex smiled, the tension easing from his shoulders. Sarah, catching the warmth in his expression, returned the smile softly. All right, forget it this time. But if she ever comes to you in tears again, promise me you'll let me know in secret. She's still trapped by her own doubts, Sarah replied. I'm only here to help her work through them. Damien paused to consider her words. Bai Linglong had proven herself by passing Master Cassidon's personally devised trial. She'd earned his respect. His irritation at her cautious nature didn't mean he wished her ill. Very well, he said at last. If it happens again, I'll tell you. Sarah gave him a satisfied smile. She'd learned that the best way to keep Damien steady was to give him what he wanted, rather than push him into unpredictable reactions. It's a deal. Damien met her gaze earnestly. You know I can't stand being lied to. I remember, she nodded, her tone softening. I'm making an exception only because I understand how hard this is for Bai Linglong. Her expression darkened with concern. That doesn't mean I'm not upset. He reached out and gently squeezed her shoulder. I know, don't worry. Next time you head off on an adventure and end up with a broken heart, come straight back here and cry to me. Bai Linglong's smile never wavered. Her voice was soft and sweet, yet beneath it lay a glacial edge. I promise I will, just between us. All right then, Sarah replied, rising from her chair. I'm off to get something to eat. Carry on with your notes. I won't disturb you. Damien gave a polite nod and slipped out of the room. The moment the door clicked shut, Claudia leaned close to Sarah. Are you really going to stand by her no matter what? She murmured. Sarah's eyes held a quiet firmness. I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. Damien, still on the threshold, hadn't fully grasped the horrors Bai Linglong had endured on her journey. He'd only known that her tears stung him with frustration. But Sarah, who had sat by Bai Linglong's side through the worst of it and heard the chilling details firsthand, understood her pain all too well. She would never ask Bai Linglong to soften her spirit or abandon her ideals. Sarah was nothing if not loyal. Yet she would do everything in her power to help her dear friend. Claudia leaned forward, her brow creased with concern. Was it really that difficult for Bai Linglong to go through what she did out there? Sarah gave a small, rueful smile. Yes, she endured horrors the rest of us could never imagine. You'd think she'd feel some measure of relief, even joy, once it was over. But instead, she's consumed with worry about the St. Nicholas civilization's reputation across the universe. Claudia frowned. Why? Because she fears that if she ever lets her anger loose, it will only draw more hostile attention to her people, Sarah explained softly. Others will come, see them as monsters, and every St. Nicholas survivor thereafter will suffer even more. So Linglong chooses to hold her tongue and bear the pain quietly. Claudia's shoulders tensed. I understand her motives, but that doesn't mean we have to share her restraints. Sarah met her gaze evenly. Then let Alex handle this one. He'd welcome the chance. At the mention of Alex, Claudia's eyes lit up. In that moment, she caught a glimpse of an unexpected side of Sarah, one unafraid to redirect the burden of action. 100 questions hovered unspoken between them, but for now, Claudia simply nodded, the wheels turning in her mind. Sarah surveyed the council chamber with a cool, measured gaze. What you've just heard is exactly what Bai Linglong faced on her inaugural voyage, she began. I can imagine every nightmare she endured, but I refuse to dwell on her future suffering. Instead, I hope her travels reveal the universe's hidden wonders. She paused, her expression sharpening. That said, the Void Cult is now on full wartime footing. We're mobilizing for conflict with the Kree Empire, and I have little patience for distractions. But make no mistake, I have taken note of the hearts our actions have broken. We've not forgotten those who've been hurt by Bai Linglong's missteps, nor have we forgiven them. When the moment is right, they will face justice. A murmur ran through the chamber. Under Sonia's mentorship, Sarah had mastered the art of persuasion, but she was never merely a dutiful disciple of kindness. In her eyes, mercy and retribution coexisted, each summoned at its appointed hour. Chapter 737, Gaining Peace. "Miss Claudia, did you run into any trouble out there?" Sarah asked, concern in her voice as she turned toward her friend. Claudia offered a reassuring smile. "I've barely ventured beyond my hometown. No real dangers, only a few construction delays here and there. Just minor nuisances." "That's a relief," Sarah said. "We're officially in full wartime preparation. Almost all of our people are deployed to the training grounds or stationed at the Gravitas Tower." Claudia nodded thoughtfully. "I'll take care of the housing situation first, then I'll speak with Lady Lacey about our battle plans." "Good," Sarah agreed. "Lix is still on Void Island, isn't he? He could use some support once you've settled in." Claudia's lips curved into a wry smile. "Yes, he's holding the fort there. After the housing is secured, I'll head straight to him." Sarah studied her friend for a moment. "Remember, everyone in the Void God cult follows a different evolutionary path. Our cultivation methods vary widely, so expect the unexpected." "Understood," Claudia replied, determination shining in her eyes as she prepared to leave. In order to strengthen themselves as quickly as possible against the vast and dangerous Kree Empire, everyone had to pool their knowledge and find ways to accelerate their evolution. Within the Void cult, Lacey boasted the second fastest growth rate, so she must have discovered a unique method of evolution. You might wonder why they didn't simply ask Alex, who ranked first. The truth was that dealing with Alex's temper and unpredictability would be far more trouble than collaborating with Lacey. Once her farewell to Sarah was complete, Claudia left the Temple of Records and headed for the residential district. Since she didn't reside on the island year-round, she hadn't claimed a permanent house, but a villa on Void Island suited her perfectly. Inside the temple halls, Sarah remained behind, meticulously updating the list of returning compatriots. A large wave of arrivals was expected soon, and once nearly everyone was back, she'd finally have a rare stretch of free time. Damien stretched, relishing this rare stretch of downtime. With no immediate records to compile or emergencies to troubleshoot, he could finally focus on honing his own abilities, a luxury he seldom enjoyed. In moments like these, Sarah wasn't eager to hop from one alien civilization to another. She preferred to rest, recover, and quietly refine her skills. Word of their respite reached Pietro, Wanda, Rocket, and the others, so they all made their way back to Void Island. Pietro and Wanda had spent the last year adventuring across the cosmos. As he disembarked from their massive battleship, Pietro looked markedly different. The boyish awkwardness was gone, replaced by a lean, muscular frame that radiated vitality. His eyes, too, held a new steadiness, as if the vastness of space had tempered him into something stronger. "That trip nearly killed us more times than I can count," Pietro admitted, shaking his head. Without Star-Lord at the helm, they'd faced dire threats on worlds teeming with hostile forces, and more than once, Wanda's hexes had been all that kept them alive. Across the landing platform, Wanda surveyed the approaching group with a thoughtful expression. Her dream remains unchanged, to forge a sisterhood of witches that spans galaxies. Over the past year, she's encountered covens on distant moons, mystics hiding in nebulae, and spellcasters exiled by their own worlds. Each meeting reinforced her conviction that magic, in all its forms, could unite even the most disparate souls. Rocket chattered about the state-of-the-art gear he'd scavenged, energy rifles, starship cores, and experimental shields, while Sarah quietly tucked herself into a corner of the island's training yard, ready to resume her rigorous combat drills. Damien smiled as he watched them all. This was the calm before the storm of their next great mission, an interlude to sharpen their strengths, to rebuild, and to prepare. Whatever the universe threw at them next, they would face it together. Wanda had quickly discovered that realizing her dream of uniting the scattered witches of the universe would be far more difficult than she ever imagined. In the wake of the Witches' Council's collapse, countless sorceresses had been driven into hiding, nursing wounds that went deeper than any curse. Their eyes, once bright with hope, now glinted with suspicion. No matter how earnestly Wanda conveyed her compassion, no matter how insistently she reminded them that they shared the same heritage, Her overtures were met with closed doors and colder stares. Still, in just 1 year, her powers had grown by leaps and bounds, and she refused to abandon her vision. She knew that gradually earning the trust of so many embittered witches would be a long uphill climb, but she would see it through, even if every step felt like a battle of wills. When Damien, Wanda, Rocket, Gamora, and the others finally returned to the island, they stepped off their skyship onto the familiar stone landing pad. They strolled along the shore, bracing themselves for the usual warm welcome, but what met them was silence. In previous visits, they'd often seen witches lounging by the lake, sharing laughter on the cliffs, or practicing spells in open-air amphitheaters. Today, every hearth stood cold, every gathering circle lay abandoned. The island's once idyllic calm had been replaced by a taut, restless energy, as though the land itself were holding its breath. Rocket was the first to break the hush. He pointed toward the far end of the bay, where dark tendrils of energy spiraled up from the water's surface. Gamora was right, he said quietly. It's worse than we thought. Void Island has already reached this far. Gamora folded her arms and nodded grimly. The Void's presence is growing. They've mobilized their strongest agents, and they're here sooner than anyone anticipated. Damien felt a shiver run down his spine. He glanced at Wanda, determination in her eyes. She might have failed to win every witch's trust, but she would never give up the fight. Not now, when the very balance of their world was at stake. The announcement that someone like Irani Rael has officially joined the Void Cult can only mean one thing. Something big is about to happen. Pietro and his companions strode into the cafeteria, where a modest group of Void Cult members had already gathered. Their numbers weren't overwhelming, but the tension in the air was unmistakable. One of the cultists, his black robes shimmering faintly, addressed the small crowd through a hollow transmitter. Today, we proudly welcome Irani Rael into the Void Cult. A second cultist added, consider it the equivalent of a prominent galactic leader publicly declaring allegiance. Even if the cult itself claims to avoid politics, every other power in the universe will see this as the Void Cult's greatest move yet. Gamora, overhearing the exchange, exchanged a troubled look with Pietro. I tried to contact Star-Lord as soon as I returned, but there's been no reply. Pietro frowned. He usually responds at once. If he hasn't answered by now, he must still be on Xandar, or more likely, holed up in the gravity complex on Void Island. Gamora nodded. The extreme gravity there makes communications unreliable. Whatever he's busy with, it must be serious. And judging by the mood here, we're about to find out just how serious. Damien stared at the holo display, brow furrowed. From what I'm seeing, the Void Faith really is on the verge of something big. Pietro paced beside him, silent for a moment before he replied, I still don't know exactly what they're planning, but whatever it is, it's way above our pay grade. Rocket folded his arms and tapped his foot. Let's loop in Star-Lord. If anyone can tell us whether it's still safe to be out here, it's Quill. They'd cut short their mission the moment they heard Irani Rael had joined the Void Faith. Now they were back in friendly territory for one reason only: gather whatever intelligence they could, and decide their next move. A cosmic powerhouse like the Void Faith didn't make even the smallest maneuver without risking universal chaos. If they stayed out there hoping things would settle down, they might never get another chance to return. Wanda could teleport herself out of danger, but her range wasn't anywhere near what Stephen Strange, Earth's Sorcerer Supreme, could manage. Better to be cautious, they agreed, and wait for Star-Lord's report before venturing out again. Damien frowned. How do I become a true big shot? Wanda paused thoughtfully before answering. It all hinges on what the Void God religion does next. Compared to them, even the universe's strongest warriors are nothing. But put the Void God aside, then only the very top powerhouses count as big shots. You need enough clout and strength to carve out your own domain in the cosmos, so few could ever hope to threaten you. Across the table, Nebula nodded. She'd seen only a fraction of Wanda's power so far, and as a witch, Wanda's potential was still rising. It was only natural she'd set the bar that high. Damien swallowed. He'd reckoned that if he ever cut ties with the Void God religion, he'd still have to reach the summit of universal power to earn the title of Big Shot. Glancing at his own abilities, he admitted to himself how far short he fell. Right now, he was merely a cosmic-level powerhouse, strong enough to survive in the void, but not nearly strong enough to roam freely among the stars. Certainly not someone who could stake his own claim in the universe and command fear and respect everywhere he went. Damien's offensive techniques are impressive, and his magical reserves are vast. His reality-warping powers can bend the world around him, but his physical strength remains limited. These weaknesses keep him from rising to the universe's highest tiers. Only by overcoming his bodily shortcomings, or by pushing his reality-modifying magic to its absolute limit, can he hope to claim a place among the true masters of the cosmos. As for the universe's ultimate pinnacle, where a single strike can obliterate a star, Damien dare not consider it yet. His survival skills aren't built for that realm, and any attempt to destroy a star would result in his own annihilation. Damien, your power is still too mysterious, so I won't probe any further into how it works. But you could stand to curb your pride. Even Thanos, arguably the universe's greatest powerhouse, was taken down by the Void Cult. And though the cult is gone, Thanos had sworn enemies on countless worlds. Unless you plan to return to Blue Star, where your strength would make you king, and few would dare oppose you, you need to stay humble and accept whatever challenges come your way. Gamora's warning wasn't born of disrespect, but of hard-earned caution. They'd escaped death more than once, only because Damien intervened at the last possible second. Witches, like him, were undeniably formidable, but not invincible. There were endless methods to fell one. I'll admit I was arrogant once, Damien said, tension easing from his shoulders. Getting nearly killed by Mr. Renly taught me that lesson well. Gamora simply nodded. Wanda stayed calm, her confidence steady but never arrogant. Gamora eyed her sharply. Wanda is incredibly smart, so let's drop it, okay? Gamora's concern shifted. I'm more worried about Star-Lord. What's his routine these days? When I got back, I couldn't even find him. Drax offered a half-smile as he joined the conversation. This isn't nagging, he said. I just don't want Wanda's boldness to get her into trouble with the wrong people. As for Star-Lord, Gamora continued, he's probably still on the island, training non-stop. He built that big villa there. He treats it like home now. Let's go back, have dinner, and get some rest, Drax suggested. Afterward, we can check in, see if Star-Lord's settled in for the evening. And while we're at it, Gamora added, we'll look in on Mr. Steve and Mrs. Page. If they're around, I'll ask them what they've heard. Damien nodded, in agreement. Sounds like a plan. Damien and the others had just returned from Void Island's latest expedition, and, thankfully, none of them were affiliated with the Void God cult. Without those ravenous appetites to satisfy, their trip to the cafeteria was quick and low-key. They'd missed the little comforts of Void Island's mess hall, so on their first stop back, they'd come to see if old friends were around and to pick up any news. If no one turned up, they'd all head home and rest as needed. All right, let's go, Damien said, rising from the table. Rocket, ever impatient, paid the check with a few clicks of his clever little device, then hopped down from his chair. The others trickled out, each making their way back to their own quarters. Wanda and Pietro headed straight for the residential wing of the experimental complex. When they arrived, they found the building eerily empty. No night staff, no late-shift techs, not a soul in sight. Shrugging off any unease, they made their way to the showers, washed away the grime of vacuum space, and changed into fresh clothes. Night settled in without ceremony. By the time they rejoined the group, lights were on in the common area, and 3 familiar faces were waiting. Captain Steve, Dr. Page, and Dr. Bruce Banner. Look who's home, Steve greeted them warmly, stepping forward to clasp Pietro's shoulder and giving him a brotherly hug. So, how was the space mission? Fun? Pietro grinned. It was, different, but we couldn't have asked for a better team. Steve's eyes sparkled with pride as he turned to Damien. Damien, great work out there. I hear you handled the Void Island anomaly like a pro. Damien smiled, feeling the steady camaraderie of friends and colleagues around him. After the long journey, there was no place he'd rather be. Fun is hardly enough to capture an entire universe, Damien argued with a wry smile. Steve chuckled and leaned back against the airlock wall. But think about it. Out there, everything's new. Every world, every star, every life form. You can't tell me that doesn't get your heart racing. Exactly, Damien agreed, folding his arms. That rush of discovery, it makes every mission special. Steve's grin softened into something like relief. He reached out and gave Damien's shoulder a friendly clap. And the best part? You always make it home in one piece. Damien's smile faltered. Look, I know I've been dragging everyone into the unknown and then dashing off to who knows where, without much time to check in. I'm sorry. Don't sweat it, Steve replied, stepping back and straightening his jacket. Honestly, I think it's pretty great that you trust Banner, Paige, and me to roam free out there without charging us a fee for the ride. Damien waved a hand dismissively. It's nothing. Business as usual. But seriously, what's been keeping you so busy these days, Steve? Steve shot a quick look toward Banner and Paige, who were hovering not far off. He gave Damien a conspiratorial grin. Well, let's just say it's not exactly classified anymore. Pietro shifted in his seat, watching Banner closely. The Kree Empire must have caught wind of our plans, Banner said quietly. If they didn't know and were still wandering the galaxy, Pietro added, they'd be walking right into life-threatening danger. Banner met his gaze. All right, let me explain exactly what we're up to. Steve leaned forward. You're planning a war with the Kree? Banner nodded and settled onto the sofa, rubbing his temples. The Void Cult is preparing for full-scale conflict with the Kree Empire. Steve's eyes widened. The Kree Empire? The one that's as famous as Xandar? Wanda's face went pale. There's only one civilization in this region that powerful, the Kree. She stared at Banner. So, it really is them. Banner let out a weary sigh. Rumors have been swirling that the Cult of the Void is about to make a move, but I didn't realize how big their ambitions were. Wanda murmured to herself, recalling the years she'd spent drifting through space and the delicate balance of power she'd come to understand. Chapter 10. The Kree Threat. Damien stood at the rim of the cratered courtyard, his eyes fixed on the distant glimmer of Void Island's reactors. Word had come in only hours ago, and every fiber of his being kept warning him of the enormity behind it. At the center of the gathered council sat Steve, flanked by Pietro and Banner. Though their faces were calm, each bore the same tension Damien felt. The Kree Empire, Damien began, his voice steady, is beyond anything we've faced. They've endured for hundreds of thousands of years, carving out their domain across the stars. Their technology is peerless, their armies inexhaustible. They've crippled entire fleets without breaking a sweat. This isn't just another rival faction. It's a galactic colossus. Steve nodded. We've known reports of their might for ages, but it wasn't until recently that they turned their gaze this way. That's why I came back to Void Island. We need to prepare, fast. Pietro leaned forward, expression wry. You should have brought us up to speed a year ago, Steve, he teased, though his eyes betrayed worry. We'd already be halfway to invulnerable by now. Damien gave Pietro a half-smile. Actually, I heard whispers last spring. I tried to piece things together, but until you returned, Steve, this council had no clear mission. Better late than never, Steve replied. He steepled his fingers. Even with Lord Cassidon on our side, a war against the Kree will shake the universe. Cassidon's power can tip the scales, but he can't fight every battle. It comes down to us, our skills, our technology, our unity. Banner raised an eyebrow. Unity's only part of it. Are we strong enough? I'd wager Cassidon could single-handedly level a Kree dreadnought, but what about the rest of us? Silence fell. Damien glanced at each face in turn. None of them, Steve included, matched Banner's raw power or Cassidon's void-forged might. They were mortal, and that, Damien knew, was both their weakness and their greatest motivator. Pietro broke the quiet. Then we train. We refine every edge of our craft, sharpen every strategy. We develop new weapons, upgrade our defenses, and run simulations until our reflexes are flawless. If the Kree want a war, we'll be ready. Steve exhaled, relief flickering in his eyes. Agreed. We'll take the next cycle to train relentlessly. Every member of the Void Cult must elevate their strength. No excuses. Damien felt a surge of purpose course through him. The Kree might be ancient, unstoppable, yet here, on the scorched sands of Void Island, they would forge a counterforce. One person's power was limited, yes, but together they might just hold back the galaxy's greatest empire. As the council dispersed to begin planning, Damien remained at the courtyard's edge, hands clenched into fists. The Kree threat loomed vast and dark, but so did the challenge ahead, and for the first time in months, he felt truly alive. Damien bristled at the reminder of his own shortcomings. He knew exactly why he pushed himself so hard. He wanted, in 2 years' time, to step onto that same stage and prove he could measure up. So, what now? Wanda's voice cut through his thoughts. Instantly, Wanda pieced it together. She turned to Steve. This isn't just a fight between Blue Star and the Kree Empire, is it? Steve shook his head. No, it's an all-out war between the Void Cult and the Kree Empire. Blue Star doesn't factor in. Our orders are to stand down. Don't even think about intervening. Wanda frowned. But Miss Sonia said the enemy is too dangerous. That's why she gave us time to get ready. Steve's expression darkened. Exactly. If we wade in now, we're not helping anyone. We're committing suicide. He paused, meeting Wanda's eyes. You have to understand how the Void Cult defines power. Their tiering system is far stricter than anything the galaxy's seen. You don't earn the title of planet level, cosmic level, or universal tier unless you've checked every box. And right now, we're not ready. According to the galaxy's greatest experts, the Predictor had ranked among the universe's top-tier powerhouses for over a year. His terrifying gift, perfect foresight, meant only he could strike first. No one dared make a move against him. In theory, someone who anticipated every outcome could systematically eliminate any opponent, even another top-tier powerhouse. Yet the Predictor insisted on calling himself only a cosmic-level powerhouse, not the supreme force of the universe. He understood that, for all his predictive prowess, his power still lacked true completeness. Damien met Mr. Steve's gaze with quiet resolve. You've misunderstood, Mr. Steve. A war on this scale involves too many variables. We simply can't rush in. Wanda stiffened, then quickly softened her tone. So, does that mean we'll be free to go off on our own adventures soon? Damien allowed himself a small, wry smile. If you want to explore the Outer Rim, go for it. This conflict, this war, is centered far from the Andromeda Galaxy. It doesn't concern you directly. Mr. Steve folded his arms, still frowning. But the ripple effects will reach every corner of the cosmos. Are you certain we shouldn't contribute what we can? I'm certain. Damien's voice was steady. My predictions show that any premature intervention will only tip the balance toward catastrophe. When the time is right, we'll know exactly how and where to strike. Until then, wandering the fringe worlds will keep you safe and out of the way of a storm you're not yet ready to weather. Wanda exchanged a glance with Mr. Steve. He hesitated, then nodded. Very well, you have our permission. But remember, if you need us, you simply say the word. Understood, Damien said. Deep down, he felt the weight of every choice he made. Foreseeing possible futures was one thing. Choosing which one to follow was another altogether. And in the days to come, those choices would determine not just his fate, but the fate of the entire universe. Irani leaned forward, her voice steady. I speak only for myself, she insisted, but I'm pointing out what could happen. The Kree Empire won't risk dragging the Xandar Empire into a war until they're absolutely sure Xandar won't remain neutral. If they can't be certain of Xandar's position, they'll shift the fight to the Andromeda Galaxy instead. Even a power as formidable as the Kree can't afford to battle two major forces at once. If they truly intend to build a defensive line, they'll do it in their own territory, not in someone else's backyard. And mark my words, the Xandarians won't stand idly by if Kree fleets start massing in Andromeda. Damien couldn't help but grin at her analysis. The Void Cult, also known as the Shoe Holdings Sect, has been at odds with the Kree for years, he said. Unless the Kree are completely inept, they would have anticipated a clash the moment hostilities began and started preparing long ago. The Andromeda Galaxy has become a chessboard of covert strikes and counterstrikes. In recent years, the Kree Empire has quietly extended its influence, probing vulnerable worlds with small-scale incursions. Time and again, agents of the Void Cult, Damien's own covert order, have intercepted or sabotaged those schemes. The grudges on both sides have grown so deep that peaceful negotiation feels all but impossible. Yet neither faction is ready to risk outright war. Both still need time to marshal their forces. Damien stood at the water's edge on the deserted island, the late afternoon sun glinting off the gentle surf. He turned to Pietro, who had been scanning the tree line for any sign of pursuit. Let's rest here for a week, Damien said. We'll use the time to recover, resupply, and finalize our plan. Pietro nodded, visibly relieved at the pause. Then he hesitated, folding his arms. One question, though. What about Lady Arani Lel? Is she really here as an independent operator, or is she acting on behalf of the Void cult? A flicker of surprise passed over Damien's face. Rumors about Arani Lel had swirled across half the galaxy, whispers of secret, pacts, hidden agendas, and shifting loyalties. No one could say for certain where her true allegiance lay. Pietro's question was as urgent as it was justified. Damien inhaled deeply, gathering his thoughts. From everything I've learned, he replied carefully, Lady Arani came on her own accord. She hasn't officially pledged herself to the cult, at least not yet, but she shares our goals, and she's more than willing to cooperate. Pietro studied him for a moment, weighing Damien's words. Then he let out a slow breath and nodded again. All right, I just needed to know where we stood. If she's a true ally, we'll make good use of her talents. Damien offered a reassuring smile. Exactly. We'll spend this week vetting her, sorting out our resources, and mapping our next steps. By the time we leave this island, we'll be ready for whatever the Kree Empire throws at us. With that, the two men turned inland, ready to set camp. The galaxy's tangled web of alliances and enmities would wait, at least for another few days, while Damien's small band prepared for the storms to come. I can't predict the future, but for now, yes, Damien said. Wanda glanced at him thoughtfully. The Void Divine religion has no precedent for bringing any force directly under its control, not even Asgard's. Even Miss Irani has said she hopes Lord Kassadin, the god of the Void, will welcome large numbers of people from the Xandar Empire, but it all comes down to whether he agrees. Damien leaned against the back of the sofa, arms spread casually over the cushions. Wanda blinked. He was speaking and carrying himself so differently from the refined, easygoing doctor she'd known before. Damien, she said, you've really changed. He offered a half-smile. I've just opened my mind to more possibilities. You might even say I've changed a lot. It was true. Since reconnecting with Kyle, Damien had shed the invisible shackles he once placed on himself through endless worry. Kyle and Alex, both formidable fighters in their own right, never fussed over appearances or public image. The only thing Kyle ever cared about was how he looked in front of Miss Sarah. And that small freedom of not caring had given Damien the courage to do the same. Damien lived entirely by impulse. When he felt joy, he reveled in it. When he felt anger, he let it boil over. Compassion, sorrow, pain, those emotions simply didn't register with him. He still wanted to help others, but he knew he could never summon the tireless energy he once had. Why drag yourself through life feeling perpetually exhausted, he wondered. First, look after your own happiness. Everything else will follow. That, to him, was the truest form of openness. Wanda fell silent, lost in thought. Damien offered with a casual shrug, You don't need to worry so much about my experiences. Your past is nothing like mine, and some of my struggles simply won't apply to you. He watched her consider his words. The depths of pain and suffering he'd endured were hardships few could imagine. Now, as he finally let go of his burdens, he discovered what real peace felt like, and he couldn't help but think that, had he adopted this outlook sooner, he might have saved himself a great deal of anguish. Wanda shook her head, a slight smile playing on her lips. I'm not trying to compare myself to you, Mr. Banner. I'm just curious. What do you mean by thinking bigger? Could you explain in more detail? It might spark some ideas for me. Banner hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, after spending time with Kyle, I've begun to see how the strong world really works, its principles and its laws. A truly powerful person has to act like one. If you chain yourself with too many self-imposed rules, you'll only hamper your progress and limit your vision. Nothing ever goes according to plan, and perfection slips further out of reach. Wanda inclined her head thoughtfully. Banner stood quietly for a beat, absorbing her response. Finally, he said, Kyle would much rather settle things with words or money. Why use force when you don't have to? But if negotiations and bribes fail, he never hesitates to wield his strength. Damien's life before all this had been far happier than Banner's. He'd never faced any true moral trials. As someone once observed, the powerful simply have their own ways of doing things. When Wanda heard that, Her eyes flickered, and she fell silent, lost in thought. As a witch, she'd long struggled with what she called the witch's dilemma, and over the past year her perspective had shifted. Deep down, she found herself instinctively wary of mages. Time and again, she'd seen the darkness lurking in their world. Whenever mages from distant civilizations discovered witches like her, they often behaved far more cruelly than they would toward ordinary folk. Witches could only drive them off, and that only seemed to draw more mages in pursuit. In fact, nearly every threat they'd faced over the last 12 months had been the work of those mage factions. Wanda had often wondered whether it wouldn't be simpler to strike at the root of the problem once and for all, thus preventing future attacks. Yet each time she hesitated. A stubborn kindness still lived in her heart, one she refused to abandon, even if that compassion had only added hardship to their journey. Even though Pietro's superhuman speed had saved them more times than anyone could count, Wanda worried that his notoriety would eventually draw even deadlier mages, threatening to bring ruin upon their whole group. Her dream had always been to unite the witches scattered throughout the universe into a single order. Then, when a true crisis arose, they could stand together instead of fighting one another and being picked off one by one as they had in the past. Over the last year, she'd made contact with countless witches. Her method was simple. First, she appealed to their reason, then she reached their hearts with emotion. Growing up on the peaceful blue star had instilled in her an almost instinctive faith that only a shared ideal could forge unity. After all, without a common goal, how could they possibly move forward as one? But the universe beyond the blue star was no gentle nursery. This was a far larger stage, filled with beings who understood power and respected it far more than polite negotiation. Wanda realized that if mere words failed to secure true allegiance, she might have to back them up with force. Only then could she hope to persuade the most stubborn and most dangerous of witches to join her cause. Damien knew all too well that the little sect he hoped to found could never rival a behemoth like the Void God sect. At present, no other power in the cosmos came close to matching its might. Yet the principles behind its rise held valuable lessons. At its heart stood Cassidon, the Void God himself, and by his side was Sonia, the Void's messenger, who oversaw the sect's day-to-day affairs. In truth, the followers of the Void God sect came from wildly diverse backgrounds, each with their own ideals and methods. Their beliefs seldom aligned, and their temperaments often clashed. Still, whenever Cassidon or Sonia issued a summons, every member, no matter how scattered, answered at once, uniting so many independent wills with a single word W as no simple feat. There had to be more at work than mere loyalty or fear. Ultimately, Damien realized, any truly enduring sect needs one thing above all, a figure of overwhelming authority whose call all disciples obey. In a world ruled by the powerful, building a lasting order meant first gathering like-minded forces under a single banner. Until now, Damien had toyed with the idea of using brute force to seize followers, but that strategy fell apart under scrutiny. Like an iceberg melting in the sun, the old, rigid way of thinking dissolved, revealing far more promising paths. He had to bring witches and warlocks together willingly, not coerce them. Only by forging genuine alliances, by speaking with the voice of someone they could trust and rally behind, could Damien's fledgling sect hope to endure. Damien paused at the foot of the hill, looking up at the ruins of the old temple. If we rely solely on force, there are too many unseen dangers lying in wait. But as long as we stand together, we can overcome those threats one by one. We won't be able to build anything lasting unless we learn to cooperate. Wanda nodded, her eyes bright with determination. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Damien, for your guidance. Your thanks are unwarranted, Damien replied with a gentle smile. He studied her for a moment, then added, whatever you choose to do, I'll support you, sister. Wanda's face broke into a relieved grin. I don't yet know how I can help you build this new order, but I want to do whatever I can. Damien returned her smile, though he didn't fully grasp the shape of her plan. Still, he trusted her instincts. Nearby, Pietro watched the exchange with a soft expression. Over the past year, he had personally seen and unleashed power enough to fell entire armies of mages, warlords, and tyrants across the cosmos. He knew all too well that the universe was a far more dangerous place than their home, Blue Star, could ever be. And yet, it was precisely that danger and the beauty hidden within it that captivated him. After a year traveling among the stars, Pietro had made up his mind. He wouldn't drift back to Blue Star at the first hint of safety. He belonged out here, adventuring alongside allies like Damien and Wanda, forging a future in a universe that was still waiting to be tamed. He stepped forward, his grin as quick as his footsteps. "Count me in too," he called, voice brimming with excitement. "Let's see what we can build, together." With that, the three siblings, united by blood, by choice, and by the promise of something greater, set off toward the ancient temple. Their journey into the unknown had only just begun. Damien no longer had to deny who he was, the way he did back on Blue Star. Here, he didn't dread odd stares when he tapped into his super speed. He welcomed them. People admired strength, and whenever he moved faster than the eye could follow, they watched in awe and gratitude. That reaction gave him an undeniable thrill as he traded blows with danger, each skirmish a flawless dance of motion and power. He loved his life among the stars, but his loyalty to his sister Wanda ran deeper than any attachment to a single world. If she ever elected to return to Blue Star, he would go with her without hesitation. She was his only family, and he would protect her at all costs. Damien had studied Wanda's abilities closely. Her magic was unlike anything he'd seen, strange, potent, and layered with secrets. Yet in his eyes, she remained as vulnerable as the other witches and wizards he'd faced. No matter how exotic their spells, a single precise strike from him could end the contest. That realization explained Mr. Renelli's previous contempt for mages. When you're a warrior who strikes first and with unerring accuracy, there are very few opponents you can't incapacitate before they can react. Damien was like a glass cannon, a mage who could obliterate an opponent before they even knew what hit them, provided he struck quickly enough. Stationed on Blue Star, however, he sometimes ran up against foes whose NSs were too sturdy for pure magic, and in those moments, he found himself in real trouble. Fortunately, this was a vast universe overflowing with devastating weaponry, and Damien wasn't one to restrict himself to blade or staff. He understood that his innate superpowers had a ceiling. To truly push past it, he needed high-tech firepower. So whenever brute magic alone wouldn't do the job, he gladly deployed the latest alien armaments at his disposal. Thanks to that arsenal, Damien, though only a planet-level powerhouse by raw ability, could square off with universe-class warriors right on their home turf. More often than not, he even held the advantage when facing other cosmic-level combatants on Blue Star. That record of victories, earned against some of the toughest adversaries this year, was the foundation of the unshakable confidence he now carried into every encounter. Damien paced the observation deck, his mind racing with possibilities. He'd long dreamed of becoming the most powerful being in the universe, but no matter how he strategized, that pinnacle always seemed out of reach. At best, his current abilities let him join the ranks of the universe's elite fighters, throw in a well-timed ambush now and then, and maybe even land a serious blow on one of them. But actually toppling the absolute strongest? That kind of power felt like a distant fantasy. Only if the reigning champion were a mage might Damien find some magical loophole to exploit. Otherwise, a breakthrough of that magnitude simply wasn't on the horizon. Still, he wasn't lamenting his lot. Damien knew full well that his present strength was more than enough to protect his sister Wanda in almost any crisis. He turned to her with a decisive nod. "I'll be spending a lot of time out here, exploring the universe," he said. Wanda returned his gaze, her smile warm and steady. "I'm not planning a trip back to Blue Star anytime soon either," she replied. Her agreement was unspoken confirmation that she shared his ambition for the greater stage beyond their home world. Rocket had been right from the start. With Damien's talents, they'd find far more freedom and opportunity among the stars than they ever would on Blue Star. And together, they were ready to claim it. Damien realized, with a flush of warmth, that his sister had just plucked his thoughts from the air. He'd been eager to support any plan Wanda dreamed up, but knowing she could read his mind filled him with an even deeper joy. "I've already told Steve everything," he said, smiling, "but I haven't shared it with you yet." Wanda let out a soft sigh, her lips curving thoughtfully. Because my goal is complicated. I wanted to work through every potential problem before I involved you. Yet you keep backing me without ever asking why, Damien pointed out. Her expression softened, gratitude warming her eyes. That's exactly why I need you. I can't and shouldn't hide this from you any longer. She took a steadying breath. My true aim is to establish our own witch sect out in the universe. A sanctuary for witches who share our lineage, no matter their origin. A place free from the persecution and hardship the magical world has imposed on us for centuries. As Wanda spoke, her smile shifted from hopeful to resolute. She knew that by forging this path, they would inevitably draw the scrutiny and perhaps the opposition of powerful wizards and witches elsewhere. But Damien's unwavering support steeled her resolve. Together, they would build something that could change the fate of every witch who longed for freedom. Damien settled into his seat as Pietro leaned forward, eyes bright with determination. The so-called witch's dilemma isn't just negotiation, it's warfare, Pietro growled. The Council of Magi uses it to strong-arm naive witches into surrendering their raw magic. Refuse, and they'll hunt you down to eradicate the threat. Wanda drew a slow breath, her gaze drifting to the flickering candles that lined the chapel's stone walls. Ever since she declared her own witch sect, every house act, tile sorcerer in the court's employ, had been on high alert, waiting for any excuse to tear her movement apart. I'll stand by you, Pietro promised, resting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. But before we go any further, shouldn't we seek the Void cult's blessing? At the mention of the Void, an ancient, shadow-swathed order rumored to grant its adherents uncanny protections, Wanda nodded. Their blessing would shield us from Magelord's inquisitions, she agreed. It might be our only safeguard against a purge. Steve, Banner, and Paige exchanged uneasy glances. Each knew how fiercely the Void cult guarded its secrets, and how seldom it deigned to bestow its favor. Pietro, however, seemed unfazed. I'll fight for you, with or without their blessing, he said. Wanda met his gaze, determination flickering in her eyes like a candle flame in the dark. Then it's decided. Tomorrow at dawn, we ride for the Black Spire. If the cult will have us, we will earn their blessing, or die trying. Silence fell over the group, tension crackling in the air like static. Outside, the wind howled, a warning, or perhaps an invitation to face the coming storm together. Damien's voice was low but urgent as he faced Pietro on the wind-buffeted cliff. Pietro, do you even understand? He asked. The first time Mr. Steve brought us into the cosmos, he guided us to the Temple of the Void. That was supposed to be our last and only chance to prove ourselves worthy. But neither of us rose to the challenge. Pietro said nothing, his expression unreadable. Because of that failure, Steve refused to let us stay behind on the island, Damien went on. Instead, he packed us off on a space mission with Rocket and the others. I still don't know exactly what criteria he used to decide who would face the Void's test, but his actions spoke volumes. The odds of us ever earning its blessing were already stacking against us. He drew a steadying breath, eyes fixed on the endless sky. I've replayed it over and over in my head. Why did Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void, choose Stephen Strange but overlook me? There are 700 members of the Void cult, yet only 2 wield any real witchcraft, God King Odin and his wife, Queen Frigga. No one else in that order possesses the gift. In Cassidon's eyes, witches like me simply aren't fit to receive his blessing, and I believe I know exactly why. Because of the witch's dilemma, people like us are hypersensitive, Wanda admitted, her voice low. And that hypersensitivity makes me prone to rash decisions, exactly the opposite of the calm, steady mind the Void Divine demands. I'm sorry. By involving you in this, I may have jeopardized your chance at the blessing. She turned to Pietro, remorse still in her eyes. Across the room, Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, and Paige exchanged uneasy glances. Pietro caught the flicker of doubt on Steve's face. Steve, Pietro asked, his voice tight, is everything my sister just said true? Steve ran a hand through his hair, then met Pietro's gaze. I can't go into all the details, but Wanda's instincts are spot on. When I brought you two to the Temple of the Void, I truly believed it was your final and only opportunity to receive its blessing. Yet neither of you ever filed a formal petition. We assumed you still qualified, but clearly something went wrong. Pietro's heart pounded in his ears. Then, why have we been disqualified? A shock like lightning coursed through him as the realization hit. Damien stood frozen, his eyes clouded with confusion and bitter disappointment. Ever since his first meeting with Pietro, he'd yearned for a place on the universe's grand stage. But it was Steve's repeated references to the Void God cult that truly kindled his ambition. He dreamed of joining their ranks, of earning the sacred blessing of Cassidon himself. At last, Damien summoned the courage to ask Steve for that blessing, only to be met with crushing news. "I'm sorry, Damien," Steve said, "but you've already missed your chance." The words hit him like a blow. He could scarcely bellow. Steve was serious. Steve ran a hand through his hair. Cassidon, the god of the void, is notoriously inscrutable, yet his actions leave a few breadcrumbs. As Wanda has pointed out, Lord Cassidon granted Stephen Strange an opportunity, but refused one to her. Clearly, in Cassidon's judgment, Wanda isn't eligible for his blessing. Damien felt his hope drain away. Seeing his despair, Steve offered a sympathetic shrug. "I wish I had a clearer answer. If anyone might understand Cassidon's motives, it's Tony. He's already cautioned us about just how dangerous Wanda's power can be. Talk to him. He may know why Cassidon is so reluctant to extend his favor." Tony's words carried the weight of someone who'd already traversed countless realities and seen the universe's secrets laid bare. If he called it dangerous, then Wanda's potential had to be among the greatest in existence, perhaps even on par with the pinnacle of cosmic magic. Her raw power could rival that of Stephen Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme of Camartage. Yet when Tony shared this in front of Bruce Banner, insisting that Wanda showed no signs of malice, he simply told them to look at her more closely. Steve Rogers wasn't easily fooled. He understood exactly what Tony was implying. In that moment, any lingering fear that Wanda might be drawn to the Void Cult was all but erased. "Then why is this our last chance to visit the Temple of the Void?" Steve asked. Pietro's mind raced with the possibilities. He felt the urge to shout out his own theories, but he held back, knowing that losing his composure would only make him look worse. Steve leaned forward, his expression grave. "In under a month, only 3 people have ever passed the Void Temple's hidden trial and been granted membership in the Void God cult." Damien frowned. "And we still can't detect that aura?" Steve shook his head. "No, but if you could, we'd escort you straight to Lord Cassidon and begin the trial at once. Pass it, and you receive the Void's blessing." He paused, studying Damien's face. "I'd hoped you might have sensed something, that you'd feel the whisper of danger and be willing to risk your life for the chance." Damien glanced at Bai Linglong, Jin Luosha, and He Luosan. None of them had perceived anything beyond the temple's ordinary energies, yet a rare few could instinctively track that hidden pulse to Cassidon himself. "Sadly," Steve said with a sigh, "you haven't, and without that sixth sense, an instinct for peril beyond mortal ken, you can't awaken the trial. It's why among millions who step into the Void Temple, almost none survive to claim its blessing." Damien's heart thumped. He thought of those legendary trials, treacherous paths littered with death. If Steve was right, then merely noticing the aura was the greatest test of all. Bai Linglong admitted it was sheer luck that she'd passed the trial. The Black Rakshasa and Golden Rakshasa challenge is a brutal examination of one's will. No matter how resolute you think yourself, every body has its breaking point. On their first approach up the mountain, Jin Luosha and He Luosan shattered bones in their limbs. The nerves in their flesh screamed in such agony that they howled aloud. Yet they pressed on, step by agonizing step, driven by sheer determination. At last they glimpsed the spiraling lantern at the summit, and, without a hint of regret, completed the climb. In the end, only those 2 ever succeeded. The danger is so extreme that most climbers, no matter how eager, turn back long before the worst begins. Merely sensing the aura and setting foot on the trail does not assure victory. To survive, and even hope to prevail, one must possess more than just acute perception. It demands an indomitable spirit and a streak of luck that few mortals ever enjoy. Once you've missed it, is there truly no chance left? Isn't the Void Divine cult bound to expand in every direction? In time, we'll be able to bless vast numbers of people on a grand scale, and the trials themselves should grow far more forgiving, right? When Damien RD these words, his heart plummeted, but despite the sinking feeling, a stubborn spark of hope remained alive within him. This was precisely the subject he and the Rocket faction had been debating. The Rockets, too, yearned for the divine cult's blessing, even though they knew they weren't the ideal candidates. Still, everyone agreed on one point. As the Void divine cult grew, it would need to lower the barriers to entry in order to extend its influence. The reasoning was sound, given the cult's unstoppable trajectory. So the Rockets clung to the promise of an easier trial, and Damien found himself doing the same. After all, he'd long understood just how brutal the Void God's blessing test could be, and talk of leniency offered him a glimmer of real hope. Damien hadn't expected to be cut from the competition before the trials even began. He'd resigned himself peacefully to his fate until Banner spoke up. "I wish I could reassure you, Damien," Banner said, his voice steady but gentle, "but I can't promise you anything we can't guarantee." Damien frowned, uneasy. "Why not?" "Because we're just ordinary members of the Cult of the Void," Banner explained. "We don't speak for Lord Cassidon, the God of the Void, or for Sonia, his messenger. They're the only ones who know whether the upcoming tests will be more forgiving or far harsher than before. As for many of the cult's decisions, we don't learn what they are until they're formally announced." A shadow passed over Damien's face. Banner hesitated. He wanted to offer comfort, even if it meant stretching the truth, but he knew that empty promises would do more harm than good in the long run. So he chose honesty. "In short, no one can guarantee you a spot," he said softly. "Your fate still lies in the balance." Despite the disappointment, a flicker of hope remained in Damien's chest. He straightened his shoulders. Uncertainty was daunting, but it wasn't defeat. Not yet. The Void cult's power was legendary across the galaxy, and yet its numbers were pitifully few. Everyone knew that once the Void God's followers began sweeping through star systems, they would need more hands to hold conquered worlds in check. So, today's council meeting was devoted to one simple question: how could they recruit more souls into the fold? "In the weeks ahead," began High Inquisitor Cordell, "we'll be loosening our entry criteria. We can no longer rely on a handful of champions to enforce the Void's will. We need dedicated recruits, soldiers, scholars, artisans, who will spread our influence from system to system." A murmur of approval rippled around the chamber. Across from Cordell sat two hopeful newcomers, Wanda and Pietro. Their eyes shone with equal parts fear and fascination. "Of course," Cordell said with a kindly lift of his brow, "we would be honored if the two of you decided to join us." Pietro's heart thumped so loudly he was sure everyone could hear it. Wanda's grip on his arm tightened, her gaze locked on the Inquisitor. "I can make no promises today," Cordell continued, his expression sobering. "But know this, we see potential in you both. We welcome zeal, we welcome talent, and above all, we welcome conviction. One day, I hope you will stand among our ranks as your true selves." He turned to survey their hopeful faces. In Cordell's mind, Wanda and Pietro were exceptional, brave, compassionate, unspoiled by arrogance. With proper guidance and the Void's power at their backs, there was no limit to what they might achieve. "Take your time to decide," Cordell said softly. "But remember, the Void's door is open, and it will remain so for those who dare to walk through." Wanda swallowed, Pietro nodded, and in that silent promise, the first seeds of devotion took root. Lord Cassidon's gift is so profound that he can peer directly into someone's past and future. That's why, in Steve's opinion, eliminating those two targets isn't out of the question. "Pietro, I'm sorry," Wanda whispered, her voice trembling with guilt. Pietro shook his head, surprise etched across his face. "Wanda, you don't have to blame yourself. A Void blessing is a rare thing. Even Mr. Steve warned us how difficult it is to obtain one. We could travel all the way to Void Island and still come away empty-handed." Wanda bit her lip. "But I acted recklessly." Pietro stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder. "For a blessing we might never receive? Don't torture yourself over a mistake. There will be other chances. Let's think about what comes next." He drew in a steadying breath and offered her a reassuring smile. "Even if we don't get that blessing, I'll find a way to make you stronger. I promise." Wanda looked up at him, guilt and gratitude warring in her eyes. As she watched Pietro's determined expression, she began to plan how best to help her brother grow more powerful. Witches might live for thousands of years, but Pietro was already extraordinary, His true potential, she felt, had only just begun to awaken. Although genetically engineered treatments had stretched Pietro's lifespan to just over 200 years, it still fell far short of what he needed. Wanda, determined to keep her brother by her side, resolved to found her own coven, amass every magical tome she could find, and ultimately teach Pietro the arcane arts so he might extend his life indefinitely. The two were inseparable, and Wanda would never allow some unseen force to steal Pietro from her. He met her gaze and said quietly, "All right, sister. If you believe we can do this, then I trust you." At her assurance, the bitter sorrow that had shadowed Pietro since learning he could not receive the Void's blessing began to lift. Wanda's plan was still vague. There was no clear path, no guarantees, yet Pietro chose faith over doubt. High atop Void Island, in the villa's highest tower, Damien observed the group gathered in the main hall. Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, and Peggy Carter were deep in discussion with the Maximoff siblings, explaining the risks and potentials of Wanda's scheme. Damien noted Steve's obvious concern for Wanda and Pietro, but he himself felt detached, his thoughts drifting elsewhere as he listened. Damien fully understood their wish to be blessed together, and his analysis had already unraveled much of Wanda's plan. Still, he hadn't expected the iron determination in her voice when she vowed to keep her promise. As Wanda gradually came to terms with the true scope of her innate magic, her confidence swelled. After all, reality warping is a profoundly fearsome, almost glitch-like power, one that embodies infinite possibilities. Yet with each new revelation of the universe's vastness and might, she also found herself growing more humble, while at the same time retaining her characteristic boldness. With every increase in her power came fresh insight. When Wanda realized that Pietro's natural lifespan would one day claim him, she made a steadfast decision, before Pietro even voiced the thought, to do everything in her power to extend his life. Granting eternal existence a la the Void Cult might remain beyond her reach, but ensuring Pietro thrived for millennia? For someone with Wanda's terrifying abilities and untapped potential, that was no problem at all. Damien found himself reluctant to grant Wanda his blessing. He feared that a woman with such volatile emotions and immense power could unleash untold devastation. At the same time, he never refused to offer Pietro his casual nod. It cost him nothing, and he was curious to see what might happen. What truly intrigued Damien was the new life Wanda would forge now that she had left Blue Star and broken from her original destiny. She spoke of founding her own coven, and he couldn't wait to discover whether it would grow into a formidable cosmic force or remain a minor player. Wanda's previous existence had seemed flawless. She'd married, had children, and savored domestic harmony. Yet that very perfection left her open to unimaginable tragedy when her world came crashing down. In this altered timeline, she never met or married Vision, never fought in the war that would have claimed her brought hers life, and never witnessed Pietro's death. Instead, under the watchful protection of Steve Rogers and the others, she grew in safety, and at last was ready to step out boldly into the wider universe. Therefore, the future Wanda has envisioned might not be a tragedy after all, but the prologue to her own legend. The subtle shifts in her personality hint at that possibility. Damien watched her for a few moments longer, then turned his attention elsewhere. "There's something invigorating about everyone uniting toward a single purpose," he murmured. He looked toward the cafeteria, where members of the Void Cult, now on full war footing, had returned straight to the island. Each disciple followed a personal training regimen, yet during breaks, they gathered to swap cultivation insights. This atmosphere was different from the buzz of the New Year's pilgrimage. That journey had been fueled by shared faith. This was driven by a collective determination to confront the looming war with the Kree Empire. Watching them train and strategize, Damien felt a deep pride swell inside him. He had built this force, nurtured its growth, and even though he didn't strictly need so many followers, he couldn't deny how gratifying it was to see them come together. Damien only needed to recruit a select few, individuals with exceptional strength and destiny, to join the Void. It might take longer this way, but ultimately he would still attain the same power he enjoyed now. Yet he knew that without establishing his own faction as a Void member, his future would stretch into an endless, hollow void. For the moment, he dined and drank to his heart's content, all the while watching his fledgling power grow with each passing day. He plotted new ways to strengthen it, and though these obligations imposed certain limits, they also gave him a deep sense of purpose. At least he could be sure of one thing: his future would never be boring. Chapter 739. Have you been cheated? After spending just over a week on Void Island, Wanda, Pietro, Rocket, and the rest set off once more. In what felt like the blink of an eye, 8 months had slipped by, and nearly everyone from Void Island had returned. Only Thor, Loki, Odin, and Frigga remained behind in Asgard. Meanwhile, Tony and Pepper stayed on Blue Star, working tirelessly to forge a global alliance. Thor and Loki devoted themselves to internal reforms, avoiding outside entanglements with other deities. Even if Zeus wished to obstruct them, he no longer had the leverage. Asgard's domestic situation was rock solid, requiring little attention. By contrast, Blue Star was rife with uncertainties. Damien found himself checking in now and then, eager to see how Tony and Pepper were faring. More than a year had passed since Tony and Pepper began their European campaign. Through countless meetings and negotiations, they'd essentially secured the continent's cooperation. On Blue Star as a whole, however, only the Celestial Empire remained undecided. Tony and Pepper were still awaiting China's final response before they could call their mission complete. Damien had been on the offensive for over a year now, but the Celestial Dynasty was vast, and the power brokers who had forged its foundations still cast long shadows over his efforts. Tonight, he found himself alone in a low-ceilinged chamber deep beneath City A, studying the dossiers plastered across the far wall. Rows of names were circled in green, cases he'd already closed. Some targets had vanished without a trace. Others had watched their fortunes confiscated and their lives quietly sentenced behind prison bars. Yet a handful of names remained stamped with menacing red X's, a silent reminder of the obstacles he couldn't yet overcome. After all, the Celestial Empire wasn't a young republic like the United States. Its noble houses claimed lineages stretching back millennia, fortified by ancient customs and alliances that no ordinary magistrate could penetrate. Even as director of the Divine Spear Bureau, one of the Empire's most formidable agencies, Damien knew better than to challenge those entrenched families head-on. To do so would be to invite ruin upon himself and everything he'd fought to achieve. Damien stared at the mission briefing, his jaw tight. The paralysis he felt wasn't merely a matter of magical power, it was the yawning gap in battlefield strength. The Weather Witch might be one of Blue Star's most formidable champions. No ordinary rival could stand against her raw power, but when it came to leading troops, her abilities fell short. The moment she launched an operation, every hidden spy and assassin would zero in on her unique command signature. In under an hour, they'd unmask her identity and strike her down, and if she fell, all hope for reform would vanish with her. As director of the Divine Spear Bureau, Damien's mind raced for a way to shield their plans from prying eyes. But every tactic he devised ended in the same grim statistic, a 90% chance of death. Admittedly, his own life was secondary. What truly mattered was that at least one path must succeed in overturning the Empire's corruption. Yet if he died in the attempt, every sacrifice made in their cause would be for nothing. He'd even considered petitioning Tony Stark for assistance, but Stark had drawn a clear line. If Damien broke the established rules, if he dared to reshape precedent, the world's hard-won sacrifices would be thrown away. Damien exhaled, steeling himself. There had to be another way, even if it meant facing those hidden enemies in the dark. Although Tony Stark and Pepper Potts had finally forged a bond of trust, it remained perilously fragile. Damien knew he couldn't rely on Stark's military might to solve the Celestial Dynasty's problems. He would have to find a way forward on his own. In private meetings, Stark had already contributed cutting-edge technology and critical intelligence, but he had made it clear that he couldn't commit armed forces to Damien's call. Yet Damien faced a painful dilemma. He recognized that retaining the very people who once served the Celestial Dynasty could become a hidden threat to the fledgling community of shared future for mankind. He wanted to see Chinese talent rise to leadership. He even hoped to appoint one of his compatriots as the community's first supreme commander. But internal rivalries threatened to tear everything apart. Stark might stay neutral, but rival factions would seize any opening to destabilize the alliance. After all, the only person who knows your secrets as well as you do is your enemy, and they had no trouble unearthing black archives that ordinary citizens could never find. Damien stood before the map room's hollow table, studying the three great houses whose intertwined bloodlines and resources represented both his greatest allies and his gravest risk. He let out a low sigh, acutely aware that the fate of humanity's shared future hinged on this very moment. Damien had spent more than a year keeping his newfound strength under wraps. Every assassin sent to hunt him, and nearly succeed, had vanished without a trace. In Blue Star's milieu, his power ranked him among the lower echelons of the superhuman community. Yet he remained, at heart, a superhuman novice, especially when measured against true metahumans, immortal deities, and those ancient masters wielding secret martial arts. His current abilities were impressive, but far from sufficient. If he struck again, he would confront foes he couldn't yet hope to outmatch. As director of the Divine Spear Bureau, Damien once prided himself on understanding the Celestial Dynasty inside and out. The deeper he dug, the more he realized his ignorance. This land, vast, resource-rich, and steeped in millennia of history, harbored countless hidden titans and covert power struggles. The revelation weighed on him. His path forward felt like an immense river determined to reach the sea, yet its current was slow, its course winding and fraught with unseen hazards. Leaning back in his chair, Damien allowed himself a moment's quiet resolve. He'd thought he'd come so far, but now, he knew, he was only at the beginning of his journey. "I know what the darkness is," Damien whispered, "but I still don't have the power to break it." He leaned back in the metal chair and stared at the harsh fluorescent lights overhead. This entire room felt like a cage, one he could never escape on his own. He let out a bitter chuckle. "If only my strength were enough to shatter these bars." Then a voice, calm, disembodied, echoed through the cell. Damien's eyes snapped open. He shot to his feet and pressed himself against the cold concrete wall, his gaze fixed on the only exit, a heavily reinforced steel door that wouldn't budge. Apart from the soft whir of the ceiling fan, the small chamber was unnervingly silent. Over the past few years, Damien had confronted countless superpowered individuals, gods among them, and seen their abilities firsthand. His own perceptive senses had sharpened in response. It was nearly impossible for even the strongest to slip past his awareness. Now, as that unseen voice resonated around him, his mind raced to piece together the truth of his situation. Damien sensed he was being watched. The stillness in the shadows meant his unseen opponent could strike from anywhere, and with one blow, could very well kill him. Yet when the figure finally spoke, it wasn't to threaten or interrogate him. Instead, a calm voice asked, "What kind of power do you believe is sufficient?" Damien's heart pounded as he steadied himself. He bowed deeply, pressing his right hand over his heart in a formal salute. "Thank you, Senior, for granting me the strength to make a difference." He remembered clearly the day it happened. Years ago, a mysterious benefactor had appeared out of nowhere and bestowed upon him a power unlike any he'd ever known. Though Damien never learned the man's name or motives, he sensed no cruelty in him, only resolve. Before that gift, Damien's body had been so frail that, despite harboring the grandest of ambitions, like a young rock longing to soar for 9 days, he dared not act. Had his strength not grown dozens of times over, he would have perished long ago, lost to the darkness he sought to challenge. "What kind of power do you imagine can vanquish this darkness?" Damien barely acknowledged the courteous greeting. Calmly, he repeated his request. "I need the strength to fight them." He took a breath and added, "Above all, give me enough power so that, when my identity is exposed, they won't hunt me down to kill me." He spoke with deference, knowing his elusive benefactor preferred few words. Damien had braced himself for a grand demand, perhaps a vow to rival the gods themselves, but instead his own plea felt almost humble. All he truly wanted was the means to survive against planet-level adversaries. "So that's your goal," the mysterious voice mused. "Power on par with planet-tier warriors. With that, you can fulfill your dream." The words drifted through the chamber like mist. Damien's heart raced. This was unmistakably the same man from years ago. Before him the air shimmered and warped, coalescing into a figure clad in golden armor, his face hidden behind a gleaming mask. The presence was both solemn and awe-inspiring. Damien held out his finger, and in the stillness of the chamber, a sphere of pure starlight coalesced at its tip. It shimmered with the concentrated power of 1,000 suns, bathing the walls in shifting constellations. Zhengshan felt a chill as he sensed the terrifying energy compressed into that glowing orb. Before he could draw a breath, a lance of light shot from its core and struck him squarely in the chest. There was no time to dodge. The brilliance pierced his body, and the power of the dark star exploded within him. Immediately, a globe of radiant energy several meters in diameter flared up around Zhengxian, the air crackling with its intensity. "Power is the abyss of desire," Damien's voice rang out, calm and resonant. "May your hunger for strength never drown the will within your heart." Zhengxian's vision blurred. As darkness crept in, he heard the faint echo of a perfectly spoken Mandarin question. "Is this senior from China?" Surprise flickered through his mind, then oblivion claimed him. Satisfied that he'd endowed Zhengxian with all he intended, Damien let the starlight dissipate. With a single thought, he stepped into the void, traversing galaxies in an instant, and reappeared at his mountaintop villa on Xandar. From that lofty retreat, ever watchful, he observed as Zhengxian recovered, reorganizing the villa in the days that followed, infused with newfound power and purpose. Damien respected Zhengxian's talents, both as a man and as a strategist, and knew he was patient and ingenious. Yet even someone as gifted as Zhengxian was no match for the last 3 manifestations of darkness. Because Zhengxian had struggled against them, Tony remained stranded on Blue Star, instead of moving on with his mission. Reluctantly, Damien granted Zhengxian one more chance. If he couldn't eliminate the threat within the next few months, Damien would personally appeal to Tony, and Tony, by Void God religion standards, was already among the universe's absolute superpowers, unrivaled on Blue Star. The only reason he hadn't intervened sooner was to avoid overstepping. Tony wanted to build a shared future for humanity without creating new conflicts. Otherwise, he could have resolved China's crises in a heartbeat. 3 hours after channeling the dark star of the void, Zhengxian finally completed his transformation. When Yu Yoxing arrived, Zhengxian opened his eyes and immediately sensed that his world had shifted once again. Damien knew exactly how thick the underground fortress's walls were. After all, he'd personally specified and approved their design. He was confident that even a massive explosion on the surface wouldn't budge his hidden stronghold more than a mild tremor. Yet now, to his surprise, he could distinctly hear rushing air from above, as if a gale were roaring just 10 meters away. Curious, and eager to test the strength he'd recently been granted by his mysterious benefactor, he rolled over from his stomach onto his back and raised a hand. With a casual flick of his wrist, he summoned a powerful gust that visibly twisted the air itself. The wind struck the thick alloy wall with an earth-shaking bang, leaving a palm-shaped dent over a meter deep. The roaring impact rattled Damien's enhanced senses so fiercely that his head buzzed, and as he stared at the ruined wall, he realized with a shock just how formidable his unrestrained power had become. Damien's thoughts churned as he recalled the stranger's words about planet-level power. Was this gift meant only for true planet-level warriors? And if so, what exactly qualified someone as a planet-level powerhouse? He tested the unfamiliar strength coursing through him. It felt immense, yet he knew it paled in comparison to the stranger's own abilities. After all, this was the very power the senior had bestowed upon him, capable of elevating an ordinary person into a planet-level combatant in an instant. If that was the case, how far beyond even this gift did the senior's true strength lie? His mind raced, but knowledge of cosmic hierarchies was beyond him. He only knew that the senior must have come from somewhere outside his world. Damien clearly remembered hearing the initial greeting through his void translator, in Xandar's native tongue, yet beneath that he had perceived a perfectly fluent, unaccented Chinese sentence. Could this mysterious figure be one of the legendary warriors from Blue Star? Damien shook his head, trying to suppress the swirl of questions. With so little to go on, he could only wait and watch, and hope that answers would come in time. Damien had always been a polyglot. He knew firsthand how grueling it could be to learn a new tongue. Yet he also understood that with the right guide, the process could feel effortless. He turned to the elder before him and said, "Thank you, Master, for this gift. I promise you I won't squander it." With that, Damien bowed so deeply, his forehead nearly kissed the floor, his hands clasped in a respectful fist salute. The pose was a little awkward. He hadn't yet mastered the finer control of his newfound abilities and risked damaging the room if he tried to rise too quickly, but his reverence was unmistakable. Moments earlier, the master had asked what kind of power Damien believed he needed to achieve his ideals, then warned him sternly not to let ambition consume him. Now, as the lingering echo of that caution faded, Damien became aware of an unfamiliar force coursing through his veins. Curious, he focused his intent, and to his amazement, a vibrant swirl of violet energy bloomed in his palm. He stared in wonder at the deep purple glow, its beauty and potency a vivid promise of the path that lay before him. He might not have encountered many powers before, but this energy felt eerily familiar. Zheng Shan was certain he'd seen it during that alien invasion a few years back, when Tony Stark and the others fought off those technologically advanced extraterrestrials. Bruce Banner had shown up then too, and the force he unleashed had been even more ferocious and terrifying. Could this veteran be the mysterious patron backing Tony Stark? Zheng Shan wondered. Now that he'd roughly pinpointed the origin of this energy signature, his mind raced with possibilities. Stark clearly has a backer somewhere in the universe. Most people on Earth, Blue Star, as they sometimes call it, don't realize that. But as director of the Divine Spear Bureau, Zheng Shan has long suspected Tony Stark enjoys the support of a far-reaching ally. He simply never had the channels to confirm it, until now. Looking at the figure before him, it suddenly seemed almost certain that he was staring at Stark's benefactor. As Zheng Shan's thoughts whirled, he also struggled to rein in his own power. His strength had surged dramatically, far beyond the level he'd reached the first time. His entire body hummed with that energy, and he had to concentrate just to hold it back. Damien realized that even if hundreds or even thousands of his past selves swarmed him right now, he could defeat them all in mere seconds. He'd always thought his powers were impressive, but this new level of strength far surpassed anything he'd ever displayed back on Blue Star. He wondered whether this ability would be recognized across the universe or if it contained some intrinsic defense mechanism. In the end, he decided not to overthink it. Once his thoughts were in order, Damien reflected on Tony Stark's achievement, forging a shared future community for all mankind. With that foundation in place, he was certain humanity would soon explore the stars, uncover the universe's grand design, and learn its true measures of power. Over the past 10 hours, Damien had been acquainting himself with his own abilities. He was now not only physically formidable, but also brimming with a vast, mysterious energy. Channeling that energy boosted his strength even further, though he had yet to discover its other potential applications. No matter, armed with this power, he felt ready to take on anything. And just like that, Damien embraced the full measure of his newfound might. Damien flipped his phone's signal back on and immediately regretted it. His WeChat inbox was flooded with messages from the Weather Witch, dozens of texts, and over 80 missed calls, blinking insistently. Swallowing hard, he opened her contact and hit call. The line connected in under 10 seconds, and before he could say a word, the Weather Witch's voice exploded through the speaker. "Damien, are you trying to kill me? You've been silent for more than 20 hours. I thought something terrible had happened. Why on earth do you keep cutting off all communications?" He hesitated, voice low. "You know why. As long as my signal is on, I can be tracked. I'm sorry, but I can't risk it." There was a grumble of exasperation on the other end. "You're impossible, but listen, I actually have good news for you." Damien tucked his phone into his pocket and stepped toward the locker room. He could hear her rapid-fire complaints behind the line as he pulled open a locker and began swapping his worn field jacket for fresh gear. His mind raced. If her news was as promising as she claimed, it might all finally be worth the headache. Damien's lips curved into a sly smile as he leaned closer. "Isn't it better to share good news in person?" The Weather Witch blinked, taken aback. She'd always insisted on face-to-face meetings. In a hushed voice, she asked, "We used to require in-person briefings. Why the change now?" "Because I've already devised a way to deal with those pests," Damien replied confidently. "Prepare your forces. We move at dawn." A wicked grin spread across his handsome face. In the past, Damien had tiptoed around every move, terrified that a single misstep would expose his identity and draw the wrath of foes he couldn't yet reckon with. His elaborate, step-by-step plans always carried the risk of unraveling if he grew too bold. But now he possessed an unassailable advantage. Even if his true colors were revealed, no one could stop him. He withdrew his cloak, letting it drop to the floor. "Courage alone isn't enough," he murmured, almost to himself. "True courage demands strength, and we have both. With our resources and influence, there's no limit to what we can achieve. Without them, even the grandest schemes remain nothing more than daydreams." The Weather Witch nodded, her uncertainty replaced by a grim determination. Damien's power had changed everything, and now, finally, they would set their plan into motion. "You don't have to die like this, do you?" Damien's voice was low, but the urgency undercut every syllable. On the other end, the Weather Witch paused for the briefest moment before replying, her tone cool as ever. "Who do you think I am? My ambitions are far from complete. I'm not going to give up now." Damien straightened the lapels of his dark, perfectly tailored suit and offered a small, confident smile. "All right then, where are you?" There was a faint, knowing click in her voice. "Meet me at 152 Crescent Avenue, City A," she said. He nodded, even though she couldn't see him, and repeated the address. Then he tapped the elevator panel. The doors slid shut, and he descended to the subterranean level of his hidden fortress. A secret door swung open, leading him into a dim, narrow corridor that opened to the city streets. Night had fallen, yet the boulevard outside pulsed with life. Neon signs shimmered, distant laughter floated across the air, and tires whispered against wet asphalt. Damien inhaled deeply. Everything felt impossibly clear, every shadow, every whisper of wind. A surge of confidence lifted his shoulders. He felt unstoppable, invincible. In that moment, he finally understood the meaning behind his mentor's cryptic warning. Tonight, the chess pieces would fall into place. "Senior, don't worry. I'll never forget everything you taught me." Damien set down his chopsticks and stared into the distance, lost in thought. He was certain that the person who had granted him these new powers was none other than the hidden patron behind Tony Stark. A fresh ambition blossomed in his chest. He had to learn the true identity of this mysterious mentor. The most direct route, of course, would be to confront Stark himself. But Damien's own affairs were still in disarray. Even if he could reach Stark remotely, he sensed the timing was all wrong. It would be far wiser to wait for a more opportune moment. His stomach grumbled, so he ducked into the nearest corner shop, bought 2 cups of instant noodles, and asked the clerk for hot water. Carrying his meal outside, he perched on the low curb by the storefront. He deliberately stayed within this city. He'd heard the Weather Witch was still on the loose here, and he wanted to see how she'd react now that he wielded such formidable energy. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the Weather Witch found him cradling his steaming noodles. But as she approached, her expression shifted from curiosity to alarm. A subtle, dangerous aura pulsed around Damien, a power far beyond anything she'd encountered before. Startled, she halted in mid-step and peered at his youthful features, trying to reconcile the boyish face with the raw magic swirling around him. For all his appearance suggested he was still a teenager, Damien's strength was undeniable. It was plain proof of why he was being considered for the director's seat at the Divine Spear Bureau, and why the world would soon learn to take him very seriously. Damien sat at the small wooden table, chopsticks poised over his bowl. He'd long ago mastered a talent so rare that no one would have expected it from someone of any age, let alone a youth. Now, well into his late 40s and closing in on 50, he'd settled into the solidity of middle age. It helped that Chinese men often look younger than their Western counterparts, but Damien didn't pretend to pass for someone fresh out of his teens. His shoulders were straight, his robes impeccably arranged, and a certain warmth clung to his features, subtle reminders of the vigor he'd once possessed, but never enough to make him seem a novice. "Damien?" The Weather Witch's voice was edged with disbelief. She hovered at the door, her silver hair catching the lantern light, her expression equal parts astonishment and relief. "Please, come in," Damien called, lifting a hand to gesture at the empty seat beside him. "I'm almost done eating. Afterward, we'll return to the Divine Spear Bureau and finalize our preparations." He noted how odd her presence felt at that moment, as though time itself hesitated in her company. Yet he didn't press the issue. He simply waited, bowl in hand, until she settled across from him. "You really are, Damien?" she whispered, eyes darting over his familiar face. "But you look so different now." Her tone revealed the mixture of hope and uncertainty she'd tried to mask. Damien set his bowl down and offered her a small, gentle smile. "It's me," he said quietly, and in that moment all her reservations dissolved. She nodded, still astonished, and took a tentative seat beside him. The two sat in companionable silence, the quiet only broken by the soft clink of porcelain. Soon they would rise together, though years had passed since their paths last crossed. The mission ahead would demand the same unity and trust they once shared. "It's hard to explain exactly. I still don't know who it was that granted me this power," Damien said, pausing to take a mouthful of noodles. "Just know that, for reasons beyond my understanding, a mysterious benefactor opened up some huge opportunities for me. My abilities have grown immensely since then. We don't need to fear the threats that haunted us before, and there's no reason for us to move so cautiously anymore." He slurped the last of his soup and glanced around. Talking like this on a crowded street would have most people staring, but Damien didn't mind, as long as no one could piece together the truth of his words. Besides, it was the Weather Witch beside him who really drew the attention. From a distance, she looked like a daring cosplay enthusiast, one of those fans who show up to conventions in full costume. But here she was, strolling down the sidewalk in broad daylight. Her bold outfit and statuesque height guaranteed every passerby would double take. The Weather Witch shifted her weight, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "A mysterious benefactor?" she repeated, her tone curious. "Tell me more." The Weather Witch's eyes narrowed with worry as she studied Damien. "Have you gone to worship the gods?" she asked, her voice edged with urgency. "Surely you've encountered those so-called deities and immortals before. They're not as benevolent as they seem. Did you make any bargains or set any conditions with them? Have you been deceived?" When she learned that Damien's power had grown so dramatically, she immediately sensed a dangerous aura radiating from him. There was no time for relief, only mounting concern. She knew all too well that borrowing divine power never comes without strings attached. Something granted for free often binds the recipient more tightly than iron chains. Every gift demands its price in return. Damien may now possess enough strength to pursue his own aims, but what unseen toll will he ultimately be forced to pay? Damien set aside his bowl of instant noodles and gave the Witch of Weather a calm, almost amused look. "I don't worship any gods," he said. "It's complicated, but you'll understand soon enough why their threats don't faze me." She stared at him, startled. "So, you've got supernatural powers?" "Just a few," Damien replied. "I can glimpse a few seconds into the future. I'm all but indestructible, and there's more potential inside me than I've even tapped into." The witch's brow furrowed. Gifts from gods always came at a price, and the mightier the gift, the steeper the cost. She couldn't imagine him wielding something as grand as summoning storms or teleporting across realms. Yet his youthful face hinted at a secret bargain, perhaps years of his life traded for raw power. He stood, brushing crumbs from his lap. "No, I don't owe as much as you're guessing," he said with a confident half-smile. "I'll show you exactly what I can do, and then you'll see there's nothing to fear." With that, Damien turned on his heel, ready to prove that his strength and its price were far less alarming than they appeared. "How can you tell?" Damien asked, arching an eyebrow. The Weather Witch rose from the table, her expression tense. "Get the car ready. I'll drive us back." He gave a quick glance around the crowded restaurant, then nodded. As an elite, superpowered agent of the Divine Spear Bureau, she enjoyed privileges most could only dream of, luxury vehicles included. In moments, a sleek black sports car slid to the curb. Under Damien's direction, she opened the rear door. He slipped inside, and with a firm press of the accelerator, the engine roared to life. Within seconds, they were speeding away, leaving curious onlookers behind. No sooner had they vanished than the diners resumed their chatter. "That handsome older man is such a disgrace," one woman whispered. "It isn't shame, just frustration at wanting something he can't have," another muttered. "Keep it down," a third scolded. "No need to be so obvious." Damien first fell in love with a fabulously wealthy and stunning heiress when he was barely out of his teens. Naturally, people whispered, "He'll never want for anything again," or they even talk about gods and karma. But darker rumors followed. They say both of them are gravely ill. Even so, Damien sat in the back seat like royalty. He was tall and lean, his sharp features set off by a perfectly tailored suit and gleaming leather shoes. From the compartment before him, he withdrew his laptop and unfolded the tray table. With a few swift keystrokes, he bypassed the car's Wi-Fi and logged into the Shenzhen Bureau's secure network. A system alert flashed. Irregular driving can cause loved ones to shed tears. Damien glanced up just long enough to reply in a calm, measured tone, "What happened exactly? I'll figure out how to explain it later." He pressed one hand to his face, tilting his gaze back to the screen. "Now please, eyes on the road, not on me." He settled into his seat, radiating an air of composed confidence as lines of code scrolled across his laptop. The Weather Witch's curiosity only grew, but she averted her eyes from Damien and refocused on the road ahead. Until recently, Damien's schemes against the three great families had been little more than theoretical exercises. He simply didn't possess the strength to strike at them directly. Now, with his newfound power, he opened his laptop and began to revise every last detail of his old plans. Back then, Damien had thought of himself primarily as a strategist with only enough self-defense to stay alive. His approach had been cautious, even cumbersome. This time, however, he slashed through unnecessary contingencies, reworked troop deployments, and inserted himself at the very forefront of the operation. As he tapped out new orders and ran the numbers, a single startling truth emerged. As long as he no longer had to worry about surprise attacks or assassins in the shadows, he could wrap this up in 5 days. No more. Damien leaned back in his chair, staring at the screen in astonishment. A qualitative leap in his own capabilities had transformed a months-long marathon into a weekend sprint. "So that's why Tony Stark and the others always go in hard," he muttered. "Brutal, efficient, and it works. It's simple. Tony Stark and the others have outstripped anything the enemy can counter, leaving them in what amounts to a hopeless position." The Weather Witch escorted Damien to a classified military installation in City A. Once her access card cleared multiple security gates, they drove without pause to the subterranean headquarters of the Divine Spear Bureau. As the Bureau's most formidable operative, the Weather Witch enjoyed unparalleled authority. Soldiers snapped to attention at her approach, eyes widening in disbelief at the man at her side, Director Damien himself. None dared question them. Denying his identity would be too embarrassing. Admitting a mistake of that magnitude would be unthinkable. "Follow me to the testing chamber," Damien commanded, shaking himself free from his reverie. The Weather Witch opened her mouth, as if to protest, but he simply turned on his heel and strode ahead. The Apocalypse Witch hurried to fall in beside them. Together, they wove through the Bureau's maze of corridors, each checkpoint more heavily guarded than the last. At the end of the line, they stepped into a reinforced elevator. With a soft hum, it descended deeper and deeper into the earth, carrying them toward the secret testing facility far below the surface. Damien stepped into the chamber and paused to let the Weather Witch take in her surroundings. The hall soared 30 meters overhead, its vast emptiness magnified by the harsh, echoing light. This was the Empire's testing ground for those who showed supernatural gifts. Those who passed would be offered a place among its ranks, while those who didn't would be bound by treaty, required to live quietly within the cities of the Celestial Empire, their powers hidden, their voices muted. He turned to her, expression calm. "Let's begin," he said. "Once we spar, you'll see exactly what I'm capable of." Her eyebrows shot up. You want to fight me? Just like that?" Damien offered a faint, confident smile. "It's the simplest way to demonstrate my strength." She hesitated, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. "It's hard to explain what I can do." "That's all right," he replied. "By the end of this match, you'll know." His tone grew more serious. But there is one thing I need you to understand. The power I wield didn't come from praying to any gods. The Weather Witch's gaze sharpened. Then how? He shook his head. If worship alone could grant such abilities, I would have been on my knees long ago. With that, Damien reached up and unclasped the ornate amulet resting against his chest, letting it fall to the stone floor with a resounding click. His smile widened, unwavering. In that instant, an undeniable aura of power rippled through the air. Challenge made, invitation accepted. You've lost your mind, the Weather Witch said, her voice edged with disbelief. Damien stood before her, the air around him crackling with raw energy. At his peak, he exuded a confidence so absolute it bordered on arrogance. She studied him, trying to reconcile this aggressive, bristling figure with the poised, thoughtful man she once knew. In calmer times, Damien carried himself with quiet wisdom. His occasional outbursts of anger were powerful and fearsome, yet controlled. He and Zhang Yang had always maintained a courteous distance, navigating their alliance with tact and mutual respect. Now, though, his composure was gone. The surge of newfound power had changed him, and the Weather Witch understood all too well how intoxicating or destructive such power could be. It could erase everything a person had been, twisting their character beyond recognition. It's not without reason that I say so, she pressed. Damien raised his chin, his eyes burning with conviction. I haven't lost my mind, he replied evenly. I'm perfectly clear on what I'm doing. Though the pity in her gaze remained, Damien felt no resentment. He knew she worried for him, and perhaps he did too. But he also knew the transformation he'd undergone and the course he was committed to. There was no turning back. Damien shook his head, tension coiling in his shoulders. No, that's not what true sobriety means. The Weather Witch's lips curved into a cold smile. I won't deny that your new strength makes you safer. In fact, I'm glad you've grown more powerful. But don't fool yourself into thinking you could ever beat me. Damien met her gaze evenly. I've seen your techniques, but I haven't seen the full scope of how crushing the power gap can be among the truly strong. Her eyes flashed with contempt. Then let me show you. I'll awaken you to the real difference between us. She spread her arms wide as the wind whipped around her. Damien, I want the old you back, the one I used to enjoy getting along with. This arrogant version of you isn't half as charming. He let a sardonic smile slip onto his face. You think you know who I am now. Once you've seen what I'm capable of, you'll realize whether you preferred me in the past or this version. She laughed, voice low and scornful. Ready? She challenged, the air crackling with raw energy at her fingertips. Damien squared his shoulders. If you're so eager, go ahead, show me. The Weather Witch's grin widened. She'd been counting on his bravado. She knew it would only deepen the blow when he faltered. But before she could unleash her power, Damien's figure, 10 meters away, simply vanished into thin air. A sudden sense of danger descended from above. Instinctively, the Weather Witch threw up her hands to meet it, only to have her block intercepted in midair. Damien's fingers closed around her wrist like iron. Surprised, she looked up into his calm, determined eyes. Instead of wrenching her arm free, Damien yanked her forward, pivoted on his heel, and with a single fluid motion sent her skidding across the lab floor. Without hesitation, he drove his right palm into the spot she'd just vacated. A visible shockwave burst from his hand, gouging a massive crater straight through the special alloy decking. With a thunderous roar, dozens of meters of reinforced floor collapsed into a yawning black hole. The entire testing chamber shuddered under the impact. Damien's punch struck with such force that the reinforced alloy plating of the test chamber shuddered, splintering like thin ice. The Weather Witch's eyes went wide, her face draining of color. She had never encountered such raw power. What is this strength? She managed to gasp. Damien hovered a moment in midair, then dropped to the floor as smoothly as a feather. His gaze was cold, unblinking. Is this the mercy the strong show the weak? He asked, voice low and steady. Believe it or not, I haven't even tapped 10% of my power. The witch backed away, trembling. You could kill me that easily? Without breaking a sweat, Damien replied. You've already laid bare every flaw in your defenses. Taking your life would be effortless. Only days ago, Damien had trained under a mysterious master whose arcane energy, awakened hidden reserves within him. Since then, his martial abilities had leapt forward in ways he could scarcely explain. He didn't yet understand the full scope of the strange power coursing through his veins, but channeling a fraction of it now felt entirely natural. Damien steadied himself as the planet-level powerhouse's full-force strike shattered the air. Such a blow didn't merely impact a few dozen meters. It rippled out for thousands, even tens of thousands. In that instant, Damien truly understood what it meant to be invincible on a planetary scale. Setting aside the countless undiscovered technologies confined to planetary civilizations, nothing else could match this level of raw power. It was this overwhelming might that forced Damien to rethink many of his old strategies. He still knew his own limits, but to the Weather Witch, his newfound poise looked no different from the arrogance of unchecked strength. Damien, however, grasped her concerns and bore her silent judgment without resentment. The Weather Witch studied him with narrowed eyes. Damien stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, every inch the confident warrior. Her gaze prickled at him like a physical blow, and despite himself, he felt his cheeks flush. She found no words to answer him. Instead, white lightning crackled across her form, and her silvery hair floated upward as if caught in a raging storm. "Damien, I'll admit I misjudged you," the Weather Witch said, her voice rolling like distant thunder. "Show me the strength you've been boasting about. I hope you live up to it, and try not to die in the process." Her words echoed through the empty chamber. If Damien's claim was true, then his earlier strike had drawn on barely 10% of his power. This was no gift earned by routine prayers to gods or Buddhas. From everything the Weather Witch had seen, or only heard rumors of, no deity could grant a mortal such raw might overnight, let alone pick him as their champion. Whatever fueled Damien's power lay far beyond her understanding. "Wherever the storm strikes, thunder follows," she intoned, her chant a haunting melody of charged air. Instantly, she became the eye of a seething tempest. Dark clouds materialized overhead, crackling with electric energy. Bolts of lightning arced through the room, each thunderclap rattling the walls. Though she, too, was a witch, her mastery of elemental forces set her apart from the others. Her magic was raw and elemental, wild and unconstrained. At the center of that swirling maelstrom, the Weather Witch fixed Damien with a steady, cold gaze. In the moments to come, raw power would be tested against raw power, and only one of them would emerge victorious. Damien crouched behind a shattered wall, eyes locked on the Weather Witch 100 meters away. She moved with impossible speed, vanishing and reappearing in a blink. Her body, honed to superhuman toughness, bristled with raw power. To anyone who witnessed her in action, there was no doubt she was the very embodiment of storm and thunder. Lightning danced across her irises as she wove intricate hand seals. In an instant, she thrust both arms skyward. Around her erupted a cataclysmic thunderstorm, millions of jagged lightning bolts ripping across mountain peaks and river valleys in every direction. The ferocious beams struck the alloy battlefield beneath Damien's feet. In moments, the metal surface evaporated, leaving behind gaping black fissures. Short, wind-blown hair framing her face, the Weather Witch stood at the eye of the storm, every bit as awe-inspiring and terrifying as a deity of wrath. Damien had seen this display countless times before. From a safe distance, the enemy always lay defeated once she truly unleashed. Yet no matter how many battles he'd watched, the sheer godlike power of her thunder always stole his breath away. Damien had never felt power like this so close, so personal. He stood in the center of the test chamber, heart beating steadily, and closed his eyes. Quietly, he wove his hands together, drawing in the room's latent energy. A low hum filled the air, and then purple void power exploded outward from his palms. Within an instant, that crackling energy wrapped around him like a shimmering, purple-gold bell. He could almost feel it vibrating against his skin as it solidified into a protective shell. No sooner had it formed than a jagged bolt of lightning, summoned by the Weather Witch, struck full force against his barrier. The impact detonated in a blinding flash, electric tendrils writhing like serpents across the bell's surface. The roar of thunder battered the walls, and the entire test chamber trembled. Somewhere beyond the reinforced doors, agents and soldiers in the Divine Spear Bureau staggered and grabbed at consoles, desks, anything to steady themselves against the shockwave. When the echoes finally died down, the chamber floor lay charred and fractured, except for a 2-meter circle around Damien. Within that circle, the tile remained untouched and gleamed silvery beneath the overhead lights. Standing a few paces away, the Weather Witch stared at the intact bell of energy surrounding him. Her pale eyes widened with astonishment. She knew her lightning was formidable, perhaps one of the strongest elemental forces, but here was Damien, immovable, deflecting every strike with that radiant shield. Silence fell between them, broken only by the faint sizzle of dissipating energy. Neither had taken a step forward. Yet in that charged stillness, both understood a new balance of power had been born. Her lightning could topple mountains, strike one dead center, and its granite core would shatter, explode, and turn to dust. She had faced countless mighty warriors, and almost all did the same thing. They fled. Very few ever dared meet her power head-on. Yet now she stared, unbelieving, at Damien, once so frail, now standing unscathed after taking her thunderbolt squarely. What secret had transformed him during those vanished 20 hours? A surge of violet light flared in Damien's eyes as he locked onto the Weather Witch's horrified expression. "I know you're shocked," he said softly, "but you're not nearly done being surprised." No sooner had the words left his lips than 2 blades of pure light slashed upward from his gaze. Wherever those brilliant edges cut, her lightning bolts fractured mid-air, ripped apart as if struck by an invisible sword. Startled, the witch vanished and reappeared 1,000 meters to his flank. But even at that distance, her storm was cleaved in 2, its power impotent before Damien's radiant onslaught. Great gashes, each over 10 meters long, scored the thick wall of the test chamber. The force of those strikes rattled the entire room like a sudden quake. The Celestial Dynasty's ancient martial arts were legendary, but few possessed the innate talent to unleash them completely. Damien was one of the rare exceptions. In that moment, he didn't even hold his customary 3-foot jade blade, yet it felt as if he had drawn a peerless sword of pure energy, his presence saturating the air with unmatched authority. Beneath his feet, a swirling violet disk sprang into being and lifted him effortlessly off the ground. He could feel the planet-level chi coursing through his body, granting him true flight. Had he studied it more thoroughly, he might have self-propelled into the sky, but for now the simulation's virtual reality system carried him aloft. Even so, the spectacle was enough to leave the Weather Witch utterly stunned. Damien hovered effortlessly on the wind currents, his cloak fluttering behind him. The Weather Witch watched him with a mixture of curiosity and something she couldn't quite name. "Still flying?" she asked, voice flat. He dipped his head in answer. "Is that so surprising?" She folded her arms. "I thought you said you already had this power." "If devotion to gods or Buddhas could have given me these abilities," Damien replied, "I would have knelt before them long ago." The witch's brow furrowed. "Then where did your strength come from?" He settled onto a drifting cloud as if it were solid ground. "From a mysterious master. Every ounce of my power was granted by him. His mastery eclipses anything those so-called deities possess." Her eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt, but she pressed on. "You've changed," she said softly. He met her gaze. "I don't deny I've changed, but not in the way you imagine." She summoned a swirl of mist around her fingertips. "Then explain." Damien turned to face the distant horizon, where the sun's last rays gilded the skies. Blue Star must become a community with a shared future for all mankind. To guide it, we need a leader of unparalleled talent. I believe that leader resides within the Chinese dynasty. A hush fell between them as his words settled in the cooling air. He, or she, will be our first supreme controller. Damien's resolve was as firm as ever. "My ideal hasn't changed," he said quietly, "but hey shit, how I pursue it has. From now on, I won't limit my gaze to our little blue planet. I'm looking out into the infinite universe." He paused, scanning the star-speckled sky. "I'm convinced the mysterious master who granted me this power came from those far reaches. Once I achieve my goals, I intend to track him down, learn his true identity, and personally thank him. Without that gift, my path would have ended in a deadlock." The Weather Witch, who had watched him with rapt attention, suddenly blinked, disbelief written across her face. Damien studied her reaction and spoke slowly. You ask why a being from the cosmos would bestow such power on me. Have you never considered that nothing worthwhile simply falls from the heavens? We grow up thinking miracles drop into our laps, like pies from the sky, but that's fantasy. True power demands effort. She folded her arms, still unsettled by his words. I loathe iron that can't be transformed into steel, she said at last. Strength comes only through heat and hammering, only when we forge it for ourselves. A charged silence settled between them as Damien's words sank in. In that moment, both knew their futures would depend not on miracles granted, but on the will to become great. Damien paced the edge of the observation deck, eyes fixed on the distant stars. I still don't know why that mysterious master entrusted me with such immense power, he admitted softly. Weatherwitch watched him, arms crossed. Then tell me everything you've learned so far, she urged. He nodded. I want to journey into the universe to uncover the truth behind it all, but to understand my mission, you need to know how I came to possess these abilities. He took a steadying breath. Yesterday marked the second time I received his power. The first gift came months ago, when I attempted to sabotage the Celestial Empire's shared future for mankind project. Without warning or explanation, he bestowed me with strength beyond my imagining. I never even met him face to face that time, but that power changed everything. I no longer feared a sudden, fatal blow, and with that courage, I finally felt ready to launch my plans. Joining forces with you is the first step. Weatherwitch nodded thoughtfully. Damien continued. This second endowment occurred when I found myself cornered. No matter which way I turned, death loomed. He appeared once more and spoke for the first time. He asked me what kind of power I craved to break free from my trap. I told him bluntly, when I face the enemy waiting for me, I don't want to fear death. That was my only request. I negotiated nothing else. He paused, looking up at her. With these gifts, I believe we can turn the tide, but I need your help to unravel the rest. Why he chose me, what his true purpose is, and where this path will ultimately lead. Weatherwitch met his gaze with determination. Then let's find those answers together. He handed it to me, and then vanished. That's about all I know. We'll have to track down the finer details ourselves later. I'm only telling you this much. You won't pry anything more out of me. Damien caught the Weatherwitch's anxious glance. She seemed convinced he was so worried about being deceived that he might not even notice a lie staring him in the face. He raised a reassuring hand and continued. Chapter 741. Are you really Zheng Shan? You said you'd give it to me for free? How could I do otherwise? The Weatherwitch's heart fluttered at his words, but she refused to let herself believe them. She'd learned early on that power never came without a price. Ever since childhood, her extraordinary abilities had set her apart and exposed her to dangers beyond ordinary comprehension. She couldn't recall how many times she'd narrowly escaped disaster, only that her innate strength had kept her alive through 16, 17 years of constant threat. Now, as she grew older and her understanding of the world deepened, the fundamental rule she'd observed remained unchanged. Every cause demanded an effect, and nothing truly came without cost. There's nothing wrong with that, Damien said, his voice steady. I know those of us granted power directly aren't what you're used to. Whether my transformation proves a blessing or a curse, you'll see it for yourself. If I ever stray from Blue Star's ideals, just send someone to stop me. After all, you know better than anyone who truly pulls the strings in Blue Star. The Weatherwitch said nothing. Damien recalled his mentor's solemn warning. Power is an abyss of desire. He wasn't sure he could resist the urges now surging within him, but he had made his choice. At last, he nodded. Very well. Across the clearing, the Weatherwitch observed his shifting aura. The change in Damien was undeniable, yet beneath it all, his true self remained intact. Then, let the duel continue. Damien flexed his fingers. Arcs of energy sparked around his hand. It hasn't been long since I awakened this power, he admitted. I've only just begun to master it, and I still have a long way to go. I need a strong opponent to sharpen my control. With a graceful gesture, he summoned a 3-foot-long sword into his palm. The blade hovered in midair, its surface glowing like moonlit steel. Damien assumed a fluid, almost ethereal stance, ready to test his burgeoning strength against whatever the Weatherwitch would throw his way. I want to see just how far your power reaches, the Weather Witch declared, her voice crackling like distant thunder. She studied Damien carefully. There was no trace of wickedness in his aura, only the clear, pure radiance of a sword spirit. Intriguing. Though she longed to uncover the source of his strength, she chose to observe rather than bind him further. With a graceful sweep of her jade-tipped fingers, the swirling storm crystallized around them, thunder roaring in response. Damien relaxed his defense. His earlier clash with the witch had been nothing more than a trial. He'd expended some of his mysterious energy but suffered no injury. His reserves weren't infinite, yet they'd held firm against her assault, so long as he wielded them with care. That knowledge was all he needed. Clutching his sword, he unleashed a ferocious surge of blade intent. The magic disc beneath his feet ignited with arcane light, and Damien shot forward through the tempest like a soaring dragon. Wherever he stepped, a glowing platform bloomed in midair, granting him solid ground with each stride. Now, with sword and storm at his command, the true test began. In a flash of lightning, Damien materialized before the Weather Witch, thunder crackling in his wake. The sword energy he wielded coiled around him like living wind, razor-sharp arcs that relentlessly carved through the raging storm. Each strike carried such overwhelming sharpness that the Weather Witch felt her very defenses shatter. She ought to have been surprised, but she wasn't. Deep down, she'd known Damien was no ordinary opponent. Though his slender frame and unassuming presence had once masked his true abilities, Damien was a scholar of ancient martial arts and weaponry. His understanding of form and technique was unparalleled. If only he'd possessed the raw physical talent necessary to cultivate inner strength, he could have fully unleashed those skills long ago. Instead, he'd been forced to rely on modern tools and training, his body a mere mortal vessel in a world bristling with technology and firearms. Until now, that is. When Damien tapped into the hidden depths of his potential, it had been like an epiphany. Every lesson he'd ever learned sprang to life in his hands. Sensing his newfound power, the Weather Witch's arrogance vanished. No longer would she underestimate him, or act so carelessly. Damien stood at the center of the testing chamber, as the Weather Witch drew two slender fingers through the air, shaping them into a blade of pure energy. In an instant, brilliant white light engulfed the room, its glare reflecting off every surface like the first light of dawn. The radiance was so intense it would have blinded anyone standing too close, except Damien. He'd seen the Weather Witch in action countless times before. Instinctively, he squeezed his eyes shut and activated his mind's eye to track every shift in the chamber. Ahead of him, the Weather Witch unleashed her power. A single gesture summoned a thunderbolt as thick as 100 meters, and Damien slashed his sword toward the unfolding storm. His blade of light met the thunderbolt with a titanic roar, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Above them, the thunder snake, an arcing ribbon of crackling energy, filled the sky, reproducing with every strike. Another 100-meter-wide bolt of lightning crashing down. This was why the Weather Witch's authority was absolute. Her divine command over storms kept monsters and malevolent forces at bay. Though Damien could not see, his feet never halted. He danced through the lethal bolts with the grace of a dragon in flight, each step guided by instinct rather than sight. Every impact rattled the chamber's foundations, and waves of power pulsed through the Divine Spear Bureau's grounds. Damien's heart pounded as he remained focused, ready for whatever the Weather Witch would summon next. The testing chamber trembled again, the whole building humming with each powerful impact. Curious onlookers, brawny agents from the Divine Spear Bureau and a swarm of soldiers pushed into the observation gallery just outside the reinforced glass. "Damn, did I read that right?" one agent whispered. "Is that Director Damien, fighting the Weather Witch?" "They're calling him Damien, but look, this is him in his youth. When did Director Damien get so strong that he can square off against a Weather Witch? Has he been hiding his true power all this time? Last I heard, Damien only knew basic hand-to-hand techniques, enough to handle street thugs, maybe spar with us once in a while. And now? Has he suddenly become some kind of immortal warrior?" A ripple of astonished murmurs swept the gallery as they watched the lithe young man inside deliver a high kick that shattered a gust of lightning. An old sergeant at the back nodded, confirming what everyone was thinking. This really was Damien in his prime, and nobody in that room would soon forget the sight. Damien barely had time to brace himself before the Weather Witch struck back. Realizing her thunderbolt wouldn't fell him, she summoned 2 jagged daggers crackling with lightning, then vanished, reappearing 300 meters away, directly behind him. Instinctively, Damien felt the shift in the air and spun his sword into position. Clang! Metal rang against metal as Damien's longsword met her electrified blades. The Weather Witch was renowned for her storm magic and long-range dominance. Virtually no enemy could match her fury from afar. Yet in earlier battles, her inexperience in close quarters had cost her dearly. After Damien warned her of that weakness, she devoted herself to mastering melee combat. Now her wrists flourished with precision, her daggers moving like ethereal butterflies laced with thunder. Each of her strikes sent arcs of violet and white light dancing across the battlefield. Above them, a towering column of purple-tinged energy surged skyward, then cascaded back to the ground, illuminating the desolate arena in a storm-lit glow. It was the perfect stage for 2 of the Rhea, Elam's fiercest warriors, to test their mettle, and neither showed any intention of yielding. Chapter X. Slash marks gouged the earth, and scorched ground clouded the air, turning the testing chamber into a hellish arena. At the edge of the hall, Sun Wukong gripped his golden cudgel, eyes narrowed as he watched the 2 combatants trade blows. Though he'd trained under the legendary Monkey King, he was no deity, just a warrior who had absorbed some of Wukong's teachings. Even so, he remained stronger than most soldiers here, and now he realized just how terrifying these 2 truly were. Their clash felt less like mortal combat, and more like a battle of gods. Everyone present knew the Weather Witch commanded storms with a flick of her wrist, her dual daggers crackling with lightning. Yet across the field stood Director Damien, once merely a high-ranking officer, and now he fought with such ferocity that even Sun Wukong found it impossible to predict his next move. How had Damien grown so powerful, so impossibly skilled? Damien pressed his advantage, lunging with his familiar 3-foot blade, Qingfeng, but the Weather Witch parried effortlessly, her daggers weaving arcs of thunder that met his blade again and again. Frustrated, Damien realized he could not break through her defenses with the sword alone. Seizing a moment as she recoiled from his feint, he channeled his will into his weapon. In the blink of an eye, the blade elongated, its steel twisting into a red-tasseled spear. With a roar, Damien spun the spear overhead. A gale burst from its shaft, tearing through the swirling storm clouds the witch had summoned. Crackling lightning bolts were torn apart by the spear's vortex, their fury swallowed whole. Then, with a single decisive sweep, Damien drove the spear low across the chamber floor. The air shuddered as raw power erupted, extinguishing the witch's thunder and sending a shockwave rippling outward. When dust and sparks settled, the testing chamber lay silent. The Weather Witch staggered back, her twin daggers dim, as Damien stood firm, the crimson tassels of his spear brushing the scorched earth. Sun Wukong exhaled, letting his cudgel lower. He had witnessed many battles, but never one that had reshaped his understanding of power so completely. Damien's latest spell sent the Weather Witch skidding across the clearing, forcing her to take cover behind a jagged outcrop of rock. He called out after her, voice ringing with challenge. Remember, longer blades give you power, and shorter ones only work if you know how to use them. Breathing hard, the Weather Witch glared at him. Lightning still flickered around her fingertips. You're the one who told me to train with a 2-handed dagger, Damien. You said my Thunderblade technique could channel electricity through my entire body. Damien just smiled, planting one foot on a raised boulder so he towered over her. With a relaxed flick of his wrist, he leveled an imaginary pistol at her. In that moment, the air seemed to hum with his raw energy. Ever since he'd awakened the so-called Thunderstrike circuit, his strength had shot through the roof, even if his control over it was still a work in progress. That rush of power made him grin from ear to ear. This was what it felt like to be a planet-level fighter. The Weather Witch's eyes widened as she watched him, her bravado slipping. Every time they clashed, she found herself more on the defensive. Damien matched her bolt for bolt, strike for strike, and it wasn't just her elemental storms he had to worry about. his sheer physical might was every bit as dangerous. She crouched lower behind the rock, chest heaving, and for the first time realized she might be in over her head. Damien's grin only grew wider at her fear. Clearly, his training and hers had only just begun. Since Damien had grown accustomed to the limits and the potential of his own powers, his strength had climbed steadily. The Weather Witch studied him with narrowed eyes. "I've given you every suggestion you need," she began. "When you mastered the two-handed dagger, you disposed of far tougher foes than before. But this situation is different. You focused on only one style at the start, and now those early gaps are showing again. A true warrior never stands still. Only relentless, disciplined training will make you stronger." Damien straightened, his posture calm. With one hand he raised his pistol and casually rested the barrel against her shoulder, but his smile stayed warm and confident. "Believe me, I want to train," he said. "But you're dumping so many missions on me, I barely have time to breathe. Let me carve out a little time to study tactics instead of endless drills." The Weather Witch threw up her hands in frustrated exasperation. Ever since he'd elevated her to the role of his chief troubleshooter, she'd been buried under mission after mission. Free time was a myth, and now he expected her to leap into more repetitive exercises on top of everything else? After all, Damien had always praised her for being so diligent, strong, and utterly reliable. Yet here she was, wondering when she'd ever get a moment's rest. Damien's retort stung her. The Weather Witch's eyes flared with incandescent energy, her thunderbolts crackling more furiously through the gathering storm clouds. "You're only pointing out my flaws now," she snapped. "But I'll have my revenge. There will be other opportunities." Damien didn't waver. "Those are just minor flaws," he replied evenly. "They can be overcome." He could hear the witch's simmering resentment in the rumble of thunder above, each roll growing faster, more insistent. A fleeting pang of guilt tugged at him, but he steadied himself and added, "And if you refuse to keep fighting under the same conditions, you'd be cheating by switching weapons." That last remark sent the Weather Witch spiraling backward, her cloak of storm winds billowing behind her. She had witnessed Damien's sweeping spear strike a moment ago, felt the extension of his reach and the raw force it unleashed. She knew now that suppressing him would be far more difficult than she'd anticipated. Worse, Damien's unwavering resolve shone through every word he spoke, fueling her resentment into something far more dangerous. After the community with a shared future for humanity is founded, Damien turns his attention to nominating the first candidate from the Chinese dynasty as its inaugural supreme commander. Once that goal is achieved, he intends to leave Blue Star behind and set out for the wider universe. The Weather Witch, ever attuned to the shifting currents of fate, knows they stand on the brink of a new era. With Damien's remarkable powers combined with her control over the skies, the remaining obstacles to unity should melt away in no time. It's not that she objects to his cosmic ambitions. If she could, she would follow him among the stars. What pains her is that Damien never once discussed his plans with her. Throughout their shared missions, he made no suggestion of venturing into space together, and he never so much as asked if she wished to come along. "Don't," she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper, yet crackling with an electric charge. Damien kept his eyes shut, his pulse quickening as he felt her aura, warm and stormy, begin to recede. "Why not?" he said softly. "Is it because I'll no longer need my spear?" For a long moment, silence stretched between them, heavy with words left unsaid. Beyond the portal of stars, countless worlds awaited him. And yet, even as the universe beckoned, Damien realized that no ambition, no matter how vast, was more precious than the bond he risked severing with the one person who had always stood by his side. Damien was in the middle of pushing his powers to the limit, testing every new spell and incantation he could muster, when the Weather Witch abruptly ended their duel. She planted her feet on the ground and crossed her arms. "I'm done here," she said coolly. "I won't fight you anymore." It was like having a private celebration rudely cut short, and Damien felt a tight knot of frustration in his chest. "Fine," he replied, with a forced smile. "Use whatever you like. I won't hold back." The Weather Witch dispelled the swirling winds around her and settled onto the grass. Damien sprang to his feet, brushing off his robes, and tilted his head with a teasing grin. "Come on, let's keep sparring," he urged. "I'm not even comfortable with my powers yet. I could use the practice." She hesitated, but Damien danced lightly around her, eyes bright with eagerness. Over the years, he'd met plenty of elite warriors from Blue Star, but only a handful would agree to harmless, no-holds-barred matches. If he really wanted a challenge, he supposed he could call on Tony Stark and his crew. Those guys operated at a planet-shaking level. When they'd once faced down a 100,000-strong alien army, they'd torn through it without breaking a sweat. Damien sighed. He had a long way to go before he could match that kind of power, but for now, he'd settle for convincing the Weather Witch to give him one more round. Damien stood in the testing chamber, every muscle taut with confidence in his own strength, but he didn't want to overwhelm his opponent. After weighing his options, he'd settled on facing the Weather Witch. In this confined space, her power was understandably restrained. Out in the open sky, she could unleash storms without fear of tearing the room apart. Keeping that in mind, their duel had the appearance of intensity, yet remained carefully measured. The Weather Witch folded her arms and shook her head. "I'm just not up for this right now. Let's revisit it once I'm in a better mood." Damien stepped forward, concern creasing his brow. "Take your time," he urged. "When you're ready, I'll meet any condition you set." Her eyes flickered with surprise, an echo of the old camaraderie she'd once known with him. A small, genuine smile touched her lips as she nodded. "All right, after this mission, if there's something you need or some condition you'd like to put forward, just say the word." "Consider it done," Damien replied quietly. Recognizing the firmness in his voice, she let the matter drop for now, and Damien, relieved, turned his attention to the task at hand. "Is it too much to ask for a little time off, to just relax and unwind?" Damien, the Weather Witch, fixed his gaze on director Zheng Shan and spoke in a low tone. He'd lost count of the times he'd submitted leave requests, and of the times each request was cut short. As the Divine Spear Bureau's single most powerful operative, he was the agency's first call whenever trouble brewed. Just when he'd start picturing himself lounging by the sea or firing up a barbecue, an urgent summons would drag him back into action. Zheng Shan offered a sympathetic smile. "I understand how much you need a break, and trust me, I want you to have one. I've wrestled with this exact dilemma before." He rose from behind his desk, the weight of his responsibilities evident in the crease of his brow. The country's expanse teemed with resources and challenges alike. Technically, he could dispatch other agents to handle routine matters, but in terms of speed and precision, none came close to Damien. Damien let out a quiet sigh, the tension easing from his shoulders for the first time in weeks. He knew Zheng Shan meant well, but duty had a way of finding him, no matter where he tried to hide. And so, with steely resolve, he prepared once again to answer the call of the Bureau, his long-awaited break postponed, for now, until the next crisis passed. It was never easy to explain slow progress to the higher-ups, so every time operations bogged down, Director Damien had to swallow his pride and summon the Weather Witch back to duty. "I understand your challenges," Damien began, "but you've got to understand mine. We're all under pressure here." The Weather Witch shot him a tired look. "Try telling me what it's like to have your life interrupted every time you finally get some rest, only to be dragged back in for mandatory overtime." She crossed her arms, feet tapping. "You stay late, I stay late. Fine. But when do I evac or get a full night's sleep?" Damien offered a patient shrug. "We both pull late shifts, but you have an entire squad of meteorologists on call. You're the Weather Witch. I'm just a one-man office. Our burdens aren't the same." Still muttering under her breath, she strode ahead and pushed open the massive steel doors of the testing chamber. With a thunderous groan, they swung apart to reveal a lone figure standing in the dim light. The witch's scowl vanished in an instant, replaced by a composed, welcoming smile. "Director Damien?" At her words, the squad of soldiers stationed beside the entrance snapped to attention as Damien stepped forward. Everyone stared at Damien in disbelief. Though he looked years younger, there was no mistaking him. "It's hard to believe," someone ventured, "but you really are him?" Damien gave a small nod. "As unbelievable as it seems? Yes." "Director Damien," another voice called, What happened to you? How did you suddenly get so strong? Sun Wukong stepped forward, curiosity shining in his eyes. Yeah, spill it. What changed? Damien smiled wryly. It's a long story, and one I can't fully explain right now. What matters is this. I won't be stuck in the rear any longer. I'll be fighting on the front lines with all of you. He paused, meeting each of their gazes. Be ready. We move out at 7 tomorrow morning. Silence fell over the group. They wanted to ask more, but Damien's serious expression made it clear he wasn't going to say another word. Still, the news was welcome. The Divine Spear Bureau had gained another formidable ally. Without another word, Damien turned and left with the Weather Witch. Together, they walked back to his office, where he disappeared into the locker room to change into a crisp suit, ready for whatever tomorrow would bring. Damien stood in front of the cloakroom mirror, surveying the ruin of his once immaculate suit. Though his body bore no wounds, the fabric had fared far worse. He made a mental note to have some custom, battle-ready garments tailored for everyday wear. Moments later, freshly changed and looking every bit the polished professional, he stepped out into the office. The Weather Witch, her arcane instruments arranged neatly on her desk, paused in her work to appraise him. Damien's new suit fit him like a second skin, emphasizing his lean frame and calm confidence. If anyone still doubted the old proverb, never judge a book by its cover, they'd see it embodied in him, a young, unassuming gentleman who could unleash horrors without leaving a trace. She set aside her quill and looked him in the eye. Damien, she asked quietly, when did this mysterious master you mentioned first grant you your power? He met her gaze, expression casual as he leaned against the doorframe. About 2 or 3 years ago, he replied, as if he were recalling the date of a routine meeting. Her brows shot up. So you've possessed inhuman strength all this time? She studied him intently, trying to reconcile the poised gentleman before her with the unstoppable force he just displayed. Damien shrugged. I suppose you could say that, but power means little without purpose. A charged silence fell between them as the Weather Witch weighed his words. Outside, the city lay under a brooding sky, its next turn of fate now tied inextricably to the man in the crisp suit and the secrets he carried. Damien strode over to the desk, flipped on the computer, and spoke without a hint of drama. I wasn't always as strong as I am now, but even back then I could handle most everyday threats. Ordinary bullets barely scratched me, and I survived being hit by a car and sent flying dozens of meters. If my mysterious mentor hadn't granted me these powers from the start, I'd be dead. He had tangled with too many powerful interests while trying to set things right, drawing relentless pursuit. Only his enhanced physique and the gifts bestowed by that unseen master had kept him alive through dangers no ordinary person could survive. Over the years, Damien had me to revere his benefactor, yet despite everything, he felt no different today than he had the day he'd first awakened to his abilities. The Weather Witch, standing quietly in the corner, narrowed her eyes at him. Softly, she asked, have you noticed anything abnormal in your body lately? It wasn't just idle gossip. Everyone agreed that Damien had an extraordinary fate awaiting him. In truth, his strength had long surpassed human limits, but he'd gone out of his way to hide it. Even those closest to him never suspected a thing. If there really were something to notice, he said with a half smile, you would have seen it by now, even if I never brought it up, right? With that, Damien booted up his computer and began typing. This time, he was preparing a formal petition for an official investigation at the highest level. In the past, as director of the Divine Spear Bureau, he'd always chosen to act first and report later. His authority allowed him to eliminate threats on the spot. He also knew that submitting requests too early risked alerting his adversaries and giving them time to fortify their defenses. But now, he wanted this inquiry to be on record before anything happened. If his enemies struck first, Damien would have every right, by law and by precedent, to respond with full force. He paused only long enough to review his words, ensuring every phrase made clear the urgency and gravity of the situation. Then, with a final keystroke, he hit submit. The petition vanished into the secure channels of the top command, and an official case file sprang into existence. Now, all he could do was wait and prepare himself for whatever came next. Damien leaned back, studying the Weather Witch. That sounds like a convenient explanation. Honestly, I didn't even notice it. She frowned. If there really was no price to pay, why would the mysterious master you mentioned grant me those powers in the first place? The Weather Witch paused, searching her memories, and felt nothing odd. She offered a half smile. To be honest, at first I wondered if it was because I'm better looking, she teased. Or maybe I just got lucky. The truth is, I don't know, but I intend to find out. Good, Damien said. Then prepare yourselves. We move at midnight. Zhengshan, lounging against a nearby console, raised an eyebrow. Midnight? Weren't we supposed to start at 7 tomorrow morning? Ayla, the Weather Witch, shrugged. I only gave them that time to silence their questions. The forces we're facing now are incredibly dangerous. One wrong step, and even someone like me could die out there. I refuse to throw soldiers at them in human waves. She fixed Zhengxian with a steady look. This mission is just the two of us. We'll handle the final cleanup once the main battle's over. Zhengxian's casual grin vanished, replaced by a determined nod. Understood. We'll be ready. As midnight approached, the three of them fell silent, each lost in thought about the fight ahead and the secrets they still needed to uncover. Just the two of us? The Weather Witch frowned, clearly taken aback. And Sun Wukong, Saber, or Grace Tan aren't coming? Zhengxian shook his head. Not this time. This opponent is too dangerous. Ordinary fighters won't stand a chance. He glanced toward the courtyard where the Divine Spear Bureau's wards waited. Besides, someone has to stay behind and guard our headquarters. He remembered everything Sun Wukong had done for them. The shape-shifting that turned the tide on countless missions, the lightning-fast martial skills that dismantled ambushes, the daring infiltrations and elaborate feints that drew enemies into traps. Yet, this foe was not some common bandit lord or scheming noble. No mythic monkey king, and certainly no mere mortal, could weather what was coming without grave risk. In theory, Zhengxian continued, Sun Wukong would be a tremendous asset, but I refused to send him in just to test his limits. The cost could be his life, and ours if he falls. The Weather Witch sighed and crossed her arms. Zhengxian knew he'd have to answer more questions soon, particularly from the heads of the last 3 aristocratic families who had grown restless. Only one person among them could tip the balance, the Weather Witch herself, whose mastery over wind and storm was their secret ace. For now, that had to be enough. He looked at his companion, resolve firming in his eyes. We leave at dawn. And with that, the two of them began final preparations for a confrontation that would determine the fate of them all. Though each foe was individually weaker than the Weather Witch, none were so feeble as to pose no threat, and there were several of them. Even someone of her caliber faced grave danger in a one-against-many fight. The enemy, smart as they were, wouldn't throw themselves into a death match they couldn't win. All it would take was one operative to pin the witch down while another slipped in to steal the house. If Damien fell in the skirmish, they'd spread word of his death and rain on her morale. This isn't a movie or a manga where a fallen ally's rage instantly turns the tide. In a battle this deadly, calm is survival. Lose your head, and you're as good as dead. Until now, Damien had felt helpless. No allies, no backup. But the mysterious master has granted him extraordinary strength. At last, he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Weather Witch. The helplessness that once shadowed every step is gone. Now together, they have a real chance. But you asked me to keep training with you, Damien reminded her. The Weather Witch inclined her head, her pale eyes probing every nuance of his conviction, without ever raising a real objection. The more you practice, the better you'll understand your own strength, she said softly. He squared his shoulders. Exactly. I need that clarity. She tapped her fingers against her staff. Then let's delay the plan by a day or two. A confident smile curved Damien's lips. Even if I haven't unlocked every ounce of power, he said, my forecasts alone will be enough to see us through. The moment Zhengxian's request for an investigation order went through, the news spread like wildfire behind closed doors. In less than half an hour, the very men he intended to scrutinize had caught wind of it. This guy's really pushing his luck, one muttered. Doesn't he know which lines you don't cross? Another snarled. He's asking for trouble, a third added, dark-eyed with fury. All three were mid-level officials, used to keeping their heads down. Directly defying an order from Zheng Xian, director of the Divine Spear Bureau, was unthinkable. His authority in matters of internal probes was absolute, but if they couldn't quash the order itself, they'd go after the man who issued it. By nightfall, they'd quietly mobilize their own networks, pulling strings and making calls. At the stroke of midnight, a slender crescent hung high in the sky, its pale light draping City A in an otherworldly calm. But even at this witching hour, the metropolis throbbed with energy. Neon signs flickered, late-night cafes hummed, and city buses rattled along crowded streets. In the shadows of this restless city, Zheng Xian's enemies were already setting their plans in motion. Chapter 10. Under the cover of night, Damien watched as Zheng Xian and the Weather Witch slipped silently into the sky. Their figures were soon lost in a swirl of clouds and drifting mist. Seeing them depart together, Damien knew what he had to do next: alert Tony so that Pepper could be whisked safely back to Void Island without delay. True to form, Tony acted immediately. He poured raw void energy into Zheng Xian, amplifying the young warrior's physical strength by an astonishing 400 times. On the surface of Blue Star, this surge of power made Zheng Xian nearly unbeatable, though not truly invincible. After all, gods and demons roamed unchecked across the planet, and the universe's elite still lay in wait, ready to challenge any rising force. Fortunately, Tony himself remained on guard, keeping the worst of these threats at bay. Zheng Xian's only real weakness lay beyond the atmosphere. In the vacuum of space, his flight speed was limited, which compromised his maneuverability. Yet even this shortcoming mattered little now. With the Weather Witch's own cosmic might pitted against him, Zheng Xian would not find himself at a disadvantage. Bolstered by void energy and protected by Tony's vigilant watch, he stood ready, undaunted by any foe, terrestrial or celestial. Damien studied the Void God cult's newfound strength with quiet interest. By conventional cosmic standards, their planetary tier power was virtually indistinguishable from true cosmic-level might. Only a handful of unresolved vulnerabilities kept them from claiming that rank outright. In practical terms, they already possessed everything needed to ascend fully. They simply hadn't yet plugged the last few gaps. As for Zheng Xian's role in all this, Damien saw no need to rush. Once Zheng Xian finished tidying up the cult's internal affairs, he'd be ready to test the boundaries of his new power. The ease with which Damien had elevated someone to planetary tier still felt intoxicating, an ability to rewrite any individual's destiny at will. Yet he'd bestowed it on Zheng Xian purely to indulge the ambitions he'd carried over from his previous life, almost on a whim. Drawing his gaze away, Damien turned toward Void Island. The cultivation grounds were alive with activity, acolytes and elders alike buzzing with anticipation. Every preparation, every bit of political lobbying had been laid out. Now all that remained was the final move. They awaited nothing less than Tony's declaration of the community with a shared future for mankind. Less than a week had passed since those plans were set in motion, and they were already on the brink of completion. In a few days, perhaps even fewer, Tony would step forward, proclaim their new coalition, and unveil the future Damien and his allies had been building. Damien's assignment at Blue Star might look like a comfortable posting, but he isn't twiddling his thumbs. He knows all too well that war with the Kree Empire is less than a year away, and he's determined to be ready. That's why he journeyed to the forge of the Master Dwarf Smith and claimed a suit of Uru armor, an alloy unlike anything he's ever crafted before. This armor rivals vibranium in hardness, responds to mental commands, and most crucially, can house far more of his void enchantments without strain. Because the Uru weave channels and amplifies his magic, Damien's spells now reach new heights of power. His void spiral explosion, already honed to 3 distinct forms, erupts with greater force. His void frost erosion and void storm roar, each mastered in triple variations, crackle with unprecedented intensity. Even his fledgling void night-shaking thunder, prototype, hums with potential. He still hasn't unlocked as many evolutionary tiers as legends like Lex and Lacey of the Void Cult's vanguard, but this armor has elevated his baseline to stand toe-to-toe with the universe's heavyweights. Combined with his own rapidly growing mastery of void magic, Damien is no longer the same sorcerer he was a year ago. He's leagues beyond. Damien's ultimate goal was to rank among the universe's elite, yet he had no clear measure of how far he still trailed behind Cassidon. Only by ascending to the very top could he restore his self-confidence and stand on equal footing against his rival. But with no benchmark to gauge that distance, he decided first to master the fundamentals, become one of the universe's foremost experts in void magic. That morning, Damien settled into his research chamber, determined to push void magic beyond its current limits. Void magic wasn't something one stumbled upon by accident. It demanded painstaking experimentation and constant refinement. So far, he'd perfected the first 3 elemental disciplines, each to their 3rd tier, but the new Thunder Sea technique remained at only its inaugural form. He believed that merging storm and thunder into a single, stable channel would unleash a cataclysmic power, akin to a lightning cavalcade ripping through the sky. Though he'd yet to fully test this fusion, Damien understood its promise. Most adversaries might build up resistance to fire, ice, or pure void, but no one could withstand all elements at once. A successful combination would revolutionize his arsenal and bring him one step closer to closing the gap on Cassidon. With renewed focus, he began the delicate process of weaving storm currents into raw thunderlight, ready to confront whatever instability might arise. Elemental fusion isn't a simple 1+1 addition, it's a true superposition, and the resulting power grows exponentially. The more elements Damien blends, the more devastating a single strike he could someday unleash across the cosmos. The trade-off is stability. The more elements you combine, the harder it becomes to keep them in harmony. An unstable fusion can still erupt with colossal force, but Damien prizes precision over raw chaos. He wants guaranteed control, the safety of knowing exactly what his power can and will do. So he pushes on, tirelessly experimenting with new element pairings and refining his fusion protocols. He's constantly asking himself, how can I push this further? What can I tweak to reach the next breakthrough? Sir Damien, Jarvis's calm voice echoed through the lab's overhead speakers. Director Zhang Xian of the Spear Bureau and the Weather Witch are requesting permission to enter Damien Manor. Shall I grant them access? Damien sat up from the sofa, surprise flickering in his eyes. He didn't fuss about his posture when he trained. If he couldn't channel his abilities regardless of his stance, all his research would be worthless. With a steadying breath, he replied, "Open the doors, Jarvis. Let them in." Damien had gone toe-to-toe with the universe's greatest titans, the dimensional god Akira, and even Thanos himself. Against foes that powerful, you don't get the luxury of striking a dramatic pose and taking your time to weave a perfect spell. They'll use every trick in their arsenal to interrupt your incantations and slam you with relentless force. The more seamlessly you can cast, the better your odds. In the command center, Damien watched as Tony Stark leaned over the holotable, reviewing the latest battle logs. "Right," Tony muttered, eyes focused on a flickering datapad. "Mr. Zheng Xian and the Weather Witch struck together during the last few operations. One engagement lasted 4 days, the next 3. We've cataloged every move." Jarvis's calm voice responded through the speakers. "You're certain Zheng Xian was in the field alongside Miss Weather Witch, not directing her from behind the lines?" Tony straightened up and poured himself a drink, surprise flashing in his eyes. "That's what the data shows. They really fought side by side." Damien nodded thoughtfully. If Zheng Xian had stepped onto the front lines with the Weather Witch, that suggested not only confidence in her powers, but an entirely new level of synergy. One Tony, Jarvis, and Damien themselves would need to understand and counter. Damien has absorbed a fragment of Lord Cassidon's power. According to the Void God religion's scale for measuring strength, he's now effectively invincible at a planetary level. Jarvis relayed this update to Tony Stark, filling in the finer details. He'd been monitoring Damien's movements, and those of the Weather Witch, ever since they first clashed, but because neither had threatened Earth, he'd held off on an urgent report. Why alarm Tony if there was no immediate danger? "Cassidon's power, you say?" Tony muttered, leaning back in his chair. "No wonder he's able to stand toe-to-toe with the Weather Witch all of a sudden." He paused to weigh the implications. Then, after a moment's thought, he nodded to the silent AI. "Very well. Let them in." "Of course, sir," Jarvis replied. Moments later, he opened the gates of Stark Manor to admit Damien and the Weather Witch, who had been waiting curbside. "Mr. Stark is now available," Jarvis announced as they stepped onto the grand forecourt. "Please follow me. I'll escort you to him." "Welcome, sir," Jarvis intoned. Damien stepped forward, and the massive doors of Stark Manor glided open before him. Although he'd surveyed this place countless times through Tony's secure feeds, this was his first chance to see it in person. He paused in the grand entrance hall, taking in the soaring ceilings, polished marble floors, and walls hung with rare artwork. Crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow over bespoke furnishings. Every detail screamed luxury. Stark had spared no expense. As the undisputed richest man on Blue Star, Tony's home was more than a residence. It was a statement. Damien, for his part, was no stranger to opulence. The elite circles of China boasted villas and mansions that rivaled anything in the West, yet even he felt a surge of awe walking these halls. Despite his own wealth, he was, after all, the director of the Divine Spear Bureau. Damien's personal quarters were deliberately modest. Clean lines, high-quality materials, but minimal ornamentation. His home was designed for comfort and utility, not showmanship. Now, standing in the heart of Stark Manor, Damien allowed himself a quiet smile. He had come here with purpose, but he wouldn't deny the thrill of finally experiencing this level of grandeur firsthand. With guarded excitement, he stepped deeper into the manor, ready to uncover every hidden marvel it contained. After all, each faction has its own agenda. The Weather Witch paused at the gates of the manor, a fond smile touching her lips. A sports car and a villa. This was more than enough. Not that she lacked the means to live even more lavishly, but why overdo it? As the Divine Spear Bureau's top operative, she'd never been shortchanged. A sleek luxury car, an elegant mansion, and the finest in food, fashion, and travel. If mere comforts weren't enough, she could always indulge her whims. Yet no matter the hour or the mission, the moment Director Zheng Shan called, she dropped everything. She'd race off to remote corners of China, battling powerful foes on his orders, while nobody ever paused to wonder how she felt about it. Wouldn't it be nice to settle down, to hang up her spear and live a quiet life without risking her neck at every turn? "It's certainly not possible right now," Damien said, folding his arms. "But once humanity truly unites into a community of shared future, any of us can step down in turn." He leaned back, eyes distant. "Abdicating a throne isn't complicated. Anyone with resources can build a countryside villa. The real question is whether I'd even want to stay on Blue Star." The Weather Witch regarded him coolly. Damien knew she'd been steeped in Celestial Dynasty ideals and preferred a low profile. It wasn't that she lacked the means to live in luxury, it was simply a matter of choice. "You've never even been out into the universe," Damien continued. "How can you judge whether you'd rather stay here?" She narrowed her eyes. "Isn't there an old saying? No matter how splendid another place may be, it can't compare to home." She rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed by his teasing tone. Yet after days fighting alongside Damien, she couldn't deny the fierce power he wielded, and the unspoken promise of his vision for their future. When the Weather Witch squared off against Damien, she was sure she'd already held back most of her power. Yet with every exchange of blows, it became clear that Damien was constraining himself even more. Unleashed, his prodigious physique and mastery of ancient martial arts would have crushed her in an instant. Still, she saw no sign of frenzy in him, no strain, no reckless overexertion, only the calm confidence of a warrior whose strength is as balanced as it is immense. A flicker of envy crossed the Weather Witch's eyes. She'd faced many formidable opponents, but Damien's flawless command of body and technique was unlike anything she'd encountered. His very presence radiated a deterrent force that left her both wary and intrigued. If such power could be honed without cost, she wondered, what heights might its wielder reach? Her curiosity finally got the better of her. "Master Damien," she said, lowering her stance, "you speak of a teacher even greater than yourself. I must know more about this mysterious mentor." Damien nodded thoughtfully. "I might find what we're looking for from Tony Stark," he replied. "On Blue Star, it's common knowledge that Stark has ventured into the wider universe. I'd planned to travel there alone, but if you're willing to come with me, we might uncover the answers together." The Weather Witch's eyes lit up. Despite her pride, The promise of new knowledge, and perhaps new power, was too tempting to refuse. Together, they would set off to track down the legendary Stark, each driven by their own desire to understand the limits of true strength. Damien stared out into the vast expanse of space, his expression calm but resolute. Blue Star may feel more familiar to me, he admitted, but an even bigger stage out here means more unexpected challenges and opportunities. The Weather Witch, standing beside him, frowned. Bruce Banner and Steve Rogers haven't set foot on Blue Star in over a year, she reminded him. If anyone should be taking charge of the universe's fate, it's them. Damien met her gaze steadily. Perhaps, he said, but it's too soon to write off what might happen. We'll just have to wait and see. She opened her mouth to argue again, but saw the unshakable determination in his eyes. With a reluctant nod, she fell silent. The two of them turned to Jarvis's holographic map, letting its guiding cursor lead them straight to the heart of Stark Manor. When they arrived in the elegant lobby, Tony Stark was waiting, smiling with that easy confidence Damien remembered all too well. He gave the Weather Witch a polite nod. She was once the top agent of the Divine Spear Bureau and the one who'd protected Damien on countless missions. Now, she stood by his side again. Director Damien, Tony greeted, extending a hand. It's been over a year. You look like Hud. You've barely aged. Damien stepped forward, accepting the handshake and returning the smile. Time flies, he replied, but some things, like old friends meeting again, remain constant. Tony had always respected Zheng Xian's boldness. After all, he'd been the only one brave enough to challenge Tony's plan outright. Now that Zheng Xian had settled everything, Tony was determined to meet him in person, whether or not Zheng had sought him out. Besides, Jarvis had just confirmed that Zheng Xian had tapped into Cassidon's power. True, Bai Linglong's example had taught them that power didn't always come with blessings, but any share of void energy made Zheng Xian one of their own. Some Voidborn turned on their kin, but Tony wasn't that sort. Whenever he encountered a fellow Void traveler, he offered help when he could, and never took advantage when he couldn't. Mr. Tony, Zheng Xian said with a warm grin, it really is you. You haven't changed a bit in all these years. Tony waved off the formality. Please, no need for director. Just call me Tony. Zheng Xian's smile grew wider. He reached out, shaking Tony's hand firmly. That simple, friendly gesture and the use of his first name instantly closed the distance between them. All right then, just call me Damien, he said with a friendly smile. You've traveled a long way, so please come in and have a seat. Let's talk once you're settled. Damien wasn't one to misunderstand social cues. He eagerly closed the distance between them. He regarded Zheng Xian as a fellow countryman of extraordinary talent. Although his own powers had grown significantly since coming to Blue Star, his constant duties, managing the planet's affairs and running errands for Pepper, left him little time to relax at home. Having someone he admired finally drop by for a chat was a genuine pleasure. He turned to the stunning woman at Zheng Xian's side. And you must be the Weather Witch. I've heard of your storm and thunder magic. It's truly impressive. The Weather Witch inclined her head gracefully. Thank you. My magic differs somewhat from that of traditional wizards. Excellent, Damien said, his eyes bright. If you're willing, I'd love to exchange techniques and ideas. It's widely accepted that witches don't fit neatly into the traditional magical hierarchy. Damien, eager to set himself apart from the wizards of that world, spoke up first. I'm honored to have this chance to speak with someone of your power. The Weather Witch returned his bow of respect with a gentle smile. True, experience often flows from master to apprentice, she agreed. But exchanging knowledge across different traditions can be just as rewarding. She glanced at Zheng Xian, who stood quietly at the edge of the clearing. He should listen in too. I'm sure he'll gain much from our discussion. Damien's smile stayed calm and assured. He'd met plenty of captivating women. Certainly, the Weather Witch was beautiful, but he judged every invitation on its merit, not its appearance. If it promises to be productive, you can count on me to attend. From his spot nearby, Zheng Xian picked up the same unmistakable energy in Damien's tone and posture. This wasn't to be a distant correspondence, but a private, face-to-face meeting. He knew they'd come exactly where they needed to be. Damien followed Tony up the narrow staircase to the second-floor sitting room, with Director Zheng Shan and the Weather Witch close behind. Tony waved them toward the low sofa and chairs arranged around a lacquered table. "Please, make yourselves at home." Damien glanced at the neat row of liquor bottles on a side shelf. He raised an eyebrow. "Are we having drinks, then?" Tony gave a self-deprecating shrug as he poured himself a measure of amber whiskey. "You think I'd have gotten this far without learning how to hold my liquor?" Zheng Xian chuckled and settled into his seat. "Exactly. Knowing how to drink is half the job when you're dealing with power players, and I should know," he added, tipping his glass. "It's how I rose to director of the Divine Spear Bureau so quickly. Ability is one thing, but rapport over a glass seals more deals than you'd believe." Tony refilled his guest's glasses and looked to the Weather Witch. "And you, miss?" She took her cup with demure grace. "I'm not much of a drinker," she said softly, brow furrowed with a touch of embarrassment. "I can only manage a sip or two." Tony offered her an understanding smile as she raised the glass hesitantly to her lips. Damien settled back, curious how this unexpected gathering might unfold, and what it would reveal about the true source of Tony's power. Damien settled into a leather armchair opposite the Weather Witch, watching uneasily as Tony Stark approached with a crystal decanter of deep red wine. The Witch of the Skies frowned delicately. She had never been fond of strong spirits, preferring sweet, gentle flavors to fiery, sour vintages. Damien could empathize. He, too, avoided anything that burned on the way down. Yet neither of them would show outright refusal to a guest, especially not to someone as formidable as Stark. Tony caught the tiny tremor in her hands as she accepted the glass, offering only a polite nod to indicate she would taste but not necessarily enjoy it. With a knowing look, he set the decanter aside and turned back to her. "There are no hard rules here," he said, his tone warm and unhurried. "Just tell me what you like and what you don't. I'll have Jarvis prepare exactly the right drink for you. No judgments, no awkwardness." He leaned forward, sincerity in every line of his face. "You really don't have to force yourself, so what would you prefer?" The Weather Witch blinked, caught off guard by his genuine concern. After a moment's hesitation, she offered a small, relieved smile. "Orange juice, please." "Orange juice," Tony nodded at an unseen Jarvis interface. "Coming right up." Damien exhaled softly, amused by how effortlessly Stark had put their guest at ease. The tension in the room dissolved, replaced by the gentle hum of the estate's machinery and the promise of a more comfortable conversation to come. "Please wait 5 minutes for your orange juice," Jarvis said. "I'll bring it to you shortly, madam." "Thank you," the Weather Witch replied, nodding with a warm smile. Moments later, Tony Stark uncorked a bottle of fine red wine. He filled 2 glasses, and with a practiced flick of his wrist, sent them sailing through the air in perfect arcs. No wine sloshed, no glass wavered, before they came to rest gently in front of Zheng Xian. Zheng Xian regarded the display coolly. There was no detectable energy signature in Tony's movements. It was pure, refined physical skill. The Weather Witch felt a twinge of envy. She had met many powerful warriors who relied on overwhelming raw power alone, but Zheng Xian had stunned her with his own terrifying mastery of technique, and now Tony Stark proved equally formidable. With each encounter, the world's greatest fighters seemed only to grow stronger. Has she really never seen men this broad-shouldered before? Tony wondered, watching Zheng Xian's gaze linger on him and his friends. Or does she think only men can look like this? He couldn't read her thoughts, and why would she ask him to personally pour wine for Banner, Steve, and Steven? Not that it was out of the question. If the 3 of them were prepared to call him Daddy, he just might humor her. In fact, on a good day, he'd probably oblige. "Why don't you and I have a drink?" he suggested, lifting his glass. Zheng Xian hesitated, then smiled. "I don't really drink much these days, but every so often someone travels all this way just to share a glass with me." Tony sipped his wine and sank into the sofa directly across from her, settling in for what promised to be an interesting evening. Chapter 743, Tony's Scientific Discussion. Tony settled into his chair and swirled the wine in his glass before setting it down. "Zheng Xian," he began, his tone light but deliberate, "besides sharing that good news with me, I imagine there's an even more important reason you've come." Zhengshan offered a knowing smile as he raised his glass in acknowledgement. We both understand the significance of that news. I'll ask Pepper to arrange a trip to China soon, so there's no need to dwell on it here. Tony nodded and leaned forward. Then let's turn to something more pressing, specifically the unusual energy signature within you. I want to understand its nature. Taking a deliberate sip, he locked eyes with Zhengshan. I also intend to discuss in depth your vision for a community with a shared future for mankind. Zhengshan's expression remained composed as he set his glass down without so much as a flicker of surprise. You wish to talk about that grand vision? Quite an ambition, Tony, he said, his voice measured. But I gather power and influence are things you value as much as I do. Tony offered a wry smile. Precisely. So before we dive into the philosophical aspects, there are a few technical questions I'd like to ask about your abilities, your technology, and how you harness that energy. Zhengshan leaned back, one eyebrow arching. Very well, ask whatever you wish. After all, we're equals in this. If I can answer you, I will, Damien said without hesitation. Zhengshan nodded. I don't know all your particulars yet, but as far as I'm concerned, you're at least half one of our own. Barring any irreconcilable conflict, we'll never become enemies. Damien's eyes narrowed at the implication, though he offered no objection. At his side, the Weather Witch's beautiful eyes went wide. She hadn't expected Zhengshan to speak so candidly, or for his words to be true. What did he mean by compatriots? Were they bound by blood, by magic, or by something else entirely? Damien nodded. All right, I'll keep it to myself. He took a steadying breath before continuing. I first encountered that mysterious master about 2 or 3 years ago. Back then, the power he gave me wasn't anything like it is today, but it did grant me a physical form, something like Superboy's. The second infusion came just 8 days ago. He looked straight into my deepest desires and promised me what he called planet-level power. Since then, my body has grown far stronger, and I've learned to wield an energy I still don't even have a name for. Zhengshan leaned forward, brow furrowed. That energy, what exactly is it? Who is your master, really? And in the scale of the universe, what does it mean to be planet-level? Is he some fundamental force in the cosmic order, or just an extraordinary, but otherwise ordinary person? Damien shook his head. I wish I knew. I'm as in the dark as you are. Zhengshan's eyes narrowed. And when you told me you're half a compatriot, what were you referring to? I need you to help me unravel all of this. Damien's journeys beyond Blue Star are no secret here, but what he actually encountered out in the universe remains largely a mystery. In truth, there's no real reason to keep silent about it. Yet Damien prefers to wait until humanity forms a true community with a shared future before divulging every detail. Only once our collective knowledge can interface directly with the cosmos, he says, will people start to grasp the full scope of his discoveries. You should consider yourself one of those belated observers, he told Zhengshan one afternoon. But you're different. You already possess that rare gift. So if you're brimming with questions, I'll answer them one by one. Damien watched Zhengshan's eyes sparkle with equal parts confusion and curiosity. He offered no mockery, no grandiose hints, just a calm, knowing smile. He'd seen this very expression before in others who'd realized they were on the cusp of something far bigger than themselves. As soon as you're connected, Damien went on, you'll understand it all, bit by bit. In fact, you've already made a name for yourself out there in the universe, haven't you? Zhengshan paused, thoughtful. The room seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the next revelation. Damien leaned back in his chair, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. He gave Tony a small, confident smile. My personal reputation? It's respectable, but hardly legendary. Next to the universe's true heavyweights, those who stand at its very pinnacle, I'm still a small player. Even so, I've managed to carve out a bit of renown up there. He set the glass down with a soft clink. In time, countless souls will come to know of the deeds I've performed across the stars, not because I'm already some galactic celebrity, but because of the Void God sect, the colossal power backing me. Their name alone has shaken entire galaxies. Once you grasp the sect's reputation, you'll begin to piece together my own accomplishments. Tony listened with a steady gaze. He felt no arrogance in Damien's words, nor did he share any sense of awe. Having encountered the universe's top-tier masters, he knew just how far he still had to go. The road to true strength stretched farther than most could imagine, and Damien's quiet confidence, he realized, was simply an honest acknowledgement of his place on that road. At the pinnacle of the cosmos stands the Void God Sect, one of the universe's greatest powers. Is the Void divine religion the order founded by that mysterious master? Zhengxian asked, his voice low. Damien nodded. Yes, Kasadin, the Void God himself, established our sect. Rumors of the Void cult now reach every star system. Zhengxian leaned forward, eyes widening. Who else can claim to stand at the very edge of existence, gazing into the void itself? To behold the void is to confront utter emptiness. Exactly, Damien replied. All the most formidable warriors in the galaxy live under its shadow. A surge of pride warmed Damien's chest. As a devoted disciple of Kasadin, he felt vindicated by every whisper of his master's growing power. He remembered the countless nights he had wrestled with his conscience, wondering if any mortal scheme might ever defeat Kasadin. In the end, Damien realized resistance was futile. He made his choice swiftly. He would embrace the void, petition his master, and claim a share of that boundless power for himself. In those days, Kasadin had yet to found the Void cult. Damien stood beside the Weather Witch as she absorbed Tony's imperious words, a tempest brewing in her chest. Though she'd never set foot beyond her own realm, she understood that the universe sprawled without limit, teeming with countless lives and unfathomable powers. The domain of the strong was infinitely more complex than anything she'd ever known. Instinct told her that the one who had granted Damien his extraordinary gift must occupy the highest summit in that cosmic hierarchy. No wonder Damien had insisted that his mysterious benefactor outmatched any god or Buddha. Fires of gratitude and resolve ignited in her eyes. When I finally breach the universe's barriers, the Weather Witch vowed, I will come to you and personally thank you. Damien exchanged a glance with Tony, whose calm smile betrayed nothing. The Weather Witch turned her attention squarely on him. So, Tony, she pressed, you serve the Void Divine Order, and you're a renowned powerhouse in your own right? Tony inclined his head. That is correct. A thrill raced through Damien. If this path held true, he might one day stand at the pinnacle of all who wielded power. When you learn the full extent of my affiliations, Tony continued, you'll understand why I can guide you to the stars. From within his robes, he produced a small obsidian device etched with shifting runes. Take this cosmic communicator, he said, holding it out. It will be your link to the universe. Damien received it with both awe and determination. In that moment, the first step of his celestial journey was laid before him. You can use it to track the void god R, Elijin's reputation and the rumors swirling around it, Zhengxian explained. Tony offered a modest smile. You'll even learn of some of my exploits, though I promise I won't brag. Damien nodded, eyes bright with curiosity. Good. Now, what are the hierarchy levels from the very pinnacle down? Zhengxian glanced at the device on Damien's wrist. It was the same piece of tech Tony had recovered from the Void, originally called the Void Translator, later rebranded as the Cosmic Translator for human markets. At Damien's request, Tony tapped his wrist pad. Holographic star charts sprang to life around them. He swiped through the projections until they centered on Sector C-53, then zoomed in further, revealing a vivid blue planet suspended against a tapestry of stars. Damien studied the star chart, hovering in mid-air. I want to understand how the universe classifies its most powerful beings, he said, glancing at Zhengxian and the Weather Witch. To do that, we need to uncover the cosmic patterns behind these abilities and grasp what they truly signify. He tapped a point on the holographic map. The cosmos is vast, too vast for any one of us to claim complete knowledge. Still, I've familiarized myself with the structures of the Milky Way, the Andromeda Galaxy, and even the remote NGC clusters millions of light-years away. Zhengxian leaned forward, curiosity in her eyes. The Weather Witch floated closer, her robes whispering against the chamber floor. Damien pressed on. Before we delve deeper, you two must understand one fundamental fact. Our home lies in Sector C-53, known throughout the stars as the Blue Star. This is our starting point in the grand hierarchy of cosmic power. This is one of the 9 realms, ruled by Odin, the All-Father and God-King of Asgard. Tony began, tracing a star map in the air. It doesn't matter which race you hail from, or whether your power springs from the same source. When the universe matures, we all fall under the banner of the 9 realms. He turned to Damien, Zheng Xian, and the Weather Witch. Even if you never secure the Void's blessing or formally join the Void cult, this truth will guide you. Understand it, and you'll know whom to seek out for help as you journey through the cosmos. Tony tapped another constellation. Invoke Thor's name, and many barriers will vanish. Beyond our own sky, the gods claim worlds of their own. Should you manage to approach them, their favor could be a powerful shield. He gave a wry smile. But remember, gods aren't known for mercy. Don't expect too much. Consider it a long shot, not a guarantee. With that, Tony laid out the web of connections binding the 9 realms for Damien, Zheng Xian, and the Weather Witch. On Blue Star, the hidden rulers and deities are everywhere, unseen, yet shaping destinies from the shadows. Damien glanced at the star charts app on his holo display. Tony's already made contact with Asgard. He's in talks with Saul and even Loki. But beyond that, he hasn't dealt with any other gods. Tony leaned back in his chair. That's the problem. In deep space, you want more than just firepower. You need allies, or at least assurances that no one's going to bar you from safe passage. Think of them as lifelines. You could bluff your way past a few patrols, but a bluff only holds up so long. So you're saying I should head to Saul first, Damien concluded. Exactly. Tony tapped the display, bringing up an image of Thor in full armor. Thor's the Lord of the 9 realms now. Under his banner sits ancient Asgard itself. He's one of the most powerful beings in the universe, and his name still carries weight everywhere. When I reorganized our intel databases, I ran into dozens of deities. Trouble is, most wouldn't lend a hand. If they don't outright harm you, they'll at least stay neutral, hardly the same as having someone in your corner. Damien nodded, his brow furrowed. That tracks. Across the colonies and worlds, millions pray to gods or Buddha, but few ever hear a reply. Only a handful can actually call on divine power. Those are key rare ones who become a god's champions, true servants of a higher power. Tony gave a rueful smile, and that's why you're the perfect candidate to go meet Saul. Build that relationship. We can't afford to leave any door unopened out there. Damien leaned forward, tension knotted in his shoulders. If he hadn't been both brave and meticulous, the ancient 36 stratagems could easily have ignited open war among the gods themselves. Even the Weather Witch, whose command over storm and sky was legendary, couldn't shield him from every threat. She let out a low sigh. The universe is woven from countless civilizations, power blocks, and cosmic empires. Right now, both the Andromeda Galaxy and our own Milky Way fall under the Xandar Empire's dominion, one of the 2 supreme empires in existence. And under Xandar law, she continued, the Milky Way is guarded by a strict set of cosmic statutes. Beyond that, Odin, the All-Father of Asgard, keeps a watchful eye over the Western realms. I can't say for certain which deity patrols the eastern borders, but rest assured there is someone. Damien nodded, absorbing every word. So it's these overlapping layers of protection that let lesser civilizations, like ours, go about their business in peace. Exactly, the witch agreed. That's why races far more advanced than ours still treat Blue Star as a backwater. We can't tap into the deeper energies they command, or we draw unwanted attention. It's also why organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D., both the American branch and its Chinese counterpart, exist. They're our first line of defense against anything that slips through those divine safeguards. At the agency's headquarters, Zheng Xian leaned back in his chair and explained why none of the powerful beings they'd encountered so far had given them too much trouble. That's because they don't care about human laws and regulations, he said. In the world of the strong, there's no reason to fear rules set by the weak. They only respect those whose power and reputation eclipse their own. In territories ruled by these giants, they're the ones who'd become vulnerable and risk acting recklessly. So most of them avoid appearing here directly. Tony nodded. He wasn't surprised by Zheng Xian's warning, but he spoke up to clarify what had happened the last time things got out of hand. Loki wreaked havoc across the states once, he said. A normal human stands no chance against gods without some kind of extraordinary power. You'd be beaten back into despair before you even knew what hit you. Fortunately, Kassadin granted me strength at exactly the right moment, and Thor intervened as well. That's why I walked away from that crisis unscathed. Because it's too potent, it can't manifest directly on Blue Star, the agent explained. Instead, it funnels its power indirectly. Select individuals become conduits, serving as our operatives here. When Damien first heard how skewed the world of the Strong Ones could be, his mind brimmed with questions. He thought of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, who had inherited a fragment of the original Monkey King's might. Recruited later by the Divine Spear Bureau, Wukong's service had proven a tremendous boon to their operations. There are a few like him, the agent continued, but Blue Star's divine territories are already claimed and defended. True paragons rarely appear here. He paused, leaning forward. Remember, greatness isn't simply handed down by gods or inherited through lineage. The exceptional individuals you'll meet on Blue Star come from every corner. Some emerge through sudden mutations, others are mages trained in distant realms of magic, and still more are shaped by paths we haven't even mapped yet. They can open the gateway to the supernatural through rare opportunities or ancient legacies, Damien said. Tony frowned at the barely veiled contempt in Damien's voice. You can't condemn every god as your enemy, he replied softly. True, many are corrupt, but declaring war on the whole pantheon is foolhardy. Even your strength has limits. You've only tapped Kassadin's power twice so far. Whether his true blessing has taken hold is still anyone's guess. Don't squander your life on a grudge that could kill you at any moment. Damien's eyes flashed, but he fell silent. Tony wasn't willing to let his friend fight a battle he couldn't win. He turned to the Weather Witch. And what about someone like you? What magic do you wield? She lifted her chin, a faint smile playing on her lips. I was born with every kind of magic imaginable. Tony studied Damien thoughtfully before speaking. The witch's emergence has always been mired in uncertainty. Their origins are scattered across countless realms, so they've never formed a unified front. Against the well-established mage orders, especially on Blue Star and throughout the wider universe, that lack of cohesion leaves you at a serious disadvantage. Damien folded his arms. So, what future awaits me? A weather witch among the stars? Do you have any real advice? Tony shook his head slowly. I wish I did. The divide between the mages and the witches runs too deep. Centuries of tradition have cemented it. The only hope for change rests on witches themselves, if you can embrace rational growth and commit fully to overturning the old power structures. But that alone will be a monumental task. He paused, choosing his words carefully. One practical step, travel into the universe under Master Zhengxian's guidance. It won't solve everything, but journeying with him will shield you from many known threats. Damien glanced up. And Wanda? I've heard her power has faltered lately. Tony nodded. Yes, a shift in her life path has stalled her growth. Yet even slowed, she's nowhere near reaching the pinnacle she's destined for. The day she claims her place as one of the universe's greatest is still ahead. But don't mistake her current pause for the end of her potential. There's a long road left before any witch or mage can dominate the cosmos. Silence settled between them. Damien realized that the path to reshaping the witch's fate would be steep and uncertain, but at least for the first time it was clear. Damien leaned against the marble balustrade, watching the pale light of dawn creep across the courtyard. With Wanda out of the way, he said quietly, the witch faction gains another heavy hitter at the top of the cosmic hierarchy. Overturning the centuries-old rules set by the mages won't be easy, but at least we can carve out some breathing room for witches. The Weather Witch straightened, brushing a strand of silver hair behind her ear. I've crossed paths with a few mages, she admitted, but they're few in number, and none of them were truly formidable. Damien raised an eyebrow, which is exactly why they never dare challenge you directly. She gave a soft, amused chuckle. Take Wang, for example. He's revered as a master in the mage world, possessed of high rank and lofty titles. On paper, he's one of the strongest. But in a straight fight, I could have dispatched him in seconds. One flick of my hand, one crack of thunder, and he'd be gone. Damien nodded thoughtfully. Most mages you run into rely on those ancient Celestial Dynasty combat arts. Real, pure-blooded mages are even rarer these days. Precisely, she agreed, her gaze sharpening. But don't confuse the mages you've met with the Order as a whole. A handful of weak opponents doesn't mean the entire fraternity is powerless. He smiled, folding his arms. I know, I've seen you at your best in combat. The Weather Witch's lips curved into a confident grin. Then you understand why the mages fear us, and why the balance of power is finally tipping in our favor. Damien held his wine glass at arm's length, watching the ruby liquid catch the torchlight. Across from him, the Weather Witch's robes billowed as she leaned on her staff, her expression unreadable. Don't fool yourself, she said at last. Yes, you've achieved cosmic-level strength, but that doesn't let you brush off the most powerful players in the mage world. Damien arched an eyebrow. And you're saying my greatest fortune is having been born on Blue Star? Precisely, she replied. Blue Star is still off the grid, unaware and untainted by the wider universe's politics. You should be grateful. Once your world plugs into the cosmic network, witches everywhere face infinitely worse perils. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. Right now, no one on your planet is strong enough to slay you. But out in the universe, there are countless bounty hunters and predators who would kill you for a hefty price. A price? Damien's lips curled into a half-smile. The Xandar Empire's rules are clear. Only worlds connected to their grid can issue bounties. No link, no license to hunt. So, until Blue Star flips that switch, you won't find yourself on anyone's interstellar wanted list. Damien took a slow sip, savoring the wine. Then I suppose the trick is to keep Blue Star blissfully ignorant of the rest of the cosmos. The Weather Witch's eyes glinted. Ignorance can be bliss until it isn't. Understood. At the sound of approaching enemies, the Weather Witch's heart fluttered, but she forced herself to nod. Since you want to know about realms, let's start with their classifications. She drew a slow breath and continued. The universe is divided into 4 great realms: the pinnacle, the zenith, the cosmic, and the planetary. Damien, you've asked what tier of planetary strength you possess. There's actually 2 ways to measure planetary power, one by the universe's standard, and one by the Void God religion's stricter standards. Since Lord Cassidon himself bestowed your abilities, we'll use the Void God religion's scale. She held his gaze. By their reckoning, your power ranks solidly within the planetary realm. That means you can slip between worlds without stumbling into the universe's most formidable cosmic warriors or its cutting-edge superweapons. In short, you're more than strong enough, so you needn't worry about being outmatched. Damien settled into the command deck's observation alcove, flanked by the Weather Witch and Zheng Xian. Before them hovered a 3-dimensional star chart, its light reflecting off Damien's thoughtful expression. Their instructor, Tony, cleared his throat and addressed the group. As long as you exercise caution when moving among established civilizations, Tony began, you'll rarely face grave dangers. Most of the real threats lie closer to home, on the so-called subplanetary worlds. Those societies lack the technological backbone of a full-fledged interstellar power, which makes them unstable. Their weapons can be lethal, but they don't pose a strategic risk to the galactic order. He tapped a floating control pad, and an image of a robed, alien figure, worshipped as a deity, spun into view. You've all heard the legends, he continued. But the truth is, many of these gods can't even project force beyond their own planet. The moment a civilization's technology outpaces their supernatural tricks, they vanish from history. Our window for influence exists only in that twilight era before advanced tech emerges. After that, we're just another species in the arms race. Tony paused to let his words sink in. The Weather Witch's serene nod gave him the all-clear to proceed. Earlier, Zheng Xian raised a critical question about how we assess these power levels, he said, shifting his posture. The 3 students leaned forward, pens and datapads at the ready. For Damien and the others, understanding the cosmic hierarchy was essential to the success of their upcoming mission beyond the stars. Tony activated the next holo segment. Let's break down how we classify a civilization's true strength and the safest way to approach it. Damien floated above the flickering holo display, his tone even and authoritative. A true cosmic-level powerhouse can fight directly in the void of space, he began. You don't need a fighter squadron or a battleship to defend yourself. Even if all your craft are vaporized, you can still escape unharmed or rip the enemy vessel apart with that sheer force. That's exactly what makes you equivalent to a space-level warship. He tapped the display, bringing up a rotating model of a shattered dreadnought. On any given planet, only a handful of beings ever reach this level of power. They travel freely between star systems, and their reputation spread far beyond a single world, reverberating across countless civilizations. Turning his attention to the Weather Witch, Damien's expression softened only slightly. There's no doubt your offensive might ranks at cosmic level, your defensive systems are acceptable, but your physical resilience and shielding technology still fall short of the very best. He let that sink in. In the dim glow of the command deck, the Weather Witch stood silent, absorbing the challenge in his words. Damaged vessel or not, Damien knew she understood what came next. To survive in the great expanse, power alone was never enough. There are weaknesses, but they're well concealed. This entity can't claim the universe's summit, the Elder observed. At most, it ranks among mid-tier universe-level powerhouses. That's according to the Void God cult's grading, another chimed in. By the cosmos' usual standards, it falls short of the top. Yet with your strength, your creation could still make a tremendous impact. In fact, the first added, if the two of you combine forces, there's every chance you'll rise to prominence across the universe. Damien remembered this conversation well. Back when he himself had been a fledgling cosmic powerhouse, he'd traveled to Blue Star to confront the legendary Weather Witch. Even then, her presence had set off warning bells in his mind. He'd cautioned his allies that unless they summoned every ounce of their power, they couldn't guarantee victory. Despite his limited battlefield experience at the time, Damien's instincts had been unerring. The Void God cult judged strength on many levels. Setting aside esoteric measurements, the Weather Witch's raw offensive might have been enough to put Damien on the defensive. Her power was proof that no matter how promising a newcomer might seem, there were always greater dangers lurking in the void. Chapter 7. The Measure of Strength. Damien stood at the edge of the crater, his massive frame still humming with residual energy. Known among his peers as the Juggernaut of Flesh, he relied on raw physical might above all else. And nothing tested that might like the cosmic-level adversaries he'd faced in recent months. These weren't mere street-level bruisers. They were beings whose reputations were forged in otherworldly powers, beings with uncanny abilities and hidden vulnerabilities. Against such foes, Damien's fists could only go so far. But he'd learned that every titan has its Achilles heel. Strength alone wouldn't win the day. It took keen observation, ruthless efficiency, and an unyielding will. Watching the swirling tempest at his side, he felt a grudging respect for the Weather Witch. To her, dispatching these cosmic brutes wasn't as simple as plucking chickens. It was more like butchering pigs. A sentence, inevitable, brutal, yet the creatures still thrashed, bellowing in defiance even as they succumbed to her storms. So far, Damien murmured, glancing at the tally carved into his gauntlet, she's laid waste to 6,000 of them. He let the weight of the number sink in. 6,000 defeated titans, 6,000 storms unleashed. And somewhere beyond the clouds, more challenges were waiting. But together, his indomitable strength, her command of the sky, they were an unstoppable force. Chapter 744, Understanding the Vastness of the Universe, Part 8000. So that's it, Damien said, his eyes widening as the pieces clicked into place. The Void Divine Religion judges strength by complete mastery. Only when every aspect is perfected can one truly be powerful. Tony's explanation unlocked a hidden truth for Damien. Though he'd only recently begun to harness the mysterious energy, and far from mastering it, his physical body had already become a fortress, outstripping even the Weather Witch. The stronger his physique grew, the more balanced his attributes became. Raw strength, defense, endurance, explosive force, and perception all soared beyond ordinary limits. No matter how many times you've evolved, Tony remarked, once you join the Void Divine Religion, your power will climb even higher. Damien frowned, curiosity and confusion warring on his face. Evolved? How many evolutions have I actually had? He fell silent, wrestling with the new terms Tony had brought up. Be patient, Damien. I'll explain it step by step. At the very peak of the universe, there are warriors so powerful they can obliterate entire civilizations or even destroy stars with a single thought. Once someone attains that pinnacle level, nothing in existence can threaten them. Their only real limit is their lifespan, and they rarely ever clash with another being of equal power. Even in a universe-wide catastrophe, when every living thing is wiped out or celestial bodies explode, they can shelter themselves without breaking a sweat. To every less advanced civilization they encounter, these pinnacle warriors are nothing less than gods. In fact, every major power in the universe, whether the Void Cult, Olympus, Asgard, or the various heavenly factions, was founded by one of these supreme beings. Each establishment stakes its claim in its own corner of the cosmos, ruling galaxies with absolute authority. For countless intelligent species, the pinnacle-level experts are the ultimate standard of power. They're the ones who define what it means to be truly invincible. They're exceedingly rare throughout the universe. Tony leaned back, studying Zhengxian's face. Exactly. So if you ever hear their reputation, or a warning, make sure you keep your distance, depending on the circumstances. Zhengxian's expression clouded with fresh confusion. Sensing this, Tony continued. You asked about the number of evolutions, right? In other words, does each galaxy have its own ultimate powerhouses, its own peak fighters? Zhengxian fell silent, his mind racing as he considered Tony's question. Tony already knew that Zhengxian had only tapped into a fraction of Kassadin's power. He hadn't yet received the full blessing of the Void. Even so, that partial gift set him apart from ordinary people. After all, Bai Linglong had first been granted power and only later earned her blessing. The very act of Kassadin sharing his power indicates recognition of someone's potential. It serves both as encouragement and a test of character. If Tony's hunch was right, Kassadin was precisely observing Zhengxian's resolve before bestowing any greater favor. Damien stared at the shifting constellations on the holoscreen, weighing the fragmentary data before him. I still lack the detailed information needed to rank every pinnacle expert in the universe by a single standard, he admitted quietly. Yet even without complete figures, one fact stood out. If a galaxy did harbor the universe's strongest being, their domain never grew as vast as you might expect. Whether human, god, or some other transcendent entity, any individual remains vanishingly small against the universe's boundless expanse. For the kinds of mental and physical fulfillment such powerhouses seek, mastering just one world, or even a handful, is more than enough. Sprawling territories offer them little additional satisfaction. To date, only the Andromeda and Milky Way galaxies have revealed true apex champions, each firmly entrenched on a single planet. Scattered beyond them, a few dwarf galaxies, measuring only 1 to 3 million light-years across, also bow to rulers of comparable might. Among these countless titans, one name stood above the rest: Chuji. He had devoted his life to chasing the very summit of power, determined to push his abilities to their ultimate limit. Damien leaned forward, absorbing every word his mentor spoke. When you reach the summit of power in this universe, the old man began, his voice low and steady, your abilities in every respect become truly terrifying, beyond anything an ordinary strongman could even imagine. You may not casually obliterate a star with a thought, but make no mistake, you possess the means to do so when the need arises. As long as we steer clear of the universe's supreme authorities, and above all, the two great empires, and avoid unleashing some unforeseen catastrophe, no force out there can hope to stand against you. But don't misunderstand. Strength in our cosmos is strictly tiered. There are only 4 recognized levels of power, and ascending from one to the next is no small feat. It's a mistake to assume that the planet and universe tiers are weak, Tony said, shaking his head. Every being has a ceiling, whether it's in potential, in innate talent, or in the power they inherit. Countless individuals push themselves to the limit only to find they top out at planet level, or at best, universe level. Some never even reach the planet tier. Simply attaining one of these realms already places you leagues above ordinary life. He paused, choosing his words with care. He hadn't mentioned the multiverse or multiverse peak tiers to Zhengxian and the Weather Witch. Those heights lay far beyond even his own reach. I'll never downplay what's possible, nor will I become arrogant about what I've achieved. Zhengxian returned Tony's steady gaze and smiled. That's exactly the clarity we need. Thank you for sharing this, Tony. Arrogance tempts disaster, but timidity is its own prison. Crippled by self-doubt, you'll never take the next step. Damien had learned that lesson the hard way. Now, as the Weather Witch turned her storm-bright gaze on Tony Stark, her voice was calm but urgent. "Are there any witches in the Void Cult?" Tony stiffened, considering. The Weather Witch had earned her reputation as a genuine cosmic powerhouse. Her mastery over sky and storm was legendary, but in a universe as vast and wild as this one, legends didn't guarantee safety. Even the mightiest spellcaster could be undone by horrors no single artifice could foresee. That was why she needed allies, others who understood the stakes of witchcraft and who could stand beside her when darkness came. Damien stepped forward. He'd already proven himself indispensable with gifts of insight and technology that no mortal mind could have devised. Still, he wore no witch's mantle. In the intricate web of cosmic politics and arcane rivalry, his talents lay elsewhere. "I can help you navigate their secret rites," he offered quietly, "but I'm no witch." The Weather Witch nodded slowly. "I know. I can feel your strength, but the Void Cult's magic moves in patterns only another witch can truly read." She glanced at Zhengxian, standing behind Damien. "You've aided me beyond measure, Zhengxian, but without a true sorcerer's sight, we risk walking blind into their lair." Zhengxian met her eyes, his expression resolute. "Then we find one," he said, "before the cult finds us." Silence fell, as the four of them shared a single unspoken resolve. In an infinite universe packed with dangers unseen and powers untold, only unity, magic and mundane combined, could tip the scales in their favor. Damien paused, choosing his words carefully. Right now, the Void Cult has over 700 members, but only one witch among them. The Weather Witch's eyes flickered with hope. Damien sighed. "And even she is an exception. That witch is Frigga, wife of God King Odin." Her expression fell. Damien studied her reaction and pressed on gently. Frigga didn't join through the normal ranks. Her place was secured by secret negotiations between Odin and Kassadin. It's a unique case, not a pathway open to others. In short, the Void Cult doesn't genuinely welcome witches. A heavy silence settled. The Weather Witch's shoulders slumped, and a shadow of disappointment darkened her face. "So, witches really aren't welcome there?" He shook his head, regret softening his eyes. "I'm sorry." Damien frowned, his eyes narrowing as he turned back to Tony. "Then why don't we see more witches in the Void Cult?" Tony ran a hand through his hair. "I wish I had a straight answer. Almost every member of the Void Cult has been personally chosen, or at least acknowledged, by Kassadin himself. Witches exist all across the universe, but they're burdened by what you might call the witch's dilemma. Many wrestle with deep-seated fears or mental scars. They'd rather stay hidden than travel openly from planet to planet." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Because of that, only a handful ever seek out the Void Church for blessings, and we shouldn't jump to conclusions about Kassadin's attitude toward them. He hasn't explicitly declared any hatred of witches. We only have rare, isolated incidents to go on." Curiosity flickered in Damien's eyes. "Is there anyone in particular I should look up?" Tony nodded. "If you ever want to study a witch in the Void's fold, find Wanda. She's originally from Blue Star and is out here in the universe right now." Damien leaned forward. "Isn't she the one Kassadin labeled dangerous?" "Yeah," Tony admitted with a sigh. "But it's more about caution than prejudice. Wanda's paranoia runs deep, and her potential power is, well, terrifying. That's why the Void's champion warned us to keep our distance." "That's good." The Weather Witch's gaze sharpened at the mention of Wanda. She was well acquainted with the Maximoff siblings, Wanda and Pietro. "So the number of evolutions you achieve depends on that Void blessing you mentioned?" Zhengxian turned to Tony. "In other words, you haven't received this blessing yet?" Tony lifted his glass and poured himself more wine before answering. "I'm certain I haven't. If I had been blessed, I would have felt that unmistakable surge evolution brings." He swirled the crimson liquid and continued. "This Void blessing is the true key to transcendent power. With it, you can rise from a planetary powerhouse to a universe-level threat, and, given enough time, even scale the highest cosmic summits." He drained his glass and set it down. "Then how do we obtain this Void blessing?" At Tony's question, Zhengxian's eyes gleamed, a flicker of excitement warming his expression. "I may know where to begin," he said, barely containing his anticipation. Damien's holographic form shimmered for a moment before he spoke, his tone apologetic. I'm sorry, but that's all I can tell you right now. Tony pressed on. But I'm asking how to obtain the blessing. There's only one route, Damien replied evenly. You must travel to Void Island, the Void God cult's base camp circling Xandar in the Andromeda Galaxy. That's your best chance to pass the trial and earn the blessing. Beyond that, I have no more information. In fact, knowing too much beforehand won't help you. It could even work against you. Tony studied Damien's calm expression. I understand you're speaking in good faith, he said, but the Andromeda Galaxy is millions of light years away. How are we supposed to get there? Hearing genuine concern in Tony's voice, Damien realized he wasn't dealing with a schemer or someone looking to trap him, just a man daunted by impossible distances. He nodded. All right, tell me, how advanced is your starship research? Tony looked up, determination flickering in his eyes. We've just completed the initial graviton drive prototype. If we can optimize the energy output, a jump to Andromeda might be within reach. We've already mastered every piece of tech you're distributing, Damien said coolly. Tony studied him for a moment before replying. Yet your self-built systems, the oxygen recyclers, gravity generators, cryosleep chambers, and thrusters, haven't been pushed to their limits. Combine them with an arc reactor as your central power source, and you could quite easily punch out of Blue Star's atmosphere and cruise the stars. Damien knew Tony supplied the cutting-edge breakthroughs while his own team's research still trailed behind. He was supposed to downplay their progress, but the words slipped out all the same. Damien tapped a few commands on the holoscreen, and dozens of schematics floated into view. You see? We've been able to reverse engineer these modules faster than I ever expected, even without setting foot in deep space. Our R&D team has accomplished more in the last 6 months than most do in years. I still have a handful of proprietary designs I haven't released, he continued, leaning back in his chair. Once the community of shared destiny is formally established, I'll hand out the core blueprints for our starship hulls, the wormhole drive technology, and the assembly protocols for our advanced AI systems to each allied power. He paused to let this sink in. That means every major faction will be capable of fielding at least one true battleship, one that can patrol the void. Damien swiped the display again. I'll also distribute the new cosmic communicators, instant, secure links across light years, and the genetic modification serums we've perfected. If you need to study the formula yourself, just ask for a sample. He tapped a finger against the desk, bringing up a map of the galaxy. As for reaching Void Island, that's hardly a problem. I'll just have Jarvis configure the jump coordinates. Your ships could be there and back in under 24 hours. Tony Stark leaned forward, resting his chin in his hand. His eyes glittered behind those familiar, half-smiling goggles. I have to admit, Damien, that's impressive. I knew Tiancha was making strides, but I didn't realize you'd leapfrogged half the galaxy in record time. Damien smiled wryly. We've had good reason to hurry. Now that we're all sharing the same goals, there's no telling how quickly we can build a stable, secure future among the stars. Tony nodded slowly. Then let's get started, on every front. He tapped the table, summoning his own holoscreen. First order of business, stockpiling those communicators. I want one for every base, every flagship, hell, even every research lab. Damien activated the distribution protocol. Consider it done. Welcome to the new era of human colonization, Mr. Stark. Once we've established the community of a shared future for mankind, and I've tied up a few loose ends, Damien added, please take me into the universe with you. Zheng Shan's face broke into a broad smile. He turned to Tony. Although Damien hasn't yet received the blessing and isn't officially one of my compatriots, he wields Lord Cassidon's power. That makes him half a compatriot at least. Hardly something to fuss over. Tony Stark waved his hand dismissively. Just then, the Weather Witch piped up, curiosity shining in her eyes. You said before that one must go to Void Island to receive the blessing, she reminded him. So how did you get yours, Tony? You weren't able to enter the universe directly until now, were you? Tony leaned back, a knowing grin tugging at his lips. You can probably guess the rest. Lord Cassidon once ventured to Blue Star. By chance, he recognized me, granted me his blessing, and ushered me into the universe. With that, Tony offered a casual shrug and moved on, leaving his audience to ponder what it truly meant to have such an extraordinary patron. He'd only given them the bare outline, just enough for Zheng Xian and the Weather Witch to piece things together. So when they heard that Kassadin had touched down on Blue Star, the two of them sat up and took notice. Of everyone Tony the Thinker had ever dealt with, there'd been one person who remained virtually invisible, never making waves or drawing attention. But because he was Asian, Zheng Xian had instinctively kept an eye on him. Once Tony crossed paths with Damien, however, everything changed. Tony's operations grew bolder, his technology leaped forward, and Damien himself began to vanish for days at a time. Before long, he simply dropped off the public radar entirely. What they didn't realize was that Damien hadn't gone into hiding on Blue Star. He'd slipped in from another universe. Instead, they chalked his absence up to a private retreat. After all, as one of the richest men in America, Damien had the means to build secret bases wherever he pleased, then disappear without a trace. There's a saying on Blue Star, money isn't everything. Clearly, it's just something people say when they don't have enough of it. On Blue Star, true omnipotence may be a myth, but with enough money, you can come astonishingly close. Still, if Damien really hailed from the wider universe, he wouldn't bother disappearing into some secret compound. He'd slip back to a place far beyond this planet, like Void Island, the Void God cult's fortress in the Andromeda Galaxy's Xandar system. Sure enough, Zheng Xian had his cosmic translator running and caught the stranger speaking fluent Xandarian before switching seamlessly into Mandarin. For a covert Asian operative, mastering Chinese was simply part of the cover story. Damien Ambaraka? Zheng Xian blurted, eyes wide. The Weather Witch mirrored his shock. Together they spun on Tony. That's not what I said. It was you who named him, they accused. Tony threw up his hands, feigning innocence. Me? I never uttered that name. None of them really knew Damien Ambaraka's history, so they couldn't have connected this slip of the tongue. But anyone familiar with his past would have recognized that simple mistake as the key to unmasking Kassadin's secret identity on Blue Star. Damien barely raised an eyebrow at the scene playing out before him. As a high-ranking member of the Void cult, he'd long since mastered the art of shifting identities on a whim. A new name, a different face. No more difficult than thinking of one. At his level, even the names of gods held little weight. In time, everyone would come to know only the god of the Void. Only the truly powerful would earn the rare privilege of calling him the Lord of the Void. Tony watched Damien's detached reaction and folded his arms. All right, he said, brows furrowing. No more joking around. It's good that you kept this to yourself. Damien's lips curved in a faint smirk. Tony continued, his tone turning serious. Very few cultists on Blue Star even know Lord Kassadin's alias. Across the entire universe, the number is almost negligible. He only visits Blue Star occasionally when he needs a break from, well, whatever it is he does up there. He paused to lock eyes with Damien. If that cover ever gets blown, I can't guarantee you won't become a target, either by rival sects or by the Lord's own inner circle. They don't take leaks lightly. Damien nodded, expression unreadable. Understood. I'll keep it under my hat. Tony gave a curt nod, satisfied for now. The shadows in the chamber seemed to stretch a little longer, reminding them both of the god they served and the dangers that lurked in knowing too much. We mustn't let the true aliases of key figures slip so easily. When Zheng Xian finally understood the origin of Tony's blessing, everything clicked into place. He sat forward, eyes bright with comprehension. I see now. Excellent, his mentor replied. Now about the strange energy within you, what we in the Void cult call the power of the Void. That power, he continued, is the foundation of Void magic. Void magic differs completely from the arcane arts practiced by mages in the wider magic world. Ordinary mages rely on incantations or ritual catalysts to marshal elemental forces. Void magic, by contrast, draws directly on the void energy awakened inside one's own body. With it, you can unleash a devastating burst of force, transform matter from virtual to physical and back again, reshape elemental energies, fly, teleport, even alter your form at will. Healing, regenera, tie-in, nothing lies beyond its potential. There are no fixed limits to what void magic can achieve. If you can conceive it, you can forge it, so long as you learn to shape that power. Zhengxian nodded slowly. And your specialty? Elemental transmutation, his mentor said with a faint smile, turning one element into another at a thought. But that is only one path. Yours will be unique to you, and entirely your own to chart. Damien settled back against the carved stone bench and offered a wry smile. Next time I'm speaking with the Weather Witch, you're welcome to listen in. Zhengxian considered that for a moment. You should also pay a visit to Void Island, within the Void God Sect's territory. Seek out the disciples who hail from the 9 realms. They won't divulge every secret of void magic, but they will share practical techniques born of their own experience. Damien nodded. He trusted both Zhengxian and the Weather Witch, kind souls, each with a genuine desire to help. Quietly, he reminded them of his alias in the Blue Star Observatory, then settled in to hear Zhengxian's answer to his original questions. Understood, he said when the explanation was finished. I'll make a point of coming by more often. Excellent, Zhengxian replied, a warm light in her eyes. Just tell me when you're free, and we'll arrange a time to meet. From behind a curtain of ivy, the Weather Witch's soft voice drifted over. Damien realized she already knew his true purpose. He wasn't here merely to recite spells from a dusty tome. He was hunting for new insights, fresh angles on magic that no ordinary grimoire could provide. Her willingness to share the living, breathing knowledge of her craft was precisely why he'd sought her out in the first place. And in that moment, surrounded by the low hum of the garden's enchantments, he felt the first stirrings of a breakthrough. Damien realized he stood to gain invaluable skills by training under Tony, a man whose elemental magic far surpassed his own. After all, witchcraft and void magic operated on entirely different principles. Though he couldn't master Tony's power overnight, even a few combat techniques, or simply observing a seasoned mage in action, would sharpen his own abilities. No matter how skilled one becomes, there's always room for improvement. Let's put this on hold until we wrap up our work on the community with a shared future for mankind, Damien suggested. The initiative's success had to take priority. Tony nodded slowly, neither committing to a date nor dismissing the idea. Once the immediate crisis is handled, we'll sit down and go over the details. That's our plan. Zhengxian leaned forward, his expression earnest. In the meantime, you might also seek counsel from our fellow practitioners who hail from the 9 realms. Damien glanced between them. So within the Void Divine Religion, there are many powerful figures who originally come from the 9 realms? Zhengxian smiled and turned to Tony for confirmation, eager to shed more light on this hidden network of allies. More details? No, fewer details. Just shut up. Tony Stark muttered under his breath as he scrolled through the roster. In the 9 Realms faction, we have me and my wife, Pepper. Then there's Steve Rogers and his wife, Peggy Carter. Also on the list are Bruce Banner, the Sorcerer Supreme, Stephen Strange, and the Asgardian royal family, Odin the All-Father, Queen Frigga, Thor, and Loki. Rounding out the 11 is Star-Lord Peter Jason Quill, originally from Blue Star, though he was swept up into the cosmos long ago. Tony glanced up. 11 in total. Not too many, not too few, but each one is a cosmic-level powerhouse. Damien leaned back, absorbing the information. Tony could see he was sizing up each name, planning ahead for every possible encounter. To make things easier, Tony added, I've filled in the dossiers with all the intel you'll need before meeting them. Peggy Carter? Damien's voice held a note of surprise. Steve Rogers' wife is really Peggy Carter? Tony chuckled. In the flesh. Before S.H.I.E.L.D. was S.H.I.E.L.D., Peggy was one of the founding agents. If you're the director of the Divine Spear Bureau, you should know her reputation. Damien nodded thoughtfully. After so many years navigating the modern world, even someone of his stature could miss a few historical details. But as head of the Bureau, he was well aware of Peggy Carter's legend, and he understood just how valuable her counsel would be. Damien stared at the holographic feed hovering before him. No matter how deep his intelligence network probed, one fact remained unshakable. Peggy Carter had died long ago. Yet all across the globe, Steve Rogers had been seen in the company of a young woman who looked every bit like Peggy. Whispers turned into rumors, until Zhengxian's clandestine investigation pulled the curtain back. This woman wasn't Peggy Carter reborn, but her niece, Catherine Carter. When the Weather Witch learned what Zhengxian had uncovered, she was incandescent with rage. "Rogers is a scumbag," she hissed, her eyes flashing with storm-tinted light. "He's old enough to be her father, and still he preyed on a teenager." Damien leaned forward, absorbing her accusation. "That young woman," the witch went on, "is Peggy's heir, not Peggy herself. But Peggy almost died once. Then something saved her. She was blessed with youth again." Damien tapped the console with cautious fingers. "You've already said too much about your trial," he reminded her. The Weather Witch offered a half-smile, shadowy and knowing. "I cannot reveal its full nature," she admitted, "but I will tell you this. It was the blessing of the void. That power can grant, if not true immortality, then a form of unending life." At Damien's side, Tony Stark nodded slowly, processing the implications. "Void magic," he murmured. "Just when you think you've seen everything." He cracked a half-grin. "Well, now we're officially in uncharted territory." Damien braced himself as Tony Stark cleared his throat at the head of the long conference table. He'd waited for this moment for as long as he could remember. When Stark spoke of a chance at immortality, Damien didn't hesitate. "For something this important," Damien said, voice steady, "I don't mind at all that you waited until now to tell us." A ripple of surprise passed through the assembled witches and mages. Damien could practically feel their hearts beating faster. Eternal life was the dream none of them dared speak aloud. Tony Stark met Damien's eyes. "I understand if you think the odds are slim. Cassidon, the god of the void, despises practitioners of the arcane. He's made it clear he'll crush any witch who dares seek his blessing." He paused, tapping a finger on the table. "Even so, I've found a way to petition him directly. If successful, well, you'll live as long as you choose." Damien drew a deep breath. He'd spent years hiding his true nature, careful not to provoke Cassidon's wrath. Yet the lure of infinite time, endless summers of flight and lightning spells, centuries of research into atmospheric magic, was overwhelming. He gave a firm nod. "I'll do it." A hush fell over the room. Some of the other witches shifted uneasily. None had dared go so far. But Damien understood. Eternal life wasn't a gift you received lightly. Throughout human history, emperors and tyrants had paid with armies, treasures, even their own souls to cheat death. Scholars still argued whether limitless years would become a torture rather than a blessing. Tony leaned forward. "Remember, immortality is not a punishment unless you squander it. Your thoughts must remain focused, your heart uncorrupted. Choose your path wisely, and you can accomplish wonders no mortal lifespan allows." Damien let the words sink in. Time and energy were finite for ordinary people. Few could master every discipline or pursue every dream. But if this worked, if Cassidon granted him that single, supreme boon, Damien would have all the time in the world to chart storm systems across continents, to unlock every secret of the skies. He straightened his shoulders. "I understand," he said quietly. "I won't waste a single moment." Tony Stark offered a rare, approving smile. "All right then, let's get to work." Outside the window, clouds gathered, as though the heavens themselves were waiting to see whether one man's ambition could truly bend the rules of life and death. Not everyone is lucky enough to turn their favorite pastime into a lifelong vocation. Most people finally abandon the hobbies they once loved when duty or necessity forces their hand. But immortality changes everything. When you have endless time, you can pursue every interest at your leisure, learning new skills, diving deeper into old passions, and savoring the simple joy they bring. Where does Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, actually come from? Zhengxian found himself asking aloud, his mind racing with questions. And can one of his blessings truly grant eternal life? His heart pounded. The possibility of immortality shot his excitement through the roof, but it also brought a flood of uncertainties. He turned to the robed figure beside him, the void's aura still humming in the air. "You want answers from me?" The man in the cloak replied calmly. "I've been wondering the same things." They both glanced at Cassidon, who stood a few paces away, eyes closed as if listening to a distant song. Finally, Cassidon opened his eyes, pools of velvety darkness that seemed to swallow the light around him. "I come from the void," he said simply. "And where exactly is the void?" Zhengxian pressed, leaning forward. Cassidon's lips curved into the faintest smile. "That is a question I've debated many times with Banner and Dr. Adler. The void exists between and beyond all things. It is neither here nor there, but everywhere you cannot see. Zhengxian exhaled, both captivated and unsettled. The more he learned, the more he realized just how little he knew and how vast the mysteries of the void remained. Zhengxian stood before the council, his expression grave. Odin and I have combed every record, every signal, and we've found nothing. No background, no origin story. Our working theory is that Lord Kassadin is not native to our reality, but hails from an alternate dimension. Beyond that, his purpose here remains a mystery. For now, however, there's no evidence suggesting he seeks to annihilate this universe. Damien leaned forward, eyes wide. Alternate dimensions really exist? Zhengxian's gaze softened. Indeed, once you venture beyond Blue Star, once you witness the tapestry of worlds out there, you'll realize how small and blinded we are by our own planet's borders. That realization can be humbling, but it also opens your eyes to what you can still achieve. I may be but one person, but I believe I can help end the centuries-long civil strife on Blue Star, free our world from its planetary cage, and usher us into the interstellar age. At those words, Damien turned away from the gathered leaders and pressed his forehead against the cool glass of the observation deck. Outside, the stars spread in silent grandeur. Despite Zhengxian's noble aims, Damien's own ambition burned brighter, not merely to guide Blue Star into the galaxy, but to secure for himself a legacy that would outshine the countless lights beyond. It isn't so hard to pursue that ideal. All it takes is the willingness to share a few cutting-edge technologies for the good of humanity, and you'll be remembered by countless future generations. Tony only came to realize this once he'd seen the immensity of space and the sheer might of other civilizations, and understood how backward and vulnerable Earth really is. As one of the universe's more capable champions who hails from our world, he felt he had a duty to act. And that's exactly what drives him today. If his ambition had been limited to becoming a household name on Earth, he could have accomplished it the moment he decided to distribute the arc reactor technology globally. There'd have been no need to slow his own evolution or remain chained to Earth's petty squabbles. But the road to true Poe never ends. With an open mind and no doubts holding him back, there's always farther to go, and the further you travel, the easier the path becomes. As Kassadin once put it, a truly strong person needs a strong heart and the right attitude to match. Of course, everyone defines a strong heart in their own way. Damien believes that true strength isn't defined by labels of good or evil, but by the courage to act and to speak without hypocrisy. He'd rather be an honest brute who openly admits his misdeeds than a self-proclaimed paragon of virtue who lurks in the shadows, inflicting cruelty while preaching benevolence. If he ever crosses a line, he'll shoulder the blame himself. There's no hiding behind secrets or deceit. That said, brazen theatrics aren't always the wisest strategy in a world ruled by power. What really matters is cultivating an unshakable, upright mindset. When your conscience is clear and your heart unburdened, you rarely stumble. A truly powerful man stands tall with rightful pride, but tempers it with a measure of humility. There are countless underhanded tricks he could resort to, petty ploys fit for children, but he refuses. Even if that self-imposed restraint occasionally leaves him at a slight disadvantage, the flame of his pride only burns brighter. Strength of heart and strength of character must walk hand in hand. Neither can be sacrificed for the other. What you're doing is far from insignificant, Zhengxian said earnestly. It's exactly what the people of Blue Star need most right now. We're deeply grateful for your contributions. It's because of your example that I've found renewed hope and resolve. That's why I didn't hesitate. I want to join forces with you to realize our shared vision of a united future for all humanity. He paused, studying Damien's modest expression. Damien had brushed off his own efforts as trivial. Zhengxian leaned forward, his tone firm. Building a new power, or an entirely new civilization, demands more than raw strength. Strength alone can't hold people together if their guiding principles diverge. Even the mightiest champion, if driven by a different agenda, risks splintering into conflict the moment interests collide. But when everyone rallies around a common ideal, they willingly submit to shared rules and find peaceful ways to settle disagreements. That unity of purpose, that collective vision, is the true foundation of any lasting civilization. Nothing else can replace it. Damien leaned back and shook his head. Honestly, it was just an emotional reaction. I still believe what I did was right, for me at least. But you'd be wise not to pry too deeply into other dimensions of the universe. You might think I'm some kind of expert on parallel worlds, but truth is, I've only caught bits and pieces here and there. Zheng Shan studied him intently as Damien continued, voice calm but earnest. Instead of chasing after alternate realities, we should first learn how to thrive in the one we actually live in. There's plenty to figure out here, how to build peace, prosperity, and a future that works for everyone. A small smile touched Damien's lips when he saw the seriousness in Zheng Xian's eyes. Though their backgrounds and experiences diverged, they shared the same hope: no more wars on Blue Star. In that moment, two like-minded men found they could talk easily, despite having only just met. "All right," Damien said, settling forward. "Let's discuss how to create a community with a shared future for humankind." Zheng Xian gave a slight nod, the tension lifting from his shoulders. He didn't press any deeper into Damien's personal views. Instead, he opened the floor to big-picture ideas, exactly the direction Damien had hoped for. "All right," Tony said, his expression unreadable as he leaned back into the sofa. "How do you want to tackle this?" Damien met his gaze steadily. "I want to understand exactly what qualities the first Supreme Commander must possess once the community with a shared future for mankind is officially formed." Tony raised an eyebrow but didn't reply, letting Damien continue. "There's no point beating around the bush," Damien said. "Why are you so certain I won't be appointed the first Supreme Commander?" Tony considered him for a moment, then asked, "Even though this community is meant to be built by all of humanity working together, as our lead coalition partner, you'd think you'd be the obvious choice, even if you've already served multiple terms, right?" Damien leaned forward. "Exactly. That's why I'm surprised you've already ruled me out." "From your words and deeds, Damien, it's clear that your true stage will no longer be Blue Star," Zheng Xian said quietly, his gaze fixed. "Once you and Miss Pepper have founded the community with a shared future for humanity, you'll inevitably slip behind the scenes, or even depart altogether to watch from afar. Whatever you do next, you won't remain on Blue Star forever." His confidence was absolute. At his side, the Weather Witch, a master of atmospheric manipulation, fell silent. She knew better than to interfere in these delicate negotiations, so she let the crackling energy around her fingertips speak for her instead. Across the table, Director Tony Nolan cracked a broad smile and broke into applause. "That isn't mere speculation, Zheng Xian. That's conviction, laid bare. No wonder you rose to head the Divine Spear Bureau at your age. You really can't judge a leopard by its spots." Tony's praise shone in his eyes, admiration plain on his face. The room crackled with tension and approval alike, each man privately calculating the changes about to sweep through their world. Despite Tony's genial demeanor, Zheng Shan and the Weather Witch both felt the imbalance in their ranks the moment they stepped into his study. When those of lesser standing converse with someone of far greater power, they can't help but tread lightly, worrying that a single misstep might offend their host or torpedo the entire meeting. Such concerns usually force them to temper their opinions, speak in riddles, or hold back altogether. Zheng Shan simply ignored all of that. Leaning forward, he began outlining possible future developments for Tony Stark. He spoke with the cool assurance of someone laying out hard facts rather than mere speculation. Of course, there's a world of difference between a hypothesis and a certainty, but Zheng Xian knew Tony wouldn't take offense or renege on his word over a little bold forecasting. So he pressed on, confident that his trait talk wouldn't derail the negotiation. Damien met Tony's steady gaze in the council chamber, the excitement of the crowd replaced by a tense hush. "I know that once you finish this mission, you'll be gone," Tony said quietly. "No matter how powerful or magnanimous you are, you can't watch over Blue Star forever." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "There's a real difference between observing, caring, and truly protecting." "If I were in your shoes," Damien admitted, "I might hang back and see how things unfold, but I get the sense we think along the same lines." Zheng Xian watched Tony's face, finally grasping the foundation of his resolve. Proper guidance allows a civilization to thrive. Overprotection only locks it in stasis. And without a lasting shield, Blue Star won't withstand the universe's inevitable storms. If this world has become a gilded cage, then the cosmos beyond is the raging tempest waiting at its bars. It's easy to vow eternal guardianship, but to make that promise real demands not only exceptional courage, but an unbreakable spirit. And even the wisest, bravest hearts can't remain unchanged forever. Beings of tremendous power can accomplish feats beyond the reach of ordinary people, and their loyalties can shift in ways we can scarcely imagine. Who, after all, would promise to protect someone for decades, or centuries, or even forever? Most great beings still have a finite lifespan. Only someone like Tony Stark, who has all but conquered death by continually reinventing himself, could feasibly sustain such a vow. His unique ability to shepherd humanity toward a common destiny while upgrading his own body time and again speaks to his origins as a native of Blue Star. But even he cannot stand as Earth's protector indefinitely. At best, when he has the means and the inclination, he might lend us a hand. We do share certain qualities, Damien admitted. Neither Pepper nor I would ever choose to become mankind's supreme commander, Tony said. Well, if you're convinced of that, why ask me what it takes to be one? Damien pressed. Tony's grin only grew wider. Just curious, he replied, though the glint in his eye hinted that he had something more in mind. Damien leaned back in his chair, meeting Zhengxian's steady gaze. Just because I won't be named Supreme Commander, he began, doesn't mean I can't shape Blue Star's future. After all, this new federation exists only because of everything you've built. He paused, choosing his words. You probably haven't settled on a specific person for that first command, yet you must have some clear ideas. What qualities do you believe the ideal Supreme Commander should possess? Damien's tone grew earnest. I'm not angling for a backdoor appointment, nor do I claim to have some secret line to you. Even if we hit it off, our discussions would remain just that. Discussions. What I want is to understand exactly what characteristics you want in your first commander. Give me that framework, and I'll search my country for the right talent. At this, Zhengxian's expression softened, and he let his guard down. True, forging a community with a shared future for mankind will take time. To the rest of the galaxy, we're still a civilization freshly born into the interstellar age. But thanks to my breakthroughs in propulsion and energy, Blue Star already holds a technological edge. He leaned forward, the ambition in his eyes unmistakable. We need a leader who can leverage that edge wisely, and who can unite all member worlds behind our common purpose. If you can find someone with that vision, discipline, and moral compass, you'll have done us all a great service. Damien nodded. Consider it done. He stood, anticipation flickering across his face. I'll begin my search at once. As he exited Zhengxian's study, the weight of the coming task settled on his shoulders. Finding, or forging, that perfect commander would test every skill he had, but for the sake of Blue Star, he wouldn't rest until he succeeded. Commander Zheng folded his hands behind his backs, and surveyed the holographic display hovering above the council table. Damien stood beside him, leaning forward in silent concentration as the rotating model of Blue Star and its neighboring systems turned slowly in midair. The level of our technology, Zheng began, his voice calm but firm, is not yet interstellar. We're roughly on par with medium-sized civilizations. Certainly, we're no longer the most backward realm in this sector. Blue Star's advancements outstrip those of the nearby worlds. Damien nodded, eyes fixed on the data streams that tracked trade routes and resource flows. That advantage, he said thoughtfully, can breed both growth and aggression, Zheng finished for him. History shows that whenever a civilization leaps ahead, it finds new ways to exploit, new conflicts to spark. Crime organizations, warlords, rogue states, they all see opportunity where advancement outpaces regulation. Damien closed his eyes briefly. So invasion isn't off the table, but humans are newcomers on the galactic stage. We still don't grasp the universe's complex power structures, its unwritten rules. Exactly. Zheng tapped the display and brought up a timeline of first contacts between other worlds. What the community of shared destiny for mankind urgently needs now is time. Time to learn, to adapt, to build alliances rather than enemies. Damien turned to face him. I don't begrudge our future commanders the glory they'll earn. But right now, I'm focused on defining the qualities of our first Supreme Commander. I want someone who's not just strong, but also diplomatic. Someone who reads a situation and chooses the right moment to act. A faint smile curved Zheng's lips. Your criteria are ambitious, but not unachievable. You need strength, tempered by subtlety, force, guided by foresight. A figure who can unite disparate factions under one banner without crushing them. Damien gave a curt nod. It's no secret I want a top-tier strategist, someone capable of turning defensive tactics into decisive victories, but it has to be done without alienating our new allies. Zheng lowered his voice. As for talent on the level of Arani Real or Cassidon, indeed, they stand alone in the annals of galactic warfare. I agree that Blue Star, with its current social and technological milieu, hasn't yet produced a comparable genius. We must cultivate potential instead of waiting for legends to be born. Damien exhaled, determination lighting his eyes. Then we start our search. We train, we mentor, and when the time is right, we place our commander at the helm. Zheng nodded. And we keep buying ourselves time to mature, time to understand the universe we've just entered. Because in the end, survival depends not just on our tech, but on the caliber of our leadership. The two men stood in silence as the hologram continued its slow orbit, a vivid reminder that Blue Star's journey among the stars had only just begun. I see. That gives me a clear direction, Damien murmured, absorbing Tony's words. Arani has been forged by the Xandar Empire's comprehensive education and guiding philosophy, a prodigy who emerges only once in 100,000 years. Such brilliance cannot be manufactured or sought out. You can only discover it when it appears. All we can do is wait, hoping that future generations of the Blue Star will, over the course of many years, accumulate the same depth of knowledge and achievement. As Damien listened to Tony outline his ambition, the criteria for selecting humanity's next Supreme Commander began to crystallize in his mind. Earth has finally laid its civil strife to rest and entered a fragile peace. But this calm cannot last forever. Wars will return, no matter how fervently we wish for perpetual harmony. At best, mankind will redirect its internal conflicts into battles against external foes. The ascent of any great civilization has always been entwined with warfare. Humanity's longing to explore the cosmos springs from its yearning to unravel the unknown. Yet for the leaders of a civilization, an L.D. for the competing factions within it, the universe represents a grander stage. Every uncharted planet stands like a sealed treasure chest, tempting explorers to pry it open and reveal its secrets. As long as you can secure resources, you can never have too many. Damien leaned back, contemplating the truth of that statement. It applied not only to humanity, but to every alien civilization in the galaxy. From the moment the foundation for a shared human future was formed, every member dreamed of venturing into space. Yet the universe wasn't empty. Other sentient races existed, each bound by cosmic laws that humans still struggled to comprehend. One misstep, one violation of those immutable rules, could wipe out an entire civilization in an instant. Tony watched him thoughtfully. If you really can identify a candidate like that, and if they pass Jarvis's tests, then I wouldn't object to someone from your faction becoming our first Supreme Commander. Rather than attack Damien's proposal, Tony offered encouragement. To him, aside from the rogue black monkeys, the various races on Blue Star differed little in their ultimate goal, humanity's continued survival and expansion. Whoever proved capable of leadership deserved the mantle. At this early stage, Tony's only aim was to steer the balance of power in a way that would benefit them all. The rules of the community of a shared future for mankind are clear. The second Supreme Commander must be chosen according to its charter. From this point forward, will Blue Star pursue steady growth and progress, or will it spiral into chaos, perhaps even unleashing a disaster so vast it razes our world to the ground? Damien, Banner, and the rest can intervene only a handful of times before they inevitably pull back. If the community fails to heed the lessons of history, it will repeat its mistakes until humanity's downfall is self-inflicted. After all, you cannot save someone determined to perish, nor can you rescue a civilization that deliberately courts its own demise. Just say the word, Damien continued, and I'll go fetch it. Zheng Shan caught Damien's meaning and gave a solemn nod. Jarvis. Tony watched as Zhengxian and the Weather Witch prepared to depart, then called out, "Stand by." Almost at once, Jarvis's mechanical arm whirred into motion, presenting two small, intricately crafted boxes. "Sir, here are two cosmic communicators. Just put them on, and they'll guide you automatically," Jarvis said, setting two ornately crafted boxes on the table before Damien and the Weather Witch. "They'll even reveal certain truths about the universe before they unfold." He paused, his mechanical eyes flickering. "One piece of advice, read more and speak less. And when you do speak, choose your words and actions with care. Otherwise, you could bring disaster to Blue Star." No sooner had he finished than the clockwork inside each box began to whir and click. With a soft hiss, the lid slid open to reveal two exquisite bracelets nestled on velvet cushions. "Take these with you," Jarvis prompted. Damien didn't hesitate. As soon as he lifted one bracelet, it glowed, expanding to slip effortlessly over his hand. Then it contracted around his wrist until it fit perfectly. The light faded, leaving the band light as air and warm against his skin. The Weather Witch lifted the second bracelet and felt it similarly transform, its surface shimmering before settling snugly around her wrist. Both of them exchanged a glance of excitement, their new equipment already alive with subtle power, ready to guide them on the journey ahead. Tony handed Damien and his companion each a pair of small, palm-sized devices. "These are for you," he said. "Don't let anyone else have them. If there's something you don't understand, just access the archives directly. You'll grasp it in no time." He held up one of the gadgets. "Once the community of shared human destiny is officially established, I'll authorize the rollout of the cosmic communicator to every human being. It'll restrict certain speech functions and automatically block forbidden vocabulary." Damien frowned, exchanging a puzzled glance with his companion. Tony continued, "People always assume the internet is a lawless void where they can say anything with impunity. In reality, it's never been beyond the reach of cosmic law, and that principle applies throughout the universe. Insult another civilization's highest beliefs and they won't hack you through a network cable. They'll show up in fighter jets or warships and eliminate the offense in person." He paused, watching their reactions. "I've already deployed the cosmic translator everywhere on Earth," he admitted, "but I've held back on the communicator. Why? Because I'm worried that if we unleash it now, humanity's endless babble will flood not just our networks, but the entire galactic web, and nobody wants that kind of static echoing across the stars." "Most people are rational," Tony began, leaning back in his chair, "but you can't expect billions of individuals to think the same way. As the saying goes, the forest is vast and full of all kinds of birds. I refuse to believe that a community of shared future for mankind has just materialized overnight, especially when one careless word could unleash cosmic-scale disasters on us all. That's why we need a cosmic communicator stripped of any speech function. Until we fully understand its rules, we'll just have to wait and see." Damien's heart pounded at the implication of what Tony was saying. He forced himself to remain calm, then nodded gravely. "I understand. I'll start studying its operation immediately." "Good," Tony replied. "Pepper's out of town at the moment. I'll ask her to sit down with you in 2 days." He paused, meeting Damien's eyes. "Once you've mastered it, call me directly. From now on, use the cosmic communicator whenever you need to reach me." Tony knew better than to underestimate someone who'd climbed the ranks to become director of the Spear Bureau. Securing Damien's promise, he fell silent, confident that the next steps were in capable hands. A fleeting reminder may be easily forgiven, but repeated nagging only breeds resentment. Damien glanced back over his shoulder and said, "Very well, we'll visit again soon." "This meeting has been most enlightening," the Weather Witch added. "Thank you for your hospitality, Tony," Damien continued, rising and inclining his head politely. Tony waved off the praise with a casual smile. "Think nothing of it. In time, perhaps we'll truly become allies." With that, Damien and the Weather Witch bowed one last time and departed. No sooner had they gone than Jarvis spoke. "Sir, do you honestly believe they'll join the Void Cult?" Tony folded his arms, watching their figures recede into the distance. "I can't be certain," he admitted. "But if we can welcome more like-minded souls into the Nine Realms, all the better. Another friend means another avenue of influence. especially someone of Damien's wisdom and daring. One can never have too many reliable compatriots. He stood on the balcony, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips as Damien and the Weather Witch vanished from sight. Yes? Tony murmured to himself. They have real potential. Jarvis leaned back in his chair. Zhengshan still stands a chance of being accepted, he said, but I'm not convinced about the Weather Witch. Damien nodded thoughtfully. So far, Lord Cassidon has admitted very few witches into the Void Cult. Jarvis gave a small shrug. These are decisions we don't get to make. The one who grants the blessing is the only one whose opinion really matters. Let's wait and see what Cassidon decides. Damien folded his arms. True, we can't dismiss anyone before we've seen the full picture. It's all too easy to be proved wrong if you judge too quickly. He turned and strode into the living room, his voice calm as he spoke over his shoulder. Besides, I still wonder why Cassidon chose to manifest as an Asian man. With his power, he could take any form, white, black, any race at all. There must be a reason behind that choice. Jarvis Ross, to stand beside him. I've never seen exactly how Cassidon has helped China, nor have I heard the details of his support, but we do know he's empowered Zheng Xian twice now. That in itself is highly unusual. Damien nodded. Exactly. Let's keep our eyes open and our minds flexible. Whatever Cassidon has planned, it'll reveal itself in time. Tony remained upbeat about Damien's prospects, convinced there was a strong chance the young man could one day join their ranks. As Cassidon had pointed out, the real danger of a witch like Wanda wasn't her magic. It was the paranoia buried deep in her heart. He had never claimed that every witch posed a threat. By the same reasoning, it wasn't inconceivable that the Weather Witch might align herself with the Void Cult under the right circumstances. Understood, Jarvis replied, drawing the conversation to a close. Miss Potts will be free in about 2 hours. Please arrange a call with her, Jarvis, Tony said, and let her know that the situation in China is stabilized. Certainly, sir. I'll book a slot on her calendar right away. After all her efforts at Blue Star, she'll welcome a bit of downtime. Tony gave a small nod of approval. High above, aboard a sleek fighter jet belonging to the Divine Spear Bureau, Damien sat beside the Weather Witch. As the plane cut through the stratosphere, they opened the cosmic communicator between them. Between calibrations and system tests, Damien studied every symbol and waveform, determined to master the device before it transmitted their first message back to Earth. Chapter X, The Void God Cult. Guided by the holographic mentor, Damien and the Weather Witch wasted no time. With their cosmic translators now second nature, they navigated the Chinese interface without hesitation. Simple configuration settings posed no obstacle for them. Each harbored the same burning question, so they typed the phrase, Void God Cult of the Fairy Galaxy simultaneously and hit enter. Instantly, tens of millions of results flooded their screens. Here, Damien said, clicking the top entry, Legends of the Void God Cult in the Fairy Galaxy. The Weather Witch leaned in, her eyes widening as the summary loaded. It read, Cassidon, revered as the god of the void, is the mysterious founder and co-supreme leader of the Void God Cult. Neither his appearance nor his origins have ever been revealed. Under his command, the cult launched the War of the Void, wresting the Void lands from the Collector of the Universe Presbyterian Church and driving back Gao Tianzun, the church's greatest powerhouse. Damien studied the words carefully. The War of the Void, the Collector, Gao Tianzun. These names hinted at conflicts on a scale far beyond anything he had encountered. As the information scrolled by, he felt the weight of cosmic history settle over him. The Void God Cult was more than legend. It was a force that had reshaped galaxies. And now, it had drawn their attention. Chapter, The Rise of the Void Cult. Damien's triumph over Gao Tianzun changed the balance of power across the cosmos. By seizing the fabled land of Void, he elevated the once obscure Void Cult into one of the universe's foremost forces. Though no one can say how far Damien's power truly extends, it's clear that at minimum he stands at the pinnacle of cosmic might, strong enough to fell a warrior as legendary as Gao Tianzun. Rumor holds that none dare challenge the Void Cult, for who can stand against a power whose limits nobody knows? Whispers go further, who truly reigns at the universe's edge? It is said that when one peers into the true void, all things collapse into nothingness. Yet the void's master, Kassadin, the god of the void, remains remarkably low-key. He rarely appears in the worlds he oversees, choosing instead to reside on Void Island of Xandar, a remote outpost in the Andromeda Galaxy. By Kassadin's side stands Sonia, the second Void God envoy and official spokesperson of the Void Faith. As one of its two supreme leaders, she manages the cult's affairs and directs its expansion, her presence as striking as it is feared throughout the stars. The decisive moment came in a fierce engagement on the land of nothingness. Gao Tianzun unleashed his vast undead legions, confident in their unending numbers. Yet Damien himself marched into their ranks, cutting them down with devastating precision. Overwhelmed by Damien's ferocity, Gao Tianzun was forced to abandon his seclusion and enter the battle personally. It was then, at the height of the struggle, that Kassadin chose to manifest, his appearance tipping the scales forever in favor of the Void. Thus the Void cult stands unchallenged, its leaders shrouded in mystery and their power unrivaled. In every corner of the universe, the question echoes, what emptiness lies beyond the Void's embrace, and who, if anyone, could ever hope to fill it? Thus began the ultimate showdown between two of the universe's greatest powerhouses. Void Goddess Sonia wielded strength that, at minimum, rivaled any known cosmic force, and its true limits remained a mystery. She perched on Void Island, a phantom world drifting by Xandar in the Andromeda Galaxy, a sovereign none dared challenge. Against her stood the third Void pioneer, Tony Stark of Blue Star in the Nine Realms. As the technological spearhead of the Void God cult, his genius in weapons and engineering had driven the sect's meteoric rise in barely over a decade. A prodigy without equal, he was the architect behind its rapid expansion and growing influence. More than 2 years earlier, Tony had led the cult's elite on a campaign to hunt down Thanos, the universe's dread warlord. Though the battle's details remained shrouded in secrecy, its outcome spoke volumes. Thanos fell, and not one Void God cult warrior perished. Victorious and unbroken, they returned home, proof that no challenge was too great for their combined might. You're invited to join the pursuit of Thanos. The minimum power threshold is universe level, but the upper limit remains unknown. Sure, please go ahead and share the full chapter text you'd like me to revise. Once I have the original content, I'll rewrite it into a smooth, idiomatic English version with Damien as your male protagonist. Chapter 746, The Foundation of the Void, Part 6. Damien leaned over the holoscreen with Zheng Yan and the Weather Witch, absorbing every detail about Tony Stark, known throughout the Void cult as one of its 8 pillars. Even in holographic archives, Tony's flamboyant flair and outspoken grudges shone through. His appetite for cutting-edge technology was legendary, and rumor claimed he was the third richest member of the cult, with liquid assets north of 100 billion cosmic coins. No official ledger confirmed it, but whispered gossip was never wrong for long. More startling was the tale behind Thanos' fall. According to these files, it wasn't some cosmic accident or battlefield blunder that killed the Mad Titan. It was Tony's covert operatives, sent to sow chaos on Blue Star. That incident alone would have secured Tony Stark a fearsome reputation. Yet he'd achieved even more. The archives placed Tony's residences in 2 extremes of the galaxy, the fabled Void Island that drifted above Xandar and the secret stronghold within the 9 Blue Stars cluster in the Milky Way. Wherever he went, his influence followed. Damien scrolled through Tony's personal manifesto and chuckled. He calls this a bit of fame, he remarked, shaking his head. Zheng Xian glanced at him, eyebrows raised. The Weather Witch's jaw dropped. To them, and anyone versed in Void cult politics, Tony Stark was far more than a bit of fame. He was a living legend. And now, having come face to face with his record, they finally understood why Tony had been so confident when he'd said anyone could look him up and learn the truth. His deeds were out in the open for all to see. Yet for all Tony's bravado, Damien suspected there was still more to the story, secrets waiting in the shadows of the Void. Damien studied Tony's 8 elite warriors, each a name whispered even among the universe's greatest legends. In their world, universe level was already an almost incomprehensible height of power. Only the very few could ever hope to breach the ceiling and become true peak universe fighters. Tony himself admitted he hadn't yet reached the absolute apex. But by any measure, he was firmly among the universe's top tier, and unquestionably the Void God cult's strongest disciple. Every test he'd faced revealed no glaring weaknesses. Damien and his companion exchanged a glance. They both remembered how, not long ago, Tony had extended them kindness without a trace of haughtiness. Perhaps it was the broadening influence of Blue Star, or the half-Shenzian blood in his veins that kept him humble. Whatever the cause, his easygoing manner spoke volumes. A true powerhouse need not lord his strength over others. Silently, they turned their attention back to the grand stage. The next to appear was none other than Enma Alex Mowgli, recognized far and wide as the Void Cult's fourth pillar of power. They call him Yama, one of the 8 supreme elders of the Void God religion, the appointed overseer of its branch temple on Mowgli's star. As the self-styled Void Judge and Red Flame Demon, his sheer reputation fills even the hardiest warriors with dread. Arrogant, domineering, and utterly unforgiving, Yama bows only to 2 figures, Kassadin, the god of the Void, and Sonya, the Void's own envoy. No other mortal, no other godling, dares approach him with demands or dissent. Consider these warnings your lifeline. If you glimpse Yama in the flesh, flee without hesitation. Even if you never see him, assume he's watching, and danger may be closer than it appears. While you remain on Mowgli's star, never utter a single disparaging word about the Void God religion. One slip of the tongue, and you won't live to regret it. Keep your ears open. Know the news, the shifts in power, the alliances and betrayals. Ignorance is the second crime, one you can scarcely hope to survive. Offending lesser strongmen of the Void might earn you bruises or exile. Insult Yama, and you might as well write your own death warrant. Damien folded the warning sheet, Red's Yimble's still smoldering in his mind. He tucked it into his coat and forced himself to breathe. Survive long enough to learn the Void's secrets. Then, perhaps, fortune might favor the bold. But for now, the only rule was clear: never cross Yama. If you value your life, remember this, and heed the earlier warnings. Zhang Xian and the Weather Witch stared at the data feed before them. It described Damien's current stronghold in the Andromeda Galaxy as having at least cosmic-tier strength, and an upper bound no one could measure. Beneath his name, in bold letters, was his title, Yan Molix, followed by that final, ominous admonition. They lifted their eyes to the red giant drifting in empty space. At 4 to 5 meters tall, its hulking form alone radiated a perilous, bone-chilling presence. Both observers swallowed hard. It was painfully clear that not every high-ranking member of the Void Cult was benevolent. Yan Molix, by all appearances, was anything but. On this very planet, anyone who dared speak ill of the Void God sect would pay with their life. His aura spoke of raw, unyielding dominance. "Let's just not insult him," Zheng Xian murmured, voice low. He vowed then and there never to provoke this being. The Weather Witch offered a sympathetic nod, and together they watched in awed silence as the 5th most formidable figure in the Void Cult held court amid the stars. Damien was born on Xandar, one of the 8 supreme powerhouses of the Void Cult and the appointed warden of Voidland. As one of the feared void-killing gods, he commands unparalleled expertise in both martial arts and weaponry. Long before he assumed rule over Voidland, he roamed the battlefields of countless galaxies, his presence alone capable of turning the tide of wars between advanced civilizations. Entire species fell before him, their worlds washed away by his icy resolve. Cold and unyielding, Damien rarely deigns to smile or show mercy. Over 2 years ago, alongside Tony Stark, he pursued Thanos, the universe's greatest menace. The details of their confrontation remain classified, but the outcome was clear. Thanos lay dead, and not a single agent of the Void Cult was lost in victory. Those who wish to challenge Damien must be prepared for a universe-level opponent, and quite possibly far beyond. His fighting style is infinitely adaptable. You can never predict which weapon he'll wield or which deadly technique he'll unleash next. A final warning: in facing him, you do not battle merely one master. You confront the combined skill of countless unseen virtuosos. Warm tip 2, never look for her weaknesses. Don't insult her. And above all, don't make yourself her target. Warm tip 3, if you do provoke her, guard your vulnerabilities with everything you've got. Even a few seconds warning could mean the difference between life and death. Warm tip 4, Lacey, the death goddess, usually resides on Xandar's Void Island. Her sphere of influence often extends as far as the Andromeda Galaxy, though even she has her limits. Damien stared at the floating advisory. What constitutes a master of combat skills? He glanced over at the Weather Witch, incredulous. You're asking me? Have you even ventured beyond this system? Do I look like I've explored the universe? The Weather Witch folded her arms, amused. I may command storms on dozens of worlds, but I'm no cosmic wanderer. Why would I know how the galaxy ranks fighters? He smirked, tapping his holster. Yet you seem more skilled in a fight than I am. She let out a short laugh. My reflexes are sharp, and my spells are practiced. But master? Grandmaster? I'd never dare claim either title. Damien met her eyes. If you won't take it, maybe I should. She shook her head, her expression softening. Honestly, we've barely scratched the surface of how the universe classifies true combat prowess. He gave a confident nod. Then we'll learn as we go. The Weather Witch fell silent, quietly acknowledging that, when it came to raw skill, Damien still outmatched her. Lacey maintained her stance, without so much as a tremor, trading blows with Damien as if she were barely breaking a sweat. That wasn't because she was overwhelmingly superior. Damien simply hadn't yet learned to wield the full extent of his power. Once he did, his true strength would be far more terrifying to behold. If you can't dig up the details yourself, Lacey said, glancing toward Damien, ask Tony when you get the chance. He'll know what this means. Damien nodded. So far, all he'd learned was that Lacey, manager of the Void Realm, was immensely powerful, and that her name carried a significance he didn't yet grasp. That didn't worry him. Tony Stark, the Void Cult's top powerhouse, would surely fill in the gaps soon enough. They turned their attention back to the arena, just in time to see the next challenger step forward, Renault, codenamed Supersonic. Ranked 6th among the Void Cult's elite, he was one of the feared void-killing gods and an infamous slayer of mages. He'd carved a path of conquest through every major cosmic battlefield, beheading enemy generals by the dozen. No one who faced him had ever lived to tell the tale. Damien's true nature is shrouded in mystery, but his reputation speaks volumes. 2 years ago, he joined forces with Tony Stark in the galaxy-wide hunt for Thanos, the most fearsome power in the universe. Even the lowest estimate of his strength puts him at cosmic scale. The upper limit? Unknowable. Yet it isn't raw power that makes him truly deadly, but his incredible speed. He strikes so fast that most victims never see him coming. He makes his home on Void Island, which orbits the Xandar star in the Andromeda Galaxy, and that galaxy remains his primary hunting ground. When Zhang Xian and the Weather Witch finally pulled together every scrap of data on him, they were stunned at how little there was. What they did learn was chilling. Damien is one of the legendary void-killing gods, a title that ties him closely to Lacey, the overseer of Voidland. The Weather Witch understood at once why this was bad news. Speed-based killers are the worst adversaries for mages, witch or wizard, because there's almost no time to cast a counterspell. Even though witches often exceed ordinary mages in both durability and agility, they share the same arcane vulnerabilities. In the lore of the Void Cult, Damien ranks 7th among its most formidable champions, and he's proof that not even a master of the elements can outrun death. Damien was born on Xandar and rose to become one of the Void Cult's 3 giants, indeed, one of its 8 supreme powerhouses and a dreaded void god of killing. Blessed, or cursed, with raw divine energy, he can bend or shatter any cosmic law. In countless wars across the galaxy, Damien fought alone and ended entire conflicts by himself. In his humanoid form, he is the living embodiment of a colossal dreadnought, its armor stronger than any known shield, its fist capable of pulverizing a starship in a single strike. To this day, not even the most advanced technologies in the universe can pierce his defenses. 2 years ago, Damien joined forces with Tony Stark in the chase for Thanos, the universe's most formidable threat. His baseline strength already places him on a cosmic scale. His true upper limit remains a mystery. Observers like the prophetic Zhang Xian and the enigmatic Weather Witch agree. When it comes to sheer power, Damien's might is the gold standard. He holds the rank of 8th supreme in the Void God cult. Also hailing from Xandar is the figure known only as the Seer. Like Damien, he claims a place among the cult's elite 8. A void god of killing in his own right, the seer possesses the uncanny ability to peer into fate itself. As the cult's frontline commander, he marshals its armies with unerring prescience. Every battle plan, every maneuver, foreseen and executed to devastating effect. Chapter 1. The Predictor. Damien, the war commander who masterminded the battles of Xandar and the Void, has never lost a soldier. Twice he led flawless campaigns, each ending in absolute victory. 2 years ago, he joined forces with Tony Stark to hunt down Thanos, the universe's greatest power. Rumor holds that anyone who dares to fight alongside him against Thanos must be at least universe-level strong, and even that may not be enough, for Damien's true limits remain unknown. Take heed of these warnings. 1. When you face Damien, you're not battling a mere prophet, you're challenging your own inescapable fate. 2. If you find yourself in any war zone and hear that he's among your ranks, don't pause to look back, retreat immediately. The moment you cross into his sphere of command, your death becomes all but certain. 3. Among the Void's 4 great death gods, the Predictor stands as the supreme command tower, directing every stroke of their lethal power. 4. Whispers tell of a pact between those 4 gods to surround and annihilate the universe's top-tier champions, and at the heart of their conspiracy lies Damien, the Prophet of Doom. Steeled by these truths, few still dare to seek him out. But for those who do, their destinies are already written. Damien has always shunned public life and kept his emotions tightly sealed. His nature is fierce, inscrutable, and frankly warlike. That's why he makes his home on Void Island, orbiting Xandar's star, venturing only when necessary to the countless worlds of the Andromeda Galaxy. When the Weather Witch and Zhengshan first heard his name, they immediately knew whom he meant, the feared 4 Void murder gods. Individually, Lacey, Sonic Renault, Hercules Kyle, and the Oracle rank among the universe's deadliest warriors. Yet together, they become unstoppable, capable of bringing down the most powerful beings in existence. Tony Stark himself once warned that these top-tier cosmic juggernauts are among the rarest, most formidable forces in the galaxy. Their defeat of Thanos only bolstered their legend, adding a feat few could ever match. News of their deeds spreads not merely from planet to planet, but across entire galaxies, echoing in the minds of hundreds of billions of sentient beings. In any corner of spacetime, the 4 Void murder gods stand unquestionably among the universe's most awe-inspiring and most terrifying figures. Damien and his companions stood before the flickering holo display, absorbing every detail of the Void cult's power roster. Entry number 9. Name, Hulk Bruce Banner. Origin, 9 Realms Blue Star rank, one of the cult's top 8 powerhouses and honored as one of its 3 giants. Abilities, an unbreakable body capable of defying even the most fundamental cosmic laws. Allegiance, rumored to belong to the cult's technological sect, a self-taught genius who fashions and experiments with high-grade weaponry. Notable feat. 2 years ago, he joined forces with Tony Stark in the universe-spanning hunt for Thanos, proving himself at least universe-level in strength. His true ceiling remains unknown. Damien flipped through the data, then paused at the next slot. The 10th powerhouse? He asked. The screen went blank. According to fragmentary intelligence, the Void cult does field 8 true champions, but every channel they'd tapped gave only rumors about the final member. No confirmed identity, no record of deeds, just a void where the cult's last top 8 should stand. Damien's jaw tightened. With one of the cult's greatest warriors still hidden from view, their investigation was far from over, and the threat they faced was even more dangerous than they'd imagined. When Damien, the Weather Witch, and Zhengshan laid eyes on the mysterious newcomer, a single name shot into their minds. Thor, the god of thunder. Tony Stark had told them that Thor's name had surfaced among those born in the 9 realms under the Void cult's banner. So the 8th and final powerhouse has to be Thor, right? Zhengshan murmured, stroking his chin as he examined the stranger. I've sensed it too, the Weather Witch replied, nodding with a puzzled frown. But if Thor truly joined the Void cult, why hasn't that news rippled across the cosmos? Her confusion was understandable. Thor's native strength was already the stuff of legends. If he'd embraced the Void's power, he'd instantly rank among the cult's brightest champions. Within the Void divine religion, knowledge of their top 8 fighters surely circulated, spawning endless speculation. Although she lacked detailed intel on the cult's inner workings, She could piece together the likely truth from Tony's fragmented reports. Tony mentioned it several times. Well, she added softly, yet none of the usual rumor mills have picked up the story. Isn't Asgard one of the great powers of the cosmos? Damien asked. Zhang Xian leaned back, studying the blinking star map before him. Indeed, Thor is the heir of King Odin and the royal family of Asgard. Damien tapped his fingers on the table. If Thor were to swear allegiance to the Void God cult and announce it across the universe, Asgard would at minimum forge an alliance and might even join the cult outright. That kind of union between two major forces would force every other great power to respond, Zheng Xian agreed. They couldn't simply stand by. The Weather Witch folded her arms, her voice quiet but firm. Remember, the Void God cult is barely 20 years old. They've been careful not to provoke open war until now. Zheng Xian nodded thoughtfully. Though he had not yet ventured into the wider universe, his role as director of the Divine Spear Bureau and his standing within the Celestial Dynasty gave him a panoramic view of galactic politics. Alliances among minor factions rarely draw attention, he said. But when two titans unite, the others have no choice but to take action. It's a real possibility, the Weather Witch agreed, her eyes narrowing as she contemplated the turbulent future ahead. The universe is vast enough that interstellar alliances are almost inevitable. Yet whenever two great powers bind themselves, their rivals cannot simply stand aside. Even the most disciplined coalition will spark counter-coalitions, and the moment Asgard and the Void Divine Religion move to unite, the power dynamics of both the Andromeda and Milky Way galaxies will shift irrevocably. As for realms beyond those two galaxies, Weather Witch admits she knows nothing. She's never even ventured that far. Based on these signs, Zheng Xian said, tapping her cosmic communicator, the instant Thor appears and claims his seat among the 8 supreme patriarchs of the Void Divine Faith, it's tantamount to Asgard publicly joining forces with the Void Divine Religion. That will be our signal, the start of their grand expansion. She flicked through more dossiers. So far, the Void Cult counts at least 600 warriors at or above planet-level strength, each one a potential threat if they rally behind that alliance. Damien sat in contemplative silence as Tony's words echoed through the chamber. You have to understand, Tony was saying, many of the gods revered by low-level civilizations aren't even planet-class. Yet a single planet-class powerhouse can crush an entire world, or a dozen, without flinching. And remember, Kassadin, the god of the void, is leagues beyond that. He could grant a mortal planet-level strength on a whim. Damien closed his eyes, picturing that boundless void power. No mere rumor could convey how terrifying it must be when Kassadin unfurls his trump cards, arcane weapons so foreign that entire star systems would fall silent at the first glimpse of them. He shivered at the thought of the universe turning to emptiness in an instant. I'd give anything to witness the great conflicts between the cosmic factions, Damien admitted softly. To see those titanic powers clash. The Weather Witch, tall and austere, robes swirling like storm clouds, nodded gravely. She did not revel in war, but neither was she blind to its necessity. The cult of the Void God was stirring after its long recovery, and any force that enormous could not remain hidden. Eventually, the other galactic empires would marshal their fleets, armies, even gods of their own to check Kassadin's ambition. The coming war might be the universe's most terrible spectacle, and neither she nor Damien could say whether they would live to see its end. Whether the Void God cult is gearing up to ignite a war or rival powers are scheming to halt its rise, a cosmic conflict capable of shaking the entire Andromeda galaxy is rapidly approaching. Until recently, Blue Star was an obscure, insular world, its people too busy quarreling among themselves to look beyond their own borders. But with internal strife finally quelled, humanity has begun to dare to dream of a shared future among the stars. Now Blue Star stands on the verge of integrating with countless other civilizations. The moment it forges formal ties, it will claim its place on the grand cosmic stage. In the eyes of the galaxy's ancient empires and mighty factions, Blue Star remains a minor player, but for the youth of this world, that new connection heralds a thrilling beginning. For a young man like Damien, stepping into this broader universe is nothing less than the start of an entirely new chapter. When pressed to choose a side, the Weather Witch can offer only one answer: the Void God cult. She knows no other order, and above all, the cult's champions, warriors drawn from all 9 realms, stand unmatched in power. Regardless of how the galactic balance ultimately shifts, the warriors of the 9 realms will at least offer Blue Star some measure of protection. Should other alien factions or ancient civilizations emerge victorious, though, Blue Star's future could swing wildly beyond anyone's best predictions. Meanwhile, the Weather Witch and Zheng Xian plunged into the cosmic network, methodically looking up every term Tony had mentioned. Bit by bit, they began to piece together the true structure of the Milky Way and the vast Andromeda galaxy. It was a humbling realization. Their previous understanding had been like gazing at the night sky from the bottom of a well. Even within their own galaxy, forces of incredible power lay hidden in every spiral arm, and Andromeda, millions of light years away, bristled with even greater mysteries. In the course of their research, they uncovered the real location of the fabled Heavenly Palace. Every deity whispered about in human myth and legend actually existed, but none ever appeared in full divine form. Instead, each god dispatched a Dharma avatar or distilled fragment of power, entrusting lesser agents to do their bidding. Unfortunately, those agents were, more often than not, woefully inadequate for the task. In cosmic terms, Blue Star's technology barely registers. It hasn't officially joined the broader universe, so it can't even claim the status of a low-level civilization. That label is reserved for worlds equipped with genuine fighter craft or warships capable of interstellar travel. Still, compared to its own history, Blue Star has leapt forward by hundreds of times. That rapid advance has stripped many so-called gods of their power to awe and control the masses. In the grand scheme of the cosmos, they aren't deities at all. Consider Zheng Xian and the Weather Witch. Both have adopted the title God, but neither possesses true cosmic strength. The Weather Witch, for instance, was feared across Blue Star in her youth, rarely meeting an equal. Even so, when Tony assessed her today, he placed her power squarely in the middle tiers of the universe's hierarchy. Damien listened quietly, realizing how small Blue Star truly was against the vast backdrop of interstellar civilization. Chapter 7. A Witch, a God, and the Stars. Damien, known across 3 systems as the Weather Witch, stood alone on the observation deck, watching distant nebulae swirl in violet and gold. He had learned long ago that survival among the stars required 2 simple rules: stay sharp and keep your distance from anyone dangerous. Follow those rules, and he could carve out a prosperous life anywhere in the universe. Still, he refused to call himself a god. Many minor superhumans like to clutch that title, but Damien had no patience for self-aggrandizement. Even if those folk boasted of divine power, he wouldn't grant them an ounce of his respect. What truly drove him now was Zheng Xian, and a journey that would take them both beyond the edge of known space. Since receiving Cassidon's gift, the god of the void had imbued Zheng Xian with tremendous power. But even if that boon had never arrived, Damien would follow his friend just the same. They had 2 unbreakable bonds. First, during Zheng Xian's tenure as director of the Divine Spear Bureau, more than one assassin's blade had found its mark in the shadows. As the Bureau's greatest enforcer, Damien had sworn an oath to protect him, and he intended to keep it. Second, Damien knew when to yield to someone smarter. Zheng Xian's brilliant mind had guided them out of countless scrapes. In any venture that demanded strategy over storm magic, Damien's role was simple: be the shield, so his friend could be the sword. He pressed a finger to the console beside him, sealing the last of his storm-charged vials in the satchel at his side. Dawn would bring the final preparations, and then he and Zheng Xian would slip the bonds of gravity and venture into the cosmos together. Whatever awaited them among the stars, Damien was ready. After all, gods or no gods, loyal friends stood above them all. Most other tasks don't really challenge the mind, and that makes them surprisingly relaxing. Besides, Damien's strength is now on par with mine. So when the Weather Witch finally arrives, I'd love to explore the universe at his side. It's always better to travel with someone you trust. You can watch each other's backs and avoid getting lost in unfamiliar territory or suffering needless setbacks. If trouble ever finds Damien, I'll be right there in an instant. All I have to do is stick close and follow him wherever he goes. Chapter 747. Shocked once Damien and the Weather Witch pinpointed the location of the heavenly court, the witch fell silent. She had no strategy for dealing with the gods. Damien, on the other hand, already knew what needed to be done. Tony had warned him, if you can, forge some kind of relationship with those deities. Damien didn't share Tony's reverence for gods, but he respected his reasoning. Think about it, Damien explained as they hovered above a misty valley. Heaven's jurisdiction officially covers the entire east. Meanwhile, Thor, the newly crowned god king of Asgard, guards the west. Even under our new community of a shared future, if you call on Thor's name, you still get his protection in the west. The Weather Witch frowned. And you think that won't be enough? Damien shook his head. Not once Earth, what we call Blue Star, opens its gates to the universe. Alien civilizations will come visiting. Suppose trouble breaks out simultaneously in both the east and the west. Thor, as Asgard's champion, would have to prioritize the western front. That makes sense. Asgard is his primary responsibility. But if our side of the planet is attacked, we can't risk being left defenseless. He swept a hand southward, where a great river wound through emerald fields. That territory belongs to heaven. If we can cultivate closer ties with their gods, they'll be more inclined to step in when we need them. That way, no matter what happens, Earth won't fight her battles alone. The Weather Witch stood quietly, weighing his words. Above them, the first rays of dawn broke the horizon, as if the world itself was listening. Damien met her gaze and nodded. Let's find out exactly what the gods expect of us. And with that resolve, the two allies set their sights on the looming gates of the heavenly court, determined to secure help from powers beyond their own. As director of the Divine Spear Bureau for many years, Zhengshan has long adopted a mindset that puts the greater good above personal ambition. When approaching the heavens, one must be prepared not only with contacts, but with unwavering inner strength. If you seem weak, the celestial powers won't even deign to acknowledge you. In Damien's assessment, the first leader of the community of shared future for mankind is far better suited for the role than someone who launches into war from day one. He admires leaders who keep a low profile, patiently bide their time, and proceed with carefully measured advances and retreats. Only such steady leadership can build the firmest foundation for humanity's entry into the cosmos and step by step forge a bridge of goodwill with the universe. Even the Void cult, guided by the enigmatic void god Cassidon, has quietly embraced a similarly restrained strategy in its own rise. Earth, dubbed the Blue Star, has only just linked to the wider cosmos. Yet already, it plans to wield the Imperial-grade technology Tony recovered from the Xandar Empire to launch an interstellar crusade against alien worlds. Such a bold strategy isn't mere fearless ambition. It borders on self-destruction. Even if Earth's new arsenal can overwhelm a few nearby civilizations, that doesn't make its forces unbeatable across the galaxy. Once rival empires catch wind of Earth's fanatical zeal, its willingness to pick on weaker neighbors, they'll have every incentive to wipe this fledgling power off the map before it grows stronger. Connecting to the cosmic network grants us access to the universe platform, but it doesn't instant download centuries of knowledge, culture, and innovation. Our scientists, thinkers, and engineers still face steep learning curves in everything from starship design to cosmic diplomacy. Without a solid foundation, carefully built over decades, Earth risks overreaching itself, provoking an existential backlash before it's truly prepared to defend against it. A prudent course, then, is to focus on stability and steady growth. We must harness and refine the Xandarian relics Tony brought home, train our people in their use, and cultivate alliances within the galactic community. Only after decades of deliberate development should we even contemplate projecting military power among the stars. Rushing headlong into an interstellar war would be the surest way to squander our fragile start and to draw the entire galaxy down upon our world in preemptive retribution. Damien leaned forward over the hovering holoscreen, his fingers drifting across rows of data. Each profile represented a mind capable of discerning the universe's hidden patterns. Scholars who could guide humanity toward measured growth instead of stumbling blindly into war. Only after layers of rigorous screening would he dare introduce a candidate to Jarvis, the AI gatekeeper whose trials separated the exceptional from the merely competent. Beside him, the Weather Witch scrolled through her own celestial charts, every so often smiling at some promising anomaly. "Damien, keep scrolling." "Damien?" Her voice sharpened as his feet abruptly froze. He blinked, brow furrowed, as if wrestling with a silent question. The Weather Witch reached out and tapped his shoulder. "Just keep going," she urged. He shook off his reverie, flicked the projection forward, and the next dossier flickered into view. The Weather Witch watched him carefully. "What's on your mind?" she asked. Damien paused, thumb hovering over the control. A single name gleamed ahead, one he hadn't anticipated. He took a slow breath, meeting her eyes. "I'm not sure any of us are truly ready for what Jarvis might uncover." Damien gave a faint smile at the Weather Witch's anxious expression. "It's nothing, really, just planning my next steps." She reached out, concern etching her features. "But these assignments fall squarely within my expertise. Let me handle them." He shook his head, his tone gentle but firm. "When the time comes to negotiate with the Celestial Court, it'll be my own reputation on the line. I don't want you choking on my failures alongside me." Behind that casual confidence lay years of careful calculation. To secure the directorship of the Divine Spear Bureau, Damien had not only amassed impressive battlefield victories, but had also perfected the art of subtle humiliation, undermining rivals, forcing false smiles, and goading boasts until his opponents crumbled. The Weather Witch had never needed to endure such tactics. Recruited personally for her unrivaled command over the skies, she'd arrived in the Bureau with power and prestige to spare. Damien knew full well that she owed none of her status to his schemes, though he'd secretly engineered plenty of conflicts to test the Bureau's newest recruit. Now, as they stood together in the vaulted chamber, he intended to protect her from the very intrigues he'd once helped design. "I'd be happy to polish the entire chapter into natural, idiomatic English and rename the protagonist Damien. Could you please share the full text of the chapter? Once I have the complete passage, I'll revise it to ensure smooth flow, clear characterization, and faithful retention of all plot points." "This isn't an easy task," Tony Stark had warned. "But as long as you meet the criteria, it doesn't matter who you are." The Weather Witch watched Damien's expression shift so smoothly that any doubt vanished from her mind. If the right person could be found, it would be a godsend. Background, ethnicity, or nationality wouldn't matter. After all, with over 1 billion black people already expelled, the human population had dwindled to roughly 4 billion. Yet among those 4 billion, who could truly shoulder the mantle of Supreme Commander? In the Weather Witch's eyes, Damien was already a remarkable talent. Still, when he spoke honestly about himself, he confessed 2 fatal weaknesses: an inability to withstand extreme pressure and a mind prone to instability. Those shortcomings, he insisted, disqualified him from the highest office. The role demanded an iron will, unshakable under the weight of the world, stronger than a mountain collapsing yet calm enough to prevent chaos. At first, she'd thought he was joking, but Damien's voice, grave and unwavering, left no room for doubt. This was no exaggeration, nor any playful boast. It was the sober truth of his own self-assessment. When billions of eyes are fixed on you, every decision, no matter how small, can send ripples across the world. Each responsibility you bear becomes a shackle at your wrists, weighing on each step forward. As the first Supreme Commander of the Community of Shared Future for Mankind, Damien stands at a crossroads. If he governs wisely, he will not only honor his ancestors, but also inscribe his name in history from the very day he takes office. Generations yet unborn will sing his praises. But if he falters, he will be forever damned, his name and deeds nailed to the pillar of shame, and his nation dragged into dishonor. Few positions in history have conferred such limitless power, and fewer still have demanded the wisdom to wield it. Seizing authority is one thing. Mastering it without being consumed by it is an entirely greater challenge. In the future, almost all the criteria for appointing the Supreme Commander of the community with a shared future for mankind will derive from the example set by its very first leader. That means the weight of responsibility on the first human Supreme Commander is greater than anyone else's. Damien has already established a reputation across the cosmos, Zhengshan said. leaning back in his chair. His knowledge and ambition outshine even those of Blue Star. Who he is shouldn't matter, but it does. The Weather Witch, guardian of their faction's secrets, nodded. When we expand into space, our loyalty can't rest solely on Blue Star. We'll need to protect our own interests, too. I know, Zhengshan replied with a calm smile. I'll devise a rigorous vetting process. Rest assured, I'll handle everything. His tone was so reassuringly easygoing that the Weather Witch relaxed immediately. Then, shifting gears, Zhengshan turned to more strategic matters. Although internal affairs were now under control, he still had countless tasks ahead. He activated a holo-display detailing the Xandar Empire in the Andromeda Galaxy, his planned first stop in the wider universe. The jewel of that empire was Void Island, and Zhengshan intended to learn every secret it held before setting foot there. Before anything else, it's vital to grasp just how staggering this is. A civilization that has endured for 100,000 years. The universe really is a terrifying place. The Weather Witch froze as she read the opening introduction to the Xandar Empire. On Blue Star, the Celestial Empire's 5,000-year legacy already marked it as ancient. Yet here lay an empire twice as old, its rule unbroken for a full 100 millennia. The sheer weight of that heritage and the depth of its accumulated wisdom justified every lofty claim about its cosmic dominion. Damien stood beside her, absorbing the same information with barely a whisper. To codify cosmic laws for both the Andromeda and Milky Way galaxies and sustain them over such spans of time, that's merely the beginning, he murmured, running a hand thoughtfully over his chin. His tone was casual, but the widening of his eyes betrayed his astonishment. A civilization that had preserved its founding principles across 100,000 years, such enduring vision was nothing short of extraordinary. As environments and cultures shift, sentient beings inevitably splinter into competing factions, each developing its own interpretation of the ancient legacy. Barring a total collapse of education into barbarism, these divisions are simply unavoidable. Damien leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the holographic display as he absorbed every detail about the Xandar Empire. This sprawling superpower wasn't merely a subject of historical curiosity, it was a model to be studied and, where possible, emulated. Under Xandar rule, the Empire's reach extended across both the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way, enforcing a single set of cosmic laws that all member worlds were bound to obey. So vast and formidable was their influence that even in the event of the Empire's destruction, the cataclysm it could unleash might still obliterate entire galaxies. Stories of the Xandar Empire's might and its eventual downfall had reverberated through countless civilizations, leaving an indelible mark on the cosmos. As Damien reviewed treaties, battle reports, and philosophical treatises drawn from Xandar archives, he realized how deeply their legacy shaped interstellar politics, law, and culture. In preparing for the challenges ahead, he knew there was much to learn from this vanished, yet ever-present, colossus of galactic history. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, every civilization that nurtures intelligent life harbors a singular hope, that long after it has vanished, someone, somewhere, will remember it ever existed. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years later, these distant legacies still echo in the legends of the galaxy. One of the most celebrated is the tale of the Xandar Empire, which at its height ruled the Andromeda Galaxy as a supercosmic power of unprecedented grandeur. Humanity shares a similar ambition, to rise, expand, and leave behind a record of its triumphs that outlasts the stars themselves. So when Damien stumbled upon the long-buried archives of Xandar, he was awestruck by the sheer volume and depth of the material. Star charts detailing frontier systems, schematics for technologies both marvelous and terrifying, philosophical treatises on governance and warfare. An entire civilization's history lay before him in painstaking detail. He could not yet tell whether the Xandar Empire had already begun its decline or was still ascending toward its zenith. What was unmistakable, however, was the brilliance of their rise. From humble origins to a cosmic tech colossus whose innovations reshaped entire galaxies. In those records, Damien glimpsed a path that humanity, or any aspiring species, might one day follow to claim its own place among the stars. No civilization survives on rare, unpredictable superpowers alone. It thrives on the collective genius of countless research institutes and gifted individuals. From its modest beginnings, the Xandar Empire has risen, through science, strategy, and innovation, to lead not only its own galaxy but several neighboring systems. A single change to its laws can ripple across millions of worlds. So absolute is its authority that even the universe's strongest warriors dare not defy Xandar's edicts. Only the true apex experts, those few beings whose power eclipses all others, can ignore the Empire's reach. Yet such figures are exceedingly rare, a few dozen at most in any given galaxy. Against the vastness of Andromeda and the surrounding clusters, they are little more than grains of sand. This is the terrifying might of a cosmic empire. Damien could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes widened in the same stunned disbelief that had overtaken the Weather Witch when Tony revealed that a supreme powerhouse could rise to rule an entire minor galaxy. Damien had yet to venture beyond Blue Star's atmosphere, but even a single, fleeting glimpse of the Xandar Empire's might was enough to shatter any illusions he'd harbored about humanity's place in the cosmos. On paper, human civilization boasted terrifying weaponry, capable, we were told, of toppling so-called gods. Yet that power remained stubbornly planetary in scale. No matter how many superweapons we detonated, our greatest threat would be to our own crust, at worst rendering Blue Star temporarily uninhabitable, never to the point of shattering its core or dimming its sun. True cosmic supremacy belonged to those who commanded star fleets and forged alliances across light years. Even the most storied human champions, planet-level powerhouses in their own right, would be outclassed the instant they set foot beyond Blue Star's orbit, vulnerable to the predations of far older, far mightier empires. Unless humanity could unite under a protective pantheon of its own, and even then, it would remain a fledgling civilization, its ambitions confined to a single world, while the Xandar Empire held dominion over countless star systems. Damien understood now that Blue Star's future depended not on a handful of prodigies or the latest marvel of military engineering, but on forging new pathways among the stars, paths that would one day carry humanity into a seat at the Galactic Council. Until then, all our weapons and all our heroes could do little more than secure our homeworld against ourselves, while the true players in this cosmic game watched from a distance. Damien leaned back, rubbing his temples. Even if they managed to obliterate every last stronghold, the best they could hope for was to make the enemy's life a little harder, not to wipe them out entirely. That realization only sharpened his determination to break into heaven itself and see just how deep this conspiracy ran. Moments later, he and the Weather Witch stared in stunned silence at the data stream hovering before them. The name at the top of the index read Irani Rael, current Supreme Commander of the Xandar Empire. Damien's breath caught as he scrolled past the total count, well over 100 billion entries linked to this one woman. "Am I seeing that right?" he muttered, blinking in disbelief. "More than 100 billion?" The Weather Witch echoed, her voice tinged with incredulity. "For just one person?" Damien shook his head. To put that in perspective, the Void God religion, barely a decade old, has just over 10 million records. 10 million in 10 years. And here we have a single commander with over 10,000 times that number. The Xandar Empire was no minor power. It had dominated the Andromeda galaxy for 16 millennia, earning a fearsome reputation throughout known space. Still, Irani Rael was merely one among many high-ranking officers. How, then, could her dossier have grown so explosively? Heart-pounding, Damien tapped the first headline. As the full report unfolded, he braced himself for revelations that might change everything he thought he knew about the universe and about the true reach of Irani Rael's power. Title: The Deeds and Legends of the Most Legendary Woman in the History of the Xandar Empire, Irani Rael. The Xandar Empire, 100,000 years strong, has never seen a more awe-inspiring figure than Irani Rael. Damien and the Weather Witch exchanged a silent glance as they absorbed the glowing letters and shifting holograms above them. What they beheld were the earliest feats of this extraordinary woman. Curious to understand her in context, Damien cross-checked Irani's record against those of past Supreme Commanders. The result was electrifying. At just 56 years old, she had ascended to the Empire's highest military rank, an achievement unmatched in 10 millennia. Consider that a typical Xandarian lifespan exceeds 200 years, and 56 still counts as youthful vigor rather than senescence. Yet, here was a woman who had not only commanded legions on the battlefield, but had carved her name deep into Xandar's martial lore with one stunning victory after another. As the final images faded, Damien felt a storm of admiration and awe welling up inside him. In just 56 short years, Arani Rael had rewritten the very history of the Xandar Empire, and her legend was only beginning. Damien wasn't the type of officer who only understood theory, who'd never witnessed the horrors of battle and could only discuss war on paper. He and his comrade watched in silent admiration. Supreme Commander Arani Rael had never once steered the Xandar Empire wrong. Every decision she made, without exception, strengthened the realm. Her uncanny talent for maintaining balance won the backing of every faction, and under her guidance, the Empire's standing has soared over the past 2 centuries. Xandar has forged diplomatic ties with countless civilizations, earning genuine trust rather than mere fear. Today, Arani Rael is celebrated as the most revered Supreme Commander in Xandar history. Though her hair has silvered with age and her once steady constitution now shows signs of decline, a legion of loyalists, both within Xandar and among foreign worlds, still clamors for her re-election. From the sunlit halls of power to the hidden corners of the galaxy, all acknowledge her brilliance. These incredible feats seemed impossible, yet fragments of proof kept shattering their old assumptions and forcing them to expand their idea of what was real. Damien realized that even a fleeting glimpse of Arani Rael's life would fill him with genuine awe. Tony, who had journeyed throughout the universe and seen more of its wonders than most, must hold Arani Rael in the highest esteem. If Damien read him correctly, Tony desperately wanted to find a commander of her caliber on Blue Star, regardless of gender or species. Still, both Tony and Damien, armed only with the barest knowledge of Arani Rael, knew how utterly unlikely it was that Blue Star could produce such a leader at this point, or in the foreseeable future. Blue Star had never formally entered the interstellar community, never clashed with alien civilizations, and never truly fought a cosmic war. As long as its perspective remains confined to a single planet, its people cannot broaden their collective consciousness. No matter how many trials humanity endures, the chance of raising a supremely gifted commander like Arani Rael is vanishingly slim. The Xandar Empire boasts a 16,000-year heritage. Countless generations have risen and fallen before producing its most extraordinary champion. Whether Blue Star will endure and blossom into a galactic power over the next 100 millennia is anyone's guess. History shows that the most advanced civilizations invariably create technologies so potent they can slay even the mightiest beings, those we worship as gods, and, in a pinch, their very inventors. In other words, brilliance can all too easily turn on its originators. Zhengshan may not scrutinize every world, but he understands this universal flaw. No matter how benevolent the architect's vision, every superweapon must pass through many hands. The forest is vast and filled with every kind of bird, the saying goes, and sooner or later, one of those birds will be a fanatic, a madman, or a destroyer. Once that happens, the entire civilization is doomed. The Weather Witches have known it from the start. Humanity's current arsenal can't even threaten Blue Star, yet the Xandar Empire could obliterate our entire species in an instant. Damien and his partner stood in stunned silence as they learned that this empire, renowned throughout the cosmos for its technological prowess, has endured for more than 100,000 years. In that time, it has weathered cataclysms from beyond its borders, wars with rival civilizations and internal revolutions, yet it still thrives, its influence radiating across countless galaxies. Such resilience is nothing short of miraculous. At the heart of this millennium-spanning saga stands Arani Rael, admired not only for her groundbreaking achievements, but for her unwavering integrity and compassion. Blessed with every conceivable talent, she has won the loyalty of billions. Her name appears in hundreds of billions of archival entries, a testament to her renown. To call her formidable is an understatement. She is legend incarnate. Beings in the Andromeda Galaxy and far beyond speak in hushed awe of her deeds. There are over 100 billion records on Irani Rail, not because merely 100 billion individuals have heard of her, but because at least that many sentient beings across the galaxy have witnessed her limitless prowess. Born on Xandar Prime without any innate superpowers, she rose by sheer talent alone, shattering every barrier to become the first, and still the unrivaled, female commander in history, ancient or modern. She is a living legend, adored and admired by countless beings, yet forever beyond imitation. As Damien and the Weather Witch pored over account after account of her exploits, they found themselves awestruck. The more they learned of her feats, the more acutely they felt their own smallness in the vast tapestry of the cosmos. Chapter 748, Tony's Declaration. Zheng Xian and the Weather Witch returned to the Celestial Dynasty in a supersonic fighter jet, their minds still buzzing with the universe's hidden truths. They had spent weeks absorbing unthinkable cosmic knowledge, secrets that could reshape reality itself. Now, with that revelation in hand, they streaked across the sky, eager to share their insights with the leaders of their world. 2 days later, in a grand ceremony attended by dignitaries and press from around the globe, Pepper Potts, executive chair of Stark Industries, arrived in Beijing. Under the watchful eyes of countless cameras, she sat down with top Chinese officials for a historic round of peace talks. The atmosphere was cordial, even optimistic. Each side found common ground on nearly every issue: economic cooperation, climate action, and most ambitiously, the construction of a shared human community that would transcend borders and ideologies. But the real headline came when Stark Industries unveiled its latest breakthrough, a genetic enhancement serum with the power to elevate the human body's natural capabilities, strength, intelligence, and resilience, far beyond current limits. Rather than release it piecemeal, Pepper insisted on a global, one-time distribution to every single individual on Earth. Her reasoning was simple. If only some people received the serum, they would inevitably dominate those left behind, plunging society into greater chaos and injustice. Equity demanded that everyone start from the same baseline. Unsurprisingly, this radical plan sparked debate. Skeptics warned of unintended side effects, ethical quagmires, and the potential for abuse. Yet Pepper remained undeterred. "We either leave humanity as it is," she declared, "or we uplift every life together. There is no middle ground." And with that, Stark Industries prepared to roll out the serum worldwide, an unprecedented gamble on the promise of a truly equal future. In recent months, Stark Industries has come under fire from all sides. Some hail its new genetic enhancements as the dawn of a superhuman age, while others condemn the research as a reckless experiment with the essence of humanity. Editorials, talk show rants, and social media storms have all taken aim at Tony Stark, accusing him of playing God. But Stark pays them no mind. He insists that these treatments are strictly optional. His team's only job is to create and distribute them. If someone chooses not to, or if they try and fail to thrive in a world that's evolving by the day, Stark's stance is simple. That's on you, not us. Late one afternoon, Damien Parker climbed the stairs of his aunt's modest Queen's brownstone, a small vial clutched in his hand. He'd been chosen by Stark Industries to receive one of the first doses of the so-called genetic potion, a serum designed to unlock latent physical and mental gifts. It was a chance to become something more, stronger, faster, smarter, at a time when ordinary humans were already starting to feel left behind. "Aunt May, you shouldn't." May Parker's voice trembled as she caught sight of the syringe. Her skin, usually so steady and warm, went ashen. "Damien, please don't do this. I've read about the side effects. What if it goes wrong?" Damien smiled, stepping closer. "I know it sounds scary, but Tony Stark wouldn't put my life at risk. You worry about me, so let me prove it to you. If I come through this unscathed, that means it's safe." He offered his arm with resolute calm. May's eyes brimmed with tears as Damien rolled up his sleeve. With a single steady breath, he slid the needle beneath his skin. As the fluid vanished into his veins, he looked up at his aunt and gave her a reassuring nod. "I'm fine, Aunt May. I've got this." In that moment, every doubt and every headline faded away, leaving only the promise of what Damien would become. With his powers, Damien didn't need to resort to this treatment to secure control of Blue Star or pursue any other ambition. Yet, when the serum was injected, This so-called genetic enhancement therapy, supplied by Stark Industries, he felt the effects in an instant. A comforting warmth spread through his veins. His senses, already extraordinary, sharpened with startling clarity. In mere seconds, an even greater force awakened within him. His metabolism surged into overdrive, and dark, viscous fluid began to seep from every pore of his body. These were the long-buried impurities of a lifetime, normally harmless in small doses, but destined to fuel disease if left unchecked. For the first time, Damien felt utterly exhilarating relief, as though a great weight had been lifted from his very cells. But to Aunt May, the sight was terrifying. She watched in horror as the foul liquid pooled around his collapsed form on the floor. Tears welled in Damien's eyes, and Aunt May's heart clenched. "No, no," she screamed, rushing forward. "Why won't you listen to me, Damien?" Panic seized her as she knelt beside him, desperately fearing she might lose him in that moment. Aunt May's tears fell freely as she knelt beside him, her voice trembling. Damien swallowed past the pain rising in his chest and forced a reassuring smile. "Aunt May," he said, his tone firmer than he felt. "I'm okay. Really, I'm fine." He winced as another drop of that strange, inky liquid slipped from his skin onto the floor. He still didn't understand what the black substance was, but somehow, as it drained away, a surprising vitality filled him. His breathing, shallow at first, steadied into long, even draws. He felt stronger than he had in weeks. Aunt May reached out to steady him. "Damien, are you certain you're all right?" He nodded, determined to sound confident. He lifted his chin, letting his voice carry in the quiet room. "I promise you, Aunt May." He paused, fighting back a wince as more of the sludge pooled at his feet. "If Mr. Stark wanted to kill us, there wouldn't be any need to do this. No genetic toxins, no slow drain. He'd have just acted already." She looked unconvinced, but the steadiness in his voice gave her hope. Damien pressed his palms into the floor, testing his strength. The black fluid continued to flow, silent, relentless, for a full 2 minutes. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. He blinked against the ache in his limbs. Every muscle felt alive and buzzing with energy. Damien met Aunt May's gaze and managed a genuine smile. "See? I told you I'd pull through." Damien burst through the front hall and made a beeline for the bathroom. "Aunt May, just give me a minute to shower, and then I'll explain everything." He didn't want to leave her hanging, but the stench clinging to him was unbearable. As the door swung shut behind him, Aunt May exhaled in relief. He was very much alive. She stared down at the pool of thick, black fluid staining the floor and frowned. She braced herself, listening for any sound beyond the rush of water. If he didn't emerge soon, she'd call the police and a doctor both. Inside the stall, Damien rubbed himself vigorously with soap, scrubbing until the foul odor finally gave way to shampoo and clean skin. 3 minutes later, he stepped out, pants in hand and hair plastered to his forehead. "Here," he said, handing his clothes to her. Aunt May literally ran the last few steps, her hands flying to his chin. "Damien, you scared me half to death. I thought something terrible had happened to you." She peered up at him, astonished. "You're so much taller than I remember." Damien Parker stood in the bathroom, towel draped around his waist as he reached for a shirt. Aunt May burst in without knocking and froze. Damien's broad, sculpted chest and tight six-pack gleamed in the mirror. Sunlight caught every line of muscle, making him look like a living statue. Even with his boyish face, he radiated every drop of mature masculinity. Aunt May's mouth fell open. Damien whipped around, eyes wide. "Aunt May, please, close the door." Her cheeks flushed as she hurried out, fumbling to pull her robe tighter. "I was just about to get dressed. You just stood there," she stammered, retreating down the hall. "Away." Damien shook his head and shrugged on his shirt, too accustomed to her scatterbrained bursts these days. By the time he stepped into the living room, Aunt May was perched on the small sofa, staring at a half-open wooden box on the coffee table. Inside lay a single vial of glowing blue serum, the experimental genetic mod drug Damien had warned her about. May's hands trembled as she traced the vial's smooth surface. The unspoken question in her eyes was clear. Could Damien really go through with this? And if he did, what would become of him? Aunt May stared at Peter Parker in disbelief. She had no idea what had just happened to him. Only moments ago, he'd shown no sign of weakness. In fact, he looked more robust than ever. The genetic serum Stark Industries touted promised to restore youth, extend lifespans beyond 2 centuries, strengthen the body, and cure a host of common ailments. No more worrying about the sniffles. This was exactly what humanity needed to venture into the stars. Until now, everyone had dismissed those claims as mere propaganda. Yet here stood Peter, living proof of their truth. "Aunt May, are you all right?" Peter asked, pulling on his shirt and stepping into the living room. He paused when he saw her clutching her chest, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. I can hear your heart racing," she managed, her hand pressed to her chest. Peter crossed the room in 2 strides and knelt beside her. "It's true, isn't it? Everything Stark Industries said about the serum, it really works?" Aunt May drew a shaky breath and nodded. "Yes, Peter? It's all true." Peter swallowed and looked down, as if trying to process the revelation. Then, more to himself than to her, he whispered, "Mr. Stark was right." "Even now, Tony Stark rarely makes a public appearance," Damien remarked, folding his arms. His companion nodded. "But every piece of technology that comes out of Stark Industries has the potential to benefit humanity in a real, lasting way. They've been developing those genetically engineered therapies for years," Damien added, "and when the moment was right, they rolled them out to everyone, for free, not as a product you have to buy." "That act alone has earned them the gratitude of millions," his friend agreed. Damien looked thoughtful. Opinions about Tony Stark's work were fiercely divided. Some hailed him as a visionary savior of humankind, others branded him a madman, a careerist who masked his ambition behind noble-sounding goals. Damien himself had been skeptical, until he'd met Stark in person. That single encounter shattered his black-and-white view of the world. He realized that good and evil often overlap, and that the most important thing was trusting in the man's talent and conviction. From that day forward, Damien believed in Tony Stark's vision and in the power of his inventions to change the world. Aunt May studied Damien with a curious smile before asking, "So, how do you feel?" Damien stood a little straighter, as if testing newfound strength in his legs. He grinned. "Honestly, better than ever." He blinked, turning his head from side to side. "Everything looks so clear. My field of vision feels way wider." "That makes sense," Aunt May said, stepping closer. "You've grown taller." Damien glanced down at his shirt, which had shifted up to reveal a hint of abdominal muscle. The seams at his shoulders strained against broader pectorals he'd never had before. Realization dawned on him. "Wait, did I just grow?" Aunt May nodded, eyes wide. "It's all thanks to those genetically modified drugs. They don't just heal you, they accelerate growth, rejuvenate cells, even reverse some signs of aging." He tugged at the too short hem of his shirt in amazement. "Not only taller, then, I look younger, too." Aunt May shook her head in disbelief, reaching out to touch his arm. "I knew the treatment had remarkable effects, but this—" She trailed off, still processing the full extent of Damien's transformation. Damien had only just reached adulthood, barely 20, but his body still retained room to grow. Under normal circumstances, no one could add several centimeters of height in the span of a few minutes. Yet here he stood, visibly stronger, healthier, even a touch younger-looking. Aunt May, despite her doubts, found herself forced to believe in Stark Industries' revolutionary genetic modification serum. "If you're still uneasy, Aunt May," Damien said gently, "you can keep an eye on me. Once you see that I'm perfectly fine, better than fine, you won't hesitate to give the injection." Aunt May watched him closely, taking in the steady warmth of his smile and the confident calm in his posture. Slowly, she reached for the small vial of serum resting on the table. "Seeing you like this, it does put my mind at ease," she admitted, her voice softening. She paused, cradling the vial in her hand. "As humans, we all yearn for health, and perhaps a bit more time to live. As a woman, she tried every cream, every supplement to hold back the years. But nothing had ever promised so much as this tiny vial of possibility." With a deep breath, Aunt May prepared to make the leap. Youth truly is the time when our bodies are at their peak, and on Blue Star, that peak has just been raised even higher. All around the world, the same transformation that took place in Peter Parker's home is unfolding on a grand scale. Genetically engineered treatments are eradicating ailments both great and small. People who once struggled with chronic illnesses are now completely cured. Those with physical disabilities have regained astonishing strength. Individuals who once relied on crutches now move with the effortless grace of flight, while former wheelchair users propel themselves down sidewalks so swiftly their hands blur. Even the blind, though their sight remains unchanged, find the world clearer than ever before. Sharpened hearing and heightened spatial awareness allow them to sense obstacles in a breeze's rustle, freeing them from the timid tap-tap of a cane. Although their world remained washed in gray, Damien felt a rush of exhilaration course through him. All around, the so-called mutes stood transformed. No longer frail and voiceless, their bodies had grown stronger, their limbs more expressive. When they communicated, their hands moved like living seals, gestures flickering in the air with almost phantom grace, carrying thoughts across the silent void. It was all the work of genetically engineered drugs unleashed by Stark Industries. Under Tony Stark's guidance, these treatments had spread to every corner of the globe. What began as a modest effort to spare humanity from minor ailments had blossomed into something far more profound, a collective awakening to what true health could be. People everywhere marveled at their own vitality and at the same time discovered a deeper empathy for one another. This shared experience, this newfound strength and understanding, became the bedrock of a community with a shared future for mankind. Only after tasting the benefits themselves could people fully appreciate the bond it forged between them. And as Damien watched his fellow mutes converse in their silent, elegant dance of hands, he knew that Stark's vision had done more than heal bodies. It had opened hearts, preparing humanity for the challenges of an interstellar tomorrow. How could anyone fail to celebrate such a momentous achievement? At the same time, Tony Stark invited Dr. Helen Zhao to join him in publicizing the life cradle technology, ensuring that people born with disabilities could finally be cured. In one day, Zhao Hyland's name became known the world over. Damien watched the excitement sweeping Blue Star and decided there was no rush to visit just yet. He knew Tony would methodically carry out the next stages before returning to Void Island. Damien had given Zhengxian a little help, and after the Tianqiao crisis, matters had stabilized. Now everything hinged on whether Zhengxian could recruit capable leaders in China to serve as Supreme Commander. If anyone could fill that role, it was someone Tony Stark approved of, and Stark would never block the choice of a truly qualified candidate. After all, when forging a community with a shared future for mankind, its top commander must be exceptionally competent. It was this ironclad principle, enforced by the heart of the world, that had kept the Xandar Empire thriving for so many years. No matter how many factions vied for power within the Xandar Empire, no one could claim the title of Supreme Commander without first conquering the heart of the world trials. The community of shared human destiny was still in its infancy, and it didn't even possess a super-optical brain, so its prospects over the coming millennia looked bleak. After all, the ancient Xandarian civilization, the Empire's predecessor, had almost been wiped out. Whether that community would ultimately thrive was neither Damien's concern nor Tony's to shoulder. Damien's only real contribution was to ensure that, once the Void God religion finished expanding its borders, Blue Star would be entrusted to Asgard and the Allied powers, keeping any outside threats at bay. What happened next would depend entirely on whether the fledgling community could weather the storms of progress, avoid repeating past mistakes, and forge a destiny of its own, or condemn itself to the same fate that nearly ended Xandaria. 3 months passed. Tony methodically released his technologies, ensuring each faction within the community of shared future for mankind received them. Among these was a limited-function version of the Void Communicator, now circulating in a castrated form. At the same time, Tony announced the eligibility criteria for selecting the community's first Supreme Commander. Chapter 7. The Selection of the First Supreme Commander. Damien stood before the panoramic viewport of the flagship's command deck, the vast starfield stretching out before him like an uncharted canvas. Today, his lifelong dream had finally been realized. The community with a shared future for mankind was no longer a lofty ideal, but a living, breathing reality. He turned to face the assembled princes, advisors from every corner of humanity's burgeoning empire. Their uniforms gleamed under the soft lights, their faces a mix of awe and anticipation. Damien's voice rang out clear and resolute. My vision has always been to unite humankind and propel us into the interstellar era. Now that this community exists, I will assume a position above the princes and refrain from interfering in its daily affairs. My sole remaining role is to oversee the selection of our very first Supreme Commander. A hush fell over the chamber. Damien raised a hand to forestall any questions. Any candidate who meets the criteria we have established, bring them before me. I will instruct Jarvis to conduct a comprehensive background analysis. Origins, aptitude, leadership potential. No detail is too small. He paused, letting his words settle. Then he leaned forward, his gaze sharp. I offer you this counsel. If the community is to advance from a fledgling civilization to an intermediate power, then to a high-level society, and ultimately stand among the strongest empires in the universe, we must enforce an ironclad rule in choosing our commander. Merit must be absolute. The one who wears that mantle will be the individual most capable of leading us through the challenges to come. Murmurs rippled through the princes, but Damien held up a hand again. Remember, we now share the stage with only one other galactic power of comparable stature. The Xandar Empire has endured for 100,000 years. To rival their legacy, we cannot afford compromise or sentiment. Strength of character and competence, these are our only measures. With that, he dismissed the assembly. As the princes filed out, Damien's mind was already busy evaluating reports and dossiers. The fate of humanity's new empire would be decided here, and he would ensure that its first leader was worthy of the enormous trust placed upon them. Damien paused at the podium, surveying the silent assembly. Wit H measured calm, he began. It's an iron rule in the selection of a supreme commander. Never destroy a genius. True talent is so rare that, even across tens or hundreds of billions of people, only a handful ever emerge. That's why we never concern ourselves with a candidate's origin. To start imposing those restrictions now would only shrink the path ahead until it dead ends in ruin. In the future, there will always be scoundrels who try to block the avenues of advancement, who want to keep others from rising. But you did not stand up to them. Instead, you sat by, complicit in your silence. As for me, I will no longer interfere. I will simply watch as this so-called community with a shared future for mankind tears itself apart. Remember this, I have many faces. I am, among other things, the richest man in the universe, one of its most ingenious arms dealers, the Void Herald of the Void Cult, and yes, Tony Stark, Iron Man, Tony Stark. But do not confuse me with the human caretaker version of Tony Stark. That role is utterly foreign to me. That is all I have to say. With that, Damien stepped back, leaving the chamber in stunned silence. Tony Stark's holographic avatar appeared on screens across Blue Star as he declared, I now officially open the election for the first Supreme Commander of the Community of Shared Future for Mankind. Millions watched his live broadcast, hanging on every word as he laid out his vision for the galaxy. Historically, the Xandar Empire had always chosen its commanders from the ranks of the Nova Corps. In practice, that meant only those who passed the Corps' grueling trials, an elite filter from which true prodigies inevitably emerged, could ever hope to lead. Xandar's meritocratic system, from primary education all the way through advanced training, remained wide open. Whenever genuine genius surfaced, it rose to the top. Arani Lahar was a perfect example. Born to an ordinary family, she had shattered one record after another, purely on the strength of her talent. Now, as word of Stark's announcement swept through every city and settlement on Blue Star, debate erupted everywhere. Through Void communicators and the Cosmic Network, people traded rumors about the mysterious Void God cult, an ancient, fearsome power to which Tony Stark himself was said to belong. Speculation swirled. What did his association with the cult mean for the future of mankind? In just 12 short years, Tony Stark rose from brilliant engineer to universal icon. His achievements only grew more extraordinary with each passing day. Among his many legendary deeds, hailed by millions, was the founding of a community of shared future for mankind, a bold initiative grounded in his deep empathy for all people. High above the city, in a gleaming skyscraper, Felix Coulson stood before a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. The live broadcast on the monitor beside him went dark, and he turned to watch the celebration erupting below. Cheers and fireworks lit up the streets, and Coulson felt a swell of pride and something like awe. "He actually did it," he whispered. A calm voice answered from behind him. "From this moment on, the superhero Iron Man ceases to exist. In his place stands Tony Stark, Herald of the Void." Coulson closed his eyes, memories stirring. More than a decade ago, he'd crossed paths with Damien Ambalaka, known then as Kassadin, God of the Void and the invincible champion of countless worlds. That fateful encounter had changed Stark's destiny forever. First, he'd become the suave playboy in a shining suit, then the world's greatest hero, and now, a figure whose legend would echo across galaxies. Steve Rogers, Captain America, might not yet be a household name, but he's already left Blue Star behind and stepped onto the grander stage of the cosmos. In time, he'll earn renown far beyond Earth's borders. Bruce Banner, once a straightforward and earnest physician, has likewise transformed, now counted among the three great titans of the Void cult, worshipped by countless beings across the universe. All of this traces back to one fateful encounter with Kassadin, the God of the Void, a meeting that changed everything. Agent Coulson stood by, stunned, and so did Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. As a veteran of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha knew exactly who was financing Tony's ventures, and she was well aware that Damien was a power player not to be trifled with. Yet it wasn't until they activated a recently acquired Void communicator, granting them direct access to the galaxy-spanning network, that Natasha fully realized how badly she'd blown her one shot. In a moment of rash arrogance, she had drawn her gun on Kassadin and spoken down to him, extinguishing forever any hope of forging a friendship with the God of the Void. Across the universe, countless people chased the Void's blessing, an opportunity with the power to reshape their destinies. But before Damien could even begin his quest, his chance was swept away. It's a blow no one can easily accept, a dream stolen before it ever had the chance to take flight. Chapter 749, The Ideal Realized. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Blue Star's various factions had been feverishly vetting candidates, each eager to see their protege become the inaugural Supreme Commander of the community with a shared future for mankind. Though Tony Stark had warned that this wouldn't become a hereditary position, no faction could simply hand the title down through generations. The prestige attached to it was undeniable. Securing the office meant a surge of national pride and a chance to guide one's country toward a brighter tomorrow. Thanks to a tip-off, Zheng Xian had known of the upcoming selection process a full quarter in advance. He used that extra time to comb China's vast terrain for extraordinary talent. From coast to plateau, he interviewed countless applicants before narrowing the field to 3 finalists whose credentials met Jarvis's strict standards. In the end, only one candidate soared above the rest, Damien. When Jarvis's automated review confirmed Damien's suitability, Zheng Xian formally presented him as the community's first Supreme Commander. Damien's official inauguration was met with fanfare in Beijing and outrage abroad. The United States, Japan, often referred to by its allies as the Sakura country, and an ambitious South Korea all voiced their displeasure. Behind closed doors, many elites quietly blamed Tony Stark for the outcome, lamenting that his advice and endorsements had tilting the scales. But for now, at least, Damien stands ready to shoulder the mantle of leadership. An ideal has finally been realized, and the world is watching to see what he will do next. Tony shrugged off the criticisms. He'd never cared about who would follow as Supreme Commander. His sole principle was that the most capable person should occupy the post. If the United States could produce a talent of that caliber, Jarvis's life review test would calculate their future potential. In that case, the first term belonged firmly to the American faction, and if they didn't pass, arguing about it was pointless. With the crisis on Blue Star resolved, Tony and Pepper finished their preparations and got ready to depart for Universal Day. Just then, Zheng Xian and the Weather Witch arrived to see them off. "Tony, thank you so much," Zheng Xian said, bowing slightly with genuine relief. Tony smiled and waved her gratitude away. "There's no need to thank me. As for the Supreme Commander position, it all comes down to having the right talent, and your faction has produced exactly that." "It's not my fault," Damien protested. Zheng Xian shook his head. "I won't stand in the way of humanity's shared future any longer. How far Blue Star's civilization can rise depends entirely on your own abilities. As for Pepper and me, we're heading to Void Island now. If either of you ever wants to visit, just let me know. I'll arrange transport. Damien bowed deeply. Thank you, Zhengshan. You warned me ahead of time and helped me realize one of my ambitions. Pepper and I are bound for Void Island, and we'd be honored if you two joined us. Zhengshan's expression turned serious as he considered the invitation. Pepper and I did everything we could, as simply human beings. Now I can leave Blue Star in good hands and step onto the grand stage of the universe. Zhengshan leaned forward, a knowing smile on his face. You've finally chosen an exceptional talent from over 1 billion people. Surely you won't just leave Damien to fend for himself? Tony met his gaze evenly. He appreciated the concern and didn't refuse outright, but he couldn't help asking in mild surprise, the future of the community of shared destiny isn't something the Weather Witch and I can unilaterally control. What if neither of us is around when the new Supreme Commander is elected, or even later? If Damien were to die suddenly, I'll be the first they blame. Hearing that, Zhengshan chuckled and settled back in his seat. Tony always claimed he wasn't a human nanny and didn't intend to meddle with the community's affairs. Yet both he, Ashishurao, and Pepper had poured their blood, sweat, and an astronomical fortune, think billions in genetically engineered medicines, into building this vision of a shared human future. So, Zhengshan said, still smiling, let's go together. I'll help you keep an eye on Damien. Damien knew there was nothing he or anyone else could do about the community with a shared future for mankind while the first Supreme Commander remained in power. That meant turning a blind eye to its excesses, no matter how much he despised what was happening. Zhengshan understood the situation, and so did every other faction. In short, however furious or frustrated they felt, an outright assassination attempt was out of the question for now. Damien glanced at his companions. If you're all set, he said quietly, let's move out. He tapped his comm. Jarvis, let Steven know we're ready to go. Jarvis's voice crackled through the villa's speakers. Less than 10 seconds later, a golden teleportation circle shimmered into existence in the living room. Damien raised an eyebrow. Weather Witch? Steven stepped out of the portal, still carrying the mild scent of Kamaltaj on his clothes. He looked around the room, taking in the familiar faces. Hello, Damien, he greeted, then paused as his eyes fell on the woman beside him. And you must be. The Weather Witch flushed with polite surprise, but managed a courteous nod. Steven, she said softly. Damien closed the distance between them with a single stride. Good, we're all here. Let's not waste any more time. He turned to Jarvis. Set our course. Right away, sir, Jarvis replied. Steven exchanged a glance with the Weather Witch, then steeled himself. Then let's get going. With that, the group gathered before the shimmering circle, ready to confront. Damien stepped off the shuttle onto Blue Star's landing platform, thus his cloak fluttering in the mild breeze. Taken aback at first by the planet's reputation for isolating outsiders, he'd been relieved to find the Weather Witch treated with respect here. She regarded him calmly, without a hint of resentment. Tony Stark leaned in, a grin tugging at his lips. Don't stand on ceremony, Damien. Come on, say hello. Damien hesitated only a moment before bowing slightly toward the Weather Witch. Behind him, Pepperpots and Zhengshan watched in silence as the two exchanged polite nods. Tony cleared his throat. Listen, you're both coming with us to Void Island. Damien, you clear the way for our arrival, and we'll settle your fees the moment we're all aboard the ship. He flashed Damien a confident wink. Consider it advanced payment. Damien inhaled and let it out in a steady breath. Understood. Let's head to your private island first, then. Without another word, he folded his fingers and whispered the words of the teleportation spell. A sapphire blue rune appeared in midair, shimmering with arcane energy. In an instant, Damien, the Weather Witch, and Zhengshan stepped through and emerged on the deck of Tony's sleek space battleship. A second, far larger teleportation array, a vast ring of glowing glyphs, unfolded overhead. It crackled to life, enveloping the ship. Within seconds, it disappeared in a spiral of light, leaving behind only a silent expanse of stars. Next stop, Void Island, Tony announced, crossing to the ship's vast panoramic viewport. Outside, the cosmos stretched endlessly, starlight glinting on the hull. Pepper placed a reassuring hand on Damien's shoulder. "Safe travels, all," she said softly. Damien gave a curt nod. As the ship shimmered into the fold of interstellar travel, he allowed himself the slightest smile. Their journey had only just begun. Damien and the Weather Witch stepped through the teleportation array aboard the battleship and found themselves hovering over a vast ocean. Not far off, a lush island rose from the shimmering blue waters. Stephen lingered at the rail for a moment, offering a final blessing. "May fortune favor you both," he called. "I'll head back first. Tony will catch up soon." With a nod, he turned and strode away, his robes catching the late afternoon breeze. Less than 18 months remained before the war between the Void Cult and the Kree Empire, a conflict in which every mage hoped to distinguish himself. Stephen carried the title of Supreme Mage, but he still strove to master the full scope of power that such a name deserved. Between safeguarding Blue Star's magical realms and intensifying his own training, he had precious little free time. Damien stared down at the island, astonishment etched across his face. He'd assumed the state battleship's teleportation array would fling them into deep space, perhaps even to Xandar itself. Instead, they now hovered above this tranquil tropical haven, the sun glinting off the gently rolling waves. It was a breathtaking sight, but Damien knew it was just the beginning of an even greater journey. Damien had imagined that, if he accepted Tony's invitation, they'd blast off from Earth aboard a sleek starfighter, cruising through hyperspace so he could marvel at the cosmos firsthand. Instead, Tony merely picked up his phone and rang Stephen Strange, who activated a teleportation array, and poof, they were standing on solid ground. "Aren't we on a battleship?" Damien asked, blinking at the bright sky overhead. "It skips the whole interstellar transit," Tony explained with a grin. "And here we are, Xandar. Seeing it in person beats any holo animation." Damien glanced around. Towering spires of crystal glinted in the distance, and swarms of alien life darted between them. "Wow," he breathed. "Jarvis," Tony called, "set course for Void Island. Let's get home first." "Course plotted and engines engaged," the AI responded smoothly. Moments later, their ship banked low over a crescent-shaped isle that looked more like a luxury resort than an off-world research outpost. Below them, holidaygoers of every imaginable species lounged on white sands dotted with tropical foliage. Yet Damien's attention was caught by a squad of armored figures gliding through the air. Xandarian guardians, he realized, their nova-colored auras crackling with power. The sight set his pulse racing. The battleship slid between the island's twin peaks and came to rest beside a cluster of gleaming labs and docking bays. As ramps extended, Tony handed Damien a slim datapad. "Deposit these 5 million credits with the Research Council," he said. "That'll cover our welcome fee and security clearance. We'll arrange the rest once we've regrouped at base." Damien nodded, heart pounding. This was nothing like Earth, and exactly the adventure he'd hoped for. "You'll arrive in this universe with no credits to your name," Pepper said, her tone matter-of-fact. "Once you've found your footing and started earning, just return what you borrow." With that, she strode to the battleship's storage hold and produced a hefty crate, setting it carefully in front of Zheng Xian and the Weather Witch. Both were formidable in their own right, but neither could match Damien, the hero they all knew. Pepper had chosen to frame it as a loan, interest-free and with no strings attached, rather than a gift. That way, capable people like them could accept her help without feeling beholden. Zheng Xian bowed deeply. "Thank you, Miss Pepper. We won't forget this." The Weather Witch inclined her head in agreement. "Thank you." Back on Blue Star, Damien and the Weather Witch had been wealthy proprietors, but out here in the wider universe, they might as well have been broke. They needed time and a little seed money to rebuild their fortunes. Pepper offered them a reassuring smile. "You're both from the 9 realms like the rest of us. I have no doubt you'll make a name for yourselves out here." She waved a hand to brush away their concerns. Over the years, she'd met Damien and handled business with both him and the Weather Witch more than once, and Tony had filled her in on their reputations. In Pepper's view, Damien was a genuine talent. Now that he wielded power at a planetary level, he'd be unstoppable in any environment. All she was doing was giving them a little financial head start. "This sector's my experimental zone," she explained, sweeping her arm to indicate the cluster of modular habitats around them. You two can stay here with us for now. Most of our Nine Realms compatriots live here too. Once you've had time to learn the ropes of the universe, you can think about branching out. Tony leaned against a console and watched wordlessly as Pepper extended the offer. Damien and the Weather Witch exchanged a hopeful glance. This was exactly the lifeline they needed. Damien knew better than to argue when Tony asked him to fall in line. He nodded and said, "I'd rather follow orders than run into trouble." After all, Tony and Pepper had been looking out for him since he arrived, and deep down, Damien was eager to meet Dr. Bruce Banner and Captain Steve Rogers. As the team exchanged casual chatter, Jarvis guided the helicarrier smoothly into its berth at the research facility's hangar. When the hatch hissed open, Tony Stark strode out onto the tarmac and inhaled deeply. The air was rich with the scent of exotic foliage, and the distant calls of unseen creatures drifted through the clearing. Here on Void Island, Stark felt more alive and freer than he ever had before. For years, he dreamed of making the stars his home, but unresolved business on Blue Star had kept him tethered to Earth. Now that matter was finally behind him. He planned to settle on Void Island permanently, returning to Blue Star only when necessity called. Before Tony could savor his triumph for long, Steve Rogers came jogging back toward the hangar doors. His expression was eager, almost anxious. Falling into stride beside Stark, he asked, "Tony, is the Blue Star situation fully resolved?" Tony glanced back over his shoulder at Steve, a mischievous grin on his face. "Come on, do you really think I'd have brought Pepper back if I hadn't fixed it?" Steve folded his arms, then nodded toward the newcomers. "Well, look who's here. Zhang Xian, director of the Divine Spear Bureau and Weather Witch extraordinaire." Tony straightened as the elegant figure swept onto the deck. Before he could reply, a second voice called out, "Is that my ship humming again?" Bruce Banner emerged from the training field, pushing his glasses up his nose. The sudden roar of Steve's teleportation array had cut through the afternoon drills, and Bruce had hurried back, expecting only to quiz Tony on the community's latest developments. Instead, he found two very unexpected guests. Zhang Xian's expression was solemn. With the establishment of the Community of Shared Future for Mankind, the Divine Spear Bureau is slated for a complete overhaul and, ultimately, dissolution. She paused, then added quietly, "I've also resigned as director." Bruce exchanged a look with Tony. "That's big news. So what brings you both here right now?" Tony patted the polished hull of his warship. "Let's just say we've got a few cross-departmental matters to iron out, and you'll want to hear about the new protocols we've drafted." Steve stepped forward, offering Zheng Xian a reassuring smile. "Come on in. Everyone, let's find somewhere to sit and talk. This could get interesting." "Banner, just call me Damien. No need for all the titles." Damien smiled, a flutter of excitement in his chest as he watched Banner's pleasant demeanor harden into a more rugged reserve. He and the Weather Witch had worked with Banner years ago, back when Banner was sent to China to track down certain targets. Under Damien's and the Weather Witch's watchful eyes, Banner had handled the mission flawlessly, and then they'd all gone their separate ways. "It's fine," Banner said, meeting Damien's gaze. "You can drop the sir. Call me Banner." Steve Rogers, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow. He'd read the dossiers on Damien and the Weather Witch, but this was his first time seeing them in person. He cocked his head, studying Damien's posture and the faint glow in his eyes. "Have you been touched by the void?" Steve asked softly. His question came as naturally as breathing once you'd sensed that uncanny aura. Damien chuckled, a low, rueful sound. Tony said the same thing. "I'd love to have the void's blessing too, but I still haven't received it," Damien admitted with a sigh. "I was just fortunate that Lord Cassidin, the god of the void, granted me some of his power." Zhang Xian shook his head thoughtfully. "That's almost the same as what happened with Miss Bai Linglong and Jin Rakshasa." Steve glanced between Zhang Xian and Tony, puzzled. Receiving even a fraction of Cassidin's power is like a half-step blessing. He doesn't bestow it lightly. There must be some recognition or bond. "That means you're special in your own right," Zhang Xian. "Similar, but not quite the same," Zhang Xian replied with a wry smile. "We'll go over the details later." Tony rubbed his stomach. "Speaking of details, I haven't eaten anything from Void Island in ages. I say we place an order and have it delivered here. Pepper clapped her hands. Great idea. We've moved the ceremony indoors, so let's head to the residential building and wait for the food there. Damien fell into step behind Tony, glancing across at Steve and Banner as they strode side by side. Is there anyone else like me, someone who's been given power but denied a blessing? He asked, uncertainty in his voice. Steve came to a halt and studied Damien for a moment. He knew that revealing too much about unblessed individuals could do more harm than good. And truthfully, the more powerful allies they could recruit from the Nine Realms, the better. We'll look into it, he said at last. And if there's more to share, we will, but not yet. Banner offered a curt nod. I understand the Void Cult's secrets and the rules we can't break. For now, that knowledge stays locked away. Damien registered their refusal without resentment. He'd expected as much. Tony had already warned him that he was only a half-blood among them, not one of the inner circle. Still, he resolved to learn more, even if it had to wait. When I first began giving Damien his science primer, I focused almost entirely on the wonders of the cosmos, stars, galaxies, the strange fabric of space-time. I said almost nothing about the Void God cult. The Weather Witch trailed silently at my side, waiting her turn to speak. She knew little of the Void Church and was only vaguely acquainted with Banner and Steve. Once Damien and Steve, both natives of the Nine Realms, grew more comfortable around each other, she'd have plenty of opportunity to ask her burning questions. We all entered the main hall and took the stairs up to the second floor. Tony gestured expansively at the plush armchairs and low tables scattered around. Please, sit wherever you like. Consider this place your home. He tapped his phone. Jarvis, once they've settled in, show them the available rooms. Let them pick whichever they prefer. Then Tony placed an order for an array of gourmet dishes, instructing the cafeteria to deliver everything directly to his suite. Under normal circumstances, he'd have shot down to the mess hall with Pepper and the others the moment he got back. But with Damien and the Weather Witch present, he needed somewhere more private for their conversation. If Void-Eyed Island was the most secluded refuge in the multiverse, then the unmistakable trio of villas where Cassidon lived was the obvious choice. No one, whether a Void Cult member, an advanced AI, or any other outsider, is allowed into the second secret chamber without explicit clearance. This is Tony Stark's private experimental lab, off-limits by design. Tony sank into the oversized leather sofa and looked over at Damien. All right, Damien, tell Steve and Bruce exactly how you got your powers, but stick to what's necessary. Damien drew a steady breath and began. It started when my cells were exposed to void energy. Not once, but twice. That second infusion pushed me beyond the limits of a normal human into what you might call planet-class territory. Bruce Banner's eyes widened. Planet class? I'll mean on the same level as Cassidon, the Void God himself. Something like that, Damien admitted. Frankly, it shouldn't have been possible without some kind of supreme decree. I still don't know why I was lucky enough to trigger it. Steve Rogers and Bruce Banner exchanged stunned looks. Even Bruce, whose own body houses the Hulk's gamma power, found it hard to grasp the scale of Damien's extraordinary transformation. Shortly after joining the Void Cult, Damien already wielded power on a planet-level scale. Steve, by contrast, had earned every ounce of his strength through his own hard work. Although his cultivation path wasn't especially brutal, it still demanded years of dedication, and in the end, it felt like a colossal waste of time. Damien had been nothing more than an ordinary man until by pure chance he received 2 boons from Lord Cassidon. In an instant, those gifts transformed him into a planet-level powerhouse. And since this power came directly from Master Cassidon, Damien's true potential was measured not by the usual standards, but by the highest benchmarks of the Void God cult, perhaps even surpassing them. I know it looks like sheer luck, Damien admitted, meeting Steve's incredulous gaze. The truth is, I don't know why Master Cassidon chose me to grant this power. Seeing Steve struggle to accept such a simple explanation, Damien shrugged off any pretension and spoke with complete honesty. There's no secret technique, no hidden trial. It was just his gift. Damien sat alone in the marble-lined council chamber, flanked by the 3 senior masters of the Void Cult, Steve, Tony, and Banner. A faint hum of arcane energy pulsed through the air, lending their meeting an almost solemn gravity. Tony broke the silence. "You've already received 2 blessings," he said quietly, locking eyes with Damien. "But you still lack the blessing of the void. Your situation is exceptional, more so than Bai Linglong's." Steve bristled, leaning forward. "Tony, what exactly did you tell him?" Tony shrugged, unfazed by Steve's sharp tone. "Only enough to make him understand what's at stake. I mentioned the Andromeda Milky Way alignment, the void cults standing among the 9 realms, and our scattered compatriots born under the void divine sect. Nothing more." "If Damien hasn't secured his blessing yet," Steve persisted, "can we still consider him one of us?" "Half a compatriot still counts," Tony replied with a wry smile. Banner, who had been studying Damien intently, raised an eyebrow. "So this means Damien is already undergoing his trial?" Tony's expression grew serious. "He must be. Any member who knows his story would expect the test to begin as soon as he claimed those first 2 blessings." A heavy silence settled over the chamber. Damien met each master's gaze, determined yet calm. The unspoken question hung in the air. Would he emerge victorious in the unseen crucible ahead? "How is Damien supposed to pass the test?" Tony muttered, more to himself than anyone else. He was convinced that, apart from Master Cassidon and Miss Sonia, no one else could offer a clear answer. Inviting Damien to Void Island wasn't just a courtesy, it was a chance to see if the young man could actually secure the blessing. Damien stared out at the endless gray expanse, his brow furrowed. "Master Cassidon's trial sounds daunting," he admitted softly. "We can't say for sure how difficult it will be," Steve replied, shaking his head. "This is the first time we've ever seen someone who's been granted power twice but hasn't yet received a blessing." Banner, standing a little apart from the rest, said nothing. His eyes narrowed as he contemplated Damien's dilemma, the silence stretching until even the wind seemed to wait. Chapter 750, Confusion and Sober Reflection. "Did Lord Cassidon say anything when he granted you that power?" Steve turned to Damien, eager for details. Damien had visited Master Cassidon twice already and seen several of his wishes fulfilled without so much as an explanation, clear evidence that Cassidon thought highly of him. Yet, judging by what they'd observed in Bai Linglong's case, such blessings always carried hidden trials. Damien met Steve's gaze steadily. "He warned me that power is the abyss of desire," he said. "He hopes I won't let it drag me under." Tony, Bruce, and Steve exchanged subtle glances. At last, they understood the real nature of Damien's challenge. Master Cassidon was testing whether an ordinary man, suddenly endowed with extraordinary power, could preserve his original purpose and integrity. Aware of how easily a careless remark might jeopardize Damien's chance, none of them spoke further. Instead, each fell silent, respecting the gravity of the trial still to come. Damien watched as the 3 exchanged glances and fell silent. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lord Cassidon's offhand comment carried the secret to passing this trial. Yet honestly, he still hadn't figured out how to avoid being swallowed by the abyss of power. Would he be allowed to return to Blue Star and defend the Celestial Empire, or had he already failed the moment he set foot on Void Island? A sharp mind weighs every possibility, no matter how remote. Before Damien could spiral further, Tony stepped forward. "Damien, stop losing yourself in these doubts," he said firmly. "You've gone from a mere mortal to a planet-level powerhouse. Even if you don't ultimately earn the Void's blessing, this is an opportunity more people couldn't even dream of. Dream big, but learn contentment if you can't reach every star." Tony's words hung in the charged air. He saw the tension in Damien's shoulders, the way his eyes, once bright with resolve, had dimmed under the weight of uncertainty. It was time for Damien to make peace with the unknown and to forge his path through the cosmos. Damien sensed something was terribly wrong before anyone else did. Tony's voice cut through his reverie, but Damien remained unresponsive, lost in thought, oblivious to everything around him. Alarmed, the Weather Witch gently shook his shoulder. "Damien, wake up, Damien!" When shaking him didn't work, she sprang into action. With a swift motion, she formed arcane seals in the air. Her eyes crackled with electricity as she summoned a bolt of lightning, yet the energy fizzled harmlessly against his skin. Damien didn't even flinch. Seeing that neither words nor magic would rouse him, Banner strode forward and delivered a powerful backhand to Damien's side. Boom! The impact sent him bursting through the wall and crashing to the ground outside, carving a crater nearly 10 feet across. A jolt of pain shot through Damien's arm, and at last his senses snapped back. He lay at the bottom of the pit, drenched in cold sweat, heart pounding. Blinking up at the sky, his head still swam with confusion. "What just happened?" he murmured, wincing as he tried to sit up. The world around him was eerily silent, only the distant echo of crumbling bricks and his own ragged breath filling the air. "You froze just now," Banner said, his tone measured. "The Void's blessing is what countless mortals dream of, yet it's never freely bestowed. You're fortunate to wield a power that rivals a planet's might. But if you let your desires spiral out of control, you'll only court madness and doom yourself to fail Lord Cassidin's trial." With a thunderous crash, Banner plunged from the sky into the pit beside Damien. He grabbed Damien's shoulder, hauling him to his feet. Damien swayed, dazed, frost clinging to his skin, but Banner's grip held him steady. "I understand the truth," Damien admitted, his voice hoarse. "But after tasting even a fraction of the Void's power, you can't blame me for longing more." He pressed a trembling hand to his icy brow, memories of his brief trance flooding Baba. CK. In that dark reverie, he'd witnessed the terrifying might of the Void cult and felt firsthand the seductive pull of that otherworldly blessing. Everyone knows it's easy to feel joy when you're already content, but true contentment is rare, and that's what makes it so precious. Damien's chest tightened at the thought. "We never said we couldn't understand how you feel," Tony said evenly. "But you didn't come here for our pity. You came to take the test. First, you need to visit the Void Temple and see it with your own eyes. Then, calm yourself and deliberately reflect on what the teachings and precepts of the Void Church actually symbolize. If you can grasp their true meaning, you'll pass. If you can't, then your fate is simply not tied to the divine void." At that moment, Tony stepped through the jagged hole in the wall and leaned close to Damien. He recognized the look of despair in the boy's eyes, the same vacant, hopeless stare he'd seen countless times while living on Void Island. Everyone there knew how potent the blessing of the Void could be. To receive it was to set oneself on the path toward genuine power, and those who failed this test watched that path close forever. Damien's longing had never been stronger, but obsession alone could not compel the Void to grant a blessing. Pietro fell into a somber mood when he learned the Void might remain silent. He accepted the risk regardless. Pietro simply preferred to keep things straightforward. "If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't," he said with a casual shrug. Steve, who had trailed them here, stepped up to the edge of Damien's pit and gazed down. His tone wasn't mocking. Drawing on others' regrets, he cautioned Damien against overthinking. It wasn't wrong to seek the Void's favor, Steve admitted, but one had to treat it like a gamble. A failed invocation could leave wounds that time alone wouldn't heal. Beside them, the Weather Witch watched Damien with a bitter, almost sorrowful expression as she listened to these warnings. Only now did he fully realize the terrifying allure of a Void blessing and how easily its promise of power could consume a man's soul. Damien sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "I get what you're saying, but it's still hard to accept that I might never get a chance." Across the courtyard, his 3 fellow scions of the 9 realms exchanged determined looks. One of them shook his head gently. "Damien, don't sell yourself short." Another spoke up, voice steady and calm. "What anyone says about your prospects, ours included, is just talk. Until Master Cassidin or Miss Sonia themselves grant you that chance, you don't officially have one." The first elder leaned forward. "All the same, you always have a chance. It's simply a question of scale, big or small." A third added with a wry smile, "Remember this, opportunity only favors those bold enough to pursue it, even when the odds seem long." At their words, a flicker of resolve ignited in Damien's chest. Nearby, Banner watched the exchange and recognized the conflict in Damien's eyes. With a deep breath, he stepped forward and let his voice roll out like a thunderclap. Banner liked dealing with sharp minds, people who understood each other without wasted words and who could stand firm together. But he also knew how easily brilliance could be tangled by doubt. Damien stood frozen at the edge of despair, his thoughts in disarray and every spark of hope all but snuffed out. Sensing his turmoil, Banner didn't hesitate. With a voice that felt like a hammer blow to the spirit, he shattered Damien's fog of doubt. The Void Divine Religion now answers to only 2 senior elders, Banner declared, his words echoing in the cavernous hall. If everyone else says it can't be done, it doesn't matter. So long as those 2 remain silent, hope still burns. Pass their trial, and you will earn their blessing. Damien's head was still ringing, but Banner's words took root in his mind. He murmured them back to himself, and for the first time in days, his eyes brightened with something like resolve. Tony, watching that flicker of life return to Damien's gaze, leaned in. "That's not just comforting talk," he said quietly. "It's the reality of the Void Divine Religion. Trust it." For most members of the Void cult, a blessing can only be earned by completing 2 trials, first Miss Sonia's, then Master Cassidon's. Pass both, and you receive the Void blessing. Fail or fall short in either, and the opportunity is lost forever. Miss Sonia approaches every applicant with strict professionalism. She treats everyone who seeks her favor equally, judging each person by the same criteria, observing their character, their desires, and their true intentions. As a result, her endorsements carry tremendous weight. Those she recommends stand a far better chance of advancing to Cassidon. Tony understood this better than anyone. Even if Cassidon might accept his recommendation, it wasn't Tony's job to make it happen. A suggestion from him was no guarantee of success. After all, raising someone's hopes only to see them dashed is a cruelty that can destroy relationships. Tony, wary of causing such pain, rarely offered his backing. He also recognized his own limitations. No matter how much he tried to remain fair and impartial, a streak of selfishness ran deep in his heart, something he could not entirely eradicate. Sarah had been recommended by Sonia herself. From the moment her name was put forward, Sarah was already well on her way to earning the Void's blessing. And it wasn't hard to see why. Her abilities were truly remarkable, making her the ideal candidate for Recorder. In fact, anyone who had ever passed Sonia's scrutiny over the years had emerged with spotless credentials. "Thank you all," Damien said, inclining his head in respect. "I understand." Inside his mind, a whirlwind of thoughts finally began to settle. The storm of anxiety gave way to a serene determination as he met the eyes of Tony, Steve, and Banner, gratitude shining in his gaze. They deliberately left many details of the test unspoken, not out of stinginess or mistrust, but because some truths were so extraordinary they could crush a person's spirit. Damien knew this all too well. If he had never learned those secrets, he might never have found himself in this very moment. "As long as you're unharmed, I'm relieved. We wouldn't want to hurt you." Damien let out a long breath as he watched Zhengshan press his palms together in thanks, his features settling back into their usual form. In the Void God cult, there's an unwritten rule: never rob someone of their hope to join the cult. Whether that rule will survive as they grow remains to be seen, but for now, the cult's membership is too small to risk alienating even one potential recruit. Every initiate understands that the moment they embrace the Void, their world shifts forever. Though the universe brims with countless life forms, few can truly appreciate the path of the Void God except fellow disciples. Ordinary people cannot fathom the exquisite joy of transcendent sustenance, the surge of power that comes with evolution, or the grand perspective on cosmic change granted by prolonged lifespans. That's why each new member welcomes others like them with open arms, eager to share this extraordinary existence. "If I've overstepped," Zhengshan continued, "it's only because my curiosity got the better of me." "It wasn't any of the 3 who hurt me," Damien insisted, brushing off Tony's worried expression. A white-hot pain lanced through his right arm, and he reflexively pulled his hand back. Though the fracture in his forearm throbbed fiercely, he waved Tony's apology away. His own regenerative ability was strong. Minor breaks like this usually knit themselves back together in 10 minutes or so. Banner, however, noticed Damien's clenched muscles. Without a word, he extended his hand and poured a gentle, green life energy into Damien's arm. A soothing warmth spread through the injured limb, and in under 2 seconds, the pain evaporated entirely. Damien stared in amazement, flexing his fingers. "Banner, did you just heal me again?" Banner gave a modest shrug. "I've picked up a few techniques." "A few techniques?" Damien laughed, unable to hide his astonishment. You call mending a broken bone in 2 seconds a few techniques? Banner's grin was as humble as ever. Well, I try not to brag. Damien sat up slowly, flexing his fingers. Bone fractures are considered tough to heal out in the world, Zhengxian explained, watching him carefully. But among the Void Cult, minor breaks like this are routine. With your constitution, you could have mended yourself in mere minutes. I only hastened your recovery. Damien gave a firm nod. That technique? Can you teach it to me? Zhengxian lifted an eyebrow. If you've truly been blessed by the Void, I'm willing to pass it on. But you've only just awakened your power. You can't yet choose how it evolves, and until I see exactly what form your ability takes, I can't be certain the method will suit you. There was no hint of arrogance in Damien's voice as he replied, Very well. Tell me what you need to know. Zhengxian leaned back, folding his arms. First, I need to understand the nature of your void blessing, its origin, its affinity, and how it manifests in you. Once I've assessed those details, I'll know whether I can teach you this accelerated healing technique. Damien met his gaze steadily. Ask your questions. I'll answer them all. As Zhengxian prepared to probe the depths of Damien's newfound power, the air between them crackled with anticipation. Learning this technique wouldn't be easy, but for Damien, it was a challenge he was more than ready to face. Damien felt the last vestiges of dizziness fade as Tony Stark hovered before him, repulsors humming softly. Since you're back to normal, head on over to the villa and get ready for dinner, Tony said, offering Damien a reassuring nod. Then he glanced at Bruce Banner, who still hovered nearby. And Banner, you left quite a crater out there. Once our demolition's done, you're on repair duty. Banner cracked a wry smile. No problem. I'll let the tenants know. There'll be some noise tomorrow afternoon. And don't worry about my schedule. I'm usually up by then, even if I have a night shift in the lab. Without another word, Tony blasted off toward the villa, leaving a violet trail in his wake. Don't feel like you have to squeeze in training tonight. We've got time. Let's catch up over dinner. Just then, a swirl of lavender mist announced the Weather Witch's arrival. She drifted down beside Damien, her eyes full of concern. Damien, are you all right? He managed a tired smile. I got pretty rattled at first, felt like something was seriously off, but I'm fine now. Thanks for checking on me. Relief softened her features as she laid a hand on his arm. Damien closed his eyes for a moment, replaying the strange disorientation he'd felt in midair. As the three of them made their way back to the villa under the warm glow of dusk, he knew he'd have plenty of time to piece together what had happened and to prepare for whatever lay ahead. First, Tony Stark had dismissed him as a failure. Then the Weather Witch had summoned Damien and stunned him with a bolt of lightning. Bruce Banner watched as both tactics fell short and knew he had to land a truly serious strike. Had the Weather Witch not stepped in, Banner and the others would have hesitated before hitting him that hard. As long as we secure the Void Blessing, we'll be fine, Damien said, rubbing his sore shoulder. Even if we don't get it right away, we can still hold our own in the universe. The Weather Witch placed a gentle hand over her heart and let out a relieved breath. I know, but if we can tap into the Void's power, we'd be unstoppable. Damien offered her a reassuring smile. You'll find a way to seek that blessing. Take your time. As long as one of us carries the Void's favor, we'll have the edge we need, she agreed. Damien nodded. He'd never envied the Weather Witch her strength. After decades of partnership, they'd fallen into perfect roles. He said the strategies, she protected him with her storms, and together they always found a solution. Damien had no reservations about calling on the Weather Witch, and she, in turn, was more than willing to hear him out. Their unspoken understanding might not last forever, but as long as their interests didn't collide, it would hold. For now. I'll be honest, she said, eyeing Damien's determined expression. After seeing what you can do, I don't exactly feel optimistic, but let's give it a try. The Weather Witch didn't pin much hope on actually securing a Void Blessing. As Tony Stark had reminded her, there was only one true witch in the Void Cult, Queen Frigga herself, and she already enjoyed a profound bond with the All-Father, Odin. In effect, Frigga channeled the Void's power through her connection to Odin's favor. If it were possible to inherit such a blessing secondhand, the Weather Witch would leap at the chance. The only problem was that she had no ally of Frigga's stature, no patron who stood at the very summit of cosmic power like Odin. Yet here was Damien, willing to try, so she would follow his lead and hope for the best. If Cassidon, the god of the void, harbors any objections to the witch, she will never receive the void's blessing, and no one else can force it open for her. Pepper changed into cool, comfortable loungewear and smiled at her. Miss Weatherwitch, now that you and Mr. Zhengxian have arrived on Void Island, you must petition for its blessing, whether your hopes are modest or grand. Approach it with humility. If you fail, you can simply let it go, but if you succeed, an even wider world will open before you. Having spent most of her life on Blue Star, Pepper's own evolution had been frustratingly slow. After all these years, she remained only a planetary-level powerhouse, never truly glimpsing the universe's vastness. Yet she knew that once the crisis on Blue Star was resolved, the cosmic stage would be hers to explore. More than anything, she hoped the Void Divine cult would begin to see more women among its ranks, not just an endless sea of hulking men. Very well, then I'll take the initiative and see this blessing through, Pepper declared. The Weather Witch inclined her head, noting with satisfaction that more than 10 years had passed without a single line marring Pepper's youthful face. Of all the gifts promised by the Void God, immortality, supernatural insight, unrivaled power, it was eternal youth that drew the greatest envy. After dinner, Tony and the others will be occupied, the witch explained. Once they're busy, I'll escort you to Void Island myself. Pepper's eyes sparkled. Thank you, I'd love that. Then it's settled, the Weather Witch said, her voice soft but determined. Meanwhile, Damien watched Zhengxian from across the hall, noting how Tony's casual assurances had sent his disciple into a daze. It wasn't a blow to Zhengxian's pride, so much as a testament to the Void's pull. Once a swift taste of its power seduced the mind, resistance grew increasingly futile. Damien realized that this was the final stage of his test. At Blue Star, Zhengxian had already proven himself exceptional. His thirst for strength remained constant even as his abilities soared. Now, standing on the threshold of true void power, the young mage faced the ultimate choice: to claim that power unreservedly, or to turn away from temptation and remain true to himself. Now let's imagine the moment Damien finally grasps the true ecology of the universe, when he adapts to life among the stars and realizes exactly what power at the planet level can grant him. Will this revelation twist his character, unleashing ruthless ambition and a desire to dominate other beings? Blue Star and the wider cosmos are utterly different stages. On Blue Star, Damien had already forged a reputation so solid that whether he meant to or not, he instinctively defended it. But out here, in the universe at large, he's a nobody. Just one more traveler among countless others who've left their birth civilizations behind. Yet, unlike most of them, he carries the might of a planet-level powerhouse. With that level of power, he truly can do almost anything he chooses. He could descend upon a world ruled by a weak queen and by sheer force seize her throne, claiming all the wealth, the armies, even the beauty that comes with such absolute authority. Of course, if Damien ever decided to wield his strength that way, it would sever his bond with the Weather Witch forever. Damien watched with quiet intensity as Zhengxian faced the greatest challenge of his existence. Tony, Banner, and Steve had warned him. This was no ordinary trial. Whatever cosmic force had selected Zhengxian granted him unimaginable power, but it also exposed him to far greater danger than the others. Damien knew that because he was the one who bestowed this strength, he could just as easily strip it away. All hinged on one question: would Zhengxian, now brimming with godlike abilities, stay true to his moral compass, or would he let power corrode his principles? It's a lesson written across the annals of heroism. Strength alone does not guarantee virtue. Even the kindest hearts can harden once they taste absolute power. Consider Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel herself. Damien never doubted her original goodwill, but the moment she acquired strength on par with the universe's mightiest beings, a subtle arrogance crept in. Confident in her own judgment, she began to enforce her vision of justice without hesitation, her actions leveling countless worlds in the name of righteousness. Inevitably, murmurs of dissent grew louder, proof that even heroes can fall when they believe they alone define what is right. Now, all eyes were on Zhengxian. Damien's gift could save him or become his undoing. The question was simple. Would Zhengxian wield his newfound power with restraint, or would he, like so many before him, let it reshape his character forever? None of those pitiful protests ever fazed Captain Marvel's pride, until he decided to make an example of them. The power he'd bestowed on Zhengxian was still a pale reflection of his own raw might. Even if he'd chosen to snuff out Zhengxian's life on the spot, Captain Marvel would have remained the universe's undisputed champion. By any external measure, Zhengxian would still rank among the top-tier powerhouses. And yet, that fraction of power irrevocably changed Zhengxian's path, granting him sway over untold lives. It's a sad truth that the more capable a person becomes, the more his darker impulses tend to surface. As for the Weather Witch, Damien felt no need to hurry. Observing Zhengxian gave him the perfect excuse to study the witch's true nature, her demeanor, her sincerity, the purity of her prayers for blessing. If she proved genuine, he had no objection to bestowing her a boon of his own. So, with a cup of afternoon tea in hand, Damien settled into the tranquility of Void Island, relishing these rare moments of calm before he returned to his games. After dinner, Zhengxian and the Weather Witch strolled along the perimeter of the experimental zone, Pepper at their side. Rounding a corner, they froze at the sight of 5 familiar figures approaching: Mr. Renly, Mr. Kyle, Mr. Predictor, Mr. Rix, and Miss Lacey. Zhengxian and the Weather Witch immediately drew back. The last thing they wanted was to appear too prominently on the Universe Network. Pepper, however, greeted them with a bright wave. Mr. Renly, Mr. Kyle, Mr. Predictor, Mr. Rix, Miss Lacey, long time no see. Miss Pepper, it's been a while, they replied in unison. Mr. Kyle dipped his head and offered Pepper a warm smile. Good to see you again. Miss Lacey returned the smile and asked, Weren't you and Tony just back from the 9 realms? Where are you headed now? Pepper nodded toward the 2 figures hovering quietly at her side. These 2 are newcomers from the 9 realms, like us. They've only just arrived in our universe, she explained. I'm showing them around. Lacey's eyes lit up with curiosity. She took a step closer, inspecting the teetering. He's strangers. Really? You brought them back already? Behind them, Zhengxian and the Weather Witch exchanged tense glances. Word of this gathering would travel fast on the Universe Network, but for now, the 5 old friends crowded around Pepper and her guests, eager to learn everything they could. I'll take them on a tour of the island so they can learn more about the universe, Pepper said. Tony knew you were coming, so he stayed behind, Alex added. Pepper nodded. She'd held back from introducing Zhengxian and the Weather Witch earlier because she knew their disposition. True believers of the Void God were warm toward one another, but cold to anyone outside their faith. All right, Pepper continued. Show them around first. We'll catch up once you have time. Lacey shot a quick glance at Zhengxian and the Weather Witch, detecting something unusual in their auras, but she only offered a soft, okay. Pepper gave a small nod and led Zhengxian, the Weather Witch, and several others away. The moment they were out of earshot, Alex turned to Lacey. They share the same aura. What's going on with that black-haired man? Alex's sharp eyes had already picked up the void energy pulsing through the stranger. Yet since Pepper hadn't formally introduced him, he clearly wasn't a member of the Void cult. Everyone agreed with Lacey's reasoning. We don't know anything about him, she said, glancing around the group. There's no point in speculating wildly. Besides, she added, he came back with Tony. Let's just ask Tony for the details. With that, Lacey led the way, and the others fell in step behind her as they made their way toward the residential quarter of the experimental zone. It wasn't long before they spotted Tony inside one of the buildings, still finishing his meal. Kyle's right, one of them called out as they approached. We all thought you'd be in the cafeteria after such a big outing. Why hide away here to eat? Kyle laughed. Tony looked up at their arrival, then stood and greeted them with a warm smile. I was actually planning to go to the cafeteria, he said. But didn't you see the 2 people who just left with my wife? The others exchanged glances. You must have your reasons, Lacey said with a wink. Pepper, standing quietly at Tony's side, nodded knowingly. She had anticipated Tony would want some privacy to host friends from the Void cult, so she'd quietly suggested that Zhengjian and the Weather Witch step out for a walk, no explicit instruction needed. Now, with only Tony's closest companions remaining, the group settled in to hear everything he had to share. Damien, the young man wielding void powers, and a witch with astonishing physical strength. Your hometown sure breeds remarkable talent, Renoli remarked without preamble as he took a seat. He didn't bother with formalities. His ties with Damien and the others had already reached the level of casual familiarity. Only truly urgent matters ever warranted a gathering. As a seasoned mage slayer, Renoli needed no investigation to spot the Weather Witch's identity. In fact, she left him with a lasting impression. She was the most physically powerful witch he had ever encountered. Her strength ranked at least at planetary scale, her defenses impervious to ordinary attacks. Coupled with her repertoire of uncanny weather spells, once she matured, she could easily rise to the very top of the universe's elite. That kind of raw potential was nothing short of extraordinary. That's right, Blue Star is home to many exceptional talents. The man you just saw is called Zheng Xian, and the woman beside him goes by the Weather Witch. Renoli paused, then added with emphasis, but beyond her title, Zheng Xian is truly something special. Tony's chest swelled with pride at the praise. I noticed Miss Pepper didn't introduce him. He isn't one of our own, is he? Damien barely spared the Weather Witch a glance. Her powers struck him as modest, and she simply wasn't his type, so his attention stayed fixed on Zheng Xian. You're half right, Tony replied. Zheng Xian's strength actually stems from 2 gifts granted by Lord Cassidon. At those words, Lacey and the others shifted in their seats, exchanging stunned looks. Explain, one of them urged. Damien leaned forward, his expression growing serious. Exactly how did that come about? Tony nodded and didn't hold back. Here's what happened. He took a steady breath, then recounted everything he knew about Lord Cassidon's intervention. How those boons had transformed Zheng Xian into a figure both feared and revered across Blue Star. Hold on. So you met Lord Cassidon, but you didn't actually receive his blessing? Tony ran a hand through his hair. Exactly. I stood before him, but whatever he did, it wasn't the usual transfer of power. Alex frowned. What on earth is happening? Is this like Bai Linglong's encounter? No, Lacey said sharply. Bai Linglong's meeting was highly ritualized. She reached out to Lord Cassidon through the Void Cult, held a full dialogue, and earned a substantial boon. Damien's case is entirely different. It seems his own yearning for power prompted Cassidon to respond. Alex opened his mouth to argue, but Lacey cut him off. Predictor, run a profile on Damien. Anything in his history that would draw Cassidon's attention? Kyle touched the side of his head, activating the AI-linked precognitive interface. A soft chime signaled the module was online. Analyzing, the predictor intoned. Damien is, by all measures, a genius with notable courage and aptitude. However, there are no abnormal lineage markers, no void affinities, nor previous contact with higher entities. He is exceptional, but not extraordinary. Alex exchanged glances with Tony. So it really was just his desire? That's what it looks like, Lacey concluded. She crossed her arms. A pure expression of will so intense that even Lord Cassidon couldn't ignore it. Silence fell over the group as they absorbed the implication. Sometimes, raw ambition alone could bend the void to one's will. They don't have any notable bloodlines, at least not that I know of, the prophet mused. Perhaps Master Cassidon knows more about Zheng Xian than any of us, Damien added, exchanging glances around the table. The prophet fell silent for a moment, recalling the astonishing fact that Cassidon had twice bestowed planet-level power upon Zheng Xian. It was a gesture so extraordinary that it hinted at secrets in the young man's past, secrets the prophet had hoped to uncover. Yet despite his inquiries, no answers had surfaced. You needn't speculate about the reasons, the prophet finally said. What matters is that Zheng Xian is undergoing a trial. Be patient and do not interfere. Sensing the group's curiosity, everyone was desperate to learn why Zheng Xian had been chosen twice. Damien smoothly shifted the topic. He had his own theories, all tied to Cassidon's enigmatic activities on Blue Star, but he kept them to himself. I'll keep a close eye on things, Damien said with a wry smile. But if I suddenly decided to step in, am I that idle? A ripple of agreement passed through the room. The conversation died down, everyone reminded that the great expedition still lay more than a year ahead. Time enough to prepare, though hardly enough to solve every mystery. Chapter 7. Preparations on Void Island. Miss Sonia's proclamation still echoed through the grand chambers. The Void cult was entering a full-scale state of war readiness. Whispers of strategy and armament swept across Void Island, and agents hurried through shadowed corridors to answer the call. In the island's central command, Alex peered into the hollow screen that displayed Mowgli's sector activities. When he finished, he stepped onto the balcony, overlooking the swirling chasms below, where Damien had just arrived after a long absence. "You've been holed up here in your hometown for a while," Alex began, folding his arms. "You know the war's on the horizon. When it breaks out, I don't want to hear that you've fallen behind." Damien pivoted to face him, his Uru-forged armor faintly glowing with arcane runes. He offered a confident smile. "Don't worry, my evolution count hasn't skyrocketed, but you know full well, I've never relied on raw evolutions alone to grow stronger." Alex studied the powered artifacts embedded in Damien's gauntlets and nodded. "Confidence is one thing, overconfidence is another. Stay sharp." He tapped his communicator. "I'll be monitoring your status from here." Just then, Kyle rounded the corner, his curiosity playing. "Damien," he asked, "you really intend to live on Void Island permanently now?" Damien turned, the armor's runes pulsing softly in the dim light. "That's the plan," he said. "There's more I need to do here than just prepare for battle." Kyle raised an eyebrow. "More important than gearing up for a war against the Void cult?" A shadow crossed Damien's features. He spoke in a low tone. "This island hides secrets deep beneath its surface. Answers that could shift the balance of power. If we can uncover them in time, we might just tip the scales in our favor." The wind howled through the interlocking spires overhead, carrying the distant beat of the Void cult's war drums. Damien squared his shoulders, his gaze fixed on the abyss below. The stage was set, and the coming storm would test them all. As the island prepared to unleash its hidden powers, Damien braced himself for the challenges ahead. Challenges that would decide the fate of both Void Island and the wider universe. Kyle leaned forward, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "My mission on Blue Star is finally complete. Pepper and I can settle on Void Island for good and only return home when something serious comes up." Damien let that sink in, then felt an unexpected lightness. A true smile spread across his face as relief washed over him. No longer would he be tied to Blue Star day after day. Now he could devote himself fully to charting a path to the very pinnacle of the universe. Renoli chuckled at Damien's grin. "Building a community with a shared future for mankind isn't easy," he said. He, Kyle, Lacey, and the Predictor all hailed from the Xandar Empire, a galactic powerhouse that never had to labor over its homeworld's development. Yet Renoli understood the longing to nurture one's own homeland once personal goals had been achieved. Damien wouldn't be the only Void Cult member keeping watch on Blue Star, but at least he could do it on his own terms and from a distance. Because not every civilization can boast the wealth of the Xandar Empire. With its shimmering starfarer fleets, cutting-edge technology, and a supreme commander the entire galaxy trusts, Damien knew he was still at the beginning of a much longer journey. "Thanks to Lacey's generous loan, I was able to launch some critical projects much faster than I ever imagined," he admitted, meeting her gaze. "As for the debt," he added with a determined smile, "I promise I'll repay every credit within a few years." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "Blue Star has only just embraced our vision. We still have a long road ahead if we hope to build a genuine community with a shared future for humankind. But if Miss Sarah should ever decide to visit Blue Star again," he said softly, "I swear this time I won't let her down." Lacey's expression softened, and Damien felt a weight lift from his chest. He owed her more than just gratitude. She had believed in him when no one else would. That promise cut deeper than any loan. The last time Miss Sarah had taken her first vacation, she chose Blue Star over distant alien worlds, coming all the way to see him. He had been honored, then let her down. As Blue Star's host and ambassador, Damien had never forgotten the disappointment in her eyes. To complicate matters further, Cassidin had secretly brought Miss Sonia to Blue Star as well. Sarah's uncanny ability to see through appearances and grasp the heart of things was legendary, and Sonia possessed the same gift without question. Damien shivered at the thought that they might compare notes on his failures. He would not give them that satisfaction. Miss Sonia was disappointed too. Before Sarah's arrival, Cassidin had specifically instructed Damien to sort everything out at once, but caught up in the chaos, Damien hadn't realized how badly things had slipped. It wasn't until Sarah arrived and began questioning him pointedly that he finally understood the true state of affairs on Blue Star. Immediately, he set about making the necessary changes. After all, whether one is born into poverty or privilege, everyone wants their homeland and their guests to walk away with a good impression. Blue Star hasn't even reached the interstellar era yet, Damien reminded his colleagues. A little disorder is only to be expected. Kyle noticed Tony still brooding and offered a smile. "I'm sure Sarah won't hold this against us," he said. "But if we want her to agree to another visit, it might be years before she accepts our invitation. She's received countless offers to tour other homeworlds." As citizens of the Xandar Empire, Kyle and Tony understood that every civilization faces its own growing pains, and that patience is often the best way to bridge the gap between worlds. Let's set aside how others might feel. There's an almost instinctive sense of superiority that can come from visiting a less developed world when you hail from an advanced civilization. Kyle and the rest, though, have traveled to so many societies that they never fall into that trap. From Xandar's perspective, every civilization they encounter is riddled with outdated customs and beliefs that, by Xandarian standards, ought to have been left behind long ago. Don't worry, Blue Star has already put the changes in place. Everything's under control. Sarah's eyes sparkled as she glanced around the table. "I'm throwing a little celebration tonight. Would any of you be free to drop by?" Tony leaned back, smiling. He knew Sarah well enough to recognize that she'd never push anyone into an awkward situation. "Dinner time works for me," he said. "Perfect," Sarah replied. "It's been far too long since we've all gotten together. Think of it as a toast to finally putting your hometown troubles behind you." Alex raised an eyebrow and grinned. "A good meal can be training, too," he teased. "I'm happy to carve out a few extra hours." Lacey, who otherwise kept a tighter schedule than the rest, nodded in agreement, without mentioning her late-night drills. "We're in wartime preparation," she said, "but now that you're back, I wouldn't miss this banquet for the world." Kyle chuckled and added, "Count me in, as well." Satisfied with the responses, Sarah let out a contented sigh. Tonight's reunion, she decided, would be the perfect chance to celebrate and to remind everyone what they were fighting for. "Missing a day or two of training won't set us back too much," Damien said casually. Renaud nodded. "I agree. None of us, Steve aside, are at the absolute peak of power yet. As long as we stay consistent and avoid shortcuts, we'll keep improving." "I'm in too," Steve added with a grin. The prophet regarded them all with quiet composure. "Excellent. In that case, I will host a grand banquet. It's been far too long since our last gathering." Tony's eyes gleamed. "Leave the financing to me," he said, already picturing the spectacle. Within minutes, the table buzzed with conversation as everyone recounted their progress over the past 2 years. Tony listened intently to the latest intel on the Void Cult and the Kree Empire. Both factions had spent the last 2 years ramping up for war. The cult had long thwarted many of the Kree's schemes, but now, with everyone holed up on the island, training non-stop and rarely venturing out, the Kree had quietly expanded their influence across countless star systems. As the discussion wound down, excitement built for the prophet's upcoming banquet. It would be a chance not only to celebrate old bonds, but to steel themselves for the conflicts on the horizon. Chapter 7 Shadows over Andromeda. For the past 2 years, the Nova Corps has maintained a vigilant patrol along the Kree Empire's border worlds, shadowing every move the Kree make. Supreme Commander Arani Rail has issued clear orders. Minor, short-lived maneuvers that pose no real threat may proceed unchecked, but any plot that risks widespread harm will be met with decisive force. Arani is confident the Kree's grand designs will ultimately crumble, so she has quietly shelved several aggressive countermeasures that would have endangered too many lives. Still, skirmishes flare up on one planet after another. Wherever the Kree test their strength, Nova detachments engage them to keep their incursions in check. Though these battles remain planetary in scale, word travels fast. Civilizations across the Andromeda Galaxy have sensed the Kree's mounting ambition, and they fear a full-blown galactic war is looming on the horizon. In response, countless star systems are drawing closer to Xandar, seeking the Nova Corps' shield. As alliances multiply and tensions rise, Arani finds herself chained to the Supreme Commander's chair. Day and night, diplomats and military advisors press her for strategy and reassurance. Projects she once longed to pursue must wait. Every waking hour is claimed by war councils and treaty negotiations. On the command deck of the star cruiser Equinox, Nova Centurion Damien studies the holomap flickering before him. He glances up as Ensign Mara approaches, her expression curious. "Centurion," she says quietly, "is Commander Rail still tied up with those negotiations?" Damien lets out a low chuckle. "Busy? She hasn't left her office in 3 days. Whenever a new fact show N applies for protection, it's straight to her desk. If the galaxy asks for her help, she's on it, no exceptions." He taps the holomap. "That's why we're here, holding the line. As long as Irani's busy steering the alliances, it's up to us to keep the Kree from tipping the balance." With a nod, Mara turns back to her station, and Damien refocuses on the border systems lighting up the map. The coming weeks will test the Nova Corps' resolve, and the galaxy's fate may yet hang in the balance. "I'd also like to invite her to the banquet for a proper conversation," Damien said. "It seems we'll have to leave that for another time," Alex replied. Tony frowned thoughtfully. He wasn't overly concerned, but he couldn't shake a twinge of regret. Arani Rail held tremendous responsibilities now that she'd joined the Void Cult, yet she hadn't formally stepped down as Supreme Commander of the Xandar Empire. Her first duty remained defending Xandar and preserving peace across the Andromeda Galaxy. "I'd prefer she devote herself entirely to war preparations," Tony admitted, "but with the conflict looming, she simply doesn't have the spare resources." Alex nodded in agreement. He reserved his respect for very few, but Arani was one of them. A living legend, she devoted her life not to personal gain, but to the welfare of ordinary people. More than any politician he knew, she genuinely cared about the galaxy's future, and dreamed of seeing countless civilizations thrive for generations to come. Damien leaned back in his chair, scrolling through the latest interstellar briefing. Instead of waging war on every front, the Xandar Empire has forged diplomatic ties with countless civilizations and sent aid whenever one of them hit hard times, he summarized. The Kree and Xandar empires may both rank among the universe's two great powers, but the territories they govern couldn't be more different. In the Andromeda Galaxy, conflicts still flare up, yet they're waged with a certain order, minimizing needless suffering. Under Kree rule, by contrast, it's pure chaos. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. Haven't the Xandarians already started campaigning for their next Supreme Commander? Damien tapped the desk. It's been nearly a year. Has there been any real progress? Damien stood on the bridge of the flagship, watching the Andromeda swirl past the viewport. Counselor Ryden, one of his most trusted advisors, addressed the senior staff in measured tones. Every time the Supreme Commander of a galaxy-spanning power like the Xandar Empire is replaced, we're looking at an interval of roughly a century, Ryden began. This isn't just another promotion. It's a momentous event that will shape the political and military landscape of Andromeda for generations. Damien folded his arms. Who's throwing their hats into the ring? Every major figure based on Xandar Star, the Empire's capital, will run, Ryden replied. Then there are the governors and fleet admirals on the outer worlds, all jockeying for position. In theory, every sentient being in the Empire has a say. In practice, though, the real decision lies with the heart of the world. A murmur ran through the bridge. "The heart of the world?" one of the junior officers echoed. Ryden nodded. "Yes, it's the ultimate arbiter. It evaluates each candidate's past achievements, their deeds in battle and diplomacy, and even their potential for future greatness. We'll proceed through several campaign phases, debates, demonstrations of leadership, strategic war games, until the heart makes its choice. Once it does, no faction, no political lobby, not even the Nova Corps brass can overturn that verdict." Damien's jaw tightened. "So while all these power blocks rail against each other, we're forced to wait for an AI, an impartial cosmic judge, to appoint our next Supreme Commander. Lacey, standing at Damien's side, absorbed Raiden's words. She exchanged a look with Damien and then stepped forward, her voice calm but firm. If the heart of the world is the final authority, then our focus must be on presenting our best record of service and vision. Complaining won't change anything, only excellence will. In the Xandar Empire, the heart of the world holds the ultimate authority in naming each generation's supreme commander. It's this impartial arbiter, an immense, sentient crystal orb with wisdom beyond compare, that has guaranteed the Empire's stability for over 106,000 years. Unlike any mortal ruler, the heart of the world appraises every candidate from a perfectly balanced vantage point, weighing not only the Empire's present needs, but also the universe's unfolding future. The result is a line of commanders who, generation after generation, have upheld the Empire's honor, none leaving a stain on its history, even if not every leader has become a legend. Damien watched the orb's soft, pulsing glow and thought wistfully, if only I could tap into that kind of crystal-clear judgment. He already understood why the Xandar Empire endured while countless others fell. The heart of the world's unerring scrutiny inspired in him a quiet envy and a fierce determination to prove himself worthy of its trust. Damien, your intellect is already exceptional, Jarvis said in its calm, measured tone, but the super-optical brain represents the collective wisdom of countless civilizations. You're not yet a century old, and expecting to match that legacy overnight is ambitious. Whenever Damien mastered a new technology, Jarvis would integrate it seamlessly into his own systems. That's how the AI had come to command entire fleets of battleships and penetrate star-spanning networks with ease. On Blue Star, Jarvis was effectively the god of the Internet. No secret was safe from its reach. But crossing into other civilizations, cyberspheres, was tantamount to declaring war, so Jarvis exercised restraint. I don't think my dream is out of reach, Damien replied with a wry smile. It's only one of the many goals I intend to achieve. That's not possible, at least not yet, Jarvis cautioned. Don't worry, Jarvis. Once I free up the time, I'll upgrade you step by step. Jarvis paused. You lack the collective wisdom of billions of minds, but, the AI added, you do have time on your side. That's the true secret of immortality, Damien said softly, eyes shining with determination. Damien had all the time in the world to pursue and perfect the technology he dreamed of creating. He needn't fear spending decades, perhaps even a lifetime, only to end up empty-handed, nor would he risk reaching some breakthrough, only to be so worn down by age and frailty that he couldn't press on, left frustrated and defeated. If he fell short, he could at least entrust his research and theories to future generations, hoping they would take up his mantle and carry his work across the finish line. I believe you'll succeed, Damien, Jarvis said, and for the first time, his synthesized voice carried a note of genuine warmth. As long as Damien chose not to deactivate him, Jarvis would endure indefinitely, another reason Damien could pour himself into his inventions without haste. I appreciate that, Damien replied. But first, we have to get through the next war. From across the lab, Alex watched him with a knowing smile. Damien had always been the embodiment of the Void God Faith's technological aspirations, and paradoxically, one of its fiercest champions on the battlefield as well. Damien squared his shoulders. I understand our priorities perfectly. Over the next year, I'll push my evolution as far as I can. Tony gave him an approving nod. All right, Damien, what about that new armor design? Why don't you show it to us? Kyle, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile. He knew that aside from Damien's evolving abilities, the other secret to his strength was the state-of-the-art battlesuits Tony had developed. Damien merely shook his head, a playful glint in his eyes. No spoilers, he said, but in less than a year, you'll see it in action. Just be patient and get ready to have your minds blown. You'll finally appreciate what a true battle armor can do. Damien broke into a wide grin, revealing two perfectly aligned rows of teeth. His confidence was infectious. Since his return to the island, the team had taken half a day off simply to relax, catch up, and swap stories. Elsewhere on the island, Zhengqian and the Weather Witch followed Pepper from one courtyard to the next. Pepper rarely made public appearances here, but everyone in the Void cult knew she was Tony's wife. Whenever they crossed paths with her, They greeted her respectfully, and she smiled warmly in return. Damien's arrival did not go unnoticed. A faint, shared aura of void energy radiated from him, one they'd never heard of in the Void Divine Church. And yet, word hadn't reached them that there was another compatriot. To make matters more perplexing, Damien was just a man, not the ethereal beauty many associated with those called by the Void. Curious glances followed him, but no one offered him a warm greeting. Accompanied by Pepper and the Weather Witch, Damien climbed the broad, winding steps to the summit of the Void Temple. There, bathed in the twilight glow of strange floating runes, stood a towering stone effigy, a colossal humanoid figure whose features matched exactly the one he had once seen grant him power. Damien paused before the statue, heart-pounding. "Thank you, Lord Cassidon, God of the Void," he whispered, voice steady despite the storm of emotions within him. "Your gift has made my unreachable dream possible." He then knelt on the cold marble floor. With solemn reverence, he performed 3 full prostrations and 9 deep bows, offering the highest form of respect. Without Cassidon's power, Damien knew he would never have completed the rectification, nor would he ever have stood a chance at realizing his vision, that a man of humble origins from the old Chinese dynasty might rise to become the first supreme commander, uniting humanity in a community of shared destiny. Damien had planned to bring this up only after securing a private audience with Lord Cassidon. Along the way, however, Miss Pepper warned him that such opportunities were extremely rare within the Void cult. By the time they reached the Void Temple, it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A steady stream of outsiders knelt in the courtyards and corridors, offering prayers and seeking blessings. Damien's calm confidence and the subtle way he addressed the crowds quickly drew curious glances. With his jet-black hair and angular features, he could have passed for a Xandarian, but the famed cosmic translator, hovering at his side, began broadcasting his true origin, Blue Star, millions of light-years away. In the Andromeda Galaxy, Blue Star was virtually unknown, except as one of the 9 realms ruled by God King Odin. But ever since the exploits of Void pioneers Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, the Hulk, its reputation had spread like wildfire. To many across the universe, Blue Star was no ordinary world, but the birthplace of 2 of the Void God religion's greatest champions. As a result, no one, no matter how powerful, dared provoke or invade it. Rumor held that any aggressor, even a top-tier expert, would meet a swift and certain death. This unspoken dread made outsiders think twice the moment they realized who Damien was and what he represented. Do you really think Thanos could have stormed Blue Star and ended up hunted down like a mangy stray without the intervention of the aging God King Odin? The onlookers murmured among themselves as they took in Damien's appearance, his finely tailored garb, composed bearing, and the subtle yet undeniable aura of power that clung to him. Even kneeling as he was, he released no trace of hostility, yet those with acute senses could feel the tremor of his strength. None of them knew whether Damien was some outsider or perhaps a high-ranking figure within the Void God cult, but everyone agreed on one point: he was not someone to be trifled with. What made the situation all the more startling, though, was the company he kept: a witch. Witches were a rarity among the stars' universe, allies shunned and feared. The reasons for their ostracism were murky to most, but one thing was clear: proximity to a witch invited suspicion and distrust. Intelligent beings everywhere adhered to these unspoken taboos, reinforcing them without question. Yet here stood Damien, unflinching in the face of cosmic prejudice. To be so bold as to forge an alliance with a witch spoke volumes about his prowess, and it left every witness more wary of him than ever before. Damien didn't kneel before the statue, but he clasped his hands and offered a quiet, earnest prayer. Ever since leaving Blue Star, he'd sensed just how different this part of the universe was. Back home, his elaborate robes and strange-looking trinkets earned him curious stares. People thought of them as a kind of costume. Out here, however, his garb didn't seem remarkable. What drew attention instead was the moment strangers realized he was a weather witch. Walking the dusty lanes of the island with Miss Pepper, Damien noticed the same pattern again and again. As soon as onlookers caught sight of him, their eyes would narrow, their smiles would freeze. No wonder Tony had warned him that the broader universe lacks Blue Star's open warmth. Here, when people learned he was a witch, they often recoiled in fear or disgust. That constant, uneasy scrutiny gnawed at him. Even a kind-hearted soul with a sunny disposition can grow wary under a year's worth of suspicious glances. Over time, Damien found himself growing guarded, doubting kindness where none was intended, and eventually he retreated into solitude, carving out a quiet refuge where he could practice his craft in peace. Damien, the Weather Witch, understood that the prejudice he saw among the universe's inhabitants wasn't their fault, but the unintended consequence of a power play by the mage world. Though he had only just arrived in this reality, he quickly grasped a fundamental truth. No matter how varied their intelligences, all social beings seek to belong, and in doing so they naturally band together. Damien watched in silence as creatures judged, excluded, and feared one another under invisible rules. He recognized the inevitability of such social dynamics, but that didn't mean he had to accept them. Determined to improve his own lot, Damien realized that changing himself was far more realistic than overhauling the environment. Standing alone in a vast universe, far from powerful enough to alter cosmic laws or even the entire atmosphere of Blue Star, he still possessed one advantage: self-awareness. Now, more keenly than ever before, he felt every opinion around him, as if each person's perspective were a whisper in his mind. With senses sharpened to the brink, Damien began to plot a path forward, one step at a time. Damien felt dozens of eyes on him, everyone but Miss Pepper, who showed no reaction, and Zheng Xian, who'd known him for years and looked on neutrally, seemed to be staring with thinly veiled surprise or barely concealed sarcasm. He'd done nothing to attract attention. What kind of troubles lay ahead in this vast universe if a simple arrival at the Void Temple brought this kind of scrutiny? He shifted uneasily under the silent appraisal, imagining hidden observers waiting to pounce on any misstep. Then a new presence made him pause. A strikingly beautiful woman materialized at the temple's grand entrance, and instantly every head turned away from him and toward her. Damien followed their gazes. Before the main doors stood a tall, blonde woman whose very posture radiated authority and pride. A soft, pulsing glow surrounded her, and though she said nothing, her aura spoke of immense power and rank. Whispers in unfamiliar tongues drifted through the crowd, and yet, in Damien's mind, they all translated themselves clearly, filling him with equal parts awe and apprehension. The grand courtyard of the Void Temple fell silent the moment the herald's trumpet blared. Then, in perfect unison, 5,000 voices thundered out, "Behold Miss Sonia, the Void Goddess." A woman of impossibly pale skin and mien, iridescent black hair stood on the temple steps, her presence commanding every eye. Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's wife, stepped forward, bowed deeply, and called out, "Pepper Potts, wife of Tony Stark, pays homage to Miss Sonia, the Void Goddess." She kept her tone steady, honoring the strict formalities of the cult. Though she could speak more freely when meeting Master Cassidon in private, this was no ordinary gathering. Here, in the heart of the Void's power, every gesture mattered. In the crowd nearby, the Weather Witch watched, heart-pounding. Beside her, Zheng Nan bowed his head in respectful silence. They had studied the Void cult's scant archives for years, yet all they ever found were dry records declaring Sonia a woman of unparalleled talent. No portraits, no holographic projections, nothing but whispers of her beauty. Now the living goddess stood before them, radiating an otherworldly grace that outshone even the grandest void-light torches. The Weather Witch swallowed hard. She'd harbored her own theories about Sonia's true nature, speculation born of a lifetime chasing storms, but nothing had prepared her for this. How does one capture perfection in words or images, she wondered, when it walks in flesh and blood? As Pepper's tribute echoed through the hall, the Weather Witch's eyes remained fixed on Miss Sonia, curiosity and awe warring in her chest. This was the moment she'd awaited, the first real glimpse of the Void Goddess. As I looked at Sonia, her beauty seemed sculpted by divine hands, flawless and luminous. Even as a Weather Witch and as a woman, I had to admit that anyone standing beside her would feel dimmed in comparison. I could see that very realization dawn in Zheng Xian's eyes. It isn't that Zheng Xian doesn't appreciate women, he simply has no clue how to deal with them. Yet he's a high-ranking figure on Blue Star, blessed with a strikingly handsome face and a reputation for power so great that some have nicknamed him the Weather Witch, the strongest man I've ever encountered. Whether it's his status or his looks, I don't know how many women scheme and sigh over the chance to win his favor. But at this moment, when he laid eyes on Miss Sonia, surprise, and perhaps something even deeper, flickered across his expression. I've known Zhengshan for years, and never once have I seen him regard me with such astonishment. Yet here he was, utterly unguarded in the presence of this extraordinary young woman. Regardless of any woman's pride or insecurities, whether she admits it or not, there is simply no denying that Sonia's beauty eclipses her own. Sonia stood before the great bronze gates of the Void Temple, her composure absolute, her posture regal. When she spoke, her voice was soft yet clear, carrying across the silent courtyard. I am Sonia, envoy of the Void God cult. I imagine many of you have questions about the trials to come. Know this, the names of those chosen for the Void God's test are already inscribed upon the sacred stone tablets. Trust in your own eyes, and let your devotion guide every lesson you learn here. A ripple of respectful bows and whispers rose from the gathered faithful, but Sonia's face remained serene, unmoved by their admiration. As the Void God cult's influence spread farther than ever, Sonia had become one of its foremost representatives. Gone was the gentle warmth of her earlier days. In its place stood the solemn dignity demanded by her role. Confronted with Sonia's formal decree, the assembled outsiders fell eerily silent. They had all heard the whispers about those who dared to flout the Void Temple's rules and suffered the consequences. Now they understood their own precarious position. They were here by choice, having traveled thousands of miles to petition the Void God's blessing, not the other way around. Among these pilgrims, one unspoken law held absolute sway. On Void Island, Sonia, the goddess of the void, must never be insulted or resented. Most visitors grasped this without question, but a few lacked subtlety, overstepping every boundary. Some even tried to employ the same coquettish tactics they might use on ordinary women, hoping to draw Sonia's attention. And a handful, more brazen still, entertained the fantastical notion that they could win her favor, or even her affection, through flattery and charm. But here, on sacred ground, such audacity courted nothing but disaster. Damien had always thought that no matter how powerful a woman became, she could never completely shed her feminine nature. Sometimes, a man with even a slight edge in raw strength could slip through and win. It was rare, and almost unheard of, to see a duel pitting a mighty woman against a comparatively weak man. So when Damien watched those fools in the courtyard, he couldn't help but shake his head. They hadn't the faintest idea where they were or what the void goddess Sonia represented. Sonia was more than just a deity. She was the living voice of the void god and the reigning face of the void cult, an embodiment of unfathomable power. On Void Island, the cult was surprisingly tolerant, as long as you didn't behave disrespectfully, merely venting your frustration after months of unanswered prayers. The void divine cult would turn a blind eye. If you crossed the line with rude remarks that weren't too obscene, the worst you'd face was summary exile. You'd be escorted off the island and forbidden ever to return. But the moment someone spat out a single lewd insult directed at Sonia herself, they sealed their fate. There was no need for the goddess to appear. The senior elders who oversaw the Void Temple would step in and ensure the offender paid a far steeper price. Within 10 seconds of summoning, the envoy could appear and vaporize her target, leaving no trace behind, not even ash. Everyone was well aware of this, so nobody even dared ask to curry favor. They simply offered their respect. After all, any future recruits would have to bow before Sonia, the Void God envoy, and one of the highest-ranking leaders of the Void God faith. Once she'd given her instructions, Sonia vanished as abruptly as she'd arrived. Lingering in the Temple of the Void only inflated egos, so she preferred to patrol the island after briefing everyone. This time, however, she returned straight to the villa at the summit of Void Island. "Mr. Cassadine," she said, stepping into his sunlit study where he was idly sipping fruit tea and playing a board game, "what can you tell me about those two people accompanying Miss Pepper?" He set down his cup and looked at her calmly. "They hail from the 9 realms. The man's name is Zheng Xian, and the woman goes by Weather Witch." I sensed void energy in the man, Sonia noted. Your intuition is correct, Cassadine replied. I've already put them through their paces. You needn't concern yourself further. Damien stood quietly at the back of the room. He knew that once Sonia confirmed Zheng Xian's void affinity, she would come to question him, and he had nothing to hide. Sonia tilted her head, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow. So Zheng Xian isn't under special surveillance? Not officially, Damien replied easily. I simply granted him a power ordinary people can only dream of, and threw in a little experiment of my own. He paused, as if weighing his next words. He's shown no extraordinary talent, and his character hasn't cracked, at least not yet. We'll see how he handles it over time. How much power are we talking about? Sonia asked, curiosity sharpening her tone. Not an astronomical amount, Damien said. Roughly planet-level strength. Planet-level? Sonia echoed, eyes widening. If an average person suddenly acquired that kind of might, it would be impossible not to change. At that moment, Sonia finally grasped Mr. Cassadine's design, to place an irresistible temptation before a perfectly ordinary soul and watch what happened next. Even someone as exceptional as he is can grow arrogant if you give him too much power, Sonia warned. Damien leaned back, a faint smile playing on his lips. That goes for ordinary folks and gifted ones alike. That's precisely why I'm intrigued. Can he resist the temptation? Sonia studied him for a moment. Are you thinking of telling the others about Zheng Xian's abilities? Damien's smile widened. Given Zheng Xian's unique origin, I wondered if I should. After all, he spoke in Blue Star's Chinese, exactly the same dialect Mr. Cassadine uses. That alone might earn him extra consideration. Across the cosmos, countless beings sought Mr. Cassadine's power, pleading for an opportunity to prove themselves. Very few were granted such a chance. If you tell the others, Sonia said softly, it would feel like meddling. Damien shook his head. I agree. Better to let events unfold naturally. Sonia nodded. She knew that spreading word of Zheng Xian's talent would boost Damien's standing among the inner circle, but she trusted him, trusted his judgment and the path he'd chosen. And that, she believed, was reason enough to let things be. Damien nodded, placing his trust in Sonia's judgment. I never imagined offering my help, he admitted quietly. Sonia returned his gaze with a gentle smile. But, Mr. Cassadine, if you feel compelled to act, you could confront your own doubts more easily, and you wouldn't need to bind yourself with so many rules. She thought back to his earlier confession, that Blue Star, in this universe, wasn't his true home. Yet there had to be echoes of his world here. Otherwise, he wouldn't find it worth visiting. And then there was Zheng Xian. No extraordinary talent, no hidden potential, but giving him a chance was already like slipping through a back door. It's not that I'm ungrateful, Sonia continued. I value what Zheng Xian has done, which is why I offered him a path to grow stronger. But I've seen too many good people twisted when they're handed power out of thin air. She paused, choosing her words carefully. Receiving a void blessing from me and learning to increase your strength under the commandment's guidance is one thing. Suddenly acquiring overwhelming power with no footing, that often breaks people. Her voice softened. Human nature is fragile. Those who pass such a test unscathed are rare, and all the more precious for it. Damien's thoughts lay open before Sonia, and he didn't mind. With his soulmate, there was no need for secrets. Irani Rael had weathered countless temptations and moral trials over the years, always guided by steadfast ideals and an unbreakable code of honor. She'd performed heroic deeds beyond number and earned a reputation as a living legend. Damien wasn't simply an onlooker. As her devoted admirer, he felt privileged to witness her journey. When the time came to select candidates for the Star Traveler post, Sonia immediately recommended Irani Rael. Damien agreed without hesitation. Irani had already faced the Void God cult's ultimate test and emerged unscathed, proof that no scheme or corruption could outrun her integrity. He had every confidence in her character. Though her raw power might not match the universe's top champions, her renown and influence placed her among them, and, most important of all, she remained untainted by the very power she wielded. Sonia's lips curved into a teasing smile. All right, I won't flatter you with sweet words. But I'll still keep an eye out, quietly, until I find the person who's captured your admiration, Mr. Cassadine. Her makeshift ally nodded. Damien, formerly known as Harvey, understood exactly what she meant. He sighed softly. I'll watch, but I promise not to interfere. Interfering would only make things harder, he added, thinking of the handful of people he'd already flagged for special scrutiny. He liked solving Mr. Cassidon's problems, but he didn't want to go out of his way to create more complications for Sonia. A gentle glow lit Sonia's features. She realized that by speaking kindly of Mr. Cassidon, she could easily sway more prospects into the Void Cult's fold. Yet flattering him would compromise her policy of treating every seeker of blessings with perfect equality. Even the official registrar had vouched for Sarah, recommending her on the strength of her talent and temperament, and Sonia had done the same. Now, as Damien and Sonia reached this unspoken understanding, both knew exactly where the lines were drawn. Damien would observe, Sonia would judge, while Sarah's steady reputation hung in the balance. Sonia paused before speaking Sarah's name. She knew all too well that, even though Sarah was her longtime friend and ally, her temperament and skills simply didn't suit the role of recorder. More importantly, Mr. Cassidon had chosen Sonia to manage Void Island for a reason, and swapping her out now could set off a chain of unintended consequences. Damien watched her carefully, sensing her hesitation. I get it, he said gently. No need to force it. Sonia's lips curved into a small, confident smile. I'll give you a fuller explanation soon, she promised. Standing, she smoothed the folds of her tunic. But for now, since Zhengxian's affairs are settled, I ought to get back to work. If anything comes up, just call me. With that, she waved and slipped out of the mountaintop villa. Once she passed beyond its walls, the bright, carefree smile faded into something more reserved, almost regal. Light sifted through the pines and danced across her features as she climbed a narrow trail along the hills above the Void Temple. From this vantage, she could oversee every sector of the island below. Reaching a rocky overlook, Sonia raised her cosmic communicator. A soft blue glow coalesced into Pepper's familiar holographic image. With a nod, Sonia offered a warm greeting before briefly reporting in. Pepper, all is proceeding as planned. I'll keep you informed. Even as she spoke, the air around her crackled with quiet authority. Here, high above Void Island, Sonia's resolve was as clear and steady as the starlit sky. Damien stepped onto the sunlit terrace of the Void Temple's outer court and pulled out his comlink. He tapped out a quick message to Sonia. Miss Sonia, I've just returned to Void Island. Almost immediately, her reply appeared. Damien, welcome back. I was with some outsiders in the temple earlier, so I couldn't respond when you arrived. Let's catch up properly when we both have a moment. She even added a cheerful smiley at the end. Damien smiled to himself and typed back. No worries. I completely understand the situation. No hard feelings at all. I'm still escorting 2 guests around the island and can't step away just yet. We'll talk soon. He hit send and slid the device back into his pocket. Some people might have bristled at being ignored, but Damien had served for years as the public face of Stark Industries at high-profile international events. If he couldn't read a moment like that, all his time as executive chairman would have been wasted. Besides, female members of the Void Cult were still relatively few, so almost everyone there already had Miss Sonia's contact information. With that in hand, it was easy for her to reach him whenever she needed. No one ever contacted Sonia without a good reason. Her kindness and easygoing nature put everyone at ease, but people still felt a barrier between them. After all, Miss Sonia was almost always busy. Sending a casual message when nothing important was happening wouldn't look like a friendly check-in. It would feel more like an annoyance. After reading Pepper's reply, Sonia smiled and closed the holographic display of her cosmic communicator. She'd long since grown used to the polite distance people instinctively maintained around her. She also knew that, as the Void Divine Faith grew in power, that distance would only increase. At present, and for the foreseeable future, the only person with whom she felt comfortable showing her true self was Mr. Cassidon of the Void Cult. Beyond him, the only ones permitted to hear her worries or deepest thoughts were Sarah and Lalatina. In front of everyone else, Sonia presented an unblemished facade, never letting her doubts or fears slip through. Damien, who had once exchanged casual greetings with Mr. Cassidon, suddenly found himself stiff and awkward whenever Sonia was near. A subtle distance crept into his words and actions, an invisible barrier Sonia recognized all too well as born of both love and reverence, and that very mixture left her feeling helpless. While her mind raced, she quietly took in every detail of the island around her. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Xian and the Weather Witch followed Pepper to the Void Temple to present their respects, and then slipped away. No wonder people whisper that the Void deity is peerlessly beautiful, Zheng Xian said, his eyes still fixed on Sonia. I've been wondering what could possibly live up to that kind of praise, the Weather Witch replied. After seeing her just now, he smiled, I'm convinced the rumors fall short. As they walked, Zheng Xian could hardly contain his admiration. Miss Sonia truly is the loveliest woman I've ever seen. He paused, glanced toward Mr. Cassadine, and then added with hesitation, but Mr. Cassadine. He let the sentence hang in the air, leaving his companions to fill in the rest. Chapter 7. A Dangerous Beauty. Pepperpots, station engineer and unofficial Weather Witch of the Xandar Research Outpost, leaned against the bulkhead, arms crossed. Her sharp gaze never left Damien as he admired the newcomer Sonia. Damien, she began, voice low but firm, consider this your only warning. Don't get too close to her. You're not the only one who could get into trouble. He straightened, offering her a wry smile. Miss Potts, you've known me long enough to know I'm not that easily distracted. Pepper didn't back down. Even so, she's breathtaking. One look and you could lose your head. Damien chuckled. I know beauty can be dangerous. She rolled her eyes. Appreciating beauty is natural for all men, even those from Xandar. We share the same standards as folks back on Earth. When someone's that striking, every man pauses. He raised an eyebrow. So I'm not the only one who's a little stunned? Don't believe me? Pepper flicked a thumb toward Bruce Banner, who was adjusting a spectrometer at a lab bench. Why don't we ask him? Damien turned to catch Bruce's attention. Banner? Bruce looked up, blinking at the sudden interruption. Oh, did you need something? Pepper leaned forward. Tell us, Bruce. Isn't she something else? Bruce pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and studied Sonia discreetly. A slow smile curved his lips. Yeah, she is. Damien laughed, tension melting away. Pepper smirked in victory. And for once, the two of them agreed that some distractions were simply unavoidable. Damien knew the Weather Witch was in a foul mood. It wasn't jealousy. After meeting Miss Sonia, she'd suddenly grown self-conscious about her looks. He'd even considered asking Tony, Steve Seff, and Bruce Banner, his fellow 9 Blue Stars, to confirm he wasn't imagining things. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he remembered that Tony and Steve were both married, and he couldn't very well drag them into this. So he cleared his throat and said quietly to Banner, Bruce, would you mind stepping outside for a moment? Bruce nodded and slipped out of the room, leaving Damien alone with the Weather Witch. Damien offered a gentle smile. Listen, I get why you're upset, but that stunned look on your face is worrying me. The Weather Witch bit her lip. She understood why he'd asked Banner to leave. It was a way to spare her embarrassment, but knowing that didn't lift her spirits. After a moment's silence, she sighed. Damien, thank you for saying that. But I'm plenty pretty already. You can tweak your appearance here and there, sure, but most of what makes someone beautiful comes from nature, not a scalpel. Chasing perfection with plastic surgery won't make you happier. Exactly, she continued, voice softer now. Don't let this kind of worry spoil your mood. Damien reached out and took her hand. I promise I'm not worried about how you look. I'm worried about you. He gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. Gradually, her tense expression softened, and though she hadn't it aloud, Damien could tell she felt a little better already. Chapter 752. Do you understand now? If you're smart, you might just learn something from a dog's mouth. At the Weather Witch's barb, she shot Zheng Xian a sharp look, but the corners of her lips quirked upward, betraying how much her spirits had lifted. It wasn't mere vanity that made her bristle at comparing herself to Sonia. It was a natural rivalry between two women equally blessed with beauty. Just as a man wants to be the best-looking guy in the room, a woman wants to be the brightest star, and she refused to be outshone. Still, she knew she couldn't match Sonia, and dwelling on it would only bring her trouble. Jealousy, she reminded herself, makes everything uglier. A dog's mouth is a dog's mouth. Don't get yourself tangled in it. Zheng Xian paid her no mind as she laughed and sneered. Pepper led Damien and the other initiate across the moonlit grounds toward the Void Cult's training arena. Lanterns swung between gnarled iron pillars, casting dancing shadows on the stone path. As they walked, Pepper glanced back at them. "It's dangerous to measure your own looks against those of the other Void Cult sisters," she said. "Too much comparison only breeds self-doubt." Damien's companion hesitated, then asked, "Miss Pepper, is that from personal experience?" Pepper stopped, surprised by the direct question. She folded her arms as a breeze tugged at her cloak. "Not theory, reality. Wait until you meet the other women of the Void Cult." She resumed walking. "Back on Blue Star, Peggy and I both had reputations as beauties, each of us admired for different traits. But here on this island, neither of us would ever claim to be the fairest." Her tone was serene, but inside, Pepper's heart fluttered. Since receiving the Void's blessing, she'd been called beautiful countless times. She wasn't afraid of not knowing who else was admired. She feared being reduced to just another face in the crowd. "I'll be honest," Pepper admitted quietly as they neared the arena gates. "The first time I met Lady Lalatina, I didn't show any jealousy. I trusted Tony's judgment completely. But beneath my calm facade, I was a little anxious. Lalatina possesses a dignified, classic grace, an elegance that transcends time. Even on Blue Star, she was considered unmatched. Among the Void Cult's sorceresses, I worry I might just be one beauty among many." She pushed open the heavy doors, revealing the courtyard beyond, rows of sparring dummies and concentric rings of stone. "Prepare yourselves," Pepper said, stepping inside. "Here, appearances matter less than power and will. Prove your strength, and you'll stand equal to any sister in the cult." Pepper sat in stunned silence, realizing that in every measure, knowledge, social skill, insight, or raw talent, Lalatina outmatched her. As Tony's trusted secretary, Pepper was too seasoned to leap to wild conclusions or act on mere hunches. Only when she finally learned the truth of Lalatina's mysterious origins did she allow herself to exhale. "No way," Pepper murmured. Across from her, the Weather Witch arched a delicate brow. "Miss Pepper," she said softly, "I've heard that even though you're married, suitors cling to your every move." Pepper gave a humorless laugh. "Would that inspire confidence in you?" It was true that Pepper cut an impressive figure, formidable, efficient, and graced with an ageless beauty. On any scene-stealing guest list, she'd stand out just as brilliantly as the Weather Witch herself. Yet the witch knew Pepper had spent time in worlds far beyond Blue Star, adopting fashions and mannerisms that marked her as something uniquely other. That was why, despite her many admirers, true suitors had been few. "Confidence," Pepper admitted, "is always in the eye of the beholder. It depends on whom you're measuring yourself against." The Weather Witch chuckled, eyes glinting. "By tonight's gala at Tony's, you'll understand exactly what I mean." Pepper nodded, a faint smile ghosting her lips. "Then let's not speak of it further. There's too much to prepare." She rose and smoothed her skirt. As she left the room, Pepper steeled herself for the evening ahead, determined to face whatever surprises Tony's party might bring. Damien leaned forward, his tone earnest. "You've already picked up a bit of cosmic lore, but Void Island plays by its own rules. Here, even total outsiders can train in the martial art of Huajin. You'll only learn the basics at first, but even that will make you noticeably stronger." Pepper shook her head, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "That's intriguing," she said, then shifted her gaze to Damien. "Damien, is this energy transmutation you mentioned useful for magic as well?" A knowing glint lit Damien's eyes. "Not exactly. Huajin isn't a spellcraft technique. It's about channeling and shaping your inner energy for physical combat. Mages do learn energy transmutation, but only so they can amplify their strikes and defend themselves if an opponent breaks past their magical wards." He paused, letting the idea sink in. "Which is why I think you should dive into Huajin training right away." Pepper inclined her head thoughtfully. "Actually, I've practiced some hand-to-hand combat already. I'm not half bad up close." "That's perfect," Damien replied, suddenly enthusiastic. "Mastering Huajin will only sharpen your instincts. When magic can't keep enemies at bay, you'll have the skills to turn the tide in a clinch." Pepper's expression lit up with determination. Finally, she grasped the true value of the technique, and she was ready to begin. "Confidence is a good thing. Once we reach the training grounds, you'll get to strike the metal targets. Damien teased. Then I won't have to learn Huajin at all, Zheng Xian shot back. Damien caught the Weather Witch's eye, and instead of retorting, made a small wager in his mind. With a nod, he quickened his pace. Zheng Xian, far from playing the dutiful student or promising to slap the Weather Witch if he lost, simply matched Damien's stride as he, too, picked up speed. Before long, a deafening roar rolled toward them, like mountains collapsing or ocean waves smashing into cliffs. The sound was so relentless and powerful that it sent a shiver of foreboding through both Zhengxian and the Weather Witch even before they saw its source. At the end of the winding path, they stopped and stared. Below them lay a vast clearing filled with towering, shadowy metal pillars. Each time someone struck those dark columns, a bone-rattling shockwave pulsed outward, yet no one around had unleashed any visible energy. The sheer force of every impact was enough to crack the earth itself. The three of them exchanged incredulous looks. A monster lair? What kind of power lay hidden in those mysterious metal leviathans that could produce such terrifying reverberations? The warriors moved with blinding speed, so fast that to Damien, formerly Zhengshan, they were little more than flickers of silver and shadow. He could make out only shifting human silhouettes, faces lost to the blur, yet every slash of their claws traced razor-sharp arcs in the air. Even the Weather Witch, whose predictive senses usually outmatched Damien's, detected nothing but a trembling resonance of some unknown metal, no clear form, no discernible features. Each of these combatants seemed to wear weapons as though they were part of their own bodies, never bothering to draw a sword or heft a hammer. They fought with instinctive, integrated ferocity. Pepper, accustomed to surviving such displays of power, surveyed the stunned faces around her and let a confident smile spread across her lips. "Miss Weather Witch, you talk a big game, but have you ever truly learned close-quarters combat?" She turned to Damien. "And Mr. Zhengshan," she deliberately used his old name to jar him, "I hear Tony claims you've been granted the strength of a planet-level powerhouse. A gift, he says, from that very adult himself. Impressive, no doubt. But do you really understand what that level of power can do? If you've only ever lived where you're the strongest, you'll never realize how much further there is. Oh, go until you meet someone stronger." People grow confident in their own power, convinced they've reached the top, only to discover just how small their world really is. Tony once told Pepper, "The world of the strong never ends. I'll keep climbing, one step at a time." He also assured her that no matter what path she chose, whether she pursued greater strength or not, he would become strong enough to keep her safe. Pepper, however, was determined not to lean on him entirely. She didn't crave power for its own sake, but she knew she couldn't always be a damsel in distress. She wanted at least enough skill to defend herself, rather than be a burden who could only shout for Tony's help. "I'll train hard," she said. When Damien heard her resolve, he didn't merely nod in agreement. He understood what he needed to do next. Before venturing out to explore other cosmic civilizations, he first had to master the power he already possessed. "Has Wanda learned this kind of energy control?" Pepper asked, her gaze drifting toward the Weather Witch. The Weather Witch sighed softly, her expression turning thoughtful. "Steve gave her the basics of combat a long time ago," she admitted. "But this specific power manipulation? No, she hasn't had a chance to study it yet." Pepper frowned, concern flickering in her eyes. "Then who could teach us?" The Weather Witch tapped her chin. "Tony and the others will be occupied for quite a while. If you don't mind waiting, I can set aside some time to show you the entry-level techniques." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "As for more advanced methods, there are only two paths. You either formally join the Void God cult, or you work it out for yourselves through trial, error, and personal insight." Before Pepper could respond, Zhengshan spoke up. "Miss Pepper, you fight as well." Pepper gave him a modest smile. "I've never been on a battlefield, but I've done some training on my own." There was nothing boastful in her tone, yet those who understood power could sense her strength was well beyond ordinary. Even at her most humble, Pepper wielded planet-level might. This kind of power might be commonplace among the gods and demons of the Void cult, hardly enough to turn heads, but compared to the wider cosmos of Void Island, Pepper knew Damien possessed real potential. He bowed his head respectfully. All right, Miss Pepper, will you teach us? Pepper's lips curved into a gentle smile, pleased by his humility. Tomorrow we begin your foundation in Huajin. If you work diligently, you'll master the basics in a few months, and then you'll have plenty of time to explore the universe on your own. She regarded him with steady eyes. For now, our priority is precision, learning to control and refine your abilities, and adjusting to life among the stars. Come, let's move on to our next destination. Since she rarely lingered on Void Island herself, Pepper was eager to see how it had transformed. Damien and the Weather Witch fell into step beside her, tracing winding paths and marveling at new spires and crystalline groves rising from the void. They wandered on until dusk slipped quietly over the island, and night fell before any of them realized how much time had passed. Because of Tony's homecoming, the Void Cult staged its most magnificent banquet in years, and every member eagerly accepted the invitation. As soon as word spread, cultists abandoned their duties and flocked to the feast. Although the Weather Witch and Zheng Xian weren't cult members, Tony had extended them honorary invitations, promising they could sample anything on the table. When the two outsiders stepped into the cavernous dining hall, they were met by an endless procession of dishes and the rich, intoxicating scent of spices and roasting meats. Their moods brightened at once. After all, good food has a way of lifting the spirits. This isn't a mere mess hall, the Weather Witch said with a laugh, as she swept her eyes over platters piled high with unfamiliar yet artfully arranged delicacies. This is a grand banquet hall. And to her practiced eye, the lavish decor, gilded columns, silk draperies, and crystal chandeliers was nothing short of breathtaking. Pepper settled into her seat beside the Weather Witch and Zheng Xian, offering them warm smiles. Honestly, you can call this place a gourmet hall or even a gourmet temple, she said. It's only called the canteen out of tradition. Everyone's just used to that name. The Weather Witch raised an eyebrow. A canteen? She repeated. Why would you call such an opulent hall that? Pepper laughed softly. First-timers always think it's extravagant. Some even snap photos just to remember it, or to show off later. But for us Void Cult members, this is simply where we have our daily meals. Zheng Xian, meanwhile, kept her eyes on the entrance. This gathering was a rare opportunity to observe every newcomer. Slowly, dignified figures filed in, each holding their head high despite their measured steps. Finally, Zheng Xian couldn't contain her curiosity. She leaned toward Pepper and whispered, "Who's that gentleman over there, with the long cloak and the stern expression?" Pepper glanced over and smiled. "That's Brother Valion, one of our most skilled diviners. And next to him is Sister Mirabelle, our chief herbalist. They're both arriving for the weekly briefing." As the last of the arrivals found their seats, the hall's soft lighting glinted off polished stone and stained glass windows. What felt lavish to outsiders was, in fact, a familiar routine for the Void Cult. And now, with introductions made, the real work of sharing news and power could begin. Even if we never manage to join the Void God cult ourselves, learning who belongs to it and uncovering their identities will be invaluable for our future travels across the universe. The Weather Witch watched as hundreds of men streamed into the hall, scarcely a woman among them. "It strikes me as odd," she murmured, "that there are so many male members of the Void Cult, but almost no female members." Pepper glanced down at her datapad. "You're not imagining it. There are currently 700 male adepts," she paused, "and only 10 female adepts." The Weather Witch frowned. That ratio is astonishingly low. On the one hand, it's strange. On the other, it makes those 10 women all the more conspicuous. Damien stood at the edge of the crowd, quietly running the numbers through his mind. A 70-to-1 split was abnormal in any organization. Even if Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, simply favored male recruits, having only 10 women in an otherwise vast membership seemed far too few to be natural. Whatever the reason, Damien thought, knowing who those 10 women are could prove crucial down the line. "It's really quite noticeable," Pepper said, folding her arms. The Weather Witch nodded. "From what we've discussed, it's not that Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, refuses to bless female followers. It's just that so few women ever come asking for his favor." Pepper frowned. "Few women? But this afternoon I saw dozens of women on the island, many of them stunning." The Weather Witch sighed. Most of them come from monster hunting or a bit of leisure. Very few actually petition the void. But Miss Lacey told me otherwise, Pepper protested. In the void cult, the shortage of female members was a constant topic of conversation. The men longed for more female companions, not only as potential partners, but simply for the pleasure of shared conversation. Pepper, as one of the few women in the order, felt the same. Then why so few, she asked. The Weather Witch looked at her curiously. Haven't you noticed how many people clamor for a blessing from the void? Pepper blinked. Everyone has their whims. She trailed off, realizing that the answer might be more complicated than it seemed. Ultimately, the real question is whether you can stay true to what you want, even when everything's against you. Before Pepper could reply, Damien already grasped her meaning. There are plenty of people who burn with excitement for a few moments, who wouldn't jump at the chance to be blessed by the void and rise to the skies. But the paths to greater power differ wildly. Some are easy, some brutal, and some demand a staggering price. The void cult has existed for more than 10 years, yet today it counts barely 700 members. Only men are admitted. That small number speaks volumes about the trials they endure. Who knows how many hopefuls were eliminated before the cult forged those 700 void priests? As Banner remarked, everyone longs for the void's favor, but longing alone won't earn it. Damien still had much to learn about the true trial of the void god, but he'd already absorbed one lesson: patience. Damien had come to a simple but vital realization. Those who chase every passing whim, who burn with 3 minutes of enthusiasm and then pursue a pie in the sky, would never earn the void's true blessing. He understood this only after he tried seeing the world through another's eyes. Acting on impulse isn't necessarily wrong. Without real power, such antics rarely hurt anyone. But once you're touched by the void, your strength becomes enormous. If you indulge every fleeting fancy, you risk unleashing irreversible consequences. The void god cult, shrouded in rumors both dark and exalted, was never accused of slaughtering innocents or laying waste to countless lives. Damien recognized that patience, or more precisely perseverance, was a principal trial for any believer in the void. Accepting that gave him a clearer sense of purpose. The Weather Witch studied him for a long moment, then glanced at Pepper, seeking confirmation. "It ultimately comes down to your own understanding," she murmured. Damien shook his head. "Given my role, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to elaborate." Pepper met the witch's gaze but offered no further comment. The Weather Witch didn't feel she was in any position to talk about the upcoming test. After all, it was only Tony's blessing, an outsider's grace from the void religion, that gave her any chance of passing. Without it, she wouldn't have a shred of confidence in her own abilities. Peggy felt exactly the same way, so whenever the guild gathered to debate strategy or share test tips, the two of them quietly stayed out of the conversation. "Fair enough," Miss Pepper finally said, offering no further comment. At that, Jengshan's suspicions seemed confirmed. Then, from the corner of her eye, the Weather Witch spotted the pair walking into the cafeteria, a red-haired woman whose warm smile and approachable aura drew people in instantly, and at her side, a raven-tressed beauty so cool and composed she might have stepped out of a master's painting. In that moment, the Weather Witch understood all too well why Pepper had warned against comparing yourself to others. Standing next to such effortless grace could only make anyone feel inadequate. The sky above the training grounds was unusually still, and the Weather Witch could feel a strange energy humming through the air. When two unfamiliar figures swept into view, she was certain they had to be members of the Void cult. She turned to her companions and asked, "Who are those two?" Damien, who had been standing beside her, blinked in surprise. He'd long assumed that Sonia, the god of the void, was unmatched in beauty, but the striking redhead before them forced him to admit how limited his perspective had been. Pepper stepped forward with a brief smile. "The red-haired woman is Miss Sarah, the recorder I mentioned this afternoon. The woman with the raven-black hair is Miss Claudia, better known as the Ice Witch." Damien frowned, trying to place Sarah's face. "Miss Sarah, wasn't she the one who went to Blue Star?" Pepper gave a knowing nod. At the sound of her name, Sarah's expression softened as memories flickered in her mind. "That's right. A few years ago, Tony, Steve, and Banner invited me to visit Blue Star. Pepper tapped his chin thoughtfully. So she wasn't just some mysterious heiress after all. She actually comes from another universe. At that moment, Damien's eye as widened. He suddenly recalled headlines from years past. A red-haired woman, more breathtaking than any movie star, had appeared out of nowhere in the United States. It all fit. This Sarah, recorder of the Void cult, was far more than she first seemed. A wave of excitement swept across the internet as men everywhere scrambled to learn more about Sarah. Speculation ran rampant. Some claimed she was the pampered heiress of a secretive dynasty. Others insisted she was merely a marketing creation. No official source would confirm her background, and no insider had spilled the truth. She'd surfaced for barely 48 hours. Her fiery red hair and ethereal beauty burned into millions of minds, then vanished just as quickly. Most people assumed P-Pictures had dreamed her up for a viral campaign. But the Weather Witch, an insider with a knack for deadpan commentary, had a different take. No wonder Blue Star's archives came up empty, she quipped. She's literally from another world. Damien listened, eyebrow raised, as the Weather Witch's words sank in. He turned to Sarah's holo recorder, the very device that had ignited this global frenzy, and let out a soft sigh. In just a day or two on Blue Star, Sarah had become every man's unattainable fantasy. And Damien, being only human, couldn't pretend he didn't understand the appeal. Damien frowned as he stared at the glossy portraits again. The more he considered them, the more certain he became that they'd been skillfully photoshopped. In his view, within the entire Void cult, only two women truly deserved to be called breathtaking, Miss Sonia and Miss Sarah. Every other woman paled beside them, in looks, conversation, knowledge, talent, and poise. He'd even heard rumors that Madame Butterfly rivaled them in beauty, but since he'd never met her in person, he couldn't say for sure. Still, facing Miss Weatherwitch, he felt he needed to be honest. "Now you see what I mean," he said, turning to her. Pepper watched the men around her shift their attention to Sarah, greeting her with all the fervor of starstruck admirers. Their voices brimmed not with reluctance, but with awed resignation. "It's not that I didn't understand before," Damien continued. "I just didn't want to believe it. But now I do, completely." Pepper, the Weather Witch, regarded him calmly. She didn't chide him or scoff. Instead, she nodded, acknowledging his change of heart. Chapter 753, The Weight of Power, Part 6. Sarah and Claudia's arrival was like a signal flare. Almost at once, more of the Void cult's female members appeared. Until now, Damien and the Weather Witch had known only the three most celebrated women in the cult. 1. Sonia, the god of the Void, whose authority cast a shadow over every corner of the cosmos. 2. Lacey, the god of death, whose name was whispered on every battlefield, her prodigious strength feared by friend and foe alike. 3. Reel, the legendary heroine of the Xandar Empire, whose dramatic defection on Void Island had sent shockwaves through the universe. Besides these three, Damien and the Weather Witch recognized only Pepper and Paige. But under Pepper's guidance, they were now meeting the cult's more discreet members, women who shunned headlines yet possessed powers just as formidable. As they scanned the gathering, Pepper nodded toward a lithe, graceful figure. She was a catwoman, her fur as white as fresh snow, and her eyes, one sapphire blue, the other emerald green, glowed with quiet intelligence. Even in this assembly of powerful sorceresses, her presence was impossible to ignore. Damien entered the chamber, flanked by two astonishing figures. On his left stood a towering birdman, nearly 3 meters tall, his golden plumage shimmering like sunrise. On his right, a compact, muscular warrior whose skin gleamed obsidian black, as if he'd been carved from dark crystal. Pepper's eyes widened at the sight. Tony stepped forward, clearing his throat. "Everyone, this is Miss Bai Linglong, ambassador from the ancient civilization of St. Nicholas." Pepper frowned in recognition. "St. Nicholas? They're the people who champion biological augmentation, aren't they? Where nearly every citizen undergoes enhancements and attains superhuman abilities." Tony nodded. "Exactly. Their entire culture revolves around advanced biomodification technology, but that very focus has bred distrust. Many other interstellar societies view them with suspicion or outright hostility. As a result, diplomatic relations have always been strained." Pepper glanced at Damien's solemn face. "What will become of them? You said you're eager to see how their path unfolds. With a graceful gesture, Damien guided Bai Linglong to center stage. The Birdman and the Obsidian Warrior stood at respectful attention behind her. Pepper turned back to Tony, anticipation in her eyes. Tony offered a thoughtful smile. Studying how different civilizations evolve, how their values, technologies, and prejudices shape their destinies expands our own understanding. It challenges the limits of our thinking. That's exactly why I'm so curious about St. Nicholas's future, and about the lessons they might teach us all. Damien leaned back in his chair and murmured, "Everyone has their own tastes, but surely we can all agree this is something special." Beside him, the Weather Witch tilted her head, her eyes drifting to the newcomer, Bai Linglong. She noticed Damien was staring intently, as if memorizing every detail. Then she surprised herself by whispering, "I never thought I'd say this about a cat, but she looks so pure, so beautiful." Damien let out a soft sigh as he watched Bai Linglong's snow-white hair cascade over her slender shoulders. He'd known, long before she set foot here, that wherever she went she'd attract trouble, whether among the art lovers of Andromeda or the social elites of the Milky Way, even among those who judged beings like pets. Bai Linglong embodied an almost impossible ideal of beauty, and many men would covet her. If she passed unnoticed, Damien promised himself he'd question his own senses. From their perch on the cafeteria's second floor, Damien, the Weather Witch, and their companion Pepper peered down at the crowd. Within moments, every head turned. Men stared with rapt awe, possessiveness, desire, even stunned disbelief. A few women shot scornful looks in Bai Linglong's direction, as if resentful of the attention she commanded. Damien's gaze never wavered. He knew this was only the beginning of the ripple her presence would cause. Zhengshan's visions had always been a little hazy, but he was exceptionally sharp when it came to reading people. Naturally, he noticed the subtle shift in the room's atmosphere the moment Bai Linglong entered. What surprised him most, however, was how utterly unfazed she was by the oddly intense stares she drew. Even under that unsettling scrutiny, she never broke her composure. With a warm smile, she continued chatting as if nothing were out of the ordinary. "I have to say, she really is beautiful," Zhengshan murmured to the Weather Witch at his side. "By most people's standards, she's exactly the kind of woman men go crazy over." He gave the witch a meaningful glance. "You know what I'm getting at." The Weather Witch followed his gaze, studying Bai Linglong with soft, attentive eyes. Her voice dropped to a gentle whisper, but the caution in her tone was unmistakable. "Beauty is a dangerous gift. Everyone worships it, but few respect its power." "Thank you, I really appreciate it," the Weather Witch said softly. "But I know my limits. People chasing new thrills are always liable to act on impulse. Unless Linglong never leaves her comfort zone, or unless the universe itself changes, any step beyond her familiar boundaries will bring nothing but hardship and danger. By the way," she added after a pause, "who are the two people at her side?" Damien leaned back in his chair, absorbing her cautionary tone. Ever since antiquity, beauty has been seen as a magnet for misfortune, and someone as exceptional as Bai Linglong would face that danger tenfold. If she lacked the power to defend herself, venturing out would expose her to risks far greater than those an ordinary woman might encounter. Even if she had the strength, the cosmic environment beyond her doorstep was hardly any kinder. Though Damien had only just entered this universe, his universe communicator had already fed him detailed briefings on the Andromeda Galaxy's political landscape, social customs, and undercurrents of peril. He understood all too well how unforgiving and unpredictable this galaxy could be, especially to those unprepared for its harsh realities. Because the Xandar Empire is so overwhelmingly powerful, nearly every world ends up adopting its aesthetic. Xandarians look almost identical to Blue Star humans, so their style naturally becomes the default. Even the shapeshifters of the St. Nicholas civilization, who can transform into countless forms, tend to choose humanoid appearances. It's simply the prevailing trend. "They're members of the Void Cult," Pepper said, pointing out two imposing figures across the room. "The golden birdman with that fierce, domineering air is Jin Luosha. The one cloaked in shadow is Luo San." She continued, "Both come from St. Nicholas's noble lineage. Think of it as a royal family among their people." Damien frowned. He just remarked that Linglong's prospects looked grim, but Pepper didn't argue. She only clarified who these newcomers were. Golden Rakshasa and Black Luosan? He repeated, testing the names on his tongue. Pepper nodded. Yes, they're the two whose void temple auras you detected, and whom you defeated in the trial this afternoon. At the mention of those names, Damien leaned forward, eyes narrowing as he studied Pepper with renewed interest. Damien frowned, glancing from Pepper to the others. But if they're so powerful, why don't I feel any real danger from them? Pepper inclined her head. It works both ways. On Void Island, everyone's taught to suppress their killing intent and mask their true strength. The Weather Witch, sitting beside Damien, studied Bai Linglong, Jin Luosha, and Hei Luosan in turn. She strained to detect that familiar, oppressive aura of overwhelming power, the kind she'd always sensed around masters like Zheng Xian, but found nothing. Outside the training grounds, few people here ever radiated genuine menace. The cafeteria was full of strangers, yet she felt safe enough she could almost forget how fierce Void Island could be. Tony explained it to me, Pepper continued, that concealing one's aura is a mandatory practice for every Void God cult disciple, so even those who look harmless could be far more dangerous than they appear. She shot a challenging look at Damien and the Weather Witch. You can't judge someone's true power by appearances or a quick glimpse of their aura. For example, what level would you place Miss Bai Linglong at? Both Damien and the Weather Witch paused, trading uncertain glances as Pepper's question hung in the air. Didn't you say she only joined recently? At the planetary tier? Damien paused to think it over. Steve had been with the Void Cult for years, and he'd only reached the cosmic tier. So it wasn't surprising that Bai Linglong, who'd enlisted long after Steve, would start off at planetary level. After all, the universe's power hierarchy spans immense gaps between each rank. I'd actually place her at cosmic tier, perhaps even at the very top, the Weather Witch said, speaking with uncharacteristic boldness. Despite her brief tenure, she's undergone extensive biological enhancements. Her raw power is far from negligible. Damien nodded. He sensed something formidable about Bai Linglong, even though he'd never seen her full capabilities. With so little concrete information, he wasn't about to underestimate her. So, cosmic tier, one of the elite, he summarized. Exactly, the Weather Witch confirmed. She's precisely the kind of warrior who could bring down the Void Cult from within. She's traversed countless civilizations, Pepper chimed in. Hardly anyone can stand against her. Pepper's words drew thoughtful looks around the table, each member reassessing the threat and the opportunity posed by Bai Linglong. In the Void God Sect's private forum, disciples regularly swap cultivation notes and recount their breakthroughs. They also hold occasional sparring matches, an efficient way to gauge everyone's strength. Bai Linglong may have joined the sect only recently, but as Lacey's protege, her power has skyrocketed. Rumor has it she channels a unique void energy granted by Cassidin, the Lord of the Void. When she unleashes her void spells, even the most seasoned disciples pale in comparison. Honestly, if you hadn't told me, I never would have guessed, admitted Zheng Xian, eyes wide with surprise. Pepper smiled. Don't let her delicate beauty fool you. Beneath that elegant exterior lies a deadly aura. She can fell an opponent in seconds. Zheng Xian shook his head in disbelief. He'd always assumed Bai Linglong's graceful demeanor made her vulnerable outside the sect's walls. He never imagined that hidden beneath her serene facade was a power that inspired genuine fear. Tony shook his head. Top-tier cosmic powerhouses are formidable in every respect. They have almost no weaknesses. The Weather Witch is only a mid-level universe-tier powerhouse. She can take down plenty of strong foes, but within that same tier, there are countless beings who could kill her in an instant. A nearby attendant blinked in surprise. I never would have expected that. The Weather Witch herself looked incredulous. She seems so frail, and yet she's stronger than I am? Pepper gave a wry smile. You don't know her well yet. In the Void Cult, there's a long-standing rumor. Don't ever underestimate the women among us. Paige frowned. So that means we're the exception? Since we joined late and aren't all that interested in combat or progression, we're still only planetary level. Pepper nodded. Exactly, but that warning applies to every other female member. From the back of the chamber, a calm voice added, even Irani Rail, who's only just come on board, surpasses both you and Paige. She was already a cosmic powerhouse in her youth. A ripple of astonishment went through the assembly as everyone reevaluated the true strength hidden within the Void Cult's ranks. Damien dreamed of forging a legendary career in the Xandar Empire, rising through the ranks to become Supreme Commander himself. But he knew that lofty words meant nothing without the power to back them up. Without strength, all your boasts were just empty noise. He reminded himself of General Arani's early days. Donning her 3-star armor, she'd stormed countless battlefields, her victories lighting up the Nova Corps' history like a supernova. He was musing over those feats when the cafeteria doors opened, and a striking pair entered. The man walked with a short-cropped haircut and an aura of unshakable authority. Beside him glided a woman in a flowing purple gown, her face veiled in sheer silk. Only her pale skin and luminous eyes were visible, yet that glimpse alone spoke of a beauty as formidable as it was enchanting. Even through the veil, Damien felt the quiet force of her presence. One look into those eyes, he thought, and any man would be utterly captivated. "That's Lady Butterfly," Pepper whispered at his side, her voice tinged with awe. It was Pepper's first real sight of Madame Butterfly, though she'd long heard the grand titles the Void Cult had bestowed upon her. Now, seeing the legendary figure in person, Pepper understood why the rumors ran so high. "Does she have a partner?" Damien asked before he could stop himself. Pepper, the Weather Witch, glanced at him and caught the curiosity shining in his eyes. She smiled knowingly, typical male curiosity, she mused, and answered, "Not that I'm aware of." Damien frowned. "But the man at her side, Mr. Niklov, is said to be one of the universe's top powerhouses." "Indeed," Pepper said softly. "He's famously known as Madame Butterfly's guardian. If you hope to win her favor, you'll first have to pass Mr. Niklov's trial." Seeing Damien's keen interest, she continued in a low voice. "The Void God cult boasts 8 supreme masters, but beyond those 8, there are even greater, true cosmic peak powerhouses. Niklov belongs to that elite circle. Whether it's Tony, the reserved Mr. Kyle, the eccentric Mr. Alex, or countless other cult members, they all speak of him with the highest respect. He was already a recognized cosmic force before joining the Void God cult, and many believed he would soon ascend to become the greatest power in the entire universe." Niklov had more than lived up to everyone's expectations. In only a few short years, his power had ascended to the uncontested pinnacle of the universe. "So he really is Niklov, the Void Agent?" Pepper breathed, astonishment in his voice. "When I first heard the name Madame Butterfly, I assumed they were 2 different people." "Didn't you suspect they were one and the same?" Zheng Xian added, his eyes widening at Pepper's revelation. No sooner had the words left their lips than an invisible gaze swept across them, heavy and suffocating. The very air pressed in on Zheng Xian, stealing his breath. Nearby, the Weather Witch stiffened as a chill of impending death crept up her spine, freezing her in place. They could almost feel Niklov stare from every direction, as if a god were inspecting them from the heavens. Rumors and whispers held no sway over him. He carried within him the unbreakable will of a former hegemon. Yet the loud discussion of Madame Butterfly had caught his attention. In an instant, Niklov gauged their power levels. None of them even approached the universe tier. As for the lone man in their midst, Damien, he indeed harbored void energy within his veins, though he remained completely unaware of it. Damien's eyes narrowed as he assessed the witch before him. Her physique was impressive, certainly by mortal standards, but hardly a challenge for someone of his caliber. Even without pledging himself to the Void Cult, he could extinguish a cosmic-level witch's life with a thought. As he studied the group, Damien sensed a familiar resonance in the auras of the 2 women flanking those men. The realization came swiftly. The blonde must be Mrs. Pepper Tony, and the 2 at her side were emissaries from the 9 realms. Of the black-haired pair, one was named Zheng Xian. His circumstances were somewhat unconventional. The other answered to the title Weather Witch. No doubt Miss Pepper was briefing them on the peculiarities of Void Island. They meant no harm. There was no need to frighten them. He'd relay the full story once he returned. Just then, Madame Butterfly caught Damien's subtle shift in posture and glanced at him with knowing eyes. With a light parting of her crimson lips, she leaned in to whisper, already well informed by Lady Lacy's earlier explanations. Though she and Pepper had exchanged only cursory greetings in the community network and had never met face-to-face, Madame Butterfly's uncanny perceptiveness left her in no doubt as to everyone's identity and purpose. Very well. At Pepper's curt approval, Nikrov immediately understood and averted his gaze. He rose smoothly and guided Madame Butterfly over to join Lacy at her table. In the Void Divine religion, allegiances are often fluid, divided among countless small sects. Though Nikrov and Butterfly had once been bound under Lacy's banner, the coercion that held them had only recently been lifted, and so, instinctively, they returned to her side. Zhengxian, still seated, nearly toppled over in shock, bracing both hands on the table as beads of cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Beside him, the Weather Witch's eyes widened so dramatically it was as if she'd glimpsed a ghost. Both realized, in that instant, how close they had come to stepping through Hell's own gate. Pepper surveyed them coolly. "You two aren't affiliated with the Void Cult," she said, "so when I speak next, whatever you hear, do not panic. Do not cause a scene." She paused, letting her warning sink in. "Your mere presence here, under my protection, should guarantee your safety. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't steel yourselves." Nikrov and Zhengxian exchanged a terrified glance, their faces drained of color. Pepper could tell they'd received Nikrov's private word of caution and fully understood the gravity of what lay ahead. After all, the greatest powerhouses in the universe don't merely wield strength. They can stake a claim on entire galaxies and reign as monarchs. There was no doubt that this cultivator's power eclipsed the life forces of millions. Damien himself had attained a similar rank, yet he just confessed to Pepper that even within the Void Cult, he wasn't the strongest among his peers. He still had to grow. "I'm sorry," he added, lowering his voice. "I spoke too loudly." At Pepper's words, Zhengxian visibly flinched and immediately dropped his tone. It was the first time he'd ever felt such overwhelming pressure from a universe-class powerhouse. A single glance from such an opponent could end his life in an instant. He now understood that, even if Madame Butterfly lacked a partner, surviving Nikrov's trial demanded more than courage. It demanded equal strength. "Could this really be the supreme force in the entire cosmos?" he murmured. Beside him, the Weather Witch was equally shaken. Back on Blue Star, the gods of the Celestial Dynasty never descended in person. They always sent agents in their stead. She had never before sensed such palpable, homicidal intent emanating directly from a top-tier immortal. The universe is dangerous. Never forget that calamity often springs from your own words. So before you start believing you're invincible, stay humble. If you never let yourself feel invincible, you'll always remain humble. And whenever you can, don't offend anyone. Pepper sat quietly as Damien spoke. He was warning her not to grow complacent simply because he, her husband, was becoming more powerful by the day. As Damien's strength increased, so too would the caliber of people he encountered. That meant Pepper could no longer afford to be arrogant or dismissive. Damien would do everything in his power to protect her. He could clean up many dangers, but he wasn't invulnerable. If she let pride get the better of her, it could spell disaster for both of them. This lesson was especially crucial in the Void Cult. No matter how strong you are today, someone will always be waiting in the shadows, ready to challenge you tomorrow. Treat everyone, ally or stranger, with respect. Never flaunt your power or your status. Humility, Damien insisted, was their greatest shield. It's precisely because of these three guiding principles that Tony ranks among the universe's true heavyweights, regardless of how his power may ebb and flow. Yet no matter how strong he became, Pepper never once saw him flaunt or brag. After all, Tony had drilled these tenets into her from the very start. Know yourself, never look down on others, and always strive to spread kindness. Take Captain Marvel, for instance. He began as just another face in the crowd, but through determination and opportunity, he rose to the pinnacle of cosmic power. Such stories may be rare, but the universe is unimaginably vast and full of surprises. You can never be certain that someone you dismiss today won't outpace you tomorrow. By extending goodwill, making friends, and keeping enemies to a minimum, you avoid countless needless conflicts. Pepper knew she was capable. She'd faced her share of challenges, But she also understood that Tony's talents, in every arena, still far outstripped her own. Yet as long as she held fast to those three principles in every encounter, she trusted she'd steer clear of truly insurmountable disasters. Tony's meteoric rise was impossible to miss. He became a legend almost the moment he entered this universe. Damien had never forgotten a single piece of advice Tony had shared. When Damien hesitated for a split second, he could almost feel Tony's unspoken expectation that he keep his ego in check. Yet as soon as Pepper Potts made the introductions, both men spoke their names without hesitation. Damien knew that many celebrities secretly relished being the topic of conversation. It was proof of their fame, and who doesn't enjoy a little praise? He certainly hadn't held back. Only now did he notice a faint shadow cross Tony's expression, a subtle sign of the big man's growing irritation. Chapter 754, Declaration of War. Damien's banquet stretched from dusk until dawn, and nearly every member of the island turned out for the celebration. Over the course of the night, he moved among his guests, forging friendships and making allies. When the first light of morning crept over the horizon, Damien returned to his private training ground and resumed his exercises, determined not to let a single day slip by unused. Meanwhile, Pepper gathered the Weather Witch and Zheng Xian for a joint lesson in Huajin, the refined art of energy transformation. She guided them through each step, careful never to reveal the secret methods taught by Miss Sonia within the Void God cult. Although both the witch and Zheng Xian hailed from the 9 realms like the rest of them, the island's strict rules forbade sharing Sonia's sacred techniques. Each practitioner here trained according to a personalized regimen, steadily growing stronger in their own way. The months passed in swift succession. With every sunrise and sunset, Zheng Xian's control over transformation energy tightened, and his understanding of void magic deepened. He learned to trace another person's life force, gauging their strength with uncanny precision. Yet despite his progress, there was one skill that eluded him: Banner's legendary healing art. After repeated requests, Banner quietly but firmly declined to teach him. And so, with alliances cemented and skills honed, the island's warriors stand ready. The calm before the storm gathers around them, but war is inevitable, and soon they will have to declare it. Chapter Text, A New Path Unveiled. Damien had pushed his body through 350 stages of evolution and amplified his void power 100-fold, yet he still lacked the void's blessing. Every advancement he'd achieved focused on raw strength, explosive power, and blinding speed. Regeneration was his sole glaring deficiency. His remarkable self-healing came not from any mastery of life energy, but simply from the ironclad resilience of his repeatedly evolved flesh. Because he couldn't finally manipulate his own life force, even Master Banner's expert guidance hit a wall. Then, Zheng Xian unearthed the ancient Huajin technique, tearing open a door to long-forgotten martial arts. Through Huajin's principles, he revived techniques buried in history, forging a wholly new path that perfectly complemented Damien's untamed potential. At the same time, the Weather Witch achieved the first tier of elemental mastery. Though she was renowned for her twin dagger prowess, her true gift lay in her bond with the elements. By channeling her elemental energy, she could conjure any basic weapon at will, swords woven from wind, hammers formed of thunder, simply by thinking it into existence. Coupled with her physical strength now rivaling a planet's, even the humblest blade in her hands became a world-shattering force. With Damien's brute might and burgeoning void power, Zheng Xian's rediscovered ancient arts, and the Weather Witch's elemental and planetary prowess, the foundation was laid for a revolution in martial cultivation. Soon, the training halls themselves would tremble beneath the weight of their combined abilities. Chapter 7, Departure. The Weather Witch had long leaned too heavily on her magic, letting her physical potential languish. But under Huajin's rigorous combat training, she'd transformed. Even without a spell, she could now outmatch many foes, and when she did call upon magic, her power surged to unprecedented heights. Over the past few months, both she and Damien had grown remarkably stronger, and not just in body. They'd absorbed the universe's hidden rules and learned to bend them to their will. So today, they were finally setting out on their own. After a year of sharing Tony and Miss Pepper's hospitality, of warm meals, cozy rooms, and generous cheer, they felt it was time to stand on their own feet. Tony and Miss Pepper had never pushed them to leave, but Damien and the Weather Witch knew they owed it to themselves to keep moving forward. That morning, Miss Pepper saw them off at the door. She rested a hand on each of their shoulders and smiled, though worry flickered in her eyes. "Be careful out there," she said. "Try not to stir up trouble. But if you must, remember what you've learned." Tony joined in. "You two are strong, but this universe isn't your little blue planet. There are weapons out here that make magic look like child's play." Miss Pepper added softly, "Offend the wrong person, some bigwig with more firepower than both of you combined, and you might not walk away." Damien nodded, tightening his cloak against the morning chill. The Weather Witch brushed a lock of silvery hair from her face and offered them both a determined grin. "It's been a year since you arrived," Tony concluded, clapping Damien on the back. "Time to show the galaxy what you've got." With one last wave, Damien and the Weather Witch stepped beyond Tony and Miss Pepper's door and into the wider, wilder universe awaiting them. "Remember," Pepper said, her image flickering on the holoscreen, "no matter where you go, make your way back to Void Island in time. There are major events brewing in the universe, and it will be far too dangerous to stay out there when they break loose." Zhengshan bowed, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Miss Pepper. We'll repay every cosmic coin you lent us." With a few swift commands, Pepper transferred another 5 million credits into their ship's account. "This should cover your travels for a while. Don't let money, or lack of it, get you into trouble." She paused, meeting each of their gazes in turn. "In less than a year, the Void Cult and the Kree Empire will go to war. I can't accompany you to every star system right now, but I trust you'll stay sharp." The Weather Witch tucked a strand of silver-streaked hair behind her ear. "Your generosity is more than we deserve," she said softly. "But rest assured, we won't squander a single credit or bring unnecessary chaos to anyone's doorstep." Pepper allowed herself a small, wry smile. "Good, because when the war starts, I'll need you both safe and ready." She tapped the console one last time. "That's all for now. Stay alive and come home in one piece." The holoscreen winked out, leaving the hangar bathed in pale blue emergency lights. Zhengshan let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. 5 million credits, he muttered. Well, it's more than enough." The Weather Witch gave him a sideways look. "Only if we use it wisely," she teased. "Last time we went sightseeing among the Gorgaxian nebulae, you nearly got us arrested." He grinned, slipping the communicator into his pocket. "That was one time, and under very compelling circumstances." She rolled her eyes but couldn't hide a smile. "Consider this a fresh start. We travel alone for once, no side trips for interstellar parties or exotic gamble dens." Zhengshan nodded, pulling on his flight jacket. "Agreed. We'll focus on gathering intel and staying well clear of the brewing conflict until we're ready to strike." She climbed into the navigator's seat and punched in their first jump coordinates. "Void Island," she said, her voice steady. "Then onward, wherever the credits and our curiosity take us." He settled into the pilot's chair. "Universe, prepare yourself. Here come Zhengshan and the Weather Witch. Bankroll in hand and wits about us." The engines hummed, the hangar bay doors parted, and their starship slipped into the star-studded void, bound for adventure, danger, and the promise of the battles yet to come. "See you in a year. I hope you both return safely." Pepper offered a quick nod at the Weather Witch's reassuring words, giving her blessing without a second thought. "Don't worry, we'll definitely be back in a year." Zhengshan waved his hand dismissively. Both he and the Weather Witch dreamed of earning the Void's favor, but neither had made a single credit in the far reaches of space. First, they needed to fill their pockets, just enough that money wouldn't be a constant worry. Then they could explore how to call upon he Void's blessing from the safety of Void Island. And the Weather Witch, in particular, was eager to see the universe's true attitude toward her kind. On Void Island, she only suffered curious glances. No insults, no threats. Still, the cold shoulder of exclusion weighed on her, and she wondered whether that silent prejudice might turn into something more ominous elsewhere. Perhaps other civilizations were not as hostile as she imagined. With their farewells said, the Weather Witch and Zhengshan boarded their vessel and left Void Island behind, charting a course for the imperial city of the Xandar Empire. Chapter 7. Void Island Experimental Zone. They didn't own their own starfighters or battlecruisers, so traveling to other civilizations meant relying on the cosmic routes, interstellar highways mapped out long ago. Now, here in the Void Island Experimental Zone, Pepper stood at the observation deck's transparent dome, watching the swirling vortex of a newly opened wormhole. "Pepper, don't worry so much," Tony said quietly, coming up behind her and resting a hand on her shoulder. "Zhengshan might be a bit impulsive, and the Weather Witch keeps things simple, but both of them are sharp. Each ranks among the universe-level powerhouses, and together, they're an unstoppable team." Pepper's gaze stayed fixed on the wormhole, where Zhengshan and the Weather Witch had just slipped away. "I know they've got the skills," she admitted, "but sending them so far from home, it still makes my stomach twist." Tony gave her shoulder a comforting squeeze. "Yes, the universe can be dangerous, but it's not so hostile that two cosmic-level experts can't handle themselves. They'll be fine." She finally turned to face him, the worry still etched on her features. "You're right," Pepper said with a small sigh. "I just hate feeling so powerless." "That's exactly why you matter," Tony replied, smiling. "You keep us grounded, and you remind us what we're fighting for." They lingered together by the viewport as the glow of the wormhole dimmed and the stars beyond settled back into their familiar patterns. Somewhere out there, Zhengxian and the Weather Witch were already blazing a trail into unknown realms, and Pepper, with Tony's steady reassurance, resolved to trust in their strength. During the first few months after Damien and the Weather Witch arrived in this universe, they were inseparable, spending practically every waking moment together. It wasn't long before the two forged a close bond, so natural they scarcely realized it themselves. "As long as they make it back within a year," Pepper said softly, looking out across the skyline. "You don't need to worry about anything else," Tony replied, his tone steady. "Let's just wait for the good news of their return." Pepper gave a small nod, understanding Tony's calm better than anyone. He wasn't fretting over Damien and the Weather Witch's safety, so much as hoping their adventures wouldn't keep Damien from completing his final tests in time. Nick Fury, after all, had faced a similar trial quietly, and only succeeded in claiming his blessing once he returned from the St. Nicholas civilization. "I'm thinking about Wanda and Pietro, too," Tony added, "but I'm not worried about them." At that moment, Paige emerged onto the villa's terrace. Peggy Carter's relationship with Wanda and Pietro had always been more than friendly. Because the twins were so young, Peggy and Steve had watched them grow almost like surrogate parents. They'd even taught the children proper etiquette and manners as they matured. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the grounds, and for a moment the group simply stood in companionable silence, each lost in thoughts of those they loved on distant worlds. Pepper Potts and Paige sat together in the lab, neither one truly worried about Wanda and Pietro's mission. They simply longed for word that they'd returned safely. Paige glanced up from her console. "You know, I'd planned to send Zheng Xian and the Weather Witch to join Wanda's team once Pietro and Enda got back. If I were out there with them, I wouldn't be wringing my hands now," Pepper replied with a tired smile. Paige shook her head. "It's a shame Wanda has urgent business to attend to. She isn't coming home for the time being." Hearing this, Pepper sighed. "Well, she is building her own witch coven. She's bound to put everything else on hold until that's secure." At that moment, Tony Stark stepped in, brows knitting as he peered at Jarvis's holo display. "Since Wanda and Pietro hail from the Nine Realms, I've had Jarvis compiling every scrap of intel on them." As soon as Wanda made her decision, news of it lit up the cosmos. Thanks to her scarlet magic, she's already earned the title Scarlet Witch throughout the universe. We still don't know the full extent of her innate abilities, but she's forcefully subdued 17 witches, all of them at least planet-level in power. Silence settled over the room as they absorbed the scope of Wanda's achievement. Despite the wait, they all knew that when Wanda and Pietro finally did return, they would bring more than just stories. They would have reshaped the balance of power across the realms. Damien wasn't surprised. The magical community had long feared witches, ever since they'd hinted at organizing into something more than scattered cells, even when their strength barely reached planet tier. Most factions would have banned them outright. Yet the Arcane Order, the most powerful institution in all of wizardkind, did the opposite. By turning a blind eye, they were effectively feeding a tiger, setting the stage for a day when a witch coven might stand toe-to-toe with the world's greatest mages. For centuries, witches had suffered persecution and isolation, never able to unite under a single banner. But now, Kassadin himself had thrown his weight behind the most dangerous among them, Wanda, a sorceress whose potential Kassadin claimed was limitless, on par with the very apex of the cosmos. At her side stood Pietro, the legendary slayer of mages. Already, corridors in the Arcane Order buzzed with alarm. Should Wanda seize the initiative, no ordinary wizard could hope to challenge her. Only the Celestials, those angular near-immortal entities, possessed any real chance of stopping her. And so long as the Celestials allowed Wanda to claim some uncharted realm, and she refrained from provoking them directly, the Coven's establishment would be inevitable. With that foothold, the witches would rise from the shadows and reshape the balance of power in the magical world forever. The mage world's centuries-old influence on the universe isn't something you just switch off overnight. I know, Pepper admitted with a troubled glance. It still pains me to watch. Tony Stark nodded gravely. And it isn't only Jung-hyun and the Weather Witch we're worried about. Wanda and Pietro will have their work cut out for them too. Pepper drew a slow breath. Then let's hope we hear good news from them before this time next year. With that, she excused herself and returned to the villa. Tony had insisted she needn't set foot on any battlefront, but Pepper was determined to accompany him. She spent the next several hours sketching out a rigorous training plan to make sure she could hold her own when the time came. A year passed in the blink of an eye. In that time, the Kree Empire's maneuvers grew bolder and more frequent, and friction with the Xandar Empire rose to dangerous levels. Once again, the Andromeda Galaxy found itself caught in the crossfire between these two cosmic powers. Across countless worlds in Xandar and Andromeda, the call was the same. Irani Rael must return as Supreme Commander. Their voices grew ever louder, fueled by unwavering belief in her leadership and her unmatched strategic brilliance. Should a cosmic war ever erupt between the galaxies, only Irani Rael could carry us safely through it. Whispers of doubt swirled around her would-be successor. Confidence in the next Supreme Commander was far from unanimous, but Irani Rael paid them no mind. Exactly 1 year later, on a clear morning, she stepped into the Grand Hall of Nova Corps headquarters. Over her crimson ceremonial gown, she secured the portable compression unit of her Nova armor, its polished plates gleaming against the scarlet fabric. Every officer in formation fell silent as she took her place on the raised deck, radiating both dignity and poise. When the murmurs died away, Irani Rael spoke, her voice steady and assured. Effective immediately, all fleet divisions are to proceed to Sector Theta 3 for joint exercises. Recon teams Alpha and Omega will begin mapping enemy hyperspace routes at once. Supply depots must be fully stocked within 72 hours, and Medical Corps will stand by on orbit for emergency deployment. She paused to let her orders sink in. Then, with a firm nod, Irani Rael concluded, "This is our moment to prove that the Nova Corps stands ready for any threat. Carry out these directives without delay." As the officers snapped to attention and filed out to relay her commands, the weight of her authority settled over the chamber. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they knew their Supreme Commander was prepared to meet them head-on. Tomorrow, the cosmic war between the Void Cult and the Kree Empire will ignite. This monumental clash, pitting the Universal Empire against some of the universe's greatest powers, will cast its shadow across countless worlds. The Andromeda Galaxy lies within the realm of the Xandar Empire and shelters hundreds of millions of lives. To defend its peace and shield it from foreign aggression is not only the everlasting honor of Xandar, but also the shared glory of every soul standing here today. I am Irani Rael, Supreme Commander of the Xandar forces. My name resonates throughout the cosmos. As of this moment, the Xandar Empire will assume the highest state of defense. We stand ready to protect the Andromeda Galaxy and preserve its peace at all costs. Chapter 7. The Supreme Proclamation. Supreme Commander Irani Lair stood on the dais of the Imperial War Council, the twin suns of Xandar's capital burning brightly through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind her. Before her assembled admirals and high officers, numbering in the thousands, she raised her voice, every syllable echoing with absolute authority. "Deploy our stellar-class battleships to patrol the Andromeda frontier," Irani commanded. "We will deny the Kree Empire any foothold beyond their current borders. Let no enemy fleet, no private warlord, no ambitious sovereign dare exploit this moment to strike at the Xandar Empire. We will answer every act of aggression with overwhelming force, and any blood debt they incur will be paid in full." A hush fell over the chamber as her hands swept outward in both dismissal and benediction. Though Irani's features had recaptured the vibrancy of youth, thanks to the latest advances in Xandarian restorative science, her presence remained as formidable as ever. Those steel-blue eyes, alight with determination, left no doubt that she would see her orders carried out to the letter. As Supreme Commander, Irani Lair wielded the most advanced fleet in the known universe. Her readiness to declare war was not a bluff. Any power that tested the Xandar Empire's might would discover just how far she was prepared to go. Peace had been her guiding principle since childhood. She believed that true strength lay in preserving stability, not in seeking out conflict. But when the security of her people was at stake, she accepted that force might be the only language her adversaries would understand. Beyond the Grand Chamber, the corridors thrummed with activity as officers hurried to relay her directives. Star-class battleships powered up in distant shipyards, patrol squadrons plotted new courses along Andromeda's rim. Xandar's war machine was awakening, and the galaxy would soon learn that beneath its shining crest lay a heart of unyielding steel. If war came, and Irani knew it was only a matter of time, the Xandar Empire would stand ready. Those who dared to challenge her would find themselves swallowed by the very tide they hoped to ride. In the end, she vowed, victory belonged not to the strongest sword, but to the will that wielded it without hesitation. Supreme Commander Damien had never tolerated weakness. He knew all too well that any hint of surrender would only encourage the enemy to press harder. Now, standing before the assembled officers, he spoke with unwavering conviction. "I stand by my orders as Supreme Commander of the Xandar Empire. To defend our honor, we will never retreat, even if it costs us our lives." At his command, thousands of officers dropped to one knee in perfect unison, their voices rolling across the plaza like thunder. "We obey the orders of Supreme Commander Damien. For the glory of the Xandar Empire, we will hold our ground until our last breath." In the Empire's long history, only during the founding generation had one man's call ever been answered with such total devotion. Now, born 158,000 years later, Damien alone commanded that same absolute loyalty. And though he had announced his intention to relinquish the title of Supreme Commander, confessing that he could no longer lead the Empire as he once did, his will remained unshakable. As long as this generation of officers lived, the moment he raised his hand and gave the word, countless souls would rise to defend him without question. Chapter 7. The Oath of Irani Rail. Damien leaned forward in the command seat, eyes fixed on the crystal-clear projection hovering before him. Irani Rail, renowned throughout the Andromeda galaxy as a commander without equal, stood at the heart of the Void Cult's flagship, her posture as unwavering as the steel of her armor. When she spoke, her voice rippled across every star system tuned in. "Ever since the day the high priests of the Void God faith returned to Void Island," Rail began, "I understood that we were on the brink of something monumental. Tomorrow, our destiny unfolds. We will bear witness to an event that will reshape the history of the universe." She paused, surveying the assembled congregations of Void acolytes. Damien felt a shiver pass through him, though he was an ally, someone who revered her genius. She raised her gauntleted hand and pressed her palm to her brow in a solemn salute. "With the might of the Xandar Empire's legions at our back," she continued, "we shall cast aside fear. When the battle between the Void Cult and the Kree Empire ignites, victory will belong to us. For who, when confronted by the emptiness of the void, does not kneel before its power?" A murmur of assent swelled across the broadcast channels. Ambassadors and warlords in every council chamber argued and speculated. Do you doubt it? The Void Cult holds the upper hand. No one can match Rael's strategies. Yet the Kree legions are fierce. They'll come at us with everything they've got. Let them try. With Xandar on our flank, the Kree will break before they reach us. Damien closed his eyes for a moment, weighing their fervor. Beyond this religious crusade lay a deeper game of politics and pride. Still, he could not deny the thrill of anticipation that buzzed through every world. Enormous fleets were already maneuvering into position. Spy masters whispered of covert sabotage. Refugees fled border worlds, fearing the coming storm. And at the heart of it all, the Xandar Empire prepared its greatest deterrent. For centuries, the Star-class battleship, an immensely powerful war vessel straddling myth and reality, lay dormant in a hidden deep space dock. Now, under Imperial decree, its engines were firing up for the first time in 1,000 years. Its reactivation sent a message plain and simple. The Empire would not stand idly by while the Void Cult and the Kree tore the galaxy apart. Damien watched the final moments of Rael's oath fade from the holo projector. He steadied his breath and tapped a series of commands into his console. Tomorrow, he reminded himself, the war truly begins. And when fleets collide and stars shatter, only the strongest will survive. He rose from his chair, determination burning in his chest. Whatever the future held, Damien would face it head-on, just as Irani Rael vowed to lead her people into battle. The galaxy awaited its reckoning. Damien studied the holographic display intently. With these formidable defenses in place, even an ambitious Kree empire couldn't hope to invade the Andromeda galaxy. And as the war between the Kree and the Void Cult drags on, most observers are quietly banking on the Void's victory. In fact, so long as the Kree avoid total annihilation, they'll still be counted among the galaxy's great powers. Their long-standing feud with the Xandar Empire has simmered for tens of thousands of years, and now Xandar's supreme commander, Irani Rael, has ordered the entire empire onto its highest alert level. Stellar-class dreadnoughts have already been activated, ready to shift into full combat readiness at a moment's notice. The Kree must crush the Void Cult decisively, and soon, or risk revealing a fatal weakness. At the first sign of decline, Rael will ally with the cult and strike the Kree down in one clean blow. Worse yet, Rael herself harbors secret ties to the Void Cult, giving her even more reason to press the attack. Chapter 8: The Eve of War. Damien stepped quietly into the grand chamber of the Kree High Council. Holographic star charts flickered across the walls, mapping the Andromeda galaxy in sharp relief. Every great civilization from Thalax to Althuria had watched them these past 2 years, and none had offered hope or support. Rumors said the Void God cult was stirring, and the Xandar Empire, long our sworn rival, could intervene at any moment. In truth, there was no path of retreat. We had to win. At the center of the chamber, Counselor Sonia of Void Island activated her projection. Across every quadrant of space, the immortal oath of Irani Rael had already sent shockwaves through countless worlds. Where it passed, entire star systems whispered of Kree resolve and of the terrible promise we bore. It has been 2 years, Sonia began, her voice calm yet resonant, since we declared a state of war readiness. In that time, you have all labored tirelessly, shipyards working day and night, legions drilled to perfection, our allies briefed, our defenses fortified. She paused, letting her words settle over the assembled generals and admirals. Damien felt the weight of their stares, eager, determined, impatient to see action. I know you are eager to test your mettle, Sonia continued. But remember, the Kree Empire endures because we are patient. We have survived for hundreds of thousands of years by choosing our battles wisely. This coming conflict will not be easy. It will be fraught with dangers we can scarcely imagine. She tapped a control, and the holomap zoomed in on the contested sector near the Orion Rift. Tiny icons, each representing a Kree battle group, marked their positions. Beyond them lay the lairs of the Void God cult and the forward outposts of Xandar. Therefore, Sonia declared, I formally request the High Council's permission to commence hostilities. Our forces now exceed planetary-class strength. Our fleets can rend the void itself. All that remains is the order to strike. A hush fell over the chamber. Damien inhaled slowly, feeling the familiar surge of adrenaline. The battle for Andromeda would begin at dawn, and the fate of the Kree Empire would be decided on the field of stars. At exactly 12 noon tomorrow, every volunteer will board their assigned battleship. From there, Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, will personally transport you to the Kree Empire's galaxy and watch over your progress every step of the way. Our precognitive units will coordinate the frontline strategy. I wish each of you glory on the battlefield, a name to be remembered, and a triumphant return home, Sonia declared, her warm voice carrying across the skies above Void Island. Whether you stand with us now or merely bear witness, know this: the Void Divine Church has already pledged E.T.'s full support alongside Irani Real's solemn oath. Though the Void cult's influence has grown by leaps and bounds, we still pale in comparison to the mighty Xandar Empire. By issuing this declaration of war, broadcast through Irani's relay, we alert every neighboring galaxy and every sentient being who dwells there. Once the Kree line falls, resistance to Lord Cassidon's grand designs for territorial expansion will crumble. Prepare yourselves, for tomorrow at high noon, the war for the Void begins. This isn't an act of outright aggression, yet Irani Real and countless citizens of the Xandar Empire quietly yearn for the Kree's downfall. Everyone knows the Void cult and the Kree Empire have been at each other's throats for ages. Whether the cult or the Empire strikes first, war is inevitable. It may not be tomorrow, but one day soon, the fighting will begin. Sonia didn't know exactly how far the Kree had advanced their preparations, but she had done everything in her power to ready the Void cult's forces. Unlike conventional armies, the Void cult needs only to secure its supply lines. Once that's done, its warriors can sustain themselves at peak strength. I've been waiting for this day. Nikrov's eyes blazed with fierce triumph as a slow smile spread across his face. The Kree had razed his homeland, slaughtered his people, and driven the proud Tesma civilization to the brink of extinction. He had dreamed of revenge for as long as he could remember, but until now, he lacked the means. Tomorrow, fighting alongside the Void cult, he would face the Kree Empire and reclaim everything they had stolen from him. Damien tightened the last strap on his armor, his eyes shining with barely contained excitement. All kinds of wars have been fought, he murmured, voice hushed, but never a cosmic-scale conflict. This is going to be incredible. Renoli shot him a wary look. She'd grown used to his boundless enthusiasm, but she still couldn't help a warning. Keep it down until we're off the island, she said quietly. Miss Sarah has ears everywhere. Damien's grin faded as he glanced around. Is Sarah coming with us? No. Renoli shook her head. Sarah and Lalatina are staying behind to defend the island. We can't let Void Island's elites break through, or worse, let rival raiders discover our headquarters. At her words, Damien exhaled a long, relieved breath. He wasn't the only one who didn't want Sarah to witness the battle's darker side. To everyone in the Void cult, she was an angel, kind and merciful, but no fool. Lacey cracked her knuckles and offered a crooked smile. Then it looks like I'll have to do the talking with my fists. Alex leaned against a nearby crate, arms crossed. He caught Damien's eye and simply nodded, no words needed. Some things, he knew, were better left unspoken when it came to preserving an angel's reputation. If Sarah had been in Alex's shoes, he'd have been the first to tear into her. Unfortunately for him, she never gave him that opening. Instead, she quietly reminded him to make sure anyone who'd bullied Bai Linglong paid for it once the war ended. Alex didn't object. In fact, he seemed almost relieved. As predicted, Lord Cassidon's instincts were spot on, and the recorder Alex retrieved turned out to be impeccably constructed, flawless in every detail, all for a price of just 6,000.